This is Section 0 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, or Thrifty People and Why They Thrive, by Samuel Smiles, author of Self-Help, Life of the Stevensons, The Huguenots, Character, Thrift, Duty, etc. Carefully revised with additional matter by Charles A. Gaskell, A.M. Chicago, U.S. Publishing House, 1883. I'm John Greenman. Preface. Probably no books of the same general type were ever written that have so much interested and inspired to worthy action the various classes to whom they were addressed as have the productions of Samuel Smiles. Though written for the people of Great Britain, and containing numerous paragraphs not at all adapted to American readers, yet the large proportion of matter is of such general application, embracing, as it does, so vast a range of experience and testimony, that they have already reached a large sale, not only among all classes of English-speaking people, but also among the people of continental Europe. Many books of their class have been produced in this country, much of the matter of which has been unscrupulously garbled from the various volumes of Mr. Smiles. It has been our purpose, in the preparation of this book, to place within the reach of our people all of this author's ethical works, including those most recently published, carefully sifting from them such matter as has been thought to be of local or purely Anglican application, or to be least interesting and beneficial to American readers. Mr. Smiles' more lengthy and detailed biographical sketches become tiresome to many. The omission of such, and in some cases the substitution of lessons from the lives of certain of our own countrymen, while not subtracting from its interest with the few, will certainly add greatly to that with which the larger circle of readers peruse it. These changes and additions have made necessary an entirely new index, the laborious preparation of which none can appreciate but those who have had work of this character to do. The marked interest which attaches to Mr. Smiles' productions is chiefly due to his happy use of biography. Readers who tire of extended biographical histories find here groups of the wise and distinguished of earth, each giving testimony to the various principles the author wishes to inculcate. This method of applying the accumulated experience and testimony of the past to illustrate and enforce principles, although by no means new, is certainly a most effective method of impressing truth. The interest excited by the novel arises solely from our interest in the lives and struggles of men and women. They are interesting biographies, but much more interest should attach to lives actually lived and conquests actually made, provided they are produced with equal care. The home is the epitome of society and government. The application of these principles to every member of the home, the importance of their inculcation in the home where character is chiefly molded, and the value of such lessons in making every home what it may be and should be, has dictated the title, Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them. Charles A. Gaskell. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Greenman. Chapter 1. The Art of Living, or Making the Most of Life. Every one is the son of his own work. Cervantes. The art of living deserves a place among the fine arts. Like literature, it may be ranked with the humanities. It is the art of turning the means of living to the best account, of making the best of everything. It is the art of extracting from life its highest enjoyment, and through it of reaching its highest results. To live happily, the exercise of no small degree of art is required. Like poetry and painting, the art of living comes chiefly by nature, but all can cultivate and develop it. It can be fostered by parents and teachers, and perfected by self-culture. Without intelligence, it cannot exist. Happiness is not, like a large and beautiful gem, so uncommon and rare that all search for it is vain, all efforts to obtain it hopeless. But it consists of a series of smaller and commoner gems, grouped and set together, forming a pleasing and graceful whole. Happiness consists in the enjoyment of little pleasures scattered along the common path of life, which in the eager search for some great and exciting joy we are apt to overlook. It finds delight in the performance of common duties, faithfully and honorably fulfilled. The art of living is abundantly exemplified in actual life. Take two men of equal means, one of whom knows the art of living and the other not. The one has the seeing eye and the intelligent mind. Nature is ever new to him, and full of beauty. He can live in the present, rehearse the past, or anticipate the glory of the future. With him life has a deep meaning, and requires the performance of duties which are satisfactory to his conscience, and are therefore pleasurable. He improves himself, acts upon his age, helps to elevate the depressed classes, and is active in every good work. His hand is never tired, his mind is never weary. He goes through life joyfully, helping others to its enjoyment. Intelligence, ever expanding, gives him every day fresh insight into men and things. He lays down his life full of honor and blessing, and his greatest monument is the good deeds he has done, and the beneficent example he has set before his fellow creatures. The other has comparatively little pleasure in life. He has scarcely reached manhood ere he has exhausted his enjoyments. Money has done everything that it could for him, yet he feels life to be vacant and cheerless. Traveling does him no good, because for him history has no meaning. He is only alive to the impositions of innkeepers and couriers, and the disagreeableness of traveling for days amidst great mountains, among peasants and sheep, cramped up in a carriage. Picture galleries he feels to be a bore, and he looks into them because other people do. When he grows old, and has run the round of fashionable dissipations, and there is nothing left which he can relish, life becomes a masquerade, in which he recognizes only knaves, hypocrites, and flatterers. Though he does not enjoy life, yet he is terrified to leave it. Then the curtain falls. With all his wealth, life has been to him a failure, for he has not known the art of living, without which life cannot be enjoyed. It is not wealth that gives the true zest to life, but reflection, appreciation, taste, culture. Above all, the seeing eye and the feeling heart are indispensable. With these the humblest lot may be made blessed. Labor and toil may be associated with the highest thoughts and the purest tastes. The lot of labor may thus become elevated and ennobled. Montaigne observes that all moral philosophy is as applicable to a vulgar and private life as to the most splendid. Every man carries the entire form of the human condition within him. Even in material comfort, good taste is the real economist, as well as an enhancer of joy. Scarcely have you passed the doorstep of your friend's house when you can detect whether taste presides within it or not. There is an air of neatness, order, arrangement, grace, and refinement that gives a thrill of pleasure, though you cannot define it or explain how it is. There is a flower in the window, or a picture against the wall, that marks the home of taste. A bird sings at the window-sill, books lie about, and the furniture, though common, is tidy, suitable, and, it may be, even elegant. The art of living extends to all the economies of the household. It selects wholesome food and serves it with taste. There is no profusion. The fare may be very humble, but it has a savor about it. Everything is so clean and neat. The water so sparkles in the glass that you do not desire richer viands or a more exciting beverage. Look into another house, and you will see profusion enough without either taste or order. The expenditure is larger, and yet you do not feel at home there. The atmosphere seems to be full of discomfort. Books, hats, shawls, and stockings in course of repair are strewed about. 2 or 3 chairs are loaded with goods. The rooms are in confusion. No matter how much money is spent, it does not mend matters. Taste is wanting, for the manager of the household has not yet learned the art of living. You see the same contrast in cottage life. The lot of poverty is sweetened by taste. It selects the healthiest, most open neighborhood, where the air is pure and the streets are clean. You see at a glance, by the sanded doorstep and the window-panes without a speck, perhaps blooming roses or geraniums shining through them, that the tenant within, however poor, knows the art of making the best of his lot. How different from the foul cottage dwellings you see elsewhere, with the dirty children playing in the gutters, the slattern-like women lounging by the doorstep, and the air of sullen poverty that seems to pervade the place. And yet the weekly income in the former home may be no greater, perhaps even less, than in the other. How is it that of 2 men working in the same field or in the same shop, one is merry as a lark, always cheerful, well-clad, and as clean as his work will allow him to be, comes out on Sunday mornings in his best suit to go to church with his family, is never without a penny in his purse, and has something besides in the savings bank, is a reader of books and a subscriber to a newspaper, besides taking in some literary journal for family reading, while the other man, with equal or even superior weekly wages, comes to work in the mornings sour and sad, is always full of grumbling, is badly clad and badly shod, is never seen out of his house on Sundays till about midday, when he appears in his shirt-sleeves, his face unwashed, his hair unkempt, his eyes bleared and bloodshot, his children left to run about the gutters, with no one apparently to care for them, is always at his last coin, except on Saturday night, and then he has a long score of borrowings to repay, belongs to no club, has nothing saved, but lives literally from hand to mouth, reads none, thinks none, but only toils, eats, drinks, and sleeps. Why is it that there is so remarkable a difference between these 2 men? Simply for this reason, that the one has the intelligence and the art to extract joy and happiness from life, to be happy himself, and to make those about him happy, whereas the other has not cultivated his intelligence, and knows nothing whatever of the art of either making himself or his family happy. With the one, life is a scene of loving, helping, and sympathizing, of carefulness, forethought, and calculation, of reflection, action, and duty. With the other it is only a rough scramble for meat and drink. Duty is not thought of, reflection is banished, prudent forethought is never for a moment entertained. But look to the result. The former is respected by his fellow workmen and beloved by his family. He is an example of well-being and well-doing to all who are within reach of his influence, whereas The other is as unreflective and miserable as nature will allow him to be. He is shunned by good men. His family are afraid at the sound of his footsteps, his wife perhaps trembling at his approach. He dies without having any regrets behind him, except, it may be, on the part of his family, who are left to be maintained by the charity of the public, or by the pittance doled out by friends and relatives. For these reasons it is worth every man's while to study the important art of living happily. Even the poorest man may by this means extract an increased amount of joy and blessing from life. The world need not be a vale of tears, unless we ourselves will it to be so. We have the command, to a great extent, over our own lot. At all events, our mind is our own possession. We can cherish happy thoughts there. We can regulate and control our tempers and dispositions to a considerable extent. We can educate ourselves and bring out the better part of our nature, which in most men is allowed to sleep a deep sleep. We can read good books, cherish pure thoughts, and lead lives of peace, temperance, and virtue, so as to secure the respect of good men, and transmit the blessing of a faithful example to our successors. The art of living is best exhibited in the home. The first condition of a happy home, where good influences prevail over bad ones, is comfort. Where there are carking cares, carelessness, untidiness, slovenliness, and dirt, there can be little comfort either for man or woman. The husband who has been working all day expects to have something as a compensation for his toil. The least that his wife can do for him is to make his house snug, clean, and tidy against his homecoming at eve. That is the truest economy, the best housekeeping, the worthiest domestic management, which makes the home so pleasant and agreeable that a man feels, when approaching it, that he is about to enter a sanctuary, and that when there is no alehouse attraction that can draw him away from it. We are not satisfied merely with a home. It must be comfortable. The most wretched, indeed, are those who have no homes, the homeless. But not less wretched are those whose homes are without comfort, those of whom Charles Lamb once said, "The homes of the very poor are no homes." It is comfort, then, that is the soul of the home, its essential principle, its vital element. Comfort does not merely mean warmth, good furniture, good eating and drinking. It means something higher than this. It means cleanliness, pure air, order, frugality. In a word, house-thrift and domestic government. Comfort is the soil in which the human being grows, not only physically, but morally. Comfort lies, indeed, at the root of many virtues. Wealth is not necessary for comfort. Luxury requires wealth, but not comfort. A poor man's home, moderately supplied with the necessaries of life, presided over by a cleanly, frugal housewife, may contain all the elements of comfortable living. Want of comfort is, for the most part, caused, not so much by the absence of sufficient means, as by the absence of the requisite knowledge of domestic management. Comfort, it must be admitted, is in a great measure relative. What is comfort to one man would be misery to another. Even the commonest mechanic of this day would consider it miserable to live after the style of the nobles a few centuries ago, to sleep on straw beds, and live in rooms littered with rushes. William the Conqueror had neither a shirt to his back, nor a pane of glass to his windows. Queen Elizabeth was one of the first to wear stockings. All the queens before her were stockingless. Comfort depends as much on persons as on things. It is out of the character and temper of those who govern homes that the feeling of comfort arises, much more than out of handsome furniture, heated rooms, or household luxuries and conveniences. Comfortable people are kindly tempered. Good temper may be set down as an invariable condition of comfort. There must be peace, mutual forbearance, mutual help, and disposition to make the best of everything. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. Comfortable people are persons of common sense, discretion, prudence, and economy. They have a natural affinity for honesty and justice, goodness and truth. They do not run into debt, for that is a species of dishonesty. They live within their means, and lay by something for a rainy day. They provide for the things of their own household, yet they are not wanting in hospitality and benevolence on fitting occasions. And what they do is done without ostentation. Comfortable people do everything in order. They are systematic, steady, sober, industrious. They dress comfortably. They adapt themselves to the season, neither shivering in winter nor perspiring in summer. They do not toil after a fashionable appearance. They spend more on warm stockings than on gold rings, and prefer healthy, good bedding to gaudy window curtains. The organization of the home depends, for the most part, upon woman. She is necessarily the manager of every family and household. How much, therefore, must depend upon her intelligent cooperation. Man's life revolves round woman. She is the sun of his social system. She is the queen of domestic life. The comfort of every home mainly depends upon her character, her temper, her power of organization, and her business management. A man may be economical, but unless there be economy at home, his frugality will be comparatively useless. A man cannot thrive, the proverb says, unless his wife let him. House thrift is homely, but beneficent. Though unseen of the world, it makes many people happy. It works upon individuals, and by elevating them, it elevates society itself. It is, in fact, a recipe of infallible efficacy for conferring the greatest possible happiness upon the greatest possible number. Without it, legislation, benevolence, and philanthropy are mere palliatives, sometimes worse than useless, because they hold out hopes, which are for the most part disappointed. How happy does a man go forth to his labor or his business, and how doubly happy does he return from it, when he knows that his means are carefully husbanded and wisely applied by a judicious and well-managing wife. Such a woman is not only a power in her own house, but her example goes forth among her neighbors, and she stands before them as a model and a pattern. The habits of her children are formed after her habits. Her actual life becomes the model after which they unconsciously mold themselves. For example always speaks more eloquently than words. It is instruction in action, wisdom at work. First among woman's qualities is the intelligent use of her hands and fingers. Every one knows how useful, how indispensable to the comfort of a household is the tidy, managing, handy woman. Pestalozzi, with his usual sagacity, has observed that half the education of a woman comes through her fingers. There are wisdom and virtue at her finger ends. But intellect must also accompany thrift. They must go hand in hand. A woman must not only be clever with her fingers, but possessed of the power of organizing household work. Accordingly, to manage a household efficiently, there must be method. Without this, work cannot be got through satisfactorily, either in offices, workshops, or households. By arranging work properly, by doing everything at the right time with a view to the economy of labor, a large amount of business can be accomplished. Muddle flies before method, and confusion disappears. There is also a method in spending, in laying out money, which is as valuable to the housewife as method is in accomplishing her work. Money slips through the fingers of some people like quicksilver. We have already seen that many men are spendthrifts, but many women are the same. At least they do not know how to expend their husband's earnings to the best advantage. You observe things very much out of place, frills and ruffles and ill-darned stockings, fine bonnets and clouted shoes, silk gowns and dirty petticoats, while the husband goes about ragged and torn, with scarcely a clean thing about him. Industry is, of course, essential. This is the soul of business. But without method, industry will be less productive. Industry may sometimes look like confusion, but the methodical and industrious woman gets through her work in a quiet, steady style, without fuss or noise or dust clouds. Prudence is another important household qualification. Prudence comes from cultivated judgment. It means practical wisdom. It has reference to fitness, to propriety. It judges of the right thing to be done, and of the right way of doing it. It calculates the means, order, time, and method of doing. Prudence learns much from experience, quickened by knowledge. Punctuality is another eminently household qualification. How many grumblings would be avoided in domestic life by a little more attention being paid to this virtue? Late breakfasts and late dinners, too late for church and market, cleanings out of time, and washings protracted till midnight, bills put off with a call again tomorrow, engagements and promises unfulfilled. What a host of little nuisances spring to mind at thought of the unpunctual housewife. The unpunctual woman, like the unpunctual man, becomes disliked, because she consumes our time, interferes with our plans, causes uneasy feelings, and virtually tells us that we are not of sufficient importance to cause her to be more punctual. To the business man, time is money, and to the business woman it is more. It is peace, comfort, and domestic prosperity. Perseverance is another good household habit. Lay down a good plan and adhere to it. Do not be turned from it without a sufficient reason. Follow it diligently and faithfully, and it will yield fruits in good season. If the plan be a prudent one, based on practical wisdom, all things will gravitate toward it, and a mutual dependence will gradually be established among all the parts of the domestic system. We might furnish numerous practical illustrations of the truth of these remarks, but our space will not permit, and we must leave the reader to supply them from his or her own experience. There are many other illustrations which might be adduced of the art of making life happy. The management of the temper is an art full of beneficent results. By kindness, cheerfulness, and forbearance, we can be happy almost at will, and at the same time spread happiness about us on every side. We can encourage happy thoughts in ourselves and others. We can be sober in habit. What can a wife and her children think of an intemperate husband and father? We can be sober in language, and shun cursing and swearing, the most useless, unmeaning, and brutal of vulgarities. Nothing can be so silly and unmeaning, not to say shocking, repulsive, and sinful, as the oaths so common in the mouths of vulgar swearers. They are profanations without purpose, impiety without provocation, blasphemy without excuse. This leads us to remark, in passing, that in this country we are not sufficiently instructed in the art of good manners. We are rather gruff and sometimes unapproachable. Manners do not make the man, as the proverb alleges, but manners make the man much more agreeable. A man may be noble in his heart, true in his dealings, virtuous in his conduct, and yet unmannerly. Suavity of disposition and gentleness of manners give the finish to the true gentleman. By good manners we do not mean etiquette. This is only a conventional set of rules adopted by what is called good society, and many of the rules of etiquette are of the essence of rudeness. Etiquette does not permit genteel people to recognize in the streets a man with a shabby coat, though he be their brother. Etiquette is a liar in its "not at home," ordered to be told by servants to callers at inconvenient seasons. Good manners include many requisites, but they chiefly consist in politeness, courtesy, and kindness. They cannot be taught by rule, but they may be taught by example. It has been said that politeness is the art of showing men, by external signs, the internal regard we have for them. But a man may be perfectly polite to another without necessarily having any regard for him. Good manners are neither more nor less than beautiful behavior. It has been well said that a beautiful form is better than a beautiful face, and a beautiful behavior is better than a beautiful form. It gives a higher pleasure than statues or pictures. It is the finest of the fine arts. Manner is the ornament of action. Indeed, a good action without a good manner of doing it is stripped of half its value. A poor fellow gets into difficulties and solicits help of a friend. He obtains it, but it is with a "There, take that, but I don't like lending." The help is given with a kind of kick, and is scarcely accepted as a favor. The manner of the giving long rankles in the mind of the acceptor. Thus good manners mean kind manners, benevolence being the preponderating element in all kinds of pleasant intercourse between human beings. A story is told of a poor soldier having one day called at the shop of a hairdresser who was busy with his customers, and asked relief, stating that he had stayed beyond his leave of absence, and unless he could get a lift on the coach, fatigue and severe punishment awaited him. The hairdresser listened to his story respectfully, and gave him a guinea. "God bless you, sir," exclaimed the soldier, astonished at the amount. "How can I repay you? I have nothing in the world but this," pulling out a dirty piece of paper from his pocket. "It is a recipe for making blacking, and it is the best that was ever seen. Many a half-guinea I have had for it from the officers, and many bottles I have sold. May you be able to get something for it to repay you for your kindness to the poor soldier." Oddly enough, that dirty piece of paper proved worth 500,000 of money to the hairdresser. It was no less than the recipe for the famous Day and Martin's blacking, the hairdresser being the late wealthy Mr. Day, whose manufactory is one of the nobilities of the metropolis. Good manners have been supposed to be a peculiar mark of gentility, and that the individual exhibiting them has been born in some upper class of society. But the poorest classes may exhibit good manners toward each other as well as the richest. One may be polite and kind toward others without a penny in the purse. Politeness goes very far, yet it costs nothing. It is the cheapest of commodities. But we want to be taught good manners as well as other things. Some happy natures are to the manner born, but the bulk of men need to be taught manners, and this can only be efficiently done in youth. We have said that working men might study good manners with advantage. Why should they not respect themselves and each other? It is by their demeanor toward each other, in other words, by their manners, that self-respect and mutual respect are indicated. We have been struck by the habitual politeness of even the poorest classes on the continent. The workman lifts his cap and respectfully salutes his fellow workmen in passing. There is no sacrifice of manliness in this, but rather grace and dignity. The working man, in respecting his fellow, respects himself and his order. There is kindness in the act of recognition, as well as in the manner in which it is denoted. We might learn much from the French people in this matter. They are not only polite to each other, but they have a great respect for property. Some may be disposed to doubt this after the recent destruction of buildings in Paris, but the Communists must be regarded as altogether exceptional people, and to understand the French character we must look to the body of the population scattered throughout France. There we find property much more respected by the people than among ourselves. Even the beggar respects the fruit by the roadside, although there is nobody to protect it. The reason of this is that France is a nation of small proprietors, that property is much more generally diffused and exposed, and parents of even the lowest class educate their children in carefulness of and fidelity to the property of others. This respect for property is also accompanied with respect for the feelings of others, which constitutes what is called good manners. This is carefully inculcated in the children of all ranks in France. They are very rarely rude. They are civil to strangers. They are civil to each other. Mr. Lang, in his Notes of a Traveler, makes these remarks. This reference to the feelings of others in all that we do is a moral habit of great value when it is generally diffused and enters into the home training of every family. It is an education both of the parent and child in morals, carried on through the medium of external manners. It is a fine distinction of the French national character and of social economy that practical morality is more generally taught through manners among and by the people themselves than in any country in Europe. The same kindly feeling might be observed throughout the entire social intercourse of working men with each other. There is not a moment in their lives in which the opportunity does not occur for exhibiting good manners, in the workshop, in the street, and at home. Provided there be a wish to please others by kind looks and ways, the habit of combining good manners with every action will soon be formed. It is not merely the pleasure of a man gives to others by being kind to them. He receives tenfold more pleasure himself. The man who gets up and offers his chair to a woman, or to an old man, trivial though the act may seem, is rewarded by his own heart, and a thrill of pleasure runs through him the moment he has performed the kindness. Work people need to practice good manners toward each other the more, because they are under the necessity of constantly living with each other and among each other. They are in constant contact with their fellow workmen, whereas the richer classes need not mix with men unless they choose, and then they can select whom they like. The working man's happiness depends much more upon the kind looks, words, and acts of those immediately about him than the rich man's does. It is so in the workshop, and it is the same at home. There the workman cannot retire into his study, but must sit among his family, by the side of his wife, with his children about him. And he must either live kindly with them, performing kind and obliging acts toward his family, or he must see, suffer, and endure the intolerable misery of reciprocal unkindness. Admitted that there are difficulties in the way of working men cultivating the art of good manners, that their circumstances are often very limited and their position unfavorable, yet no man is so poor but that he can be civil and kind if he choose, and to be civil and kind is the very essence of good manners. Even in the most adverse circumstances, a man may try to do his best. If he do, if he speak and act courteously and kindly to all, the result will be so satisfactory, so self-rewarding, that he cannot but be stimulated to persevere in the same course. He will diffuse pleasure about him in the home, make friends of his work-fellows, and be regarded with increased kindness and respect by every right-minded employer. The civil workman will exercise increased power among his class, and gradually induce them to imitate him by his persistent steadiness, civility, and kindness. Thus Benjamin Franklin, when a workman, reformed the habits of an entire workshop. Then, besides the general pleasure arising from the exercise of good manners, there is a great deal of healthful and innocent pleasure to be derived from amusements of various kinds. One cannot be always working, eating, and sleeping. There must be time for relaxation, time for mental pleasures, time for bodily exercise. There is a profound meaning in the word amusement, much more than most people are disposed to admit. In fact, amusement is an important part of education. It is a mistake to suppose that the boy or the man who plays at some outdoor game is wasting his time. Amusement of any kind is not wasting time, but economizing life. Relax and exercise frequently if you would enjoy good health. If you do not relax and take no exercise, the results will soon appear in bodily ailments which always accompany sedentary occupations. "The students," says Lord Derby, "who think they have not time for bodily exercise will, sooner or later, find time for illness." There are people in the world who would, if they had the power, hang the heavens about with crape, throw a shroud over the beautiful and life-giving bosom of the planet, pick the bright stars from the sky, veil the sun with clouds, pluck the silver moon from her place in the firmament, shut up our gardens and fields, and all the flowers with which they are bedecked, and doom the world to an atmosphere of gloom and cheerlessness. There is no reason or morality in this, and there is still less religion. Temperance reformers have not sufficiently considered how much the drinking habits of the country are the consequences of gross tastes, and of the too limited opportunities which exist in this country for obtaining access to amusements of an innocent and improving tendency. The workman's tastes have been allowed to remain uncultivated. Present wants engross his thoughts. The gratification of his appetites is his highest pleasure, and when he relaxes, it is to indulge immoderately in beer or whiskey. The Germans were at one time the drunkenest of nations. They are now among the soberest. "As drunken as a German boor" was a common proverb. How have they been weaned from drink? Principally by education and music. Music has a most humanizing effect. The cultivation of the art has a most favorable influence upon public morals. It furnishes a source of pleasure in every family. It gives home a new attraction. It makes social intercourse more cheerful. Father Matthew followed up his temperance movement by a singing movement. He promoted the establishment of musical clubs all over Ireland, for he felt that, as he had taken the people's whiskey from them, he must give them some wholesome stimulus in its stead. He gave them music. Singing classes were established to refine the taste, soften the manners, and humanize the mass of the Irish people. But we fear that the example set by Father Matthew has already been forgotten. "What a fullness of enjoyment," says Channing, "has our Creator placed within our reach, by surrounding us with an atmosphere which may be shaped into sweet sounds. And yet this goodness is almost lost upon us, through want of culture of the organ by which this provision is to be enjoyed." how much would the general cultivation of the gift of music improve us as a people? Children ought to learn it in schools, as they do in Germany. The voice of music would then be heard in every household. Our old English glees would no longer be forgotten. Men and women might sing in the intervals of their work, as the Germans do in going to and coming from their work. The work would not be worse done, because it was done amidst music and cheerfulness. The breath of society would be sweetened, and pleasure would be linked with labor. Why not have some elegance in even the humblest home? We must, of course, have cleanliness, which is the special elegance of the poor, but why not have pleasant and delightful things to look upon? There is no reason why the humbler classes should not surround themselves with the evidences of beauty and comfort in all their shapes, and thus do homage alike to the gifts of God and the labors of man. The taste for the beautiful is one of the best and most useful endowments. It is one of the handmaids of civilization. Beauty and elegance do not necessarily belong to the homes of the rich. They are, or ought to be, all-pervading. Beauty in all things, in nature, in art, in science, in literature, in social and domestic life. How beautiful, and yet how cheap, are flowers! Not exotics, but what are called common flowers. A rose, for instance, is among the most beautiful of the smiles of nature. "The laughing flowers," exclaims the poet. But there is more than gaiety in blooming flowers, though it takes a wise man to see the beauty, the love, and the adaptation of which they are full. What should we think of one who had invented flowers? Supposing that, before him, flowers were unknown, would he not be regarded as the opener up of a paradise of new delight? Should we not hail the inventor as a genius, as a god? And yet these lovely offsprings of the earth have been speaking to man from the first dawn of his existence until now, telling him of the goodness and wisdom of the creative power, which bid the earth bring forth not only that which was useful as food, but also flowers, the bright consummate flowers to clothe it in beauty and joy. Bring one of the commonest field flowers into a room, place it on a table or chimney-piece, and you seem to have brought a ray of sunshine into the place. There is a cheerfulness about flowers. What a delight they are to the drooping invalid! They are a sweet enjoyment, coming as messengers from the country, and seeming to say, "Come and see where we grow, and let your heart be glad in our presence. Have a flower in the room, by all means. It will cost only a trifle if your ambition is moderate, and the gratification it gives will be beyond price. If you can have a flower for your window, so much the better. What can be more delicious than the sun's light streaming through flowers, through the midst of crimson fuchsias or scarlet geraniums? To look out into the light through flowers, is not that poetry? And to break the force of the sunbeams by the tender resistance of green leaves? If you can train a nasturtium round the window, or some sweet peas, then you will have the most beautiful frame you can invent for the picture without, whether it be the busy crowd or a distant landscape, or trees with their lights and shades, or the changes of the passing clouds. Any one may thus look through flowers for the price of an old song. And what pure taste and refinement does it not indicate on the part of the cultivator? A flower in the window sweetens the air, makes the room look graceful, gives the sun's light a new charm, rejoices the eye, and links nature with beauty. The flower is a companion that will never say a cross thing to anyone, but will always look beautiful and smiling. Do not despise it because it is cheap, and because everybody may have the luxury as well as yourself. Common things are cheap, but common things are invariably the most valuable. Could we only have fresh air or sunshine by purchase, what luxuries they would be considered! But they are free to all, and we think little of their blessings. There is indeed much in nature that we do not yet half enjoy, because we shut our avenues of sensation and feeling. We are satisfied with the matter of fact, and look not for the spirit of fact which is above it. If we opened our minds to enjoyment, we might find tranquil pleasures spread about us on every side. We might live with the angels that visit us on every sunbeam, and sit with the fairies who wait on every flower. We want more loving knowledge to enable us to enjoy life, and we require to cultivate the art of making the most of the common means and appliances of enjoyment which lie about us on every side. A snug and clean home, no matter how tiny it be, so that it be wholesome. Windows into which the sun can shine cheerily. A few good books. And who need be without a few good books in these days of universal cheapness? No duns at the door, and the cupboard well supplied, and with flowers in your room. There is none so poor as not to have about him these elements of pleasure. But why not, besides the beauty of nature, have a taste for the beauty of art? Why not hang up a picture in the room? Ingenious methods have been discovered, some of them quite recently, for almost infinitely multiplying works of art, by means of wood engravings, lithographs, photographs, and autotypes, which render it possible for every person to furnish his rooms with beautiful pictures. Skill and science have thus brought art within reach of the poorest. Any picture, print, or engraving that represents a noble thought, that depicts a heroic act, or that brings a bit of nature from the fields or the streets into our room, is a teacher, a means of education, and a help to self-culture. It serves to make the home more pleasant and attractive. It sweetens domestic life, and sheds a grace and beauty about it. It draws the gazer away from mere consideration of self, and increases his store of delightful association with the world without as well as with the world within. The portrait of a great man, for instance, helps us to read his life. It invests him with a personal interest. Looking at his features, we feel as if we knew him better, and were more closely related to him. Such a portrait, hung up before us daily at our meals and during our leisure hours, unconsciously serves to lift us up and sustain us. It is a link that in some way binds us to a higher and nobler nature. It is not necessary that a picture should be high-priced in order to be beautiful and good. We have seen things for which hundreds of guineas have been paid that have not 1/100th part of the meaning or beauty that is to be found in Linton's woodcut of Raphael's Madonna, which may be had for 2d. The head reminds one of the observation made by Hazlitt upon a picture, that it seems as if an unhandsome act would be impossible in its presence. It embodies the idea of mother's love, womanly beauty, and earnest piety. As someone said of the picture, it looks as if a bit of heaven were in the room. Picture fanciers pay not so much for the merit as for the age and rarity of their works. The poorest may have the seeing eye for beauty, while the rich man may be blind to it. The cheapest engraving may communicate the sense of beauty to the artisan, while the 1,000-guinea picture may fail to communicate to the millionaire anything, excepting, perhaps, the notion that he has got possession of a work which the means of other people cannot compass. Does the picture give you pleasure on looking at it? That is one good test of its worth. You may grow tired of it. Your taste may outgrow it and demand something better, just as the reader may grow out of Montgomery's poetry into Milton's. Then you will take down the daub, and put up a picture with a higher idea in its place. There may thus be a steady progress of art made upon the room walls. If the picture can be put in frames, so much the better, but if they cannot, no matter. Up with them. We know that Owen Jones says it is not good taste to hang prints upon walls. He would merely hang room papers there. But Owen Jones may not be infallible, and here we think he is wrong. To our eyes, a room always looks unfurnished, no matter how costly and numerous the tables, chairs, and ottomans, unless there be pictures upon the walls. It ought to be, and no doubt it is, a great stimulus to artists to know that their works are now distributed in prints and engravings, to decorate and beautify the homes of the people. The woodcutter, the lithographer, and the engraver are the popular interpreters of the great artist. Thus Turner's pictures are not confined to the wealthy possessors of the original works, but may be diffused through all homes by the Millers and Brandards and Wilmots who have engraved them. Thus Landseer finds entrance through woodcuts and mezzotints into every dwelling. Thus Cruikshank preaches temperance, and Ary Scheffer purity and piety. The engraver is the medium by which art in the palace is conveyed into the humblest homes in the kingdom. The art of living may be displayed in many ways. It may be summed up in the words, "Make the best of everything." Nothing is beneath its care, even common and little things it turns to account. It gives a brightness and grace to the home, and invests nature with new charms. Through it we enjoy the rich man's parks and woods as if they were our own. We inhale the common air, and bask under the universal sunshine. We glory in the grass, the passing clouds, and the flowers. We love the common earth, and hear joyful voices through all nature. It extends to every kind of social intercourse. It engenders cheerful good will and loving sincerity. By its help we make others happy, and ourselves blessed. We elevate our being and ennoble our lot. We rise above the groveling creatures of earth, and aspire to the infinite. And thus we link time to eternity, where the true art of living has its final consummation. End of Chapter 1. Read by John Greenman. This is Chapter 2 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. Healthy Homes. The best security for civilization is the dwelling. B. Disraeli. Cleanliness is the elegance of the poor. English proverb. Virtue never dwelt long with filth. Count Rumford. Health is said to be wealth. Indeed, all wealth is valueless without health. Every man who lives by labor, whether of mind or body, regards health as one of the most valuable of possessions. Without it, life would be unenjoyable. The human system has been so framed as to render enjoyment one of the principal ends of physical life. The whole arrangement, structure, and functions of the human system are beautifully adapted for that purpose. Happiness is the rule of healthy existence. Pain and misery are its exceptional conditions. Nor is pain altogether an evil. It is, rather, a salutary warning. It tells us that we have transgressed some rule, violated some law, disobeyed some physical obligation. It is a monitor which warns us to amend our state of living. It virtually says, "Return to nature, observe her laws, and be restored to happiness." Thus, paradoxical though it may seem, pain is one of the conditions of the physical well-being of man, as death, according to Dr. Thomas Brown, is one of the conditions of the enjoyment of life. To enjoy physical happiness, therefore, the natural laws must be complied with. To discover and observe these laws, man has been endowed with the gift of reason. Does he fail to exercise this gift, does he neglect to comply with the law of his being, then pain and disease are the necessary consequence. Man violates the laws of nature in his own person, and he suffers accordingly. He is idle and overfeeds himself. He is punished by gout, indigestion, or apoplexy. He drinks too much. He becomes bloated, trembling, and weak. His appetite falls off, his strength declines, his constitution decays, and he falls a victim to the numerous diseases which haunt the steps of the drunkard. Society suffers in the same way. It leaves districts undrained and streets uncleaned. Masses of the population are allowed to live crowded together in unwholesome dens, half poisoned by the mephitic air of the neighborhood. Then a fever breaks out, or a cholera, or a plague. Disease spreads from the miserable abodes of the poor into the comfortable homes of the rich, carrying death and devastation before it. The misery and suffering incurred in such cases are nothing less than willful, inasmuch as the knowledge necessary to avert them is within the reach of all. Wherever any number of persons live together, the atmosphere becomes poisoned, unless means be provided for its constant change and renovation. If there be not sufficient ventilation, the air becomes charged with carbonic acid, principally the product of respiration. Whatever the body discharges becomes poison to the body if introduced again through the lungs. Hence the immense importance of pure air. A deficiency of food may be considerably less injurious than a deficiency of pure air. Every person above 14 years of age requires about 600 cubic feet of shut-up space to breathe in during the 24 hours. If he sleeps in a room of smaller dimensions, he will suffer more or less, and gradually approach the condition of being smothered. Shut up a mouse in a glass receiver, and it will gradually die by rebreathing its own breath. Shut up a man in a confined space, and he will die in the same way. English soldiers expired in the Black Hole of Calcutta because they wanted pure air. Thus, about half the children born in some manufacturing towns die before they are 5 years old, principally because they want pure air. Humboldt tells of a sailor who was dying of fever in the close hold of a ship. His comrades brought him out of the hold to die in the open air. Instead of dying, he revived, and eventually got well. He was cured by the pure air. The first method of raising a man above the life of an animal is to provide him with a healthy home. The home is, after all, the best school for the world. Children grow up into men and women there. They imbibe their best and their worst morality there, and their morals and intelligence are in a great measure well or ill trained there. Men can only be really and truly humanized and civilized through the institution of the home. Domestic purity and moral life are in the good home, and individual defilement and moral death in the bad one. The schoolmaster has really very little to do with the formation of the characters of children. These are formed in the home by the father and mother, by brothers, sisters, and companions. It does not matter how complete may be the education given in schools. It may include the whole range of knowledge, yet if the scholar is under the necessity of daily returning to a home which is indecent, vicious, and miserable, all this learning will prove of comparatively little value. Character and disposition are the result of home training, and if these are, through bad physical and moral conditions, deteriorated and destroyed, The intellectual culture acquired in the school may prove an instrumentality for evil rather than for good. The home should not be considered merely as an eating and sleeping place, but as a place where self-respect may be preserved and comforts secured and domestic pleasures enjoyed. 3/4 of the petty vices which degrade society and swell into crimes which disgrace it would shrink before the influence of self-respect. To be a place of happiness, exercising beneficial influences upon its members, and especially upon the children growing up within it, the home must be pervaded by the spirit of comfort, cleanliness, affection, and intelligence. And in order to secure this, the presence of a well-ordered, industrious, and educated woman is indispensable. So much depends upon the woman that we might almost pronounce the happiness or unhappiness of the home to be woman's work. No nation can advance except through the improvement of the nation's homes, and they can only be improved through the instrumentality of women. They must know how to make homes comfortable, and before they can know, they must have been taught. Women must therefore have sufficient training to fit them for their duties in real life. Their education should be conducted throughout with a view to their future position as wives, mothers, and housewives. But among all classes, even the highest, the education of girls is rarely conducted with this object. Among the working people, the girls are sent out to work. Among the highest classes, they are sent out to learn a few flashy accomplishments. And men are left to pick from them, very often with little judgment, the future wives and mothers. Men themselves attach little or no importance to the intelligence or industrial skill of women, and they only discover their value when they find their homes stupid and cheerless. Men are caught by the glance of a bright eye, by a pair of cherry cheeks, by a handsome figure, and when they fall in love, as the phrase goes, they never bethink them of whether the loved one can mend a shirt or cook a pudding. And yet the most sentimental of husbands must come down from his ecstatics so soon as the knot is tied, and then he soon enough finds out that the clever hands of a woman are worth far more than her bright glances. And if the shirt and pudding qualifications be absent, then woe to the unhappy man, and woe also to the unhappy woman. If the substantial element of physical comfort be absent from the home, it soon becomes hateful. The wife, notwithstanding all her good looks, is neglected, and the public house separates those whom the law and the church have joined together. Men are really desperately ignorant respecting the home department. If they thought for a moment of its importance, they would not be so ready to rush into premature housekeeping. Ignorant men select equally ignorant women for their wives, and these introduce into the world families of children whom they are utterly incompetent to train as rational or domestic beings. The home is no home, but a mere lodging, and often a very comfortless one. We speak not merely of the poorest laborers, but of the best-paid workmen in the large manufacturing towns, men earning from $10 to $15 a week, or more than the average pay of dry goods and grocers' clerks, though spending considerable amounts on beer, will often grudge so small a part of their income as $2 per week to provide decent homes for themselves and their children. What is the consequence? They degrade themselves and their families. They crowd together in foul neighborhoods, into dwellings possessing no element of health and decency, where even the small rental which they pay is in excess of the accommodation they receive. The results are inevitable: loss of self-respect, degradation of intelligence, failure of physical health, and premature death. Even the highest-minded philosopher, placed in such a situation, would gradually gravitate toward brutality. A healthy home, presided over by a thrifty, cleanly woman, may be the abode of comfort, of virtue, and of happiness. It may be the scene of every ennobling relation in family life. It may be endeared to a man by many delightful memories, by the affectionate voices of his wife, his children, and his neighbors. Such a home will be regarded not as a mere nest of common instinct, but as a training ground for young immortals, a sanctuary for the heart, a refuge from storms, a sweet resting place after labor, a consolation in sorrow, a pride in success, and a joy at all times. Sanitary science may be summed up in the one word, cleanliness. Pure water and pure air are its essentials. Wherever there is impurity, it must be washed away and got rid of. Thus, sanitary science is one of the simplest and most intelligible of all the branches of human knowledge. Perhaps it is because of this that, like most common things, it has continued to receive so little attention. Many still think that it requires no science at all to ventilate a chamber, to clean out a drain, and to keep house and person free from uncleanliness. Sanitary science may be regarded as an unsavory subject. It deals with dirt and its expulsion from the skin, from the house, from the street, and from the city. It is comprised in the words, "Wherever there is dirt, get rid of it instantly, and with cleanliness let there be a copious supply of pure water and of pure air for the purpose of human health." Take, for instance, an unhealthy street or block of streets in a large town. There you find typhoid fever constantly present. Cleanse and sewer the streets, supply it with pure air and pure water, and fever is forthwith banished. Is not this a much more satisfactory result than the application of drugs? 50,000 persons, says Mr. Lee, annually fall victims to typhoid fever in New England, originated by causes which are preventable. The result is the same as if these 50,000 persons were annually taken out of their wretched dwellings and put to death. We are shocked by the news of murder, by the loss of a single life by physical causes, and yet we hear, almost without a shudder, of the reiterated statement of the loss of tens of thousands of lives yearly from physical causes in daily operation. The annual slaughter from preventable causes of typhoid fever is double the amount of what was suffered by the Allied armies at the Battle of Waterloo. By neglect of the ascertained conditions of healthful living, the great mass of the people lose nearly half the natural period of their lives. Typhoid, says a physician, is a curse which man inflicts upon himself by the neglect of sanitary arrangements. The connection is close and intimate between physical and moral health, between domestic well-being and public happiness. The destructive influence of an unwholesome dwelling propagates a moral typhoid worse than a plague itself. Where the body is enfeebled by the depressing influence of vitiated air and bodily defilement, the mind, almost of necessity, takes the same low, unhealthy tone. Self-respect is lost. A stupid, inert, languid feeling overpowers the system. The character becomes depraved and, too often, eager to snatch even a momentary enjoyment, to feel the blood bounding in the veins. The miserable victim flies to the demon of strong drink for relief. Hence misery, infamy, shame, crime, and wretchedness. Mere improvement of towns as respects drainage, sewerage, paving, water supply, and abolition of cellar dwellings will effect comparatively little, unless we can succeed in carrying the improvement further, namely into the houses of the people themselves. A well-devised system of sanitary measures may ensure external cleanliness, may provide that the soil on which the streets of houses are built shall be relieved of all superfluous moisture, and that all animal and vegetable refuse shall be promptly removed, so that the air circulating through the streets and floating from them into the houses of the inhabitants shall not be laden with poisonous miasmata, the source of disease, suffering, and untimely death. Cellar dwellings may be prohibited, and certain regulations as to the buildings that hereafter to be erected may also be enforced. But here municipal authority stops. It can go no further. It cannot penetrate into the home, and it is not necessary that it should do so. The individual efforts of the community themselves are therefore needed, and any legislative enactments which dispensed with these would probably be an evil. The government does not build the houses in which the people dwell. These are provided by employers and by capitalists, small and large. It is necessary, therefore, to enlist these interests in the cause of sanitary improvement in order to ensure success. Individual capitalists have already done much to provide wholesome houses for their working people, and have found their account in so doing by their increased health, as well as in their moral improvement in all ways. Capitalists, imbued with a benevolent and philanthropic spirit, can thus spread blessings far and wide. And were a few enterprising builders in every town to take up this question practically, and provide a class of houses for laborers with suitable accommodation, provided with arrangements for ventilation, cleanliness, and separation of the sexes, such as health and comfort require, they would really be conferring an amount of benefit on the community at large, and at the same time, we believe, upon themselves, which it would not be easy to overestimate. But there also needs the active cooperation of the dwellers in poor men's homes themselves. They, too, must join cordially in the sanitary movement. Otherwise, comparatively little good can be effected. You may provide an efficient water supply, yet if the housewife will not use the water as it ought to be used, if she be lazy and dirty, the house will be foul and comfortless still. You may provide for ventilation, yet if offensive matters be not removed, and doors and windows are kept closed, the pure outer air will be excluded, and the house will still smell musty and unwholesome. In any case, there must be a cleanly woman to superintend the affairs of the house, and she cannot be made so by act of Congress. The sanitary commissioners cannot by any notification convert the slatternly shrew into a tidy housewife, nor the disorderly drunkard into an industrious home-loving husband. There must therefore be individual effort on the part of the housewife in every working man's home. As a recent writer on home reform observes, we must begin by insisting that however much of the physical and moral evils of the working classes may be justly attributable to their dwellings, it is too often the case that more ought, in truth, to be attributed to themselves. For surely the inmate depends less on the house than the house on the inmate, as mind has more power over matter than matter over mind. Let the dwelling be ever so poor and incommodious, yet a family with decent and cleanly habits will contrive to make the best of it, and will take care that there shall be nothing offensive in it which they have power to remove. Whereas a model house, fitted up with every convenience and comfort which modern science can supply, will, if occupied by persons of intemperate and uncleanly habits, speedily become a disgrace and a nuisance. A sober, industrious, and cleanly couple will impart an air of decency and respectability to the poorest dwelling, while the spendthrift, the drunkard, or the gambler will convert a palace into a scene of discomfort and disgust. Since, therefore, so much depends on the character and conduct of the parties themselves, it is right that they should feel their responsibility in this matter, and that they should know and attend to the various points connected with the improvement of their own homes. Homes are the manufactories of men, and as the homes are, so will the men be. Mind will be degraded by the physical influences around it. Decency will be destroyed by constant contact with impurity and defilement, and coarseness of manners, habits, and tastes will become inevitable. You cannot rear a kindly nature, sensitive against evil, careful of proprieties, and desirous of moral and intellectual improvement, amidst the darkness, dampness, disorder, and discomfort which unhappily characterize so large a portion of the dwellings of the poor in our large towns. And until we can, by some means or other, improve their domestic accommodation, their low moral and social condition must be regarded as inevitable. We want not only a better class of dwellings, but we require the people to be so educated as to appreciate them. A certain landlord took his tenantry out of their mud huts and removed them into comfortable dwellings which he had built for their accommodation. When he returned to his estate, he was greatly disappointed. The houses were as untidy and uncomfortable as before. The pig was still under the bed, and the hens over it. The concrete floor was as dirty as the mud one had been. The panes of the windows were broken, and the garden was full of weeds. The landlord wrote to a friend in despair. The friend replied, "You have begun at the wrong end. You ought to have taught them the value of cleanliness, thriftiness, and comfort." To begin at the beginning, therefore, we must teach the people the necessity of cleanliness, its virtues, and its wholesomeness, for which purpose it is requisite that they should be intelligent, capable of understanding ideas conveyed in words, able to discern, able to read, able to think. In short, the people, as children, must first have been to school, and properly taught there, whereas we have allowed the majority of the working people to grow up untaught, nearly half of them unable to read and write. And then we expect them to display the virtues, prudence, judgment, and forethought of well-educated beings. It is of the first importance to teach people cleanly habits. This can be done without teaching them either reading or writing. Cleanliness is more than wholesomeness. It furnishes an atmosphere of self-respect, and influences the moral condition of the entire household. It is the best exponent of the spirit of thrift. It is to the economy of the household what hygiene is to the human body. It should preside at every detail of domestic service. It indicates comfort and well-being. It is among the distinctive attributes of civilization, and marks the progress of nations. We need scarcely refer to the moral as well as the physical beauty of cleanliness, cleanliness which indicates self-respect and is the root of many fine virtues, and especially of purity, delicacy, and decency. We might even go further, and say that purity of thought and feeling results from habitual purity of body. For the mind and heart of man are, to a very great extent, influenced by external conditions and circumstances, and habit and custom, as regards outward things, stamp themselves deeply on the whole character, alike upon the moral feelings and the intellectual powers. Moses was the most practical of sanitary reformers. Among the Eastern nations generally, cleanliness is a part of religion. They esteem it not only as next to godliness, but as a part of godliness itself. They connect the idea of internal sanctity with that of external purification. They believe that it would be an insult to the Maker they worship to come into his presence covered with impurity. Hence the Mohammedans devote almost as much care to the erection of baths as to that of mosques, and alongside the place of worship is usually found the place of cleansing, so that the faithful may have the ready means of purification previous to their act of worship. The common well-being of men, women, and children depends upon attention to what at first may appear comparatively trivial matters, and unless these small matters be attended to, comfort in person, mind, and feeling is absolutely impossible. The physical satisfaction of a child, for example, depends upon attention to its feeding, clothing, and washing. These are commonest of common things, and yet they are of the most essential importance. If the child is not properly fed and clothed, it will grow up feeble and ill-conditioned, and as the child is, so will the man be. Grown people cannot be comfortable without regular attention to these matters. Everyone needs and ought to have comfort at home, and comfort is the united product of cleanliness, thrift, regularity, industry. In short, a continuous performance of duties, each in itself apparently trivial. The cooking of a potato, the baking of a loaf, the mending of a shirt, the darning of a pair of stockings, the making of a bed, the scrubbing of a floor, the washing and dressing of a baby, are all matters of no great moment, but a woman ought to know how to do all these before the management of a household, however poor, is entrusted to her. Why, asked Lord Ashburton in a lecture to the students of the Wolvesey training schools, was one mother of a family a better economist than another? Why could one live in abundance where another starved? Why, in similar dwellings, were the children of one parent healthy, of another puny and ailing? Why could this laborer do with ease a task that would kill his fellow? It was not luck or chance that decided those differences. It was the patient observation of nature that suggested to some gifted minds rules for their guidance which had escaped the heedlessness of others. It is not so much, however, the patient observation of nature as good training in the home and in the school that enables some women to accomplish so much more than others in the development of human beings and the promotion of human comfort. And to do this efficiently, women as well as men require to be instructed as to the nature of the objects upon which they work. Take one branch of science as an illustration, the physiological. In this science, we hold that every woman should receive some instruction. And why not? Because if the laws of physiology were understood by women, children would grow up into better, healthier, happier, and probably wiser men and women. Children are subject to certain physiological laws, the observance of which is necessary for their health and comfort. Is it not reasonable, therefore, to expect that women should know something of the laws and of their operation? If they are ignorant of them, they will be liable to commit all sorts of blunders, productive of suffering, disease, and death. To what are we to attribute the frightful mortality of children in most of our large towns, where 1/2 of all that are born perish before they reach their 5th year? If women, as well as men, knew something of the laws of healthy living, about the nature of the atmosphere, how its free action upon the blood is necessary to health, of the laws of ventilation, cleanliness, and nutrition, we cannot but think that the moral, not less than the physical, condition of the human beings committed to their charge would be greatly improved and promoted. Were anything like a proper attention given to common things, there would not be such an amount of discomfort, disease, and mortality among the young. But we accustom people to act as if there were no such provisions as natural laws. If we violate them, we do not escape the consequences, because we have been ignorant of their mode of operation. We have been provided with intelligence that we might know them, and if society keep its members blind and ignorant, the evil consequences will be inevitably reaped. Thus tens of thousands perish for lack of knowledge of even the smallest and yet most necessary conditions of right living. Much might be said in favor of household management, and especially in favor of improved cookery. Ill-cooked meals are a source of discomfort in many families. Bad cooking is waste of money and loss of comfort. Whom God has joined in matrimony, ill-cooked joints and ill-boiled potatoes have very often put asunder. Among the common things which educators should teach the rising generation, this ought certainly not to be overlooked. It is the most common and yet most neglected of the branches of female education. The greater part of human labor is occupied in the direct production of the materials for human food. The farming classes and their laborers devote themselves to the planting, rearing, and reaping of oats and other cereals, and the grazing farmer to the production of cattle and sheep for the maintenance of the population at large. All these articles, corn, beef, mutton, and such like, are handed over to the female half of the human species to be converted into food for the sustenance of themselves, their husbands, and their families. How do they use their power? Can they cook? Have they been taught to cook? Is it not a fact that in this country cooking is one of the lost or undiscovered arts? Thousands of artisans and laborers are deprived of half the actual nutriment of their food, and continue half-starved because their wives are utterly ignorant of the art of cooking. They are yet in entire darkness as to the economizing of food, and the means of rendering it palatable and digestible. Great would be the gain to the community if cookery were made an ordinary branch of female education. To the poor the gain would be incalculable. Among the prizes which the bountifuls of both sexes are fond of bestowing in the country, we should like to see some offered for the best boiled potato, the best grilled mutton chop, and the best seasoned soup or broth. In writing of a well-boiled potato, we are aware that we shall incur the contempt of many for attaching importance to a thing they suppose to be so common. But the fact is that their contempt arises, as is often the origin of contempt, from their ignorance, there being not one person in 100 who has ever seen and tasted that great rarity, a well-boiled potato. In short, we want common sense in cookery, as in most other things. Food should be used, and not abused. Much of it is now absolutely wasted for want of a little art in cooking it. Food is not only wasted by bad cooking, but much of it is thrown away, which Frenchwomen would convert into something savory and digestible. Health, morals, and family enjoyments are all connected with the question of cookery. Above all, it is the handmaid of thrift. It makes the most and the best of the bounties of God. It wastes nothing, but turns everything to account. Every woman ought to be accomplished in an art which confers so much comfort, health, and wealth upon the members of her household. Many intelligent, high-minded ladies, who have left disgusted at the idleness to which society condemns them, have of late years undertaken the work of visiting the poor and of nursing, a noble work. But there is another school of usefulness which stands open to them. Let them study the art of common cookery, and diffuse the knowledge of it among the people. They will thus do an immense amount of good, and bring down the blessings of many a half-hungered husband upon their benevolent heads. Women of the poorer classes require much help from those who are better educated, or who have been placed in better circumstances than themselves. The greater number of them marry young, and suddenly enter upon a life for which they have not received the slightest preparation. They know nothing of cookery, of sewing, of clothes mending, or of economical ways of spending their husband's money. Hence, slatternly and untidy habits, and uncomfortable homes, from which the husband is often glad to seek refuge in the nearest public house. The following story, told by Joseph Corbett, a Birmingham operative, before a parliamentary committee, holds true of many working people in the manufacturing districts. "My mother," he said, "worked in a manufactory from a very early age. She was clever and industrious, and, moreover, she had the reputation of being virtuous. She was regarded as an excellent match for the working-man. She was married early. She became the mother of 11 children. I am the eldest. To the best of her ability she performed the important duties of a wife and mother, but she was lamentably deficient in domestic knowledge. In that most important of all instructions, how to make the home and the fireside to possess a charm for her husband and children, she had never received one single lesson. As the family increased, so everything like comfort disappeared altogether. The power to make home cheerful and comfortable was never given to her. She knew not the value of cherishing in my father's mind a love of domestic objects. Not one moment's happiness did I ever see under my father's roof. All this dismal state of things I can distinctly trace to the entire and perfect absence of all training and instruction to my mother. He became intemperate, and his intemperance made her destitute. She made many efforts to abstain from shop work, but her pecuniary necessities forced her back into the shop. The family was large, and every moment was required at home. I have known her, after the close of a hard day's work, sit up nearly all night for several nights together, washing and mending clothes. My father could have no comfort there. These domestic obligations, which in a well-regulated house would be done so as not to provoke the husband, were to my father a sort of annoyance, and he, from an ignorant and mistaken notion, sought comfort in an ale-house. My mother's ignorance of household duties, my father's consequent irritability and intemperance, the frightful poverty, the constant quarreling, the pernicious example to my brothers and sisters, the bad effect upon the future conduct of my brothers, one and all of us being forced out to work so young that our feeble earnings would produce only 1 shilling a week. Cold and hunger and the innumerable sufferings of my childhood crowd upon my mind and overpower me. They keep alive a deep anxiety for the emancipation of thousands of families who are in a similar state of horrible misery. My own experience tells me that the instruction of the females in the work of a house, in teaching them to produce cheerfulness and comfort at the fireside, would prevent a great amount of misery and crime. There would be fewer drunken husbands and disobedient children. Female education is disgracefully neglected. I attach more importance to it than to anything else, for woman imparts the first impression to the young susceptible mind. She molds the child from which is formed the future man. End of Chapter 2. Healthy Homes. Read by John Greenman. This is Chapter 3 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Influence of Character. The prosperity of a country depends not on the abundance of its revenues, nor on the strength of its fortifications, nor on the beauty of its public buildings, but it consists in the number of its cultivated citizens, in its men of education, enlightenment, and character. Here are to be found its true interest, its chief strength, its real power. Martin Luther. Character is one of the greatest motive powers in the world. In its noblest embodiments, it exemplifies human nature in its highest forms, for it exhibits man at his best. Men of genuine excellence in every station of life, men of industry, of integrity, of high principle, of sterling honesty of purpose, command the spontaneous homage of mankind. It is natural to believe in such men, to have confidence in them, and to imitate them. All that is good in the world is upheld by them, and without their presence in it, the world would not be worth living in. Although genius always commands admiration, character most secures respect. The former is more the product of brain power, the latter of heart power. And, in the long run, it is the heart that rules in life. Men of genius stand to society in the relation of its intellect, as men of character of its conscience. And while the former are admired, the latter are followed. Great men are always exceptional men, and greatness itself is but comparative. Indeed, the range of most men in life is so limited that very few have the opportunity of being great. But each man can act his part honestly and honorably, and to the best of his ability. He can use his gifts and not abuse them. He can strive to make the best of life. He can be true, just, honest, and faithful, even in small things. In a word, he can do his duty in that sphere in which Providence has placed him. Commonplace though it may appear, this doing of one's duty embodies the highest ideal of life and character. There may be nothing heroic about it, but the common lot of men is not heroic, and though the abiding sense of duty upholds man in his brightest attitudes, it also equally sustains him in the transaction of the ordinary affairs of everyday existence. Man's life is centered in the sphere of common duties. The most influential of all the virtues are those which are the most in request for daily use. They wear the best and last the longest. Superfine virtues, which are above the standard of common men, may only be sources of temptation and danger. Burke has truly said that the human system which rests for its basis on the heroic virtues is sure to have a superstructure of weakness or of profligacy. When Dr. Abbott drew the character of his deceased friend Thomas Sackville, he did not dwell upon his merits as a statesman or his genius as a poet, but upon his virtues as a man in relation to the ordinary duties of life. "How many rare things were in him," said he, "who more loving unto his wife? Who more kind unto his children? Who more fast unto his friend? Who more moderate unto his enemy? Who more true to his word?" Indeed, we can always better understand and appreciate a man's real character by the manner in which he conducts himself towards those who are the most nearly related to him, and by his transaction of the seemingly commonplace details of daily duty, than by his public exhibition of himself as an author, an orator, or a statesman. At the same time, while duty for the most part applies to the conduct of affairs in common life by the average of common men, it is also a sustaining power to men of the very highest standard of character. They may not have either money or property or learning or power, and yet they may be strong in heart and rich in spirit, honest, truthful, dutiful. and whoever strives to do his duty faithfully in fulfilling the purpose for which he was created, and building up in himself the principles of a manly character. There are many persons of whom it may be said that they have no other possession in the world but their character, and yet they stand as firmly upon it as any crowned king. Intellectual culture has no necessary relation to purity or excellence of character. In the New Testament, appeals are constantly made to the heart of man, and to the spirit we are of, while allusions to the intellect are of very rare occurrence. "A handful of good life," says George Herbert, "is worth a bushel of learning." Not that learning is to be despised, but that it must be allied to goodness. Intellectual capacity is sometimes found associated with the meanest moral character, with abject servility to those in high places, and arrogance to those of low estate. A man may be accomplished in art, literature, and science, and yet in honesty, virtue, truthfulness, and the spirit of duty, be entitled to take rank after many a poor and illiterate peasant. "You insist," wrote Perthes to a friend, "on respect for learned men. I say, Amen. But at the same time, don't forget that largeness of mind, depth of thought, appreciation of the lofty, experience of the world, delicacy of manner, tact and energy in action, love of truth, honesty, and amiability, that all these may be wanting in a man who may yet be very learned." When someone, in Sir Walter Scott's hearing, made a remark as to the value of literary talents and accomplishments, as if they were above all things to be esteemed and honored, he observed, "God help us! What a poor world this would be if that were the true doctrine! I have read books enough, and observed and conversed with enough of eminent and splendidly cultured minds, too, in my time, but I assure you I have heard higher sentiments from the lips of poor, uneducated men and women, when exerting the spirit of severe yet gentle heroism under difficulties and afflictions, or speaking their simple thoughts as to circumstances in the lot of friends and neighbors, than I ever yet met without of the Bible. We shall never learn to feel and respect our real calling and destiny unless we have taught ourselves to consider everything as moonshine compared with the education of the heart. Still less has wealth any necessary connection with elevation of character. On the contrary, it is much more frequently the cause of its corruption and degradation. Wealth and corruption, luxury and vice, have very close affinities to each other. Wealth, in the hands of men of weak purpose, of deficient self-control, or of ill-regulated passions, is only a temptation and a snare. The source, it may be, of infinite mischief to themselves and often to others. On the contrary, a condition of comparative poverty is compatible with character in its highest form. A man may possess only his industry, his frugality, his integrity, and yet stand high in the rank of true manhood. The advice which Burns' father gave him was the best. "He bade me act a manly part, though I had ne'er a farthing, for without an honest manly heart no man was worth regarding." One of the purest and noblest characters the writer ever knew was a laboring man in a northern county, never amounting to more than 10 shillings a week. Though possessed of only the rudiments of common education, obtained at an ordinary parish school, he was a man full of wisdom and thoughtfulness. His library consisted of the Bible, Flavel, and Boston, books which, excepting the first, probably few readers have ever heard of. This good man might have sat for the portrait of Wordsworth's well-known Wanderer. When he had lived his modest life of work and worship, and finally went to his rest, he left behind him a reputation for practical wisdom, for genuine goodness, and for helpfulness in every good work, which greater and richer men might have envied. When Luther died, he left behind him, as set forth in his will, no ready money, no treasure of coin of any description. He was so poor at one part of his life that he was under the necessity of earning his bread by turning, gardening, and clock-making. Yet, at the very time when he was thus working with his hands, he was molding the character of his country, and he was morally stronger and vastly more honored and followed than all the princes of Germany. Character is property. It is the noblest of possessions. It is an estate in the general good-will and respect of men, and they who invest in it, though they may not become rich in this world's goods, will find their reward in esteem and reputation fairly and honorably won. And it is right that in life good qualities should tell, that industry, virtue, and goodness should rank the highest, and that the really best men should be foremost. Simple honesty of purpose in a man goes a long way in life, if founded on a just estimate of himself and a steady obedience to the rule he knows and feels to be right. It holds a man straight, gives him strength and sustenance, and forms a mainspring of vigorous action. "No man," once said Sir Benjamin Rudyard, "is bound to be rich or great, no, nor to be wise, but every man is bound to be honest." But the purpose, besides being honest, must be inspired by sound principles and pursued with undeviating adherence to truth, integrity, and uprightness. Without principles, a man is like a ship without rudder or compass, left to drift hither and thither with every wind that blows. He is as one without law, or rule, or order, or government. Moral principles, says Hume, are social and universal. They form, in a manner, the party of humankind against vice and disorder, its common enemy. Epictetus once received a visit from a certain magnificent orator going to Rome on a lawsuit, who wished to learn from the Stoic something of his philosophy. Epictetus received his visitor coolly, not believing in his sincerity. "You will only criticize my style," said he, "not really wishing to learn principles." "Well, but," said the orator, "if I attend to that sort of thing, I shall be a mere pauper like you, with no plate, nor equipage, nor land." "I don't want such things," replied Epictetus, "and besides, you are poorer than I am, after all. Patron or no patron, what care I? You do care. I am richer than you. I don't care what Caesar thinks of me. I flatter no one. This is what I have instead of your gold and silver plate. You have silver vessels, but earthenware reasons, principles, appetites. My mind to me a kingdom is, and it furnishes me with abundant and happy occupation in lieu of your restless idleness. All your possessions seem small to you. Mine seem great to me. Your desire is insatiate. Mine is satisfied. Talent is by no means rare in the world, nor is even genius. But can talent be trusted? Can the genius? Not unless based on truthfulness, on veracity. It is this quality more than any other that commands the esteem and respect, and secures the confidence of others. Truthfulness is at the foundation of all personal excellence. It exhibits itself in conduct. It is rectitude, truth in action, and shines through every word and deed. It means reliableness, and convinces other men that it can be trusted. And a man is already of consequence in the world when it is known that he can be relied on, that when he says he knows a thing, he does know it, that when he says he will do a thing, he can do and does do it. Thus reliableness becomes a passport to the general esteem and confidence of mankind. In the affairs of life or of business, it is not intellect that tells so much as character, not brain so much as heart, not genius so much as self-control, patience, and discipline regulated by judgment. Hence, there is no better provision for the uses of either private or public life than a fair share of ordinary good sense guided by rectitude. Good sense, disciplined by experience and inspired by goodness, issues in practical wisdom. Indeed, goodness, in a measure, implies wisdom, the highest wisdom, the union of the worldly with the spiritual. The correspondences of wisdom and goodness, says Sir Henry Taylor, are manifold, and that they will accompany each other is to be inferred, not only because men's wisdom makes them good, but because their goodness makes them wise. It is because of this controlling power of character in life that we often see men exercise an amount of influence apparently out of all proportion to their intellectual endowments. They appear to act by means of some latent power, some reserved force, which acts secretly, by mere presence. As Burke said of a powerful nobleman of the last century, his virtues were his means. The secret is that the aims of such men are felt to be pure and noble, and they act upon others with a constraining power. Though the reputation of men of genuine character may be of slow growth, their true qualities cannot be wholly concealed. They may be misrepresented by some and misunderstood by others. Misfortune and adversity may, for a time, overtake them, but with patience and endurance they will eventually inspire the respect and command the confidence which they really deserve. It has been said of Sheridan that, had he possessed reliableness of character, he might have ruled the world, whereas, for want of it, his splendid gifts were comparatively useless. He dazzled and amused, but was without weight or influence in life or politics. Even the poor pantomimist of Drury Lane felt himself his superior. Thus, when Delpini one day pressed the manager for arrears of salary, Sheridan sharply reproved him, telling him he had forgotten his station. "No, indeed, Monsieur Sheridan, I have not," retorted Delpini. "I know the difference between us perfectly well. In birth, parentage, and education, you are superior to me. But in life, character, and behavior, I am superior to you." Unlike Sheridan, Burke, his countryman, was a great man of character. He was 35 before he gained a seat in Parliament, yet he found time to carve his name deep in the political history of England. He was a man of great gifts and of transcendent force of character, yet he had a weakness which proved a serious defect. It was his want of temper. His genius was sacrificed to his irritability, and without this apparently minor gift of temper, the most splendid endowments may be comparatively valueless to their possessor. Character is formed by a variety of minute circumstances, more or less under the regulation and control of the individual. Not a day passes without its discipline, whether for good or for evil. There is no act, however trivial, but has its train of consequences, as there is no hair so small but casts its shadow. It was a wise saying of Mrs. Schimmelpenmink's mother, never to give way to what is little, or by that little, however you may despise it, you will be practically governed. Every action, every thought, every feeling contributes to the education of the temper, the habits, and understanding, and exercises an inevitable influence upon all the acts of our future life. Thus, character is undergoing constant change, for better or for worse, either being elevated on the one hand, or degraded on the other. "There is no fault nor folly of my life," says Mr. Ruskin, "that does not rise up against me, and take away my joy, and shorten my power of possession, of sight, of understanding. And every past effort of my life, every gleam of rightness or good in it, is with me now to help me in my grasp of this art and its vision." Says Lewes in his Life of Goethe, "Instead of saying that man is the creature of circumstance, it would be nearer the mark to say that man is the architect of circumstance. It is character which builds an existence out of circumstance. Our strength is measured by our plastic power. From the same materials one man builds palaces, another hovels. One warehouses, another villas. Bricks and mortar are mortar and bricks, until the architect can make them something else. Thus it is that in the same family, in the same circumstances, one man rears a stately edifice, while his brother, vacillating and incompetent, lives forever amid ruins. The block of granite which was an obstacle on the pathway of the weak becomes a stepping-stone on the pathway of the strong. The mechanical law that action and reaction are equal holds true also in morals. Good deeds act and react on the doers of them, and so do evil. Not only so, they produce like effects, by the influence of example, on those who are the subjects of them. But man is not the creature so much as he is the creator of circumstances, and by the exercise of his free will he can direct his actions so that they shall be productive of good rather than evil. "Nothing can work me damage but myself," said St. Bernard. "The harm that I sustain I carry about with me, and I am never a real sufferer but by my own fault." The best sort of character, however, cannot be formed without effort. There needs the exercise of constant self-watchfulness, self-discipline, and self-control. There may be much faltering, stumbling, and temporary defeat, difficulties and temptations manifold to be battled with and overcome, but if the spirit be strong and the heart be upright, no one need despair of ultimate success. The very effort to advance, to arrive at a higher standard of character than we have reached, is inspiring and invigorating, and even though we may fall short of it, we cannot fail to be improved by every honest effort made in an upward direction. And with the light of great examples to guide us, representatives of humanity in its best forms, everyone is not only justified, but bound in duty to aim at reaching the highest standard of character, not to become the richest in means, but in spirit, not the greatest in worldly positions, but in true honor, not the most intellectual, but the most virtuous, not the most powerful and influential, but the most truthful, upright, and honest. Character exhibits itself in conduct, guided and inspired by principle, integrity, and practical wisdom. In its highest form, it is the individual will acting energetically under the influence of religion, morality, and reason. It chooses its way considerately, and pursues it steadfastly, esteeming duty above reputation and the approval of conscience more than the world's praise. While respecting the personality of others, it preserves its own individuality and independence, and has the courage to be morally honest, though it may be unpopular, trusting tranquilly to time and experience for recognition. Although the force of example will always exercise great influence upon the formation of character, the self-originating and sustaining force of one's own spirit must be the mainstay. This alone can hold up the life, and give individual independence and energy. "Unless man can erect himself above himself," said Daniel, a poet of the Elizabethan era, "how poor a thing is man!" Without a certain degree of practical, efficient force, compounded of will, which is the root, and wisdom, which is the stem of character, life will be indefinite and purposeless, like a body of stagnant water, instead of a running stream, doing useful work and keeping the machinery of a district in motion. When the elements of character are brought into action by determinate will and influenced by high purpose, man enters upon and courageously perseveres in the path of duty, at whatever cost of worldly interest. He may be said to approach the summit of his being. He then exhibits character in its most intrepid form, and embodies the highest issue of manliness. The acts of such a man become repeated in the life and action of others. His very words live and become actions. Thus every word of Luther's rang through Germany like a trumpet. As Richter said of him, his words were half battles. And thus Luther's life became transfused into the life of his country, and still lives in the character of modern Germany. It was truly said of Sheridan, who, with all his improvidence, was generous and never gave pain, that his wit in the combat, as gentle as bright, never carried a heart-stain away on its blade. Such also was the character of Fox, who commanded the affection and service of others by his uniform heartiness and sympathy. He was a man who could always be most easily touched on the side of his honor. Thus the story is told of a tradesman calling upon him one day for the payment of a promissory note, which he presented. Fox was engaged at the time counting out gold. The tradesman asked to be paid from the money before him. "No," said Fox, "I owe this money to Sheridan. It is a debt of honor. If any accident happened to me, he would have nothing to show." "Then," said the tradesman, "I change my debt into one of honor." And he tore up the note. Fox was conquered by the act. He thanked the man for his confidence, and paid him, saying, "Then Sheridan must wait. Yours is the debt of older standing." The man of character is conscientious. He puts his conscience into his work, into his words, into his every action. When Cromwell asked the Parliament for soldiers in lieu of the decayed serving-men who filled the Commonwealth's army, he required that they should be men who made some conscience of what they did. And such were the men of which his celebrated regiment of Ironsides was composed. The man of character is also reverential. The possession of this quality marks the noblest and highest type of manhood and womanhood. Reverence for things consecrated by the homage of generations, for high objects, pure thoughts, and noble aims, for the great men of former times, and the high-minded workers among our contemporaries. Reverence is alike indispensable to the happiness of individuals, of families, and of nations. Without it there can be no trust, no faith, no confidence, either in man or God, neither social peace nor social progress. For reverence is but another word for religion, which binds men to each other and all to God. Energy of will, self-originating force, is the soul of every great character. Where it is, there is life. Where it is not, there is faintness, helplessness, and despondency. The strong man and the waterfall, says the proverb, channel their own path. The energetic leader of noble spirit not only wins a way for himself, but carries others with him. His every act has a personal significance, indicating vigor, independence, and self-reliance, and unconsciously commands respect, admiration, and homage. Such intrepidity of character was possessed by Luther, Cromwell, Washington, Pitt, Wellington, and all great leaders of men. "I am convinced," said Mr. Gladstone, in describing the qualities of the late Lord Palmerston in the House of Commons, shortly after his death, "I am convinced that it was the force of will, a sense of duty, and a determination not to give in, that enabled him to make himself a model for all of us who yet remain and follow him, with feeble and unequal steps, in the discharge of our duties. It was that force of will that, in point of fact, did not so much struggle against the infirmities of old age, but actually repelled them and kept them at a distance. And one other quality there is, at least, that may be noticed without the smallest risk of stirring in any breast a painful emotion. It is this, that Lord Palmerston had a nature incapable of enduring anger or any sentiment of wrath. This freedom from wrathful sentiment was not the result of painful effort, but the spontaneous fruit of the mind. It was a noble gift of his original nature, a gift which beyond all others it was delightful to observe, delightful also to remember in connection with him who has left us, and with him we have no longer to do, except in endeavoring to profit by his example wherever it can lead us in the path of duty and of right, and of bestowing on him those tributes of admiration and affection which he deserves at our hands. The great leader attracts to himself men of kindred character, drawing them towards him as the lodestone draws iron. Thus Sir John Moore early distinguished the three brothers Napier from the crowd of officers by whom he was surrounded, and they, on their part, repaid him by their passionate admiration. They were captivated by his courtesy, his bravery, and his lofty disinterestedness, and he became the model whom they resolved to imitate, and, if possible, to emulate. Moore's influence, says the biographer of Sir William Napier, had a signal effect in forming and maturing their characters, and it is no small glory to have been the hero of those three men, while his early discovery of their mental and moral qualities is a proof of Moore's own penetration and judgment of character. There is a contagiousness in every example of energetic conduct. The brave man is an inspiration to the weak, and compels them, as it were, to follow him. Thus Napier relates that, at the combat of Vera, when the Spanish centre was broken and in flight, a young officer named Havelock sprang forward, and waving his hat, called upon the Spaniards within sight to follow him. Putting spurs to his horse, he leapt the abattis which protected the French front, and went headlong against them. The Spaniards were electrified. In a moment they dashed after him, cheering for El Chico Blanco, the fair boy, and with one shock they broke through the French and sent them flying downhill. And so it is in ordinary life. The good and the great draw others after them. They lighten and lift up all who are within reach of their influence. They are so many living centers of beneficent activity. Let a man of energetic and upright character be appointed to a position of trust and authority, and all who serve under him become, as it were, conscious of an increase of power. When Chatham was appointed minister, His personal influence was at once felt through all the ramifications of office. Every sailor who served under Nelson, and knew he was in command, shared the inspiration of the hero. When Washington consented to act as commander-in-chief, it was felt as if the strength of the American forces had been more than doubled. Many years later, in 1798, when Washington, grown old, had withdrawn from public life and was living in retirement at Mount Vernon, and when it seemed probable that France would declare war against the United States, President Adams wrote to him, saying, "We must have your name, if you will permit us to use it. There will be more efficacy in it than in many an army." Such was the esteem in which the great President's noble character and eminent abilities were held by his countrymen. When the dissolution of the Union at one time seemed imminent, and Washington wished to retire into private life, Jefferson wrote to him urging his continuance in office. "The confidence of the whole Union," he said, "centers in you. Your being at the helm will be more than an answer to every argument which can be used to alarm and lead the people in any quarter into violence and secession. There is sometimes an eminence of character on which society has such peculiar claims as to control the predilection of the individual for a particular walk of happiness, and restrain him to that alone arising from the present and future benedictions of mankind. This seems to be your condition, and the law imposed on you by Providence in forming your character and fashioning the events on which it was to operate. And it is to motives like these, and not to personal anxieties of mine or others, who have no right to call on you for sacrifices, that I appeal from your former determination, and urge a revisal of it on the ground of change in the aspect of things." An incident is related by the historian of the Peninsular War, illustrative of the personal influence exercised by a great commander over his followers. The British army lay at Preface, before which Soult was advancing, prepared to attack in force. Wellington was absent, and his arrival was anxiously looked for. Suddenly a single horseman was seen riding up the mountain alone. It was the Duke, about to join his troops. One of Campbell's Portuguese battalions first described him and raised a joyful cry. Then the shrill clamor, caught up by the next regiment, soon swelled as it ran along the line into that appalling shout which the British soldier is wont to give upon the edge of battle, and which no enemy ever heard unmoved. Suddenly he stopped at a conspicuous point, for he desired both armies should know he was there, and a double spy who was present pointed out Soult, who was so near that his features could be distinguished. Attentively Wellington fixed his eyes on that formidable man, and as if speaking to himself, he said, "Yonder is a great commander, but he is cautious, and will delay his attack to ascertain the cause of those cheers. That will give time for the 6th Division to arrive, and I shall beat him." Which he did. In some cases, personal character acts by a kind of talismanic influence, as if certain men were the organs of a sort of supernatural force. "If I but stamp on the ground in Italy," said Pompey, "an army will appear." At the voice of Peter the Hermit, as described by the historian, Europe arose and precipitated itself upon Asia. It was said of the Caliph Omar that his walking-stick struck more terror into those who saw it than another man's sword. The very names of some men are like the sound of a trumpet. When the Douglas lay mortally wounded on the field of Otterburn, he ordered his name to be shouted still louder than before, saying there was a tradition in his family that a dead Douglas should win a battle. His followers, inspired by the sound, gathered fresh courage, rallied, and conquered, and thus, in the words of the Scottish poet, "The Douglas dead, his name hath won the field." There have been some men whose greatest conquests have been achieved after they themselves were dead. Never, says Michelet, was Caesar more alive, more powerful, more terrible, than when his old and worn-out body, his withered corpse, lay pierced with blows. He appeared then purified, redeemed, that which he had been despite his many stains, the man of humanity. Never did the great character of William of Orange, surnamed the Silent, exercise greater power over his countrymen than after his assassination at Delft by the emissary of the Jesuits. On the very day of his murder, the Estates of Holland resolved to maintain the good cause, with God's help, to the uttermost, without sparing gold or blood, and they kept their word. Character embodied in thought and deed is of the nature of immortality. The solitary thought of a great thinker will dwell in the minds of men for centuries, until at length it works itself into their daily life and practice. It lives on through the ages, speaking as a voice from the dead, and influencing minds living thousands of years apart. Thus Moses and David and Solomon, Plato and Socrates and Xenophon, Seneca and Cicero and Epictetus still speak to us as from their tombs. They still arrest the attention, and exercise an influence upon character, though their thoughts be conveyed in languages unspoken by them, and in their time unknown. Theodore Parker has said that a single man like Socrates was worth more to a country than many such states as South Carolina, that if that state went out of the world today, she would not have done so much for the world as Socrates. Erasmus so reverenced the character of Socrates that he said, when he considered his life and doctrines, he was inclined to put him in the calendar of saints, and to exclaim, "Holy Socrates, pray for us." Great workers and great thinkers are the true makers of history, which is but continuous humanity influenced by men of character, by great leaders, kings, priests, philosophers, statesmen, and patriots, the true aristocracy of man. Indeed, Mr. Carlyle has broadly stated that universal history is, at bottom, but the history of great men. They certainly mark and designate the epochs of national life. Their influence is active as well as reactive. Though their mind is, in a measure, the product of their age, the public mind is also, to a great extent, their creation. Their individual action identifies the cause, the institution. They think great thoughts, cast them abroad, and the thoughts make events. Thus the early reformers initiated the Reformation, and with it the liberation of modern thought. Emerson has said that every institution is to be regarded as but the lengthened shadow of some great man, as Islamism of Mohammed, Puritanism of Calvin, Jesuitism of Loyola, Quakerism of Fox, Methodism of Wesley, Abolitionism of Clarkson. Great men stamp their mind upon their age and nation, as Luther did upon modern Germany, and Knox upon Scotland. And if there be one man more than another that stamped his mind on modern Italy, it was Dante. During the long centuries of Italian degradation, his burning words were as a watchfire, and a beacon to all true men. He was the herald of his nation's liberty, braving persecution, exile, and death for the love of it. He was always the most national of the Italian poets, the most loved, the most read. From the time of his death, all educated Italians had his best passages by heart, and the sentiments they enshrined inspired their lives, and eventually influenced the history of their nation. "The Italians," wrote Byron in 1821, "talk Dante, write Dante and think and dream Dante at this moment to an excess which would be ridiculous, but that he deserves their admiration. Washington left behind him, as one of the greatest treasures of his country, the example of a stainless life, of a great, honest, pure, and noble character, a model for the nation to form themselves by in all time to come. And in the case of Washington, as in so many other great leaders of men, his greatness did not so much consist in his intellect, his skill, and his genius, as in his honor, his integrity, his truthfulness, his high and controlling sense of duty, in a word, in his genuine nobility of character. Men such as these are the true life-blood of the country to which they belong. They elevate and uphold it, fortify and ennoble it, and shed a glory over it by the example of life and character which they have bequeathed. "The names and memories of great men," says an able writer, "are the dowry of a nation. Widowhood, overthrow, desertion, even slavery, cannot take away from her this sacred inheritance. Whenever national life begins to quicken, the dead heroes rise in the memory of men, and appear to the living to stand by in solemn spectatorship and approval. No country can be lost which feels herself overlooked by such glorious witnesses. They are the salt of the earth, in death as well as in life. What they did once, their descendants have still and always a right to do after them, and their example lives in their country, a continual stimulant and encouragement for him who has the soul to adopt it. But it is not great men only that have to be taken into account in estimating the qualities of a nation, but the character that pervades the great body of the people. When Washington Irving visited Abbotsford, Sir Walter Scott introduced him to many of his friends and favorites, not only among the neighboring farmers, but the laboring peasantry. "I wish to show you," said Scott, "some of our really excellent plain Scotch people. The character of a nation is not to be learnt from its fine folks, its fine gentlemen and ladies. Such you meet everywhere, and they are everywhere the same." While statesmen, philosophers, and divines represent the thinking power of society, the men who found industries and carve out new careers, as well as the common body of working people, from whom the national strength and spirit are from time to time recruited, must necessarily furnish the vital force and constitute the real backbone of every nation. Nations have their character to maintain as well as individuals, and under constitutional governments, where all classes more or less participate in the exercise of political power, the national character will necessarily depend more upon the moral qualities of the many than of the few, and the same qualities which determine the character of individuals also determine the character of nations. Unless they are high-minded, truthful, honest, virtuous, and courageous, they will be held in light esteem by other nations, and be without weight in the world. To have character, they must needs also be reverential, disciplined, self-controlling, and devoted to duty. The nation that has no higher god than pleasure, or even dollars or calico, must needs be in a poor way. It were better to revert to Homer's gods than be devoted to these, for the heathen deities at least imagined human virtues, and were something to look up to. As for institutions, however good in themselves, they will avail but little in maintaining the standard of national character. It is the individual men, and the spirit which actuates them, that determine the moral standing and stability of nations. Government, in the long run, is usually no better than the people governed. Where the mass is sound in conscience, morals, and habits, the nations will be ruled honestly and nobly. But where they are corrupt, self-seeking and dishonest in heart, bound neither by truth nor by law, the rule of rogues and wire-pullers becomes inevitable. The only true barrier against the despotism of public opinion, whether it be of the many or of the few, is enlightened individual freedom and purity of personal character. Without these, there can be no vigorous manhood, no true liberty in a nation. Political rights, however broadly framed, will not elevate a people individually depraved. Indeed, the more complete a system of popular suffrage, and the more perfect its protection, the more completely will the real character of a people be reflected, as by a mirror, in their laws and government. Political morality can never have any solid existence on a basis of individual immorality. Even freedom, exercised by a debased people, would come to be regarded as a nuisance, and liberty of the press but a vent for licentiousness and moral abomination. Nations, like individuals, derive support and strength from the feeling that they belong to an illustrious race, that they are the heirs of their greatness, and ought to be the perpetuators of their glory. It is of momentous importance that a nation should have a great past to look back upon. It steadies the life of the present, elevates and upholds it, and lightens and lifts it up by the memory of the great deeds, the noble sufferings, and the valorous achievements of the men of old. The life of nations, as of men, is a great treasury of experiences, which, wisely used, issues in social progress and improvement, or, misused, issues in dreams, delusions, and failure. Like men, nations are purified and strengthened by trials. Some of the most glorious chapters in their history are those containing the record of the sufferings by means of which their character has been developed. Love of liberty and patriotic feeling may have done much, but trial and suffering nobly borne more than all. A great deal of what passes by the name of patriotism in these days consists of the merest bigotry and narrow-mindedness, exhibiting itself in national prejudice, national conceit, and national hatred. It does not show itself in deeds, but in boastings, in howlings, gesticulations, and shrieking helplessly for help, in flying flags and singing songs, and in perpetual grinding at long-dead grievances and long-remedied wrongs. To be infested by such a patriotism as this is perhaps among the greatest curses that can befall any country. But as there is an ignoble, so is there a noble patriotism, the patriotism that invigorates and elevates a country by noble work, that does its duty truthfully and manfully, that lives an honest, sober, and upright life, and strives to make the best use of the opportunities for improvement that present themselves on every side, and at the same time a patriotism that cherishes the memory and example of the great men of old, who, by their sufferings in the cause of religion or of freedom, have won for themselves a deathless glory, and for their nation those privileges of free life and free political institutions of which they are the inheritors and possessors. Nations are not to be judged by their size any more than individuals. It is not growing like a tree in bulk doth make man better be. For a nation to be great, it need not necessarily be large, though size is often confounded with greatness. A nation may be very large in point of territory and population, and yet be devoid of true greatness. The people of Israel were a small people, yet what a great life they developed, and how powerful the influence they have exercised on the destinies of mankind. Greece was not big. The entire population of Attica was less than that of Illinois. Athens was less populous than New York, and yet how great it was in art, in literature, in philosophy, and in patriotism. A public orator lately spoke with contempt of the Battle of Marathon, because only 192 men perished on the side of the Athenians, whereas by improved mechanism and destructive chemicals some 50,000 men or more may now be destroyed within a few hours. Yet the Battle of Marathon, and the heroism displayed in it, will probably continue to be remembered when the gigantic butcheries of modern times have been forgotten. But it was the fatal weakness of Athens that its citizens had no true family or home life, while its freemen were greatly outnumbered by its slaves. Its public men were loose, if not corrupt, in morals. Its women, even the most accomplished, were unchaste. Hence its fall became inevitable, and was even more sudden than its rise. In like manner, the decline and fall of Rome was attributable to the general corruption of its people, and to their engrossing love of pleasure and idleness. Work in the latter days of Rome being regarded only as fit for slaves. Its citizens ceased to pride themselves on the virtues of character of their great forefathers, and the empire fell because it did not deserve to live. And so the nations that are idle and luxurious, that will rather lose a pound of blood, as old Burton says, in a single combat than a drop of sweat in any honest labor, must inevitably die out, and laborious, energetic nations take their place. When Louis XIV asked Colbert how it was that, ruling so great and populous a country as France, he had been unable to conquer so small a country as Holland, the minister replied, "Because, sire, the greatness of a country does not depend upon the extent of its territory, but on the character of its people. It is because of the industry, the frugality, and the energy of the Dutch that your Majesty has found them so difficult to overcome." It is also related of Spinola and Richardet, the ambassadors sent by the King of Spain to negotiate a treaty at The Hague in 1608, that one day they saw some 8 or 10 persons land from a little boat, and sitting down upon the grass, proceed to make a meal of bread and cheese and beer. "Who are those travelers?" asked the ambassadors of a peasant. "These are our worshipful masters, the deputies from the States," was his reply. Spinola at once whispered to his companion, "We must make peace. These are not men to be conquered." In fine, stability of institutions must depend upon stability of character. Any number of depraved units cannot form a great nation. The people may seem to be highly civilized, and yet be ready to fall to pieces at the first touch of adversity. Without integrity of individual character, they can have no real strength, cohesion, or soundness. They may be rich, polite, and artistic, and yet hovering on the brink of ruin. If living for themselves only, and with no end but pleasure, each little self his own little god, such a nation is doomed, and its decay is inevitable. Where national character ceases to be upheld, a nation may be regarded as next to lost. Where it ceases to esteem and to practice the virtues of truthfulness, honesty, integrity, and justice, it does not deserve to live. And when the time arrives in any country where wealth has so corrupted, or pleasure so depraved, or faction so infatuated the people, that honor, order, obedience, virtue, and loyalty have seemingly become things of the past, then, amidst the darkness, when honest men, if haply there be such left, are groping about and feeling for each other's hands, their only remaining hope will be in the restoration and elevation of individual character, for by that alone can a nation be saved, and if character be irrevocably lost, then indeed there will be nothing left worth saving. End of Chapter 3, Influence of Character. Read by John Greenman. This is Chapter 4 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. Read by John Greenman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Home Power. Live as long as you may, the first 20 years is the longest half of your life. Southey. Home is the first and most important school of character. It is there that every human being receives his best moral training, or his worst, for it is there that he imbibes those principles of conduct which endure through manhood, and cease only with life. It is a common saying that manners make the man, and there is a second, that mind makes the man, but truer than either is a third, that home makes the man. For the home training includes not only manners and mind, but character. It is mainly in the home that the heart is opened, the habits are formed, the intellect is awakened, and the character molded for good or for evil. From that source, be it pure or impure, issue the principles and maxims that govern society. Law itself is but the reflex of homes. The tiniest bits of opinion sown in the minds of children in private life afterwards issue forth to the world and become its public opinion, for nations are gathered out of nurseries, and they who hold the leading strings of children may even exercise a greater power than those who wield the reins of government. It is in the order of nature that domestic life should be preparatory to social, and that the mind and character should first be formed in the home. There the individuals who afterwards form society are dealt with in detail and fashioned one by one. From the family they enter life, and advance from boyhood to citizenship. Thus the home may be regarded as the most influential school of civilization. For, after all, civilization mainly resolves itself into a question of individual training, and according as the respective members of society are well or ill-trained in youth, so will the community which they constitute be more or less humanized and civilized. The training of any man, even the wisest, cannot fail to be powerfully influenced by the moral surroundings of his early years. He comes into the world helpless, and absolutely dependent upon those about him for nurture and culture. From the very first breath that he draws, his education begins. When a mother once asked a clergyman when she should begin the education of her child, then 4 years old, he replied, "Madam, if you have not begun already, you have lost those 4 years. From the first smile that gleams upon an infant's cheek, your opportunity begins." However apparently trivial the influences which contribute to form the character of the child, they endure through life. The child's character is the nucleus of the man's. All after education is but superposition. The form of the crystal remains the same. Thus the saying of the poet holds true in a large degree: the child is the father of the man, or, as Milton puts it, the childhood shows the man as morning shows the day. Those impulses to conduct, which last the longest and are rooted the deepest, always have their origin near our birth. It is then that the germs of virtues or vices, of feelings or sentiments, are first implanted, which determine the character for life. The child is, as it were, laid at the gate of a new world, and opens his eyes upon things all of which are full of novelty and wonderment. At first it is enough for him to gaze, but by and by he begins to see, to observe, to compare, to learn, to store up impressions and ideas, and under wise guidance the progress which he makes is really wonderful. Lord Brougham has observed that between the ages of 18 and 30 months a child learns more of the material world, of his own powers, of the nature of other bodies, and even of his own mind and other minds, than he acquires in all the rest of his life. The knowledge which a child accumulates, and the ideas generated in his mind during this period, are so important that if we could imagine them to be afterwards obliterated, all the learning of a senior wrangler at Cambridge or a first-classman at Oxford would be as nothing to it, and would literally not enable its object to prolong its existence for a week. It is in childhood that the mind is most open to impressions, and ready to be kindled by the first spark that falls into it. Ideas are then caught quickly and retained. Thus, Scott is said to have received his first bent toward ballad literature from his mother's and grandmother's recitations in his hearing, long before he himself had learned to read. Childhood is like a mirror, which reflects in after life the images first presented to it. The first thing continues forever with the child, the first joy, the first sorrow, the first success, the first failure, the first achievement, the first misadventure, paint the foreground of his life. All this while, too, the training of his character is in progress, of the temper, the will, and the habits, on which so much of the happiness of human beings in after-life depends. Although man is endowed with a certain self-acting, self-helping power of contributing to his own development, independent of surrounding circumstances, and of reacting upon the life around him, the bias given to his moral character in early life is of immense importance. Place even the highest-minded philosopher in the midst of daily discomfort, immorality, and vileness, and he will insensibly gravitate toward brutality. How much more susceptible is the impressionable and helpless child amidst such sufferings? It is not possible to rear a kindly nature, sensitive to evil, pure in mind and heart, amidst coarseness, discomfort, and impurity. Thus homes, which are the nurseries of children who grow up into men and women, will be good or bad according to the power that governs them. Where the spirit of love and duty pervades the home, where head and heart bear rule wisely there, where the daily life is honest and virtuous, where the government is sensible, kind, and loving, then may we expect from such a home an issue of healthy, useful, and happy beings, capable, as they gain in the requisite strength, of following the footsteps of their parents, of walking uprightly, governing themselves wisely, and contributing to the welfare of those about them. On the other hand, if surrounded by ignorance, coarseness, and selfishness, they will unconsciously assume the same character, and grow up to adult years rude, uncultivated, and all the more dangerous to society if placed amidst the manifold temptations of what is called civilized life. "Give your child to be educated by a slave," said an ancient Greek, "and instead of one slave, you will then have two." The child cannot help imitating what he sees. Everything is to him a model of manner, of gesture, of speech, of habit, of character. "For the child," says Richter, "the most important era of life is that of childhood, when he begins to color and mold himself by companionship with others. Every new educator effects less than his predecessor, until at last, if we regard all life as an educational institution, a circumnavigator of the world is less influenced by all the nations he has seen than by his nurse." Models are, therefore, of every importance in molding the nature of the child, and if we would have fine characters, we must necessarily present before them fine models. Now, the model most constantly before every child's eye is the mother. "One good mother," said George Herbert, "is worth 100 schoolmasters." In the home she is lodestone to all hearts, a lodestar to all eyes. Imitation of her is constant, imitation which Bacon likens to a globe of precepts. But example is far more than precept. It is instruction in action. It is teaching without words, often exemplifying more than tongue can teach. In the face of bad example, the best of precepts are of but little avail. The example is followed, not the precepts. Indeed, precept at variance with practice is worse than useless, inasmuch as it only serves to teach the most cowardly of vices, hypocrisy. Even children are judges of consistency, and the lessons of the parent who says one thing and does the opposite are quickly seen through. The teaching of the friar was not worth much, who preached the virtue of honesty with a stolen goose in his sleeve. By imitation of acts, the character becomes slowly and imperceptibly, but at length decidedly formed. The several acts may seem in themselves trivial, but so are the continuous acts of daily life. Like snowflakes, they fall unperceived. Each flake added to the pile produces no sensible change, and yet the accumulation of snowflakes makes the avalanche. So do repeated acts, one following another, at length become consolidated in habit, determine the action of the human being for good or for evil, and, in a word, form the character. It is because the mother, far more than the father, influences the action and conduct of the child, that her good example is of so much greater importance in the home. It is easy to understand how this should be so. The home is the woman's domain, her kingdom, where she exercises entire control. Her power over the little subjects she rules there is absolute. They look up to her for everything. She is the example and model constantly before their eyes, whom they unconsciously observe and imitate. Cowley, speaking of the influence of early example, and ideas early implanted in the mind, compares them to letters cut in the bark of a young tree, which grow and widen with age. The impressions then made, however slight they may seem, are never effaced. The ideas then implanted in the mind are like seeds dropped into the ground, which lie there and germinate for a time, afterwards springing up in acts and thoughts and habits. Thus the mother lives again in her children. They unconsciously mold themselves after her manner, her speech, her conduct, and her method of life. Her habits become theirs, and her character is visibly repeated in them. This maternal love is the visible providence of our race. Its influence is constant and universal. It begins with the education of the human being at the outstart of life, and is prolonged by virtue of the powerful influence which every good mother exercises over her children through life. When launched into the world, each to take part in its labors, anxieties, and trials, they still turn to their mother for consolation, if not for counsel, in their time of trouble and difficulty. The pure and good thoughts she has implanted in their minds when children continue to grow up into good acts long after she is dead. And when there is nothing but a memory of her left, her children rise up and call her blessed. It is not saying too much to aver that the happiness or misery, the enlightenment or ignorance, the civilization or barbarism of the world depends in a very high degree upon the exercise of woman's power within her special kingdom of home. Indeed, Emerson says, broadly and truly, that a sufficient measure of civilization is the influence of good women. Posterity may be said to lie before us in the person of the child in the mother's lap. What that child will eventually become mainly depends upon the training and example which he has received from his first and most influential educator. Woman, above all other educators, educates humanly. Man is the brain, but woman is the heart of humanity. He its judgment, she its feeling. He its strength, she its grace, ornament, and solace. Even the understanding of the best woman seems to work mainly through her affections. And thus, though man may direct the intellect, woman cultivates the feelings, which mainly determine the character. While he fills the memory, she occupies the heart. She makes us love what he can only make us believe, and it is chiefly through her that we are enabled to arrive at virtue. The respective influences of the father and the mother on the training and developing of character are remarkably illustrated in the life of St. Augustine. While Augustine's father, a poor freeman of Thagaste, proud of his son's abilities, endeavored to furnish his mind with the highest learning of the schools, and was extolled by his neighbors for the sacrifices he made with that object beyond the ability of his means, his mother Monica, on the other hand, sought to lead her son's mind in the direction of the highest good, and, with pious care, counseled him, entreated him, advised him to chastity, and, amidst much anguish and tribulation, because of his wicked life, never ceased to pray for him until her prayers were heard and answered. Thus her love at last triumphed, and the patience and goodness of the mother were rewarded, not only by the conversion of her gifted son, but also of her husband. Later in life, and after her husband's death, Monica, drawn by her affection, followed her son to Milan to watch over him, and there she died, when he was in his 33rd year. But it was in the earlier period of his life that her example and instruction made the deepest impression upon his mind, and determined his future character. There are many similar instances of early impressions made upon a child's mind, springing up into good acts later in life, after an intervening period of selfishness and vice. Parents may do all that they can to develop an upright and virtuous character in their children, and apparently in vain. It seems like bread cast upon the waters and lost. And yet sometimes it happens that, long after the parents have gone to their rest, it may be 20 years or more, the good precept, the good example, set before their sons and daughters in childhood, at length springs up and bears fruit. One of the most remarkable of such instances was that of the Reverend John Newton of Olney, the friend of Cowper, the poet. It was long subsequent to the death of both his parents, and after leading a vicious life as a youth and as a seaman, that he became suddenly awakened to a sense of his depravity, and then it was that the lessons which his mother had given him when a child sprang up vividly in his memory. Her voice came to him as if it were from the dead, and led him gently back to virtue and goodness. Another instance is that of John Randolph, the American statesman, who once said, "I should have been an atheist if it had not been for one recollection, and that was the memory of the time when my departed mother used to take my little hand in hers, and cause me on my knees to say, 'Our Father who art in heaven.'" But such instances must, on the whole, be regarded as exceptional. As the character is based in early life, so it generally remains, gradually assuming its permanent form as manhood is reached. "Live as long as you may," said Southey, "the first 20 years are the longest half of your life." And they are by far the most pregnant in consequences. When the worn-out slanderer and voluptuary, Dr. Wolcott, lay on his deathbed, one of his friends asked if he could do anything to gratify him. "Yes," said the dying man eagerly, "give me back my youth." Give him but that, and he would repent, he would reform. But it was all too late. His life had become bound and enthralled by the chains of habit. Grétry, the musical composer, thought so highly of the importance of woman as an educator of character that he described a good mother as nature's masterpiece. And he was right. for good mothers, far more than fathers, tend to the perpetual renovation of mankind, creating as they do the moral atmosphere of the home, which is the nutriment of man's moral being, as the physical atmosphere is of his corporeal frame. By good temper, suavity, and kindness, directed by intelligence, woman surrounds the indwellers with a pervading atmosphere of cheerfulness, contentment, and peace, suitable for the growth of the purest as of the manliest natures. The poorest dwelling presided over by a virtuous, thrifty, cheerful, and cleanly woman may thus be the abode of comfort, virtue, and happiness. It may be the scene of every ennobling relation in family life. It may be endeared to a man by many delightful associations, furnishing a sanctuary for the heart, a refuge from the storms of life, a sweet resting place after labor, a consolation in misfortune, a pride in prosperity, and a joy at all times. The good home is thus the best of schools, not only in youth, but in age. There young and old best learn cheerfulness, patience, self-control, and the spirit of service and of duty. Isaac Walton, speaking of George Herbert's mother, says she governed her family with judicious care, not rigidly or sourly, but with such a sweetness and compliance with the recreations and pleasures of youth as did incline them to spend much of their time in her company, which was to her great content. The home is the true school of courtesy, of which woman is always the best practical instructor. Philanthropy radiates from the home as from a center. To love the little platoon we belong to in society, said Burke, is the germ of all public affections. The wisest and the best have not been ashamed to own it to be their greatest joy and happiness to sit behind the heads of children in the inviolable circle of home. A life of purity and duty there is not the least effectual preparative for a life of public work and duty, and the man who loves his home will not the less fondly love and serve his country. But while homes, which are the nurseries of character, may be the best of schools, they may also be the worst. Between childhood and manhood, how incalculable is the mischief which ignorance in the home has the power to cause! Between the drawing of the first breath and the last, how vast is the moral suffering and disease occasioned by incompetent mothers and nurses! Commit a child to the care of a worthless, ignorant woman, and no culture in after life will remedy the evil you have done. Let the mother be idle, vicious, and a slattern. Let her home be pervaded by cavilling, petulance, and discontent, and it will become a dwelling of misery, a place to fly from rather than to fly to, and the children whose misfortune it is to be brought up there will be morally dwarfed and deformed, the cause of misery to themselves as well as to others. Napoleon Bonaparte was accustomed to say that the future good or bad conduct of a child depended entirely on the mother. He himself attributed his rise in life in a great measure to the training of his will, his energy, and his self-control by his mother at home. Nobody had any command over him, says one of his biographers, except his mother, who found means, by a mixture of tenderness, severity, and justice, to make him love, respect, and obey her. From her he learnt the virtue of obedience. A curious illustration of the dependence of the character of children on that of the mother incidentally occurs in one of Mr. Tufnell's school reports. The truth, he observes, is so well established that it has even been made subservient to mercantile calculation. "I was informed," he says, "in a large factory where many children were employed, that the managers, before they engaged a boy, always inquired into the mother's character, and if that was satisfactory, they were tolerably certain her children would conduct themselves creditably. No attention was paid to the character of the father. It has also been observed that in cases where the father has turned out badly, become a drunkard, and gone to the dogs, provided the mother is prudent and sensible, the family will be kept together, and the children probably make their way honorably in life. Whereas in cases of the opposite sort, where the mother turns out badly, no matter how well conducted the father may be, the instances of after success in life on the part of the children are comparatively rare. The greater part of the influence exercised by women on the formation of character necessarily remains unknown. They accomplish their best works in the quiet seclusion of the home and the family, by sustained effort and patient perseverance in the path of duty. Their greatest triumphs, because private and domestic, are rarely recorded, and it is not often, even in the biographies of distinguished men, that we hear of the share which their mothers have had in the formation of their character, and in giving them a bias towards goodness. Yet are they not on that account without their reward. The influence they have exercised, though unrecorded, lives after them, and goes on propagating itself in consequences forever. We do not so often hear of great women as we do of great men. It is of good women that we mostly hear, and it is probable that by determining the character of men and women for good, they are doing even greater work than if they were to paint great pictures, write great books, or compose great operas. It is quite true, said Joseph de Maistre, that women have produced no masterpieces. They have written no Iliad, nor Jerusalem Delivered, nor Hamlet, nor Phaedra, nor Paradise Lost, nor Tartuffe. They have designed no Church of St. Peter's, composed no Messiah, carved no Apollo Belvedere, painted no Last Judgment. They have invented neither algebra, nor telescopes, nor steam engines. But they have done something far greater and better than all this, for it is at their knees that upright and virtuous men and women have been trained, the most excellent productions in the world. De Maistre, in his letters and writings, speaks of his own mother with immense love and reverence. Her noble character made all other women venerable in his eyes. He described her as his sublime mother, an angel to whom God had lent a body for a brief season. To her he attributed the bent of his character, and all his bias towards good, and when he had grown to mature years, while acting as ambassador at the court of St. Petersburg, he referred to her noble example and precepts as the ruling influence in his life. One of the most charming features in the character of Samuel Johnson, notwithstanding his rough and shaggy exterior, was the tenderness with which he invariably spoke of his mother, a woman of strong understanding, who firmly implanted in his mind, as he himself acknowledges, his first impressions of religion. He was accustomed, even in the time of his greatest difficulties, to contribute largely, out of his slender means, to her comfort, and one of his last acts of filial duty was to write Rasselas, for the purpose of paying her little debts and defraying her funeral charges. George Washington was only 11 years of age, the eldest of 5 children, when his father died, leaving his mother a widow. She was a woman of rare excellence, full of resources, a good woman of business, an excellent manager, and possessed of much strength of character. She had her children to educate and bring up, a large household to govern, and extensive estates to manage, all of which she accomplished with complete success. Her good sense, assiduity, tenderness, industry, and vigilance enabled her to overcome every obstacle, and, as the richest reward of her solicitude and toil, she had the happiness to see all her children come forward with a fair promise into life, filling the spheres allotted to them in a manner equally honorable to themselves and to the parent who had been the only guide of their principles, conduct, and habits. The biographer of Cromwell says little about the Protector's father, but dwells upon the character of his mother, whom he describes as a woman of rare vigor and decision of purpose. A woman, he says, possessed of the glorious faculty of self-help when other assistance failed her, ready for the demands of fortune in its extremest adverse turn, of spirit and energy equal to her mildness and patience, who, with the labor of her own hands, gave dowries to 5 daughters sufficient to marry them into families as honorable but more wealthy than their own, whose single pride was honesty, and whose passion was love, who persevered in the gorgeous palace at Whitehall the simple tastes that distinguished her in the old brewery at Huntingdon, and whose only care, amidst all her splendor, was for the safety of her son in his dangerous eminence. We have spoken of the mother of Napoleon Bonaparte as a woman of great force of character. Not less so was the mother of the Duke of Wellington, whom her son strikingly resembled in features, person, and character, while his father was principally distinguished as a musical composer and performer. But, strange to say, Wellington's mother mistook him for a dunce, and for some reason or other he was not such a favorite as her other children, until his great deeds in after life constrained her to be proud of him. The Napiers were blessed in both parents, but especially in their mother, Lady Sarah Lennox, who early sought to inspire their sons' minds with elevating thoughts, admiration of noble deeds, and a chivalrous spirit, which became embodied in their lives, and continued to sustain them until death in the path of duty and of honor. Among statesmen, lawyers, and divines, we find marked mention made of the mothers of Lord Chancellors Bacon, Erskine, and Brougham, all women of great ability, and in the case of the first, of great learning, as well as of the mothers of Canning, Curran, and President Adams, of Herbert, Paley, and Wesley. Lord Brougham speaks in terms almost approaching reverence of his grandmother, the sister of Professor Robertson, as having been mainly instrumental in instilling into his mind a strong desire for information, and the first principles of that persevering energy in the pursuit of every kind of knowledge which formed his prominent characteristic throughout life. Canning's mother was an Irish woman of great natural ability, for whom her gifted son entertained the greatest love and respect to the close of his career. She was a woman of ordinary intellectual power. Indeed, says Canning's biographer, were we not otherwise assured of the fact from direct sources, it would be impossible to contemplate his profound and touching devotion to her without being led to conclude that the object of such unchanging attachment must have been possessed of rare and commanding qualities. She was esteemed by the circle in which she lived as a woman of great mental energy. Her conversation was animated and vigorous, and marked by a distinct originality of manner and a choice of topics fresh and striking, and out of commonplace routine. To persons who were but slightly acquainted with her, the energy of her manner had even something of the air of eccentricity. Curran speaks with great affection of his mother as a woman of strong original understanding, to whose wise counsel, consistent piety, and lessons of honorable ambition, which she diligently enforced on the minds of her children, he himself principally attributed his success in life. "The only inheritance," he used to say, "that I could boast of from my poor father was the very scanty one of an unattractive face and person, like his own, and if the world has ever attributed to me something more valuable than face or person, or than earthly wealth, it was that another, and a dearer parent, gave her child a portion from the treasure of her mind." When ex-President Adams was present at the examination of a girls' school in Boston, he was presented by the pupils with an address which deeply affected him, and in acknowledging it he took the opportunity of referring to the lasting influence which womanly training and association had exercised upon his own life and character. "As a child," he said, "I enjoyed perhaps the greatest of blessings that can be bestowed on man, that of a mother who was anxious and capable to form the characters of her children rightly. From her I derived whatever instruction, religious especially and moral, has pervaded a long life. I will not say perfectly, or as it ought to be, but I will say, because it is only justice to the memory of her I revere, that in the course of that life, whatever imperfection there has been, or deviation from what she taught me, the fault is mine, and not hers." The Wesleys were particularly linked to their parents by natural piety, though the mother, rather than the father, influenced their minds and developed their characters. The father was a man of strong will, but occasionally harsh and tyrannical in his dealings with his family, while the mother, with much strength of understanding and ardent love of truth, was gentle, persuasive, affectionate, and simple. She was the teacher and cheerful companion of her children, who gradually became molded by her example. It was through the bias given by her to her sons' minds in religious matters that they acquired the tendency which, even in early years, drew to them the name of Methodist. In a letter to her son, Samuel Wesley, when a scholar at Westminster in 1709, she said, "I would advise you as much as possible to throw your business into a certain method, by which means you will learn to improve every precious moment, and find an unspeakable facility in the performance of your respective duties." This method she went on to describe, exhorting her son in all things to act upon principle, and the society which the brothers, John and Charles, afterward founded at Oxford, is supposed to have been in a great measure the result of her exhortations. In the case of poets, literary men, and artists, the influence of the mother's feeling and taste has doubtless had great effect in directing the genius of their sons, and we find this especially illustrated in the lives of Gray, Thomson, Scott, Southey, Bulwer, Schiller, and Goethe. Gray inherited, almost complete, his kind and loving nature from his mother, while his father was harsh and unamiable. Gray was, in fact, a feminine man, shy, reserved, and wanting in energy, but thoroughly irreproachable in life and character. The poet's mother maintained the family after her unworthy husband had deserted her, and, at her death, Gray placed on her grave an epitaph describing her as the careful, tender mother of many children, one of whom alone had the misfortune to survive her. The poet himself was, at his own desire, interred beside her worshipped grave. Goethe, like Schiller, owned the bias of his mind and character to his mother, who was a woman of extraordinary gifts. She was full of joyous, flowing mother-wit, and possessed in a high degree the art of stimulating young and active minds, instructing them in the science of life out of the treasures of her abundant experience. After a lengthened interview with her, an enthusiastic traveler said, "Now do I understand how Goethe has become the man he is." Goethe himself affectionately cherished her memory. "She was worthy of life," he once said of her, and when he visited Frankfurt, he sought out every individual who had been kind to his mother, and thanked them all. It was Ari Scheffer's mother, whose beautiful features the painter so loved to reproduce in his pictures of Beatrice, St. Monica, and others of his works, that encouraged his study of art, and by great self-denial provided him with the means of pursuing it. While living at Dordrecht in Holland, she first sent him to Lille to study, and afterwards to Paris, and her letters to him, while absent, were always full of sound motherly advice and affectionate womanly sympathy. "If you could but see me," she wrote on one occasion, kissing your picture, then, after a while, taking it up again, and, with a tear in my eye, calling you my beloved son, you would comprehend what it costs me to use sometimes the stern language of authority, and to occasion to you moments of pain. Work diligently, be above all modest and humble, and when you find yourself excelling others, then compare what you have done with nature itself, or with the ideal of your own mind, and you will be secured by the contrast which will be apparent against the effects of pride and presumption. Long years after, when Ari Scheffer was himself a grandfather, he remembered with affection the advice of his mother, and repeated it to his children, and thus the vital power of good example lives on from generation to generation, keeping the world ever fresh and young. Writing to his daughter, Madame Marjolin, in 1846, his departed mother's advice recurred to him, and he said, "The word must. Fix it well in your memory, dear child. Your grandmother seldom had it out of hers. The truth is that through our lives nothing brings any good fruit except what is earned by either the work of the hands or by the exertion of one's self-denial. Sacrifices must, in short, be ever going on if we would obtain any comfort or happiness. Now that I am no longer young, I declare that few passages in my life afford me so much satisfaction as those in which I made sacrifices or denied myself enjoyments. The forbidden is the motto of the wise man. Self-denial is the quality of which Jesus Christ set us the example. The French historian Michelet makes the following touching reference to his mother in the preface to one of his most popular books, the subject of much embittered controversy at the time at which it appeared. "While writing all this, I have had in my mind a woman whose strong and serious mind would not have failed to support me in these contentions. I lost her 30 years ago. I was a child then. Nevertheless, ever living in my memory, she follows me from age to age. She suffered with me in my poverty, and was not allowed to share my better fortune. When young, I made her sad, and now I cannot console her. I know not even where her bones are. I was too poor then to buy earth to bury her. And yet I owe her much. I feel deeply that I am the son of woman. Every instant, in my ideas and words, not to mention my features and gestures, I find again my mother in myself. It is my mother's blood which gives me the sympathy I feel for bygone ages, and the tender remembrance of all those who are now no more. What return, then, could I, who am myself advancing towards old age, make her for the many things I owe her? One, for which she would have thanked me, this protest in favor of women and mothers. But while a mother may greatly influence the poetic or artistic mind of her son for good, she may also influence it for evil. Thus the characteristics of Lord Byron, the waywardness of his impulses, his defiance of restraint, the bitterness of his hate, and the precipitancy of his resentments, were traceable in no small degree to the adverse influences exercised upon his mind from his birth by his capricious, violent, and headstrong mother. She even taunted her son with his personal deformity, and it was no unfrequent occurrence, in the violent quarrels which occurred between them, for her to take up the poker or tongs and hurl them after him as he fled from her presence. It was this unnatural treatment that gave a morbid turn to Byron's after-life, and careworn, unhappy, great, and yet weak as he was, he carried about with him the mother's poison which he had sucked in his infancy. In like manner, though in a different way, the character of Mrs. Foote, the actor's mother, was curiously repeated in the life of her joyous, jovial-hearted son. Though she had been heiress to a large fortune, she soon spent it all and was at length imprisoned for debt. In this condition she wrote to Sam, who had been allowing her $100 a year out of the proceeds of his acting, "Dear Sam, I am in prison for debt. Come and assist your loving mother, E. Foote." To which her son characteristically replied, "Dear mother, so am I, which prevents his duty being paid to his loving mother by her affectionate son, Sam Foote." We have spoken of the mother of Washington as an excellent woman of business, and to possess such a quality as capacity for business is not only compatible with true womanliness, but is in a measure essential to the comfort and well-being of every properly governed family. Habits of business do not relate to trade merely, but apply to all the practical affairs of life, to everything that has to be arranged or be organized, to be provided for, to be done, and in all those respects the management of a family and of a household is as much a matter of business as the management of a shop or of a counting-house. It requires method, accuracy, organization, industry, economy, discipline, tact, knowledge, and capacity for adapting means to ends. All this is of the essence of business, and hence business habits are as necessary to be cultivated by women who would succeed in the affairs of home, in other words, who would make home happy, as by men in the affairs of trade, of commerce, or of manufacture. The idea has, however, heretofore prevailed that women have no concern with such matters, and that business habits and qualifications relate to men only. Take, for instance, the knowledge of figures. Mr. Bright has said of boys, "Teach a boy arithmetic thoroughly, and he is a made man." And why? Because it teaches him method, accuracy, value, proportions, relations. But how many girls are taught arithmetic well? Very few indeed. And what is the consequence? When the girl becomes a wife, if she knows nothing of figures, and is innocent of addition and multiplication, she can keep no record of income and expenditure, and there will probably be a succession of mistakes committed which may be prolific in domestic contention. The woman, not being up to her business, that is, the management of her domestic affairs in conformity with the simple principles of arithmetic, will, through sheer ignorance, be apt to commit extravagancies, though unintentional, which may be most injurious to her family peace and comfort. Method, which is the soul of business, is also of essential importance in the home. Work can only be got through by method. Method demands punctuality, another eminently business quality. The unpunctual woman, like the unpunctual man, occasions dislike, because she consumes and wastes time, and provokes the reflection that we are not of sufficient importance to make her more prompt. To the business man, time is money, but to the business woman, method is more. It is peace, comfort, and domestic prosperity. Prudence is another important business quality in women as in men. Prudence is practical wisdom, and comes of the cultivated judgment. It has reference in all things to fitness, to propriety, judging wisely of the right thing to be done, and the right way of doing it. It calculates the means, order, time, and method of doing. Prudence learns from experience, quickened by knowledge. For these, among other reasons, habits of business are necessary to be cultivated by all women, in order to their being efficient helpers in the world's daily life and work. Furthermore, to direct the power of the home aright, women, as the nurses, trainers, and educators of children, need all the help and strength that mental culture can give them. Mere instinctive love is not sufficient. Instinct, which preserves the lower creatures, needs no training, but human intelligence, which is in constant request in a family, needs to be educated. The physical health of the rising generation is entrusted to woman by Providence, and it is in the physical nature that the moral and mental nature lies enshrined. It is only by acting in accordance with the natural laws, which, before she can follow, woman must needs understand, that the blessings of health of body and health of mind and morals can be secured at home. Without a knowledge of such laws, the mother's love too often finds its recompense only in a child's coffin. That about 1/3 of all the children born in this country die under 5 years of age can only be attributable to ignorance of the natural laws, ignorance of the human constitution, and ignorance of the uses of pure air, pure water, and of the art of preparing and administering wholesome food. There is no such mortality among the lower animals. Woman was not meant to be either an unthinking drudge or the merely pretty ornament of man's leisure. She exists for herself as well as for others, and the serious and responsible duties she is called upon to perform in life require the cultivated head as well as the sympathizing heart. Her highest mission is not to be fulfilled by the mastery of fleeting accomplishments, on which so much useful time is now wasted, for though accomplishments may enhance the charms of youth and beauty, of themselves sufficiently charming, they will be found of very little use in the affairs of real life. The highest praise which the ancient Romans could express of a noble matron was that she sat at home and spun. In our own time it has been said that chemistry enough to keep the pot boiling, and geography enough to know the different rooms in her house, was science enough for any woman, while Byron, whose sympathies for woman were of a very imperfect kind, professed that he would limit her library to a Bible and a cookery book. But this view of woman's character and culture is as absurdly narrow and unintelligent, on the one hand, as the opposite view, now so much in vogue, is extravagant and unnatural on the other, that woman ought to be educated so as to be as much as possible the equal of man, undistinguishable from him except in sex, equal to him in rights and votes, and his competitor in all that makes life a fierce and selfish struggle for place and power and money. Speaking generally, the training and discipline that are most suitable for the one sex in early life are also the most suitable for the other, and the education and culture that fill the mind of the man will prove equally wholesome to the woman. Indeed, all the arguments which have yet been advanced in favor of the higher education of men plead equally strongly in favor of the higher education of women. In all the departments of home, intelligence will add to woman's usefulness and efficiency. It will give her thought and forethought, enable her to anticipate and provide for the contingencies of life, suggest improved methods of management, and give her strength in every way. In disciplined mental power she will find a stronger and safer protection against deception and imposture than in mere innocent and unsuspecting ignorance. In moral and religious culture she will secure sources of influence more powerful and enduring than in physical attractions, and in due self-reliance and self-dependence she will discover the truest sources of domestic comfort and happiness. But while the mind and character of women ought to be cultivated with a view to their own well-being, they ought not the less to be educated liberally with a view to the happiness of others. Men themselves cannot be sound in mind or morals if women be the reverse, and if, as we hold to be the case, the moral condition of a people mainly depends upon the education of the home, then the education of women is to be regarded as a matter of national importance. Not only does the moral character, but the mental strength of man find its best safeguard and support in the moral purity and mental cultivation of woman, but the more completely the powers of both are developed, the more harmonious and well-ordered will society be, the more safe and certain its elevation and advancement. When about 50 years since the first Napoleon said that the great want of France was mothers, he meant, in other words, that the French people needed the education of homes, presided over by good, virtuous, intelligent women. Indeed, the first French Revolution presented one of the most striking illustrations of the social mischiefs resulting from the neglect of the purifying influence of women. When that great national outbreak occurred, society was impenetrated with vice and profligacy. Morals, religion, virtue were swamped by sensualism. The character of woman had become depraved. Conjugal fidelity was disregarded. Maternity was held in reproach. Family and home were alike corrupted. Domestic purity no longer bound society together. France was motherless. The children broke loose, and the Revolution burst forth amidst the yells and the fierce violence of women. But the terrible lesson was disregarded, and again France has grievously suffered from the want of that discipline, obedience, self-control, and self-respect which can only be truly learnt at home. It is said that the third Napoleon attributed the recent powerlessness of France, which left her helpless and bleeding at the feet of her conquerors, to the frivolity and lack of principles of the people, as well as to their love of pleasure, which, however, it must be confessed, he himself did not a little to foster. It would thus seem that the discipline which France still needs to learn, if she would be good and great, is that indicated by the first Napoleon, home education by good mothers. The influence of woman is the same everywhere. Her condition influences the morals, manners, and character of the people in all countries. Where she is debased, society is debased. Where she is morally pure and enlightened, society will be proportionately elevated. Hence, to instruct woman is to instruct man. To elevate her character is to raise his own. To enlarge her mental freedom is to extend and secure that of the whole community. For nations are but the outcomes of homes, and peoples of mothers. But while it is certain that the character of a nation will be elevated by the enlightenment and refinement of woman, it is much more than doubtful whether any advantage is to be derived from her entering into competition with man in the rough work of business and politics. Women can no more do men's special work in the world than men can do women's. And wherever woman has been withdrawn from her home and family to enter upon other work, the result has been socially disastrous. Indeed, the efforts of some of the best philanthropists have of late years been devoted to withdrawing women from toiling alongside of men in coal pits, factories, nail shops, and brickyards. It is still not uncommon in the North for the husbands to be idle at home, while the mothers and daughters are working in the factory, the result being in many cases an entire subversion of family order, of domestic discipline, and of home rule. And for many years past, in Paris, that state of things has been reached which some women desire to effect among ourselves. The women there mainly attend to business, while the men lounge about the boulevards. But the result has only been homelessness, degeneracy, and family and social decay. Nor is there any reason to believe that the elevation and improvement of women are to be secured by investing them with political power. There are, however, in these days, many believers in the potentiality of votes, who anticipate some indefinite good from the enfranchisement of women. It is not necessary here to enter upon the discussion of this question, but it may be sufficient to state that the power which women do not possess politically is far more than compensated by that which they exercise in private life. By their training in the home, those who, whether as men or as women, do all the manly as well as womanly work of the world. The radical Bentham has said that man, even if he would, cannot keep power from woman, for that she already governs the world with the whole power of a despot, though the power that she mainly governs by is love. And to form the character of the whole human race is certainly a power far greater than that which women could ever hope to exercise as voters for members of Parliament, or even as lawmakers. There is, however, one special department of woman's work demanding the earnest attention of all true female reformers, though it is one which has hitherto been unaccountably neglected. We mean the better economizing and preparation of human food, the waste of which at present, for want of the most ordinary culinary knowledge, is little short of scandalous. If that man is to be regarded as a benefactor of his species who makes 2 stalks of corn to grow where only 1 grew before, not less is she to be regarded as a public benefactor who economizes and turns to the best practical account the food products of human skill and labor. The improved use of even our existing supply would be equivalent to an immediate extension of the cultivatable acreage of our country, not to speak of the increase in health, economy, and domestic comfort. Were our female reformers only to turn their energies in this direction with effect, they would earn the gratitude of all households, and be esteemed as among the greatest of all practical philanthropists. End of Chapter 4, Home Power. Read by John Greenman. This is Chapter 5 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Companionship and Example, read by John Greenman. Keep good company, and you shall be of the number. George Herbert. The natural education of the home is prolonged far into life. Indeed, it never entirely ceases. But the time arrives in the progress of years when the home ceases to exercise an exclusive influence on the formation of character, and it is succeeded by the more artificial education of the school, and the companionship of friends and comrades, which continue to mold the character by the powerful influence of example. Men, young and old, but the young more than the old, cannot help imitating those with whom they associate. It was a saying of George Herbert's mother, intended for the guidance of her sons, that as our bodies take a nourishment suitable to the meat on which we feed, so do our souls as insensibly take in virtue or vice by the example or conversation of good or bad company. Indeed, it is impossible that association with those about us should not produce a powerful influence in the formation of character. For men are by nature imitators, and all persons are more or less impressed by the speech, the manners, the gait, the gestures, and the very habits of thinking of their companions. Is example nothing? Said Burke. It is everything. Example is the school of mankind, and they will learn at no other. Burke's grand motto, which he wrote for the tablet of the Marquis of Rockingham, is worth repeating. It was, "Remember, resemble, persevere." Imitation is for the most part so unconscious that its effects are almost unheeded, but its influence is not the less permanent on that account. It is only when an impressive nature is placed in contact with an impressionable one that the alteration in the character becomes recognizable. Yet even the weakest natures exercise some influence upon those about them. The approximation of feeling, thought, and habit is constant, and the action of example unceasing. Emerson has observed that even old couples, or persons who have been housemates for a course of years, grow gradually like each other, so that, if they were to live long enough, we should scarcely be able to know them apart. If this be true of the old, how much more true is it of the young, whose plastic natures are so much more soft and impressionable, and ready to take the stamp of the life and conversation of those about them. "There has been," observed Sir Charles Bell in one of his letters, "a good deal said about education, but they appear to me to put out of sight example, which is all in all. My best education was the example set me by my brothers. There was in all the members of the family a reliance on self, a true independence, and by imitation I obtained it." It is the nature of things that the circumstances which contribute to form the character should exercise their principal influence during the period of growth. As years advance, example and imitation become custom, and gradually consolidate into habit, which is of so much potency that, almost before we know it, we have in a measure yielded up to it our personal freedom. It is related of Plato that on one occasion he reproved a boy for playing at some foolish game. "Thou reprovest me," said the boy, "for a very little thing." "But custom," replied Plato, "is not a little thing." Bad custom, consolidated into habit, is such a tyrant that men sometimes cling to vices even while they curse them. They have become the slaves of habits whose power they are impotent to resist. Hence Locke has said that to create and maintain that vigor of mind which is able to contest the empire of habit may be regarded as one of the chief ends of moral discipline. Though much of the education of character by example is spontaneous and unconscious, the young need not necessarily be the passive followers or imitators of those about them. Their own conduct, far more than the conduct of their companions, tends to fix the purpose and form the principles of their life. Each possesses in himself a power of will and of free activity, which, if courageously exercised, will enable him to make his own individual selection of friends and associates. It is only through weakness of purpose that young people, as well as old, become the slaves of their inclinations, or give themselves up to a servile imitation of others. It is a common saying that men are known by the company they keep. The sober do not naturally associate with the drunken, the refined with the coarse, the decent with the dissolute. To associate with depraved persons argues a low taste and vicious tendencies, and to frequent their society leads to inevitable degradation of character. "The conversation of such persons," says Seneca, "is very injurious, for even if it does not immediate harm, it leaves its seeds in the mind, and follows us when we have gone from the speakers. A plague sure to spring up in future resurrection." If young men are wisely influenced and directed, and conscientiously exert their own free energies, they will seek the society of those better than themselves, and strive to imitate their example. In companionship with the good, growing natures will always find their best nourishment, while companionship with the bad will only be fruitful in mischief. There are persons whom to know is to love, honor, and admire, and others whom to know is to shun and despise. Live with persons of elevated characters, and you will feel lifted and lighted up in them. "Live with wolves," says the Spanish proverb, "and you will learn to howl." Intercourse with even commonplace, selfish persons may prove most injurious by inducing a dry, dull, reserved, and selfish condition of mind, more or less inimical to true manliness and breadth of character. The mind soon learns to run in small grooves, the heart grows narrow and contracted, and the moral nature becomes weak, irresolute, and accommodating, which is fatal to all generous ambition or real excellence. On the other hand, associations with persons wiser, better, and more experienced than ourselves is always more or less inspiring and invigorating. They enchance our own knowledge of life. We correct our estimates by theirs, and become partners in their wisdom. We enlarge our field of observation through their eyes, profit by their experience, and learn not only from what they have enjoyed, but, which is still more instructive, from what they have suffered. If they are stronger than ourselves, we become participators in their strength. Hence, companionship with the wise and energetic never fails to have a most valuable influence on the formation of character, increasing our resources, strengthening our resolves, elevating our aims, and enabling us to exercise greater dexterity and ability in our own affairs, as well as more effective helpfulness of others. "I have often deeply regretted in myself," says Mrs. Schimmelpenninck, "the great loss I have experienced from the solitude of my early habits. We need no worse companion than our unregenerate selves, and, by living alone, a person not only becomes wholly ignorant of the means of helping his fellow creatures, but is without the perception of those wants which most need help. Association with others, when not on so large a scale as to make hours of retirement impossible, may be considered as furnishing to an individual a rich multiplied experience, and sympathy so drawn forth, though, unlike charity, it begins abroad, never fails to bring rich treasures home. Association with others is useful, also, in strengthening the character, and in enabling us, while we never lose sight of our main object, to thread our way wisely and well." An entirely new direction may be given to the life of a young man by a happy suggestion, a timely hint, or the kindly advice of an honest friend. Thus, the life of Henry Martyn, the Indian missionary, seems to have been singularly influenced by a friendship which he formed when a boy at Truro Grammar School. Martyn himself was of feeble frame, and of a delicate nervous temperament. Wanting in animal spirits, he took but little pleasure in school sports, and being of a somewhat petulant temper, the bigger boys took pleasure in provoking him, and some of them in bullying him. One of the bigger boys, however, conceiving a friendship for Martyn, took him under his protection, stood between him and his persecutors, and not only fought his battles for him, but helped him with his lessons. Though Martyn was rather a backward pupil, his father was desirous that he should have the advantage of a college education, and at the age of about 15 he sent him to Oxford to try for a corpus scholarship, in which he failed. He remained for 2 years more at the Truro Grammar School, and then went to Cambridge, where he was entered at St. John's College. Whom should he find already settled there as a student but his old companion of the Truro Grammar School? Their friendship was renewed, and the elder student from that time forward acted as the mentor of the younger one. Martyn was fitful in his studies, excitable and petulant, and occasionally subject to fits of almost uncontrollable rage. His big friend, on the other hand, was a steady, patient, hard-working fellow, and he never ceased to watch over, to guide, and to advise for good his irritable fellow-student. He kept Martyn out of the way of evil company, advised him to work hard, not for the praise of men, but for the glory of God, and so successfully assisted him in his studies that at the following Christmas examination he was the first of his year. Yet Martyn's kind friend and mentor never achieved any distinction himself. He passed away into obscurity, leading, most probably, a useful though unknown career, his greatest wish in life having been to shape the character of his friend, to inspire his soul with a love of truth, and to prepare him for the noble work on which he shortly after entered, of an Indian missionary. A somewhat similar incident is said to have occurred in the college career of Dr. Paley. When a student at Christ's College, Cambridge, He was distinguished for his shrewdness as well as his clumsiness, and he was at the same time the favorite and the butt of his companions. Though his natural abilities were great, he was thoughtless, idle, and a spendthrift, and at the commencement of his 3rd year he had made comparatively little progress. After one of his usual night dissipations, a friend stood by his bedside on the following morning. "Paley," said he, "I have not been able to sleep for thinking about you. I have been thinking what a fool you are. I have the means of dissipation, and can afford to be idle. You are poor, and cannot afford it. I can do nothing, probably, even were I to try. You are capable of doing anything. I have lain awake all night thinking about your folly, and I have now come solemnly to warn you. Indeed, if you persist in your indolence and go on in this way, I must renounce your society altogether." It is said that Paley was so powerfully affected by this admonition that from that moment he became an altered man. He formed an entirely new plan of life, and diligently persevered in it. He became one of the most industrious of students. One by one he distanced his competitors, and at the end of the year he came out senior wrangler. What he afterwards accomplished as an author and a divine is sufficiently well known. No one recognized more fully the influence of personal example on the young than did Dr. Arnold. It was the great lever with which he worked in striving to elevate the character of his school. He made it his principal object, first, to put a right spirit into the leading boys by attracting their good and noble feelings, and then to make them instrumental in propagating the same spirit among the rest by the influence of imitation, example, and admiration. He endeavored to make all feel that they were fellow workers with himself, and sharers with him in the moral responsibility for the good government of the place. One of the first effects of this high-minded system of management was that it inspired the boys with strength and self-respect. They felt that they were trusted. There were, of course, wayward pupils at Rugby, as there are at all schools, and these it was the master's duty to watch, to prevent their bad example contaminating others. On one occasion he said to an assistant master, "Do you see those 2 boys walking together? I never saw them together before. You should make an especial point of observing the company they keep. Nothing so tells the changes in a boy's character." Dr. Arnold's own example was an inspiration, as is that of every great teacher. In his presence young men learned to respect themselves, and out of the root of self-respect there grew up the manly virtues. "His very presence," says his biographer, "seemed to create a new spring of health and vigor within them, and to give to life an interest and elevation which remained with them long after they had left him, and dwelt so habitually in their thoughts as a living image that, when death had taken him away, the bond appeared to be still unbroken, and the sense of separation almost lost in the still deeper sense of a life and a union indestructible." And thus it was that Dr. Arnold trained a host of manly and noble characters, who spread the influence of his example in all parts of the world. So also was it said of Dugald Stewart, that he breathed the love of virtue into whole congregations of pupils. "To me," says the late Lord Cockburn, "his lectures were like the opening of the heavens. I felt that I had a soul. His noble views, unfolded in glorious sentences, elevated me into a higher world. They changed my whole nature." Character tells in all conditions of life. The man of good character in a workshop will give the tone to his fellows and elevate their entire aspirations. Thus Franklin, while a workman in London, is said to have reformed the manners of an entire workshop. So the man of bad character and debased energy will unconsciously lower and degrade his fellows. Captain John Brown, the marching-on Brown, once said to Emerson that, "For a settler in a new country, one good believing man is worth 100, nay, worth 1,000 men without character. His example is so contagious that all other men are directly and beneficially influenced by him, and he insensibly elevates and lifts them up to his own standard of energetic activity. Communication with the good is invariably productive of good. The good character is diffusive in his influence. "I was common clay till roses were planted in me," says some aromatic earth in the Eastern fable. Like begets like, and good makes good. "It is astonishing," says Canon Moseley, "how much good goodness makes. Nothing that is good is alone, nor anything bad. It makes others good, or others bad, and that other, and so on, like a stone thrown into a pond, which makes circles that make other wider ones, and then others, till the last reaches the shore. Almost all the good that is in the world has, I suppose, thus come down to us traditionally from remote times, and often unknown centers of good." So Mr. Ruskin says, "That which is born of evil begets evil, and that which is born of valor and honor teaches valor and honor." Hence it is that the life of every man is a daily inculcation of good or bad example to others. The life of a good man is at the same time the most eloquent lesson of virtue and the most severe reproof of vice. Dr. Hooker describes the life of a pious clergyman of his acquaintance as visible rhetoric, convincing even the most godless of the beauty of goodness. And so the good George Herbert said, on entering upon the duties of his parish, "Above all I will be sure to live well, because the virtuous life of a clergyman is the most powerful eloquence to persuade all who see it to reverence and love, and at least to desire to live like him. And this I will do," he added, "because I know we live in an age that hath more need of good examples than precepts." It was a fine saying of the same good priest, when reproached with doing an act of kindness to a poor man considered beneath the dignity of his office, that the thought of such actions would prove music to him at midnight. Isaac Walton speaks of a letter written by George Herbert to Bishop Andrews about a holy life, which the latter put into his bosom, and, after showing it to his scholars, did always return it to the place where he first lodged it, and continued so near his heart till the last day of his life. Great is the power of goodness to charm and to command. The man inspired by it is the true kind of man, drawing all hearts after him. When General Nicholson lay wounded on his deathbed before Delhi, he dictated this last message to his equally noble and gallant friend Sir Herbert Edwards. "Tell him," said he, "I should have been a better man if I had continued to live with him, and our heavy public duties had not prevented my seeing more of him privately. I was always the better for a residence with him and his wife, however short. Give my love to them both." There are men in whose presence we feel as if we breathed a spiritual ozone, refreshing and invigorating, like inhaling mountain air, or enjoying a bath of sunshine. The power of Sir Thomas More's gentle nature was so great that it subdued the bad at the same time that it inspired the good. Lord Brooke said of his deceased friend, Sir Philip Sidney, that his wit and understanding beat upon his heart to make himself and others, not in word or opinion, but in life and action, good and great. The very sight of a great and good man is often an inspiration to the young, who cannot help admiring and loving the gentle, the brave, the truthful, the magnanimous. Chateaubriand saw Washington only once, but it inspired him for life. After describing the interview, he says, Washington sank into the tomb before any little celebrity had attached to my name. I passed before him as the most unknown of things. He was in all his glory, I in the depth of my obscurity. My name probably dwelt not a whole day in his memory. Happy, however, was I that his looks were cast upon me. I have felt warmed for it all the rest of my life. There is a virtue even in the looks of a great man. When Niebuhr died, his friend Frederick Perthes said of him, "What a contemporary! The terror of all bad and base men, the stay of all the sterling and honest, the friend and helper of youth." Perthes said on another occasion, "It does a wrestling man good to be constantly surrounded by tried wrestlers. Evil thoughts are put to flight when the eye falls on the portrait of one in whose living presence one would have blushed to own them." A Catholic money-lender, when about to cheat, was wont to draw a veil over the picture of his favorite saint. So Hazlitt has said of the portrait of a beautiful female, that it seemed as if an unhandsome action would be impossible in its presence. "It does one good to look upon his manly, honest face," said a poor German woman, pointing to a portrait of the great reformer hung upon the wall of her humble dwelling. Even the portrait of a noble or a good man, hung up in a room, is companionship after a sort. It gives us a closer personal interest in him. Looking at the features, we feel as if we knew him better, and were more nearly related to him. It is a link that connects us with a higher and better nature than our own. And though we may be far from reaching the standard of our hero, we are, to a certain extent, sustained and fortified by his depicted presence constantly before us. Fox was proud to acknowledge how much he owed to the example and conversation of Burke. On one occasion he said of him that, "If he was to put all the political information he had gained from books, all that he had learned from science, or that the knowledge of the world and its affairs taught him, into one scale, and the improvement he had derived from Mr. Burke's conversation and instruction into the other, the latter would preponderate." Professor Tyndale speaks of Faraday's friendship as energy and inspiration. After spending an evening with him, he wrote, "His work excites admiration, but contact with him warms and elevates the heart. Here, surely, is a strong man. I love strength, but let me not forget the example of its union with modesty, tenderness, and sweetness in the character of Faraday." Even the gentlest natures are powerful to influence the character of others for good. Thus Wordsworth seems to have been especially impressed by the character of his sister Dorothy, who exercised upon his mind and heart a lasting influence. He describes her as the blessing of his boyhood as well as of his manhood. Though 2 years younger than himself, her tenderness and sweetness contributed greatly to mold his nature and open his mind to the influences of poetry. "She gave me eyes, she gave me ears, and humble cares and delicate fears, a heart, the fountain of sweet tears, and love, and thought, and joy." Thus the gentlest natures are enabled, by the power of affection and intelligence, to mold the characters of men destined to influence and elevate their race through all time. Sir William Napier attributed the early direction of his character, first, to the impress made upon it by his mother, when a boy, and afterwards to the noble example of his commander, Sir John Moore, when a man. Moore early detected the qualities of the young officer, and he was one of those to whom the general addressed the encouragement, "Well done, my majors," at Corunna. Writing home to his mother, and describing the little court by which Moore was surrounded, he wrote, "Where shall we find such a king? It was to his personal affection for his chief that the world is mainly indebted to Sir William Napier for his great book, the history of the Peninsular War, but he was stimulated to write the book by the advice of another friend, the late Lord Langdale, while one day walking with him across the fields on which Belgravia is now built. "It was Lord Langdale," he says, "who first kindled the fire within me." And of Sir William Napier himself, his biographer truly says that no thinking person could ever come in contact with him without being strongly impressed with the genius of the man. The career of the late Dr. Marshall Hall was a lifelong illustration of the influence of character in forming character. Many eminent men still living trace their success in life to his suggestions and assistance, without which several valuable lines of study and investigation might not have been entered on, at least at so early a period. He would say to young men about him, "Take up a subject and pursue it well, and you cannot fail to succeed." And often he would throw out a new idea to a young friend, saying, "I make you a present of it. There is fortune in it if you pursue it with energy." Energy of character has always a power to evoke energy in others. It acts through sympathy, one of the most influential human agencies. The zealous, energetic man unconsciously carries others along with him. His example is contagious and compels imitation. He exercises a sort of electric power, which sends a thrill through every fiber, flows into the nature of those about him, and makes them give out sparks of fire. Dr. Arnold's biographer, speaking of the power of this kind exercised by him over young men, says, "It was not so much an enthusiastic admiration for true genius, or learning, or eloquence, which stirred within them. It was a sympathetic thrill, caught from a spirit that was earnestly at work in the world, whose work was healthy, sustained, and constantly carried forward in the fear of God, a work that was founded on a deep sense of its duty and its value." Such a power, exercised by men of genius, evokes courage, enthusiasm, and devotion. It is this intense admiration for individuals, such as one cannot conceive entertained for a multitude, which has in all times produced heroes and martyrs. It is thus that the mastery of character makes itself felt. It acts by inspiration, quickening and vivifying the natures subject to its influence. Great minds are rich in radiating force, not only exerting power, but communicating and even creating it. Thus Dante raised and drew after him a host of great spirits, Petrarch, Boccaccio, Tasso, and many more. From him Milton learned to bear the stings of evil tongues and the contumely of evil days, and long years after, Byron, thinking of Dante under the pine trees of Ravenna, was incited to attune his harp to loftier strains than he had ever attempted before. Dante inspired the greatest painters of Italy, Giotto, Orgagna, Michelangelo, and Raphael. So Ariosto and Titian mutually inspired one another, and lighted up each other's glory. Great and good men draw others after them, exciting the spontaneous admiration of mankind. This admiration of noble character elevates the mind, and tends to redeem it from the bondage of self, one of the greatest stumbling blocks to moral improvement. The recollection of men who have signalized themselves by great thoughts or great deeds seems as if to create for the time a purer atmosphere around us, and we feel as if our aims and purposes were unconsciously elevated. "Tell me whom you admire," said Sainte-Beuve, "and I will tell you what you are, at least as regards your talents, tastes, and character." Do you admire mean men? Your own nature is mean. Do you admire rich men? You are of the earth, earthy. Do you admire men of title? You are a toad-eater or a tuft-hunter. Do you admire honest, brave, and manly men? You are yourself an honest, brave, and manly spirit. It was a fine trait in the character of Prince Albert that he was always so ready to express generous admiration of the good deeds of others. "He had the greatest delight," says the ablest delineator of his character, "in anybody else saying a fine saying or doing a great deed. He would rejoice over it, and talk about it for days, and whether it was a thing nobly said or done by a little child or by a veteran statesman, it gave him equal pleasure. He delighted in humanity doing well on any occasion and in any manner." "No quality," said Dr. Johnson, "will get a man more friends than a sincere admiration of the qualities of others. It indicates generosity of nature, frankness, cordiality, and cheerful recognition of merit. It was to the sincere, it might almost be said the reverential, admiration of Johnson by Boswell that we owe one of the best biographies ever written. One is disposed to think that there must have been some genuine good qualities in Boswell to have been attracted by such a man as Johnson, and to have kept faithful to his worship in spite of rebuffs and snubbings innumerable. Macaulay speaks of Boswell as an altogether contemptible person, as a coxcomb and a bore, weak, vain, pushing, curious, garrulous, and without wit, humor, or eloquence. But Carlyle is doubtless more just in his characterization of the biographer, in whom, vain and foolish though he was in many respects, he sees a man penetrated by the old reverent feeling of discipleship, full of love and admiration for true wisdom and excellence. Without such qualities, Carlyle insists, the life of Johnson never could have been written. Boswell wrote a good book, he says, because he had a heart and an eye to discern wisdom, and an utterance to render it forth, because of his free insight, his lively talent, and, above all, of his love and childlike open-mindedness. Most young men of generous mind have their heroes, especially if they be book-readers. Thus Allan Cunningham, when a mason's apprentice in Nitesdale, walked all the way to Edinburgh for the sole purpose of seeing Sir Walter Scott as he passed along the street. We unconsciously admire the enthusiasm of the lad, and respect the impulse which impelled him to make the journey. It is related of Sir Joshua Reynolds that, when a boy of 10, he thrust his hand through the intervening rows of people to touch the Pope, as if there were a sort of virtue in the contact. At a much later period, the painter Haydon was proud to see and to touch Reynolds when on a visit to his native place. Rogers, the poet, used to tell of his ardent desire when a boy to see Dr. Johnson, but when his hand was on the knocker of the house in Bolt Court, his courage failed him, and he turned away. So the late Isaac Disraeli, when a youth, called at Bolt Court for the same purpose, and though he had the courage to knock, to his dismay he was informed by the servant that the great lexicographer had breathed his last only a few hours before. On the contrary, small and ungenerous minds cannot admire heartily. To their own great misfortune, they cannot recognize, much less reverence, great men and great things. The mean nature admires meanly. The toad's highest idea of beauty is his toadess. The small snob's highest idea of manhood is the great snob. The slave-dealer values a man according to his muscles. When a Guinea trader was told by Sir Godfrey Kneller, in the presence of Pope, that he saw before him two of the greatest men in the world, he replied, "I don't know how great you may be, but I don't like your looks. I have often bought a man much better than both of you together, all bones and muscles, for 10 guineas. Although Rochefoucauld, in one of his maxims, says that there is something that is not altogether disagreeable to us in the misfortunes of even our best friends, it is only the small and essentially mean nature that finds pleasure in the disappointment, and annoyance at the success of others. There are, unhappily for themselves, persons so constituted that they have not the heart to be generous. The most disagreeable of all people are those who sit in the seat of the scorner. Persons of this sort often come to regard the success of others, even in a good work, as a kind of personal offense. They cannot bear to hear another praised, especially if he belongs to their own art or calling or profession. They will pardon a man's failures, but cannot forgive his doing a thing better than they can do. And where they have themselves failed, they are found to be the most merciless of detractors. The mean mind occupies itself with sneering, carping, and fault-finding, and is ready to scoff at everything but impudent effrontery or successful vice. The greatest consolation of such persons are the defects of men of character. "If the wise erred not," says George Herbert, "it would go hard with fools." Yet, though wise men may learn of fools by avoiding their errors, fools rarely profit by the example which wise men set them. A German writer has said that it is a miserable temper that cares only to discover the blemishes in the character of great men or great periods. Let us rather judge them with the charity of Bolingbroke, who, when reminded of one of the alleged weaknesses of Marlborough, observed, "He was so great a man that I forgot he had that defect." Admiration of great men, living or dead, naturally evokes imitation of them in a greater or less degree. While a mere youth, the mind of Themistocles was fired by the great deeds of his contemporaries, and he longed to distinguish himself in the service of his country. When the battle of Marathon had been fought, he fell into a state of melancholy, and when asked by his friends as to the cause, he replied that the trophies of Miltiades would not suffer him to sleep. A few years later, we find him at the head of the Athenian army, defeating the Persian fleet of Xerxes in the battle of Artemisium and Salamis, his country gratefully acknowledging that it had been saved through his wisdom and valor. It is related of Thucydides that, when a boy, he burst into tears on hearing Herodotus read his history, and the impression made upon his mind was such as to determine the bent of his own genius. And Demosthenes was so fired on one occasion by the eloquence of Callistratus that the ambition was roused within him of becoming an orator himself. Yet Demosthenes was physically weak, had a feeble voice, indistinct articulation, and shortness of breath, defects which he was only enabled to overcome by diligent study and invincible determination. But with all his practice, he never became a ready speaker, all his orations, especially the most famous of them, exhibiting indications of careful elaboration, the art and industry of the orator being visible in almost every sentence. Similar illustrations of character imitating character, and molding itself by the style and manner of genius of great men, are to be found pervading all history. Warriors, statesmen, orators, patriots, poets, and artists, all have been, more or less unconsciously, nurtured by the lives and actions of others living before them or presented for their imitation. Great men have evoked the admiration of kings, popes, and emperors. Francis de Medici never spoke to Michelangelo without uncovering, and Julius III made him sit by his side while a dozen cardinals were standing. Charles V made way for Titian, and one day, when the brush dropped from the painter's hand, Charles stooped and picked it up, saying, "You deserve to be served by an emperor." Leo X threatened with excommunication whoever should print and sell the poems of Ariosto without the author's consent. The same pope attended the death-bed of Raphael, as Francis I did that of Leonardo da Vinci. Though Haydn once archly observed that he was loved and esteemed by everybody except professors of music, yet all the greatest musicians were unusually ready to recognize each other's greatness. Haydn himself seems to have been entirely free from petty jealousy. His admiration of the famous Porpora was such that he resolved to gain admission to his house and serve him as a valet. Having made the acquaintance of the family with whom Porpora lived, he was allowed to officiate in that capacity. Early each morning he took care to brush the veteran's coat, polish his shoes, and put his rusty wig in order. At first Porpora growled at the intruder, but his asperity soon softened, and eventually melted into affection. He quickly discovered his valet's genius, and by his instructions directed it into the line in which Haydn eventually acquired so much distinction. Haydn himself was enthusiastic in his admiration of Handel. "He is the father of us all," he said on one occasion. Scarlatti followed Handel in admiration all over Italy, and when his name was mentioned he crossed himself in token veneration. Mozart's recognition of the great composer was not less hearty. "When he chooses," said he, "Handel strikes the thunderbolt." Beethoven hailed him as the monarch of the musical kingdom. When Beethoven was dying, one of his friends sent him a present of Handel's works in 40 volumes. They were brought into his chamber, and gazing on them with reanimated eye, he exclaimed, pointing at them with his finger, "There is the truth." Haydn not only recognized the genius of the great men who had passed away, but of his young contemporaries, Mozart and Beethoven. Small men may be envious of their fellows, but really great men seek out and love each other. Of Mozart, Haydn wrote, "I only wish I could impress on every friend of music, and on great men in particular, the same depth of musical sympathy and profound appreciation of Mozart's inimitable music that I myself feel and enjoy. Then nations would vie with each other to possess such a jewel within their frontiers. Prague ought not only to strive to retain this precious man, but also to remunerate him, for without this the history of a great genius is sad indeed. It enrages me to think that the unparalleled Mozart is not yet engaged by some imperial or royal court. Forgive my excitement, but I love the man so dearly." Mozart was equally generous in his recognition of the merits of Haydn. "Sir," said he to a critic, speaking of the latter, "if you and I were both melted down together, we should not furnish material for one Haydn." And when Mozart first heard Beethoven, he observed, "Listen to that young man. Be assured that he will yet make a great name in the world." Buffon set Newton above all other philosophers, and admired him so highly that he had always his portrait before him while he sat at work. So Schiller looked up to Shakespeare, whom he studied reverently and zealously for years, until he became capable of comprehending nature at first hand, and then his admiration became even more ardent than before. Pitt was Canning's master and hero, whom he followed and admired with attachment and devotion. "To one man, while he lived," said Canning, "I was devoted with all my heart and all my soul. Since the death of Mr. Pitt I acknowledge no leader. My political allegiance lies buried in his grave." The first acquaintance with a great work of art has usually proved an important event in every young artist's life. When Correggio first gazed on Raphael's Saint Cecilia, he felt himself an awakened power, and exclaimed, "And I, too, am a painter." So Constable used to look back on his first sight of Claude's picture of Hagar as forming an epoch in his career. Sir George Beaumont's admiration of the same picture was such that he always took it with him in his carriage when he traveled from home. The example set by the great and good do not die. They continue to live and speak to all the generations that succeed them. It was very impressively observed by Mr. Disraeli in the House of Commons shortly after the death of Mr. Cobden. "There is this consolation remaining to us,
when we remember our unequaled and irreparable losses, that those great men are not altogether lost to us, that their words will often be quoted in this house, that their examples will often be referred to and appealed to, and that even their expressions will form part of our discussions and debates. There are now, I may say, some members of Parliament who, though they may not be present, are still members of this House, who are independent of dissolutions, of caprices of constituencies, and even of the course of time. I think that Mr. Cobden was one of those men. It is the great lesson of biography to teach what man can be and can do at his best. It may thus give each man renewed strength and confidence. The humblest in sight of even the greatest may admire and hope and take courage. These great brothers of ours in blood and lineage, who live a universal life, still speak to us from their graves, and beckon us on in the paths which they have trod. Their example is still with us, to guide, to influence, and to direct us. For nobility of character is a perpetual bequest, living from age to age, and constantly tending to reproduce its like. The sage, say the Chinese, is the instructor of 100 ages. When the manners of Lu are heard of, the stupid become intelligent, and the wavering determined. Thus the acted life of a good man continues to be a gospel of freedom and emancipation to all who succeed him. To live in hearts we leave behind is not to die. The golden words that good men have uttered, the examples they have set, live through all time. They pass into the thoughts and hearts of their successors, help them on the road of life, and often console them in the hour of death. And the most miserable or most painful of deaths, said Henry Martyn, the Commonwealth man who died in prison, is as nothing compared with the memory of a well-spent life, and great alone is he who has earned the glorious privilege of bequeathing such a lesson and example to his successors.
End of Chapter 5, Companionship and Example. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 6 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, Chapter 6, Work. Read by John Greenman.
Lost yesterday, somewhere between sunrise and sunset, 2 golden hours, each set with 60 diamond minutes. No reward is offered, for they are gone forever. Horace Mann. Let every man be occupied, and occupied in the highest employment of which his nature is capable, and die with the consciousness that he has done his best. Sidney Smith. Work is one of the best educators of practical character. It evokes and disciplines obedience, self-control, attention, application, and perseverance, giving a man deftness and skill in his special calling, and aptitude and dexterity in dealing with affairs of ordinary life. Work is the law of our being, the living principle that carries men and nations onward. The greater number of men have to work with their hands, as a matter of necessity, in order to live, but all must work in one way or another, if they would enjoy life as it ought to be enjoyed. Labor may be a burden and a chastisement, but it is also an honor and a glory. Without it, nothing can be accomplished. All that is great in man comes through work, and civilization is its product. Were labor abolished, the race of Adam would be at once stricken by moral death. It is idleness that is the curse of man, not labor. Idleness eats the heart out of men as of nations, and consumes them as rust does iron. In describing the earlier social condition of Italy, when the ordinary occupations of rural life were considered compatible with the highest civic dignity, Pliny speaks of the triumphant generals and their men returning contentedly to the plough. In those days the lands were tilled by the hands even of generals, the soil exulting beneath the plowshare, crowned with laurels, and guided by a husbandman graced with triumphs. It was only after slaves became extensively employed in all departments of industry that labor came to be regarded as dishonorable and servile. And so soon as indolence and luxury became the characteristics of the ruling classes of Rome, the downfall of the empire sooner or later was inevitable. There is, perhaps, no tendency of our nature that has to be more carefully guarded against than indolence. When Mr. Gurney asked an intelligent foreigner who had traveled over the greater part of the world whether he had observed any one quality which, more than another, could be regarded as a universal characteristic of our species, his answer was, in broken English, "Me tink dat all men love lazy." It is characteristic of the savage as of the despot. It is natural to men to endeavor to enjoy the products of labor without its toils. Indeed, so universal is this desire that James Mill has argued that it was to prevent its indulgence at the expense of society at large that the expedient of government was originally invented. Indolence is equally degrading to individuals as to nations. Sloth never made its marks in the world, and never will. Sloth never climbed a hill, nor overcame a difficulty that it could avoid. Indolence always failed in life, and always will. It is in the nature of things that it should not succeed in anything. It is a burden, an encumbrance, and a nuisance, always useless, complaining, melancholy, and miserable. Burton, in his quaint and curious book, the only one, Johnson says, that ever took him out of bed 2 hours sooner than he wished to rise, describes the causes of melancholy as hinging mainly on idleness. Idleness, he says, is the bane of body and mind, the nurse of naughtiness, the chief mother of all mischief, one of the 7 deadly sins, the devil's cushion, his pillow, and chief reposal. An idle dog will be mangy, and how shall an idle person escape? Idleness of the mind is much worse than that of the body. Wit without employment is a disease, the rust of the soul, a plague, a hell itself. As in a standing pool worms and filthy creepers increase, so do evil and corrupt thoughts in an idle person. The soul is contaminated. Thus much I dare boldly say, he or she that is idle, be they of what condition they will, never so rich, so well allied, fortunate, happy, let them have all things in abundance and felicity that heart can wish and desire, all contentment. So long as he or she or they are idle, they shall never be pleased, never well in body or mind, but weary still, sickly still, vexed still, loathing still, weeping, sighing, grieving, suspecting, offended with the world, with every object, wishing themselves gone or dead, or else carried away with some foolish fantasy or other. The indolent, however, are not wholly indolent. Though the body may shirk labor, the brain is not idle. If it do not grow corn, it will grow thistles, which will be found springing up all along the idle man's course in life. The ghosts of indolence rise up in the dark, ever staring the recreant in the face and tormenting him. The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instruments to scourge us. "Dost thou love life?" said Franklin. "Then do not squander time, for that is the stuff it is made of." True happiness is never found in torpor of the faculties, but in their action and useful employment. It is indolence that exhausts, not action, in which there is life, health, and pleasure. The spirits may be exhausted and wearied by employment, but they are utterly wasted by idleness. Hence a wise physician was accustomed to regard occupation as one of his most valuable remedial measures. "Nothing is so injurious," said Dr. Marshall Hall, "as unoccupied time." An Archbishop of Mayence used to say that the human heart is like a millstone. If you put wheat under it, it grinds the wheat into flour. If you put no wheat, it grinds on, but then 'tis itself it wears away. It has been truly said that to desire to possess without being burdened with the trouble of acquiring is as much a sign of weakness as to recognize that everything worth having is only to be got by paying its price, is the prime secret of practical strength. Even leisure cannot be enjoyed unless it is won by effort. If it have not been earned by work, the price has not been paid for it. There must be work before and work behind, with leisure to fall back upon. But the leisure without the work can no more be enjoyed than a surfeit. Life must needs be disgusting alike to the idle rich man as to the idle poor man, who has no work to do, or, having work, will not do it. The words found tattooed on the right arm of a sentimental beggar of 40, undergoing his 8th imprisonment in the jail of Bourges in France, might be adopted as the motto of all idlers. "The past has deceived me, the present torments me, the future terrifies me." The duty of industry applies to all classes and conditions of society. All have their work to do in their respective conditions of life, the rich as well as the poor. The gentleman by birth and education, however richly he may be endowed with worldly possessions, cannot but feel that he is in duty bound to contribute his quota of endeavor towards the general well-being in which he shares. He cannot be satisfied with being fed, clad, and maintained by the labor of others, without making some suitable return to the society that upholds him. An honest, high-minded man would revolt at the idea of sitting down to and enjoying a feast, and then going away without paying his share of the reckoning. To be idle and useless is neither an honor nor a privilege, and though persons of small natures may be content merely to consume, men of average endowment, of manly aspirations, and of honest purpose will feel such a condition to be incompatible with real honor and true dignity. "I don't believe," said Lord Stanley at Glasgow, "that an unemployed man, however amiable and otherwise respectable, ever was, or ever can be, really happy. As work is our life, show me what you can do, and I will show you what you are. I have spoken of love of one's work as the best preventive of merely low and vicious tastes. I will go further, and say that it is the best preservative against petty anxieties, and the annoyances that arise out of indulged self-love. Men have thought before now that they could take refuge from trouble and vexation by sheltering themselves, as it were, in a world of their own. The experiment has often been tried, and always with one result. You cannot escape from anxiety and labor. It is the destiny of humanity. Those who shirk from facing trouble find that trouble comes to them. The indolent may contrive that he shall have less than his share of the world's work to do, but nature, proportioning the instinct to the work, contrives that the little shall be much and hard to him. The man who has only himself to please finds, sooner or later, and probably sooner than later, that he has got a very hard master. And the excessive weakness which shrinks from responsibility has its own punishment too, for where great interests are excluded, little matters become great, and the same wear and tear of mind that might have been at least usefully and healthfully expended on the real business of life is often wasted in petty and imaginary vexations, such as breed and multiply in the unoccupied brain. Even on the lowest ground, that of personal enjoyment, constant useful occupation is necessary. He who labors not cannot enjoy the reward of labor. "We sleep sound," said Sir Walter Scott, "and our waking hours are happy when they are employed, and a little sense of toil is necessary to the enjoyment of leisure, even when earned by study and sanctioned by the discharge of duty." It is true there are men who die of overwork, but many more die of selfishness, indulgence, and idleness. Where men break down by overwork, it is most commonly from want of duly ordering their lives, and neglect of the ordinary conditions of physical health. Lord Stanley was probably right when he said in his address to the Glasgow students above mentioned, that he doubted whether hard work, steadily and regularly carried on, ever yet hurt anybody. Then again, length of years is no proper test of length of life. A man's life is to be measured by what he does in it, and what he feels in it. The more useful work the man does, the more he thinks and feels, the more he readily lives. The idle, useless man, no matter what extent his life may be prolonged, merely vegetates. The early teachers of Christianity ennobled the lot of toil by their example. "He that will not work," said St. Paul, "neither shall he eat." And he glorified himself in that he had labored with his hands, and had not been chargeable to any man. When St. Boniface landed in Britain, he came with the gospel in one hand and a carpenter's rule in the other, and from England he afterwards passed over into Germany, carrying thither the art of building. Luther also, in the midst of a multitude of other employments, worked diligently for a living, earning his bread by gardening, building, turning, and even clock-making. It was characteristic of Napoleon, when visiting a work of mechanical excellence, to pay great respect to the inventor, and, on taking his leave, to salute him with a low bow. Once at St. Helena, when walking with Mrs. Malcolm, some servants came along, carrying a load. The lady, in an angry tone, ordered them out of the way, on which Napoleon interposed, saying, "Respect the burden, madam." Even the drudgery of the general humblest laborer contributes toward the well-being of society, and it was a wise saying of a Chinese emperor that, if there was a man who did not work, or a woman that was idle, somebody must suffer cold or hunger in the empire. The habit of constant useful occupation is as essential for the happiness and well-being of women as of man. Without it, women are apt to sink into a state of listless ennui and uselessness, accompanied by sick headaches and attacks of nerves. Caroline Perthes carefully warned her married daughter Louisa to beware of giving away to such listlessness. "I myself," she said, "when the children are gone out for a half-holiday, sometimes feel as stupid and dull as an owl by daylight. But one must not yield to this, which happens more or less to all young wives. The best relief is work, engaged in with interest and diligence. Work, then, constantly and diligently at something or other, for idleness is the devil's snare for small and great, as your grandfather says, and he says true." Constant useful occupation is thus wholesome not only for the body, but for the mind. While the slothful man drags himself indolently through life, and the better part of his nature sleeps a deep sleep, if not morally and spiritually dead, the energetic man is a source of activity and enjoyment to all who come within reach of his influence. Even an ordinary drudgery is better than idleness. Fuller says of Sir Francis Drake, who was early sent to sea, and kept close to his work by his master, that such pains and patience in his youth knit the joints of his soul, and made them more solid and compact. Schiller used to say that he considered it a great advantage to be employed in the discharge of some daily mechanical duty, some regular routine of work, that rendered steady application necessary. Thousands can bear testimony to the truth of the saying of Greuze, the French painter, that work is one of the great secrets of happiness. Casaubon was once induced by the entreaties of his friends to take a few days' entire rest, but he returned to his work with the remark that it was easier to bear illness doing something than doing nothing. When Charles Lamb was released for life from his daily drudgery of desk work at the India Office, he felt himself the happiest of men. "I would not go back to my prison," he said to a friend, 10 years longer for £10,000. He also wrote in the same ecstatic mood to Bernard Barton. "I have scarce steadiness of head to compose a letter," he said. "I am free as air. I will live another 50 years. Would I could sell you some of my leisure." Positively, the best thing a man can do is nothing, and next to that, perhaps, good works. 2 years, 2 long and tedious years passed, and Charles Lamb's feelings had undergone an entire change. He now discovered that official, even humdrum work, the appointed round, the daily task, had been good for him, though he knew it not. Time had formerly been his friend. It had now become his enemy. To Bernard Barton he again wrote, "I assure you, no work is worse than overwork. The mind preys on itself, the most unwholesome of food. I have ceased to care for almost anything. Never did the waters of heaven pour down upon a forlorner head. What I can do, and overdo, is to walk. I am a sanguinary murderer of time, but the oracle is silent." No man could be more sensible of the practical importance of industry than Sir Walter Scott, who was himself one of the most laborious and indefatigable of men. Indeed, Lockhart says of him that, taking all ages and countries together, the rare example of tireless energy, in union with serene self-possession of mind and matter, such as Scott's, must be sought for in the role of great sovereigns or great captains, rather than in that of literary genius. Scott himself was most anxious to impress upon the minds of his own children the importance of industry as a means of usefulness and happiness in the world. To his son Charles, when at school, he wrote, "I cannot too much impress upon your mind that labor is the condition which God has imposed on us in every station of life. There is nothing worth having that can be had without it, from the bread which the peasant wins with the sweat of his brow, to the sports by which the rich man must get rid of his ennui. As for knowledge, it can no more be planted in the human mind without labor than a field of wheat can be produced without the previous use of a plow. There is, indeed, the great difference that chance or circumstances may so cause it that another shall reap what the farmer sows, but no man can be deprived, whether by accident or misfortune, of the fruits of his own studies, and liberal and extended acquisitions of knowledge which he makes are all for his own use. Labor, therefore, my dear boy, and improve the time. In youth our steps are light, and our minds are ductile, and knowledge is easily laid up. But if we neglect our spring, our summers will be useless and contemptible, our harvest will be chaff, and the winter of our old age unrespected and desolate. Southey was as laborious a worker as Scott. Indeed, work might almost be said to form part of his religion. He was only 19 when he wrote these words, 19 years, certainly a fourth part of my life, and yet I have been of no service to society. The clown who scares crows for 2d a day is a more useful man. He preserves the bread which I eat in idleness. And yet Southey had not been idle as a boy. On the contrary, he had been a most diligent student. He had not only read largely in English literature, but was well acquainted, through translations, with Tasso, Ariosto, Homer, and Ovid. He felt, however, as if his life had been purposeless, and he determined to do something. He began, and from that time forward he pursued an unremitting career of literary labor down to the close of his life, daily progressing in learning, to use his own words, not so learned as he is poor, not so poor as proud, not so proud as happy. The memoirs of men who have thrown their opportunities away would constitute a painful but memorable volume for the world's instruction. No strong man in good health, says Ebenezer Elliot, can be neglected if he be true to himself. For the benefit of the young, I wish we had a correct account of the number of persons who fail of success in 1,000 who resolutely strive to do well. I do not think it exceeds 1%. Men grudge success, but it is only the last term of what looked like a series of failures. They failed at first, then again and again, but at last their difficulties vanished, and success was achieved. The desire to possess, without being burdened with the trouble of acquiring, is a great sign of weakness and laziness. Everything that is worth enjoying or possessing can only be got by the pleasure of working. This is the great secret of practical strength. One may very distinctly prefer industry to indolence, the healthful exercise of all one's faculties to allowing them to rest unused in drowsy torpor. In the long run, we shall probably find that the exercise of the faculties has of itself been the source of a more genuine happiness than has followed the actual attainment of what the exercise was directed to procure. The weakest living creature, says Carlyle, by concentrating his powers on a single object, can accomplish something, whereas the strongest, by dispersing his over many, may fail to accomplish anything. Have we difficulties to contend with? Then work through them. No exorcism charms like labor. Idleness of mind and body resembles rust. It wears more than work. I would rather work out than rust out, said a noble worker. Schiller said that he found the greatest happiness in life to consist in the performance of some mechanical duty. It is because application to business teaches method most effectually that it is so useful as an educator of character. The highest working qualities are best trained by active and sympathetic contact with others in the affairs of daily life. It does not matter whether the business relates to the management of a household or of a nation. Indeed, as we have endeavored to show in a preceding chapter, the able housewife must necessarily be an efficient woman of business. She must regulate and control the details of her home, keep her expenditure within her means, arrange everything according to plan and system, and wisely manage and govern those subject to her rule. Efficient domestic management implies industry, application, method, moral discipline, forethought, prudence, practical ability, insight into character, and power of organization, all of which are required in the efficient management of business of whatever sort. Business qualities have, indeed, a very large field of action. They mean aptitude for affairs, competency to deal successfully with the practical work of life, whether the spur of action lie in domestic management, in the conduct of a profession, in trade or commerce, in social organization, or in political government. And the training which gives efficiency in dealing with these various affairs is, of all others, the most useful in practical life. Moreover, it is the best discipline of character, for it involves the exercise of diligence, attention, self-denial, judgment, tact, knowledge of and sympathy with others. Like other great captains, Wellington had an almost boundless capacity for work. He drew up the heads of a Dublin police bill, being still the Secretary for Ireland, when tossing off the mouth of the Mondego, with Juno and the French army waiting for him on the shore. So Caesar, another of the greatest commanders, is said to have written an essay on Latin rhetoric while crossing the Alps at the head of his army. And Wallenstein, when at the head of 60,000 men, and in the midst of a campaign, with the enemy before him, dictated from headquarters the medical treatment of his poultry yard. Washington also was an indefatigable man of business. From his boyhood he diligently trained himself in habits of application, of study, and of methodical work. His manuscript school books, which are still preserved, show that, as early as the age of 13, he occupied himself voluntarily in copying out such things as forms of receipts, notes of hand, bills of exchange, bonds, indentures, leases, land warrants, and other dry documents, all written out with great care. And the habits which he thus early acquired were, in a great measure, the foundation of those admirable business qualities which he afterwards successfully brought to bear in the affairs of government. Most of the early English writers were men of affairs, trained to business, for no literary class as yet existed, excepting it might be the priesthood. Chaucer, the father of English poetry, was first a soldier, and afterwards a comptroller of petty customs. The office was no sinecure either, for he had to write up all the records with his own hand, and when he had done his reckonings at the custom-house, he returned with delight to his favorite studies at home, poring over his books until his eyes were dazed and dull. Indeed, habits of business, instead of unfitting a cultivated mind for scientific or literary pursuits, are often the best training for them. Voltaire insisted with truth that the real spirit of business and literature are the same, the perfection of each being the union of energy and thoughtfulness, of cultivated intelligence and practical wisdom, of the active and contemplative essence, a union commended by Lord Bacon as the concentrated excellence of man's nature. It has been said that even the man of genius can write nothing worth reading in relation to human affairs unless he has been in some way or other connected with the serious, everyday business of life. Hence it has happened that many of the best books extant have been written by men of business, with whom literature was a pastime rather than a profession. Gifford, the editor of the Quarterly, who knew the drudgery of writing for a living, once observed that a single hour of composition won from the business of the day is worth more than the whole day's toil of him who works at the trade of literature. In the one case, the spirit comes joyfully to refresh itself, like a hart to the water-brooks. In the other, it pursues its miserable way, panting and jaded, with the dogs and hunger of necessity behind. Samuel Richardson successfully combined literature with business, writing his novels in his back shop in Salisbury Court, Fleet Street, and selling them over the counter in his front shop. William Hutton of Birmingham also successfully combined the occupations of bookselling and authorship. He says in his autobiography that a man may live half a century and not be acquainted with his own character. He did not know that he was an antiquarian until the world informed him of it, from having read his History of Birmingham, and then, he said, he could see it himself. Benjamin Franklin was alike eminent as a printer and bookseller, an author, a philosopher, and a statesman. Montaigne has said of true philosophers that, if they were great in science, they were yet much greater in action, and whenever they have been put upon the proof, they have been seen to fly to so high a pitch as made it very well appear their souls were strangely elevated and enriched with the knowledge of things. Thales, speaking against the pains and care men put themselves to become rich, was answered by one in the company that he did like the fox, who found fault with what he could not obtain. Thereupon Thales had a mind, for the jest's sake, to show them the contrary, and having upon this occasion for once made a master of all his wits, wholly to employ them in the service of profit, he set a traffic on foot, which in 1 year brought him in so great riches, that the most experienced in that trade could hardly in their whole lives, with all their industry, have raked so much together. Niebuhr, the historian, was distinguished for his energy and success as a man of business. He proved so efficient as secretary and accountant to the African consulate, to which he had been appointed by the Danish government, that he was afterwards selected as one of the commissioners to manage the national finances, and he quitted that office to undertake the joint directorship of a bank at Berlin. It was in the midst of his business occupations that he found time to study Roman history, to master the Arabic, Russian, and other Slovakian languages, and to build up the great reputation as an author by which he is now chiefly remembered. Men of trained working faculty so contract their habit of labor that idleness becomes intolerable to them, and when driven by circumstances from their own special line of occupation, they find refuge in other pursuits. The diligent man is quick to find employment for his leisure, and he is able to make leisure when the idle man finds none. "He hath no leisure," says George Herbert, "who useth it not." "The most active or busy man that has been or can be," says Bacon, "has many vacant times of leisure, except he be either tedious and of no dispatch, or lightly and unworthily ambitious to meddle with things that may be better done by others." Thus many great things have been done during such vacant times of leisure by men to whom industry had become a second nature, and who found it easier to work than to be idle. One of the most able and laborious of our recent statesmen, with whom literature was a hobby as well as a pursuit, was the late Sir George Cornwall Lewis. He was an excellent man of business, diligent, exact, and painstaking. He filled by turns the offices of President of the Poor Law Board, the machinery of which he created, Chancellor of the Exchequer, Home Secretary, and Secretary at War. In each he achieved the reputation of a thoroughly successful administrator. In the intervals of his official labors he occupied himself with inquiries into a wide range of subjects: history, politics, philology, anthropology, and antiquarianism. His works on the astronomy of the ancients and essays on the formation of the Romantic languages might have been written by the profoundest of German scholars. He took especial delight in pursuing the abstruser branches of learning, and found in them his chief pleasure and recreation. Lord Palmerston sometimes remonstrated with him, telling him he was taking too much out of himself by laying aside official papers after office hours in order to study books, Palmerston himself declaring that he had no time to read books, that the reading of manuscript was quite enough for him. Doubtless Sir George Lewis rode his hobby too hard, and for his devotion to study his useful life would probably have been prolonged. Whether in or out of office, he read, wrote, and studied. He relinquished the editorship of the Edinburgh Review to become Chancellor of the Exchequer, and when no longer occupied in preparing budgets, he proceeded to copy out a mass of Greek manuscripts at the British Museum. He took particular delight in pursuing any difficult inquiry in classical antiquity. One of the odd subjects with which he occupied himself was an examination into the truth of reported cases of longevity, which, according to his custom, he doubted or disbelieved. This subject was uppermost in his mind while pursuing his canvass of Herefordshire in 1852. On applying to a voter one day for his support, he was met by a decided refusal. "I am sorry," was the candidate's reply, "that you can't give me your vote, but perhaps you can tell me whether anybody in your parish has died at an extraordinary age." A fair measure of work is good for mind as well as body. Man is an intelligence sustained and preserved by bodily organs, and their active exercise is necessary to the enjoyment of health. It is not work, but overwork, that is hurtful, and it is not hard work that is injurious so much as monotonous work, fagging work, hopeless work. All hopeful work is healthful, and to be usefully and hopefully employed is one of the great secrets of happiness. Brain work, in moderation, is no more wearing than any other kind of work. Duly regulated, it is as promotive of health as bodily exercise, and, where due attention is paid to the physical system, it seems difficult to put more upon a man than he can bear. Merely to eat and drink and sleep one's way idly through life is vastly more injurious. The wear and tear of rust is even faster than the tear and wear of work. But overwork is always bad economy. It is, in fact, great waste, especially if conjoined with worry. Indeed, worry kills far more than work does. It frets, it excites, it consumes the body, as sand and grit, which occasion excessive friction, wear out the wheels of a machine. Overwork and worry have both to be guarded against, for over-brain work is strain work, and it is exhausting and destructive according as it is in excess of nature. And the brain worker may exhaust and overbalance his mind by excess, just as the athlete may overstrain his muscles and break his back by attempting feats beyond the strength of his physical system. End of Chapter 6. Work. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 7 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Helping Oneself. The worth of a state, in the long run, is the worth of the individuals composing it. J. S. Mill. We put too much faith in systems and look too little to men. B. Disraeli. Heaven helps those who help themselves is a well-tried maxim, embodying a small compass with the results of vast human experience. The spirit of self-help is the root of all genuine growth in the individual, and, exhibited in the lives of many, it constitutes the true source of national vigor and strength. Help from without is often enfeebling in its effects, but help from within invariably invigorates. Whatever is done for men or classes, to a certain extent takes away the stimulus and necessity of doing for themselves, and where men are subjected to over-guidance and over-government, the inevitable tendency is to render them comparatively helpless. Even the best institutions can give a man no active help. Perhaps the most they can do is to leave him free to develop himself and improve his individual condition. But in all times, men have been prone to believe that their happiness and well-being were to be secured by means of institutions, rather than by their own conduct. Hence, the value of legislation as an agent in human advancement has usually been much overestimated. To constitute the millionth part of a legislature by voting for 1 or 2 men once in 3 or 5 years, however conscientiously this duty may be performed, can exercise but little active influence upon any man's life and character. Moreover, it is every day becoming more clearly understood that the function of government is negative and restrictive rather than positive and active, being resolvable principally into protection of life, liberty, and property. Laws, wisely administered, will secure men the enjoyment of the fruits of their labor, whether of mind or body, at a comparatively small personal sacrifice. But no laws, however stringent, can make the idle industrious, the thriftless provident, or the drunken sober. Such reforms can only be effected by means of individual action, economy, and self-denial, by better habits rather than by greater rights. The government of a nation itself is usually found to be but the reflex of the individuals composing it. The government that is ahead of the people will inevitably be dragged down to their level, as the government that is behind them will, in the long run, be dragged up. In the order of nature, the collective character of a nation will as surely find its befitting results in its law and government as water finds its own level. The noble people will be nobly ruled, and the ignorant and corrupt ignobly. Indeed, all experience serves to prove that the worth and strength of a state depend far less upon the form of its institutions than upon the character of its men. For the nation is only an aggregate of individual conditions, and civilization itself is but a question of the personal improvement of the men, women, and children of whom society is composed. National progress is the sum of individual industry, energy, and uprightness, as national decay is of individual idleness, selfishness, and vice. What we are accustomed to decry as great social evils will, for the most part, be found to be but the outgrowth of man's own perverted life, and though we may endeavor to cut them down and extirpate them by means of law, they will only spring up again, with fresh luxuriance, in some other form, unless the conditions of personal life and character are radically improved. If this view be correct, then it follows that the highest patriotism and philanthropy consist not so much in altering laws and modifying institutions, as in helping and stimulating men to elevate and improve themselves
by their own free and independent individual action. It may be of comparatively little consequence how a man is governed from without, whilst everything depends upon how he governs himself from within. The greatest slave is not he who is ruled by a despot, great though that evil be, but he who is the thrall of his own moral ignorance, selfishness, and vice. Nations who are thus enslaved at heart cannot be freed by any mere changes of masters or of institutions, and so long as the fatal delusion prevails, that liberty solely depends upon and consists in government, so long will such changes, no matter at what cost they may be effected, have as little practical and lasting result as the shifting of the figures in a phantasmagoria. The solid foundations of liberty must rest upon individual character, which is also the only sure guarantee for social security and national progress. John Stuart Mill truly observes that even despotism does not produce its worst effects so long as individuality exists under it, and whatever crushes individuality is despotism, by whatever name it be called. Old fallacies as to human progress are constantly turning up. Some call for Caesars, others for nationalities, and others for acts of Parliament. We are to wait for Caesars, and when they are found, happy the people who recognize and follow them. This doctrine shortly means everything for the people, nothing by them, a doctrine which, if taken as a guide, must, by destroying the free conscience of a community, speedily prepare the way for any form of despotism. Caesarism is human idolatry in its worst form, a worship of mere power, as degrading in its effects as the worship of mere wealth would be. A far healthier doctrine to inculcate among the nations would be that of self-help, and so soon as it is thoroughly understood and carried into action, Caesarism will be no more. All nations have been made what they are by the thinking and the working of many generations of men, patient and persevering laborers in all ranks and conditions of life, cultivators of the soil and explorers of the mine, inventors and discoverers, manufacturers, mechanics and artisans, poets, philosophers, and politicians, all have contributed towards the grand result, one generation building upon another's labors, and carrying them forward to still higher stages. This constant succession of noble workers, the artisans of civilization, has served to create order out of chaos in industry, science, and art, and the living race has thus, in the course of nature, become the inheritor of the rich estate provided by the skill and industry of our forefathers, which is placed in our hands to cultivate and to hand down, not only unimpaired, but improved, to our successors. James Watt was one of the most industrious of men, and the story of his life proves, what all experience confirms, that it is not the man of the greatest natural vigor and capacity who achieves the highest results, but he who employs his powers with the greatest industry and the most carefully disciplined skill, the skill that comes by labor, application, and experience. Many men in his time knew far more than Watt, but none labored so assiduously as he did to turn all that he did know to useful practical purposes. He was, above all things, most persevering in his pursuits of facts. He cultivated carefully that habit of active attention on which all the higher working qualities of the mind mainly depend. Indeed, Mr. Edgeworth entertained the opinion that the difference of intellect in men depends more upon the early cultivation of this habit of attention than upon any great disparity between the powers of one individual and another. Even when a boy,
Watt found science in his toys. The quadrants lying about his father's carpenter's shop led him to the study of optics and astronomy. His ill health induced him to pry into the secrets of physiology, and his solitary walks through the country attracted him to the study of botany and history. While carrying on the business of a mathematical instrument-maker, he received an order to build an organ, and though without an ear for music, he undertook the study of harmonics and successfully constructed the instrument. And, in like manner, when the little model of Newcomen's steam engine belonging to the University of Glasgow was placed in his hands to repair, he forthwith set himself to learn all that was then known about heat, evaporation, and condensation, at the same time plodding his way in mechanics and the science of construction, the results of which he at length embodied in his condensing steam engine. For 10 years he went on contriving and inventing, with little hope to cheer him, and with few friends to encourage him. He went on, meanwhile, earning bread for his family by making and selling quadrants, making and mending fiddles, flutes, and musical instruments, measuring mason-work, surveying roads, superintending the construction of canals, or doing anything that turned up and offered a prospect of honest gain. At length Watt found a fit partner in another eminent leader of industry, Matthew Boulton of Birmingham, a skillful, energetic, and far-seeing man, who vigorously undertook the enterprise of introducing the condensing engine into general use as a working power, and the success of both is now a matter of history. The instances of men in this and other countries who, by dint of persevering application and energy, have raised themselves from the humblest ranks of industry to eminent positions of usefulness and influence in society, are so numerous that they have long ceased to be regarded as exceptional. Looking at some of the more remarkable, it might almost be said that early encounter with difficulty and adverse circumstances was the necessary and indispensable condition of success. The British House of Commons and the United States Congress have always contained a considerable number of such self-raised men, fitting representatives of the industrial character of the people, and it is to the credit of our legislatures that they have been welcomed and honored there. Men who, like Lincoln and Garfield, have risen from the humblest condition to great renown, are by no means exceptional in the great Republic of the West, where worth rather than birth forms the basis for promotion and influence. James A. Garfield was a typical American. Born in poverty and obscurity, he struggled forward and upward against a sea of obstacles, and won his way by such gentleness of demeanor, coupled with such patience and courage, that he seems not to have provoked the enmity of any man. Mr. Garfield had a hard time of it as a boy. He toiled hard on the farm early and late in summer, and worked at the carpenter's bench in winter. The best of it was that he liked work. He had an absorbing ambition to get an education, and the only road open to this end seemed that of manual labor. Ready money was hard to get in those days. The Ohio Canal ran not far from where he lived, and finding that the boatmen got their pay in cash and earned better wages than he could make at farming or carpentry, he hired out as a driver on the tow-path, and soon got up to the dignity of holding the helm of a boat. Then he determined to ship as a sailor on the lakes, but an attack of fever and ague interfered with his plans. He was ill 3 months, and when he recovered he decided to go to school. His mother had saved a small sum of money, which she gave him, together with a few cooking utensils and a stock of provisions. He hired a small room and cooked his own food to make his expenses as light as possible. He paid his own way after that, never calling on his mother for any more assistance. By working at the carpenter's bench mornings and evenings and vacation times, and teaching country schools during the winter, he managed to attend the academy during the spring and fall terms, and to save a little money towards going to college. He had excellent health, a robust frame, and a capital memory,
and the attempt to combine mental and physical work did not harm him. When he was 23 years of age, he concluded he had got about all there was to be had in the obscure Crossroads Academy. He calculated he had saved about half enough money to get through college, provided he could begin, as he hoped, with the junior year. He got a life insurance policy and assigned it to a gentleman as security for a loan to make up the amount he lacked. In the fall of 1854 he entered the junior class of Williams College, Massachusetts, and graduated in 1856 with the metaphysical honors of his class. When Garfield returned to Ohio, it was natural that he should soon gravitate to the struggling little college at Hiram, Portage County, near his boyhood's home. He became professor of Latin and Greek, and threw himself, with the energy and industry which were leading traits in his character, into the work of building up the institution. Before he had been 2 years in his professorship, he was appointed president of the college. Hiram is a lonesome country village, 3 miles from a railroad, built upon a high hill, overlooking 20 miles of cheese-making country to the southward. It contains 50 or 60 houses clustered around the green, in the center of which stands the homely red-brick college structure. Plain living and high thinking was the order of things at Hiram College in those days. The teachers were poor, but there was a great deal of hard, faithful study done, and many ambitious plans formed. The young president taught, lectured, and preached, and all the time studied as diligently as any acolyte in the temple of knowledge. During his professorship, Garfield married Miss Lucretia Rudolph, daughter of a farmer in the neighborhood, whose acquaintance he had made while at the academy, where she was also a pupil. She was a quiet, thoughtful girl, of singularly sweet and refined disposition, fond of study and reading, possessing a warm heart and a mind with the capacity of steady growth. The marriage was a love affair on both sides, and has been a thoroughly happy one. Much of General Garfield's subsequent success in life may be attributed to the never-failing sympathy and intellectual companionship of his wife, and the stimulus of a loving home circle. The young couple bought a neat little cottage fronting on the college campus, and began their wedded life poor and in debt, but with brave hearts. In 1859 the college president was elected to the state senate, from the counties of Portage and Summit. He did not resign his presidency because he looked upon a few months in the legislature as an episode not likely to change the course of his life. But the war came to alter his plans. During the winter of 1861 he was active in the passage of measures for arming the state militia, and his eloquence and energy made him a conspicuous leader of the Union party. Early in the summer of 1861 he was elected colonel of an infantry regiment raised in northern Ohio, many of the soldiers in which had been students at Hiram. He took the field in eastern Kentucky, was soon put in command of a brigade, and, by making one of the hardest marches ever made by recruits, surprised and routed the rebel forces under Humphrey Marshall at Piketon. From eastern Kentucky General Garfield was transferred to Louisville, and from that place hastened to join the army of General Buell, which he reached with his brigade in time to participate in the second day's fighting at Pittsburgh Landing. He took part in the siege of Corinth, and in the operations along the Memphis and Charleston Railroad. In January 1863 he was appointed Chief of Staff of the Army of the Cumberland, and bore a prominent share in all the campaigns in the Middle Tennessee in the spring and summer of that year. His last conspicuous military service was at the Battle of Chickamauga. For his conduct in that battle he was promoted to a major generalship. The congressional district in which Garfield lived was the one long made famous by Joshua R. Giddings. His supporters nominated him while he was in the field, without asking his consent. That was in 1862. When he heard of the nomination, Garfield reflected that it would be 15 months before the Congress would meet to which he would be elected, and, believing, as did everyone else, that the war could not possibly last a year longer, concluded to accept. He often expressed regret that he did not help to fight the war through, and said that he never would have left the army to go to Congress had he foreseen the struggle would continue beyond the year 1863. He continued his military service up to the time Congress met. On entering Congress in December 1863, General Garfield was placed upon the Committee on Military Affairs with Schenck and Farnsworth, who were also fresh from the field. He took an active part in the debates of the House, and won a recognition which few new members succeed in gaining. He was not popular among his fellow members during his first term. They thought him something of a pedant, because he sometimes showed his scholarship in his speeches, and they were jealous of his prominence. His solid attainments and able social qualities enabled him to overcome this prejudice during his second term, and he became on terms of close friendship with the best men in both houses. His committee service during his second term was on the Ways and Means, which was quite to his taste, for it gave him an opportunity to prosecute the studies in finance and political economy which he had always felt a fondness for. He was a hard worker and a great reader in those days, going home with his arms full of books from the Congressional Library, and sitting up late nights to read them. It was then that he laid the foundations of the convictions on the subject of national finance, which he since held so firmly amid all the storms of political agitation. In the 40th Congress, General Garfield was chairman of the Committee on Military Affairs. In the 41st he was given the chairmanship of Banking and Currency, which he liked much better because it was in the line of his financial studies. His next promotion was to the chairmanship of the Appropriations Committee, which he held until the Democrats came into power in the House in 1875. His chief work on that committee was a steady and judicious reduction of the expenses of the government. In all the political struggles in Congress he bore a leading part, his clear, vigorous, and moderate style of argument making him one of the most effective debaters in either house. When James G. Blaine went to the Senate in 1877, the mantle of Republican leadership in the House was by common consent placed upon Garfield. In January 1880, General Garfield was elected to the Senate. He received the unanimous vote of the Republican caucus, an honor never before given to any man of any party in the state of Ohio. Of his industry and studious habits a great deal might be said, but a single illustration will have to suffice here. Once, during the busiest part of a very busy session at Washington, a visitor found him in his library behind a big barricade of books. This was no unusual sight, but when the caller glanced at the volumes he saw that they were all different editions of Horace, or books relating to that poet. "I find that I am overworked, and need recreation," said the General. "Now, my theory is that the best way to rest the mind is not to let it be idle, but to put it at something quite outside of the ordinary line of its employment. So I am resting by learning all the Congressional Library can show about Horace and the various editions and translations of his poems." The circumstances of General Garfield's nomination for the presidency at Chicago are thus told by one of his many biographers. There were some indications as the 30th ballot progressed on Tuesday, June 8, that the lesser candidates were giving way. The next ballot demonstrated that the Grant lines could not be broken, and the Blaine lines were at this time wavering. It was apparent the convention was on the edge of a break. The next ballot, which was finished by 12:30, was without exciting event. The close of the 34th was marked with some excitement growing out of a break to Garfield, Wisconsin casting him 16 votes. This was the beginning of the end. To make up this number, Washburne, Blaine, and Sherman were drawn upon. When the result was declared, General Garfield arose and addressed the chair. The chairman inquired for what purpose the gentleman rose. "To a question of order," said Garfield. "The gentleman will state it," said the chair. "I challenge," said Mr. Garfield, "the correctness of the announcement that contains votes for me. No man has a right, without the consent of the person voted for, to have his name announced and voted for in this convention. Such consent I have not given." This was overruled by the chairman amidst laughter against Garfield, who had made the point on the vote cast for him by Wisconsin. Then the 35th ballot was taken. It was apparent that the Blaine men had broken up. The 36th ballot was taken amidst breathless excitement. It proved to be the last. It resulted: Grant 306, Blaine 42, Sherman 3, Washburne 6, Garfield 399. The late Mr. Fox was accustomed to introduce his recollections of past times with the words, "When I was working as a weaver boy at Norwich," and there are other members of Parliament still living whose origin has been equally humble. Mr. Lindsay, the well-known ship-owner, once told the simple story of his life to the electors of Weymouth in answer to an attack upon him by his political opponents. He had been left an orphan at 14, and when he left Glasgow for Liverpool to push his way in the world, not being able to pay the usual fare, the captain of the steamer agreed to take his labor in exchange, and the boy worked his passage by trimming the coals in the coal-hole. At Liverpool he remained for 7 weeks before he could obtain employment, during which time he lived in sheds and fared hardly, until at last he found shelter on board a West Indiaman. He entered as a boy, and before he was 19, by steady good conduct, had risen to the command of a ship. At 23 he retired from the sea and settled on shore, after which his progress was rapid. He had prospered, he said, by steady industry, by constant work, and by ever keeping in view the great principle of doing to others as you would be done by. Among like men of the same class may be ranked the late Richard Cobden, whose start in life was equally humble. The son of a small farmer in Midhurst, in Sussex, he was sent at an early age to London, and employed as a boy in a warehouse in the city. He was diligent, well-conducted, and eager for information. His master, a man of the old school, warned him against too much reading, but the boy went on in his own course, storing his mind with the wealth found in books. He was promoted from one position of trust to another, became a traveler for his house, secured a large connection, and eventually started in business as a calico printer in Manchester. Taking an interest in public questions, more especially in popular education, his attention was gradually drawn to the subject of the Corn Laws, to the repeal of which he may be said to have devoted his fortune and his life. It may be mentioned, as a curious fact, that the first speech he delivered in public was a total failure. But he had great perseverance, application, and energy, and with persistency in practice he became at length one of the most persuasive and effective public speakers, extorting the disinterested eulogy of even Sir Robert Peel himself. A French ambassador has eloquently said of Mr. Cobden that he was a living proof of what merit, perseverance, and labor can accomplish, one of the most complete examples of those men who, sprung from the humblest ranks of society, raise themselves to the highest rank in public estimation, by the effect of their own worth and of their own services. Finally, one of the rarest examples of the solid qualities inherent in the English character. In all these cases, strenuous individual application was the price paid for distinction, excellence of any sort being invariably placed beyond the reach of indolence. It is the diligent hand and head alone that maketh rich, in self-culture, growth in wisdom, and in business. Even when men are born to wealth and high social position, any solid reputation which they may individually achieve can only be attained by energetic application. For, though an inheritance of acres may be bequeathed, an inheritance of knowledge and wisdom cannot. The wealthy man may pay others for doing his work for him, but it is impossible to get his thinking done for him by another, or to purchase any kind of self-culture. Indeed, The doctrine that excellence in any pursuit is only to be achieved by laborious application holds as true in the case of the man of wealth as that of Drew and Gifford, whose only school was a cobbler's stall, or Hugh Miller, whose only college was a Cromarty's stone quarry. Riches and ease, it is perfectly clear, are not necessary for a man's highest culture, else had not the world been so largely indebted in all times to those who have sprung from the humbler ranks. An easy or luxurious existence does not train men to effort or encounter with difficulty, nor does it awaken that consciousness of power which is so necessary for energetic and effective action in life. Indeed, so far from poverty being a misfortune, it may, by vigorous self-help, be converted even into a blessing, rousing a man to that struggle with the world in which, though some may purchase ease by degradation, the right-minded and true-hearted find strength, confidence, and triumph. Bacon says, "Many seem neither to understand their riches nor their strength. Of the former they believe greater things than they should, of the latter much less." Self-reliance and self-denial will teach a man to drink out of his own cistern, and eat his own sweet bread, and to learn and labor truly to get his living, and carefully to expend the good things committed to his trust. A very impressive example of the success to which a system of self-help, vigorously pursued, invariably leads, is presented in the life of our renowned contemporary, Thomas A. Edison. His parents were poor, and he received not more than 2 months of regular schooling, but was taught in the elementary branches by his mother. He had a passion for reading, and before he was 12 years old he had read Gibbon's Rome, Hume's England, and the Penny Cyclopedia. He also read some books on chemistry in early life, and so strong was his thirst for knowledge that at one time he resolved to read every book in the public library of Detroit. In execution of his purpose he read Newton's Principia, Eure's Scientific Dictionaries, Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, and other important works. He early became a newsboy on the Grand Trunk Railway opposite Detroit. This position gave him the opportunity of reading many miscellaneous books. He became much interested in chemistry, and put up a laboratory in one of the cars. But his enthusiastic efforts in this direction were soon brought to an end by an unfortunate explosion which came near setting the train on fire, and which led the conductor to throw the apparatus and chemicals out of the car. Not content with selling papers, Edison next bought some old type and began to print, on the cars, a little paper called the Grand Trunk Herald. While acting as newsboy he got acquainted with the telegraph operators along the line, and became ambitious to be an operator himself. The station-master at Mount Clemens Station offered to give him the necessary instruction, and for 5 months the young newsboy returned to this point after his day's work and received nightly instruction in telegraphy. At the end of this time he was qualified to accept a position in the telegraph office at Port Huron. While at Adrian, Michigan, discharging his duties as operator, he spent much time in repairing instruments and at other mechanical employments, for which he had made a small workshop and furnished it with tools. He soon went to Indianapolis, where he invented an automatic repeater, by which a message might be transferred from one wire to another without the aid of an operator. Going in turn to Cincinnati, Memphis, Louisville, and New Orleans, he returned to Cincinnati in 1867, where at the age of 20 he became absorbed in projects of invention. He had now become one of the most expert operators in the service, and was soon put into the leading position in the Boston office. Here he fitted up a small shop and continued his experiments. In 1870 he went to Rochester, New York, to test between that city and Boston the practicability of his invention of the duplex telegraph, but the experiment did not prove successful. He next entered the service of the Gold Indicator Company in New York, of which he was soon made superintendent. Here he introduced improved apparatus, and invented the gold printer and other devices. About this time he established in Newark, New Jersey, a factory for the purpose of making the machines and apparatus he had invented. About 300 men were employed in this establishment, but the demands made on his time by the business left him so little opportunity for pursuing his experiments and making inventions that he abandoned the enterprise, and in 1876 established a shop for experimenting at Menlo Park, a small station on the Pennsylvania Railroad, about 24 miles from New York. Although Mr. Edison is still a very young man, his inventions are exceedingly numerous. He has taken out several hundred patents. The most wonderful and famous of these are the carbon telephone and the phonograph. His micro-tasimeter, designed for detecting very slight variations of temperature, was successfully used during the total eclipse of the sun in July 1878 to demonstrate the existence of heat in the corona. The aerophone, which has not yet been perfected, is a contrivance for amplifying sound. Its purpose is to increase the loudness of words spoken without impairing the distinctness of articulation. The phonometer is an instrument for measuring the mechanical force of sound waves produced by the human voice. Mr. Edison's experiments upon the electric light are likely soon to result in a complete revolution in our present methods of illumination. He has already discovered a means of subdividing the electrical current indefinitely, so as to make the light practicable for small areas. He has also invented an harmonic engine, with which he proposes to use compressed air as a motor for propelling sewing machines and other light machinery. It is said to be in advance of other electric engines, and through its agency electricity may yet be utilized as a motive power. Among Mr. Edison's other important inventions are the electric pen for multiplying copies of letters or drawings, and the quadruplex system of telegraphy, by which 4 communications may be sent in opposite directions over one wire at the same time. Both these latter inventions are now extensively used. Mr. Prescott says of him, "The great number and variety of subjects to which Mr. Edison has given his attention is scarcely less surprising than the marked success with which his labors have been crowned. Electricity alone, although receiving the most attention, has furnished but a single field of his versatile powers. His path has been through extended portions of physics and chemistry, and is clearly marked by characteristic inventions in these vast domains. Without doubt, Mr. Edison is more than usually endowed with what the world terms genius. His intellectual powers are of no ordinary kind, but it should be clearly understood that his great success is the result not so much of the divine gift of genius alone, as of his ceaseless activity and indomitable perseverance under all circumstances. These are unquestionably the most remarkable characteristics of his nature, and the real elements of his success. The author can state from personal knowledge what is now becoming more generally known regarding Mr. Edison's extraordinary propensities for work. Very few, if favored with like powers of endurance, would be willing to apply themselves so assiduously. During the earlier experiments with the quadruplex system of telegraphy, which took place under his own supervision, and which required a vast amount of time and application for its perfection, it was a very common thing to find Mr. Edison working through the entire night, his only rest being such as a brief interval of sleep just before day might afford, taken in the experimenting rooms. Night after night he has worked in this manner, and been found in the morning with nothing but his coat for a pillow, and the table or desk for his couch. The indefatigable industry of Lord Brougham became almost proverbial. His public labors extended over a period of upwards of 60 years, during which he ranged over many fields of law, literature, politics, and science, and achieved distinction in them all. How he contrived it has been to many a mystery. Once, when Sir Samuel Romilly was requested to undertake some new work, he excused himself by saying that he had no time. But, he added, go with it to that fellow Brougham. He seems to have time for everything. The secret of it was that he never left a minute unemployed. Withal, he possessed a constitution of iron. When arrived at an age at which most men would have retired from the world to enjoy their hard-earned leisure, perhaps to doze away their time in an easy-chair, Lord Brougham commenced and prosecuted a series of elaborate investigations as to the laws of light, and he submitted the results to the most scientific audiences that Paris and London could muster. About the same time he was passing through the press his admirable sketches of the men of science and literature of the reign of George III, and taking his full share of the law business and the political discussions in the House of Lords. Sidney Smith once recommended him to confine himself to only the transaction of so much business as 3 strong men could get through. But such was Brougham's love of work, long become a habit, that no amount of application seems to have been too great for him, and such was his love of excellence that it has been said of him that if his station in life has been only that of a shoeblack, he would never have rested satisfied until he had become the best shoeblack in England. Mr. Disraeli affords a similar instance of the power of industry and application in working out an eminent public career. His Wondrous Tale of Alroy and Revolutionary Epic were laughed at, and regarded as indications of literary lunacy. But he worked on in other directions, and his Coningsby, Sybil, and Tancred proved the sterling stuff of which he was made. As an orator, too, his first appearance in the House of Commons was a failure. It was spoken of as more screaming than an Adelphi farce. Though composed in a grand and ambitious strain, every sentence was hailed with loud laughter. Hamlet played as a comedy where nothing to it. But he concluded with a sentence which embodied a prophecy. Writhing under the laughter with which his studied eloquence had been received, he exclaimed, "I have begun several times many things, and have succeeded in them at last. I will sit down now, but the time will come when you will hear me." The time did come, and how Disraeli succeeded in at length commanding the attention of the first assembly of the gentlemen in the world affords a striking illustration of what energy and determination will do, for Disraeli earned his position by dint of patient industry. He did not, as many young men do, having once failed, retire dejected to mope and whine in a corner, but diligently set himself to work. He carefully unlearnt his faults, studied the character of his audience, practiced sedulously the art of speech, and industriously filled his mind with the elements of parliamentary knowledge. He worked patiently for success, and it came, but slowly. Then the House laughed with him, instead of at him. The recollection of his early failure was effaced, and by general consent he was at length admitted to be one of the most finished and effective parliamentary speakers. End of Chapter 7. Helping Oneself. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 8 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. Chapter 8. Leaders of Industry, Inventors, and Producers. Read by John Greenman. Who best can suffer best can do. Milton. Deduct all that men of the humbler classes have done for England in the way of inventions only, and see where she would have been but for them. Arthur Helps. One of the most strongly marked features of the English-speaking people is their spirit of industry, standing out prominent and distinct in their past history, and as strikingly characteristic of them now as at any former period. It is this spirit which has laid the foundations and built up the industrial greatness of our country. This vigorous growth of the nation has been mainly the result of the free energy of individuals, and it has been contingent upon the number of hands and minds from time to time actively employed within it, whether as cultivators of the soil, producers of articles of utility, contrivers of tools and machines, writers of books, or creators of works of art. And while this spirit of active industry has been the vital principle of the nation, it has also been its saving and remedial one, counteracting from time to time the effects of errors in our laws and imperfections in our Constitution. The career of industry which the nation has pursued has also proved its best education. As steady application to work is the healthiest training for every individual, so is it the best discipline of a state. Honorable industry travels the same road with duty, and Providence has closely linked both with happiness. The gods, says the poet, have placed labor and toil on the way leading to the Elysian fields. Certain it is that no bread eaten by man is so sweet as that earned by his own labor, whether bodily or mental. By labor the earth has been subdued, and man redeemed from barbarism, nor has a single step in civilization been made without it. Labor is not only a necessity and a duty, but a blessing. Only the idler feels it to be a curse. The duty of work is written on the thews and muscles of the limbs, the mechanisms of the hand, the nerves and lobes of the brain, the sum of whose healthy action is satisfaction and enjoyment. In the school of labor is taught the best practical wisdom. It so happens that the history of pottery furnishes some of the most remarkable instances of patient industry and perseverance to be found in the whole range of biography. Though the art of making common vessels of clay was known to most of the ancient nations, that of manufacturing enameled earthenware was much less common. It was, however, practiced by the ancient Etruscans, specimens of whose ware are still to be found in antiquarian collections. But it became a lost art, and was only recovered at a comparatively recent date. The Etruscan ware was very valuable in ancient times, a vase being worth its weight in gold in the time of Augustus. The reviver or rediscoverer of the art of enameling in Italy was Luca della Robbia, a Florentine sculptor. Vasari describes him as a man of great perseverance, working with his chisel all day and practicing drawing during the greater part of the night. He pursued the latter art with so much assiduity that, when working late, to prevent his feet from freezing with the cold, he was accustomed to provide himself with a basket of shavings, in which he placed them to keep himself warm, and enable him to proceed with his drawings. Nor, says Vasari, am I the least astonished at this, since no man ever becomes distinguished in any art whatsoever who does not early begin to acquire the power of supporting heat, cold, hunger, thirst, and other discomforts, whereas those persons deceive themselves altogether who suppose that, when taking their ease and surrounded by all the enjoyments of the world, they may still attain to honorable distinction. For it is not by sleeping, but by waking, watching, and laboring continually, that proficiency is attained and reputation acquired. But Luca, notwithstanding all his application and industry, did not succeed in earning enough money by sculpture to enable him to live by the art, and the idea occurred to him that he might, nevertheless, be able to pursue his modeling in some material more facile and less dear than marble. Hence it was that he began to make his models in clay, and to endeavor, by experiment, so to coat and bake the clay as to render those models durable. After many trials, he at length discovered a method of covering the clay with a material which, when exposed to the intense heat of a furnace, became converted into an almost imperishable enamel. He afterwards made the further discovery of a method of imparting color to the enamel, thus greatly adding to its beauty. The fame of Lucca's work extended throughout Europe, and specimens of his art became widely diffused. Many of them were sent into France and Spain, where they were greatly prized. At that time, coarse brown jars were almost the only articles of earthenware produced in France, and this continued to be the case with comparatively small improvement until the time of Palissy, a man who toiled and fought against stupendous difficulties with a heroism that sheds a glow almost of romance over the events of his checkered life. Bernard Palissy is supposed to have been born in the south of France, about the year 1510. His father was probably a worker in glass, to which trade Bernard was brought up. His parents were poor people, too poor to give him the benefit of any school education. "I had no other books," said he afterwards, "than heaven and earth, which are open to all." He learned, however, the art of glass painting, to which he added that of drawing, and afterwards reading and writing. When about 18 years old, the glass trade becoming decayed, Palissy left his father's house with his wallet on his back, and went out into the world to search whether there was any place in it for him. He first traveled towards Gascony, working at his trade where he could find employment, and occasionally occupying part of his time in land measuring. Then he traveled northwards, sojourning for various periods at different places in France, Flanders, and Lower Germany. Thus Palissy occupied about 10 more years of his life, after which he married and ceased from his wanderings, settling down to practice glass painting and land measuring at the small town of Saintes. There children were born to him, and not only his responsibilities but his expenses increased, while, do what he could, his earnings remained too small for his needs. It was therefore necessary for him to bestir himself. Probably he felt capable of better things than drudging in an employment so precarious as glass painting, and hence he was induced to turn his attention to the kindred art of painting and enameling earthenware. Yet on this subject he was wholly ignorant, for he had never seen earth baked before he began his operations. He had therefore everything to learn by himself, without any helper. But he was full of hope, eager to learn, of unbounded perseverance, and inexhaustible patience. It was the sight of an elegant cup of Italian manufacture, most probably one of Luca della Robbia's make, which first set Palissy thinking about the new art. A circumstance so apparently insignificant would have produced no effect upon an ordinary mind, or even upon Palissy himself at an ordinary time. But occurring as it did when he was meditating a change of calling, he at once became inflamed with the desire of imitating it. The sight of this cup disturbed his whole existence, and the determination to discover the enamel with which it was glazed thenceforward possessed him like a passion. Had he been a single man, he might have traveled into Italy in search of the secret, but he was bound to his wife and his children, and could not leave them. So he remained by their side, groping in the dark, in the hope of finding out the process of making and enameling earthenware. At first he could merely guess the materials of which the enamel was composed, and he proceeded to try all manner of experiments to ascertain what they really were. He pounded all the substances which he supposed were likely to produce it. Then he bought common earthen pots, broke them into pieces, and, spreading his compounds over them, subjected them to the heat of a furnace which he erected for the purpose of baking them. His experiments failed, and the results were broken pots and a waste of fuel, drugs, time, and labor. Women do not readily sympathize with experiments whose only tangible effect is to dissipate the means of buying clothes and food for their children, and Palissy's wife, however dutiful in other respects, could not be reconciled to the purchase of more earthen pots, which seemed to her to be bought only to be broken. Yet she must needs submit, for Palissy had become thoroughly possessed by the determination to master the secret of the enamel, and would not let it alone. For many successive months and years Palissy pursued his experiments. The first furnace having proved a failure, he proceeded to erect another out of doors. There he burnt more wood, spoiled more drugs and pots, and lost more time, until poverty stared him and his family in the face. "Thus," said he, "I fooled away several years, with sorrow and sighs, because I could not at all arrive at my intention." In the intervals of his experiments he occasionally worked at his former callings, painting on glass, drawing portraits, and measuring land, but his earnings from these sources were very small. At length he was no longer able to carry on his experiments in his own furnace because of the heavy cost of fuels, but he bought more potsherds, broke them up as before into 300 or 400 pieces, and covered them with chemicals, carried them to a tile-work 1.5 leagues distant from Sens, there to be baked in an ordinary furnace. After the operation he went to see the pieces taken out, and, to his dismay, the whole of the experiments were failures. But though disappointed, he was not yet defeated, for he determined on the very spot to begin afresh. His business as a land measurer called him away for a brief season from the pursuit of his experiments. In conformity with an edict of the state, it became necessary to survey the salt marshes in the neighborhood of Sens, for the purpose of levying the land tax. Palissy was employed to make this survey, and prepare the requisite map. The work occupied him some time, and he was doubtless well paid for it, but no sooner was it completed than he proceeded with redoubled zeal to follow up his old investigations in the track of the enamels. He began by breaking 36 new earthen pots, the pieces of which he covered with different materials which he had compounded, and then took them to a neighboring glass furnace to be baked. The results gave him a glimmer of hope. The greater heat of the glass furnace had melted some of the compounds, but though Palissy searched diligently for the white enamel, he could find none. For 2 more years he went on experimenting without any satisfactory result, until the proceeds of his survey of the salt marshes having become nearly spent, he was reduced to poverty again. But he resolved to make a last great effort, and he began by breaking more pots than ever. More than 300 pieces of pottery covered with his compounds were sent to the glass furnace, and thither he himself went to watch the results of the baking. 4 hours passed, during which he watched, and then the furnace was opened. The material on one only of the 300 pieces of potsherd had melted, and it was taken out to cool. As it hardened, it grew white and polished. The piece of potsherd was covered with white enamel, described by Palissy as singularly beautiful. And beautiful it must no doubt have been in his eyes after all his weary waiting. He ran home with it to his wife, feeling himself, as he expressed it, quite a new creature. But the prize was not yet won. Far from it. The partial success of this intended last effort merely had the effect of luring him on to a succession of further experiments and failures. In order that he might complete the invention which he now believed to be at hand, he resolved to build for himself a glass furnace near his dwelling, where he might carry on his operations in secret. He proceeded to build the furnace with his own hands, carrying the bricks from the brick-field upon his back. He was bricklayer, laborer, and all. From 7 to 8 more months passed. At last the furnace was built and ready for use. Palissy had in the meantime fashioned a number of vessels of clay in readiness for the laying on of the enamel. After being subjected to a preliminary process of baking, they were covered with the enamel compound, and again placed in the furnace for the grand crucial experiment. Although his means were nearly exhausted, Palissy had been for some time accumulating a great store of fuel for the final effort, and he thought it was enough. At last the fire was lit, and the operation proceeded. All day he sat by the furnace, feeding it with fuel. He sat there watching and feeding all through the long night. But the enamel did not melt. The sun rose upon his labors. His wife brought him a portion of the scanty morning meal, for he would not stir from the furnace, into which he continued from time to time to heave more fuel. The second day passed, and still the enamel did not melt. The sun set, and another night passed. The pale, haggard, unshorn, baffled, yet not beaten Palissy sat by his furnace, eagerly looking for the melting of the enamel. A third day and night passed, a fourth, a fifth, and even a sixth. Yes, for 6 long days and nights did the unconquerable Palissy watch and toil, fighting against hope, and still the enamel would not melt. It then occurred to him that there might be some defect in the materials for the enamel, perhaps something wanting in the flux. So he set to work to pound and compound fresh materials for a new experiment. Thus 2 or 3 more weeks passed. But how to buy more pots? For those which he had made with his own hands for the purpose of the first experiment were by long baking irretrievably spoiled for the purposes of a second. His money was now all spent, but he could borrow. His character was still good, though his wife and the neighbors thought him foolishly wasting his means in futile experiments. Nevertheless he succeeded. He borrowed sufficient from a friend to enable him to buy more fuel and more pots, and he was again ready for a further experiment. The pots were covered with the new compound, placed in the furnace, and the fire was again lit. It was the last and most desperate experiment of the whole. The fire blazed up, the heat became intense, but still the enamel did not melt. The fuel began to run short. How to keep up the fire? There were the garden palings. These would burn. They must be sacrificed rather than that the great experiment should fail. The garden palings were pulled up and cast into the furnace. They were burnt in vain. The enamel had not yet melted. 10 minutes more heat might do it. Fuel must be had at whatever cost. There remained the household furniture and shelving. A crashing noise was heard in the house, and amidst the screams of his wife and children, who now feared Palissy's reason was giving way, the tables were seized, broken up, and heaved into the furnace. The enamel had not melted yet. There remained the shelving. Another noise of the wrenching of timber was heard within the house, and the shelves were torn down and hurled after the furniture into the fire. Wife and children then rushed from the house and went frantically through the town, calling out that poor Palissy had gone mad, and was breaking up his very furniture for firewood. For an entire month his shirt had not been off his back, and he was utterly worn out, wasted with toil, anxiety, watching, and want of food. He was in debt, and seemed on the verge of ruin. But he had at length mastered the secret, for the last great burst of heat had melted the enamel. The common brown household jars, when taken out of the furnace after it had become cool, were found covered with a white glaze. For this he could endure reproach, contumely, and scorn, and wait patiently for the opportunity of putting his discovery into practice as better days came round. Palissy next hired a potter to make some earthen vessels after the designs which he furnished, while he himself proceeded to model some medallions in clay for the purpose of enameling them. But how to maintain himself and his family until the wares were made and ready for sale? Fortunately there remained one man in Saintes who still believed in the integrity, if not the judgment, of Palissy, an innkeeper, who agreed to feed and lodge him for 6 months while he went on with his manufacture. As for the working potter whom he had hired, Palissy soon found that he could not pay him the stipulated wages. Having already stripped his dwelling, he could but strip himself, and he accordingly parted with some of his clothes to the potter, in part payment of the wages which he owed him. Palissy next erected an improved furnace, but he was so unfortunate as to build part of the inside with flints. When it was heated, these flints cracked and burst, and the spinculae were scattered over the pieces of pottery, sticking to them. Though the enamel came out right, the work was irretrievably spoilt, and thus 6 more months' labor was lost. Persons were found willing to buy the articles at a low price, notwithstanding the injury they had sustained. But Palissy would not sell them, considering that to have done so would be to decry and abase his honor, and so he broke in pieces the entire batch. "Nevertheless," says he, "hope continued to inspire me, and I held on manfully. Sometimes, when visitors called, I entertained them with pleasantry, while I was really sad at heart." At this stage of his affairs Palissy became melancholy and almost hopeless, and seems to have all but broken down. He wandered gloomily about the fields near Saintes, his clothes hanging in tatters, and himself worn to a skeleton. In a curious passage in his writings he describes how the calves of his legs had disappeared, and were no longer able with the help of garters to hold up his stockings, which fell about his heels when he walked. The family continued to reproach him for his recklessness, and his neighbors cried shame upon him for his obstinate folly. So he returned for a time to his former calling, and after a year's diligent labor, during which he earned bread for his household, and somewhat recovered his character among his neighbors, he again resumed his darling enterprise. But though he had already spent about 10 years in the search for the enamel, it cost him nearly 8 more years of experimental plodding before he perfected his invention. He gradually learnt dexterity and certainty of result by experience, gathering practical knowledge out of many failures. Every mishap was a fresh lesson to him, teaching him something new about the nature of enamels, the qualities of argillaceous earths, the tempering of clays, and the construction and management of furnaces. At last, after about 16 years' labor, Palissy took heart and called himself potter. These 16 years had been his term of apprenticeship to the art, during which he had wholly to teach himself, beginning at the very beginning. He was now able to sell his wares, and thereby maintain his family in comfort. But he never rested satisfied with what he had accomplished. He proceeded from one step of improvement to another, always aiming at the greatest perfection possible. He studied natural objects for patterns, and with such success that the great Buffon spoke of him as so great a naturalist as nature only can produce. His ornamental pieces are now regarded as rare gems, and sell at almost fabulous prices. The ornaments on them are, for the most part, accurate models from life, of wild animals, lizards, and plants, found in the fields about Saintes, and tastefully combined as ornaments into the texture of a plate or a vase. We have not, however, come to an end of the sufferings of Palissy, respecting which a few words remain to be said. Being a Protestant, at a time when religious persecution waxed hot in the south of France, and expressing his views without fear, he was regarded as a dangerous heretic. His enemies having informed against him, his house at Saintes was entered by the officers of justice, and his workshop was thrown open to the rabble, who entered and smashed his pottery, while he himself was hurried off by night and cast into a dungeon at Bordeaux, to wait his turn at the stake or the scaffold. He was condemned to be burnt, but a powerful noble, the Constable de Montmorency, interposed to save his life, not because he had any special regard for Palissy or his religion, but because no other artist could be found capable of executing the enameled pavement for his magnificent dwelling, then in course of erection at Écouen, near Paris. He was liberated and returned to his home at Saintes, only to find it devastated and broken up. His workshop was open to the sky, and his works lay in ruins. Shaking the dust of scent from his feet, he left the place, never to return to it, and removed to Paris to carry on the works ordered of him by the constable and the Queen Mother. Besides carrying on the manufacture of pottery with the aid of his 2 sons, Palissy, during the latter part of his life, wrote and published several books on the potter's art, with a view to the instruction of his countrymen, and in order that they might avoid the many mistakes which he himself had made. He also wrote on agriculture, on fortification, and natural history, on which latter subject he even delivered lectures to a limited number of persons. He waged war against astrology, alchemy, witchcraft, and like impostures. This stirred up against him many enemies, who pointed the finger at him as a heretic, and he was again arrested for his religion and imprisoned in the Bastille. He was now an old man of 78, trembling on the verge of the grave, but his spirit was as brave as ever. He was threatened with death unless he recanted, but he was as obstinate in holding to his religion as he had been in hunting out the secret of the enamel. The king, Henry III., even went to see him in prison to induce him to abjure his faith. "My good man," said the king, "you have now served my mother and myself for 45 years. We have put up with your adhering to your religion amidst fires and massacres. Now I am so pressed by the Guise party, as well as by my own people, that I am constrained to leave you in the hands of your enemies, and tomorrow you will be burnt unless you become converted." "Sire," answered the unconquerable old man, "I am ready to give my life for the glory of God. You have said many times that you have pity on me, and now I have pity on you, who have pronounced the words, 'I am constrained.' It is not spoken like a king. It is what you, and those who constrain you, can never effect upon me, for I know how to die." Palissy did indeed die shortly after, a martyr, though not at the stake. He died in the Bastille, after enduring about a year's imprisonment, there peacefully terminating a life distinguished for heroic labor, extraordinary endurance, inflexible rectitude, and the exhibition of many rare and noble virtues. The career of Josiah Wedgwood, the English potter, was less checkered and more prosperous than that of Palissy, and his lot was cast in happier times. Down to the middle of last century, England was behind most other nations of the first order in Europe in respect of skilled industry. Although there were many potters in Staffordshire, their productions were of the rudest kind, for the most part only plain brownware, with the patterns scratched in while the clay was wet. Josiah Wedgwood was one of those industrious men who from time to time spring from the ranks of the common people, and by their energetic character not only practically educate the working population in habits of industry, but by the example of diligence and perseverance which they set before them, largely influence the public activity in all directions, and contribute in a great degree to form the national character. He was, like Arkwright, the youngest of a family of 13 children. His grandfather and grand-uncle were both potters, as was also his father, who died when he was a mere boy, leaving him a patrimony of £20. He had learned to read and write at the village school, but on the death of his father he was taken from it and set to work as a thrower in a small pottery carried on by his elder brother. There he began life, his working life, to use his own words, at the lowest round of the ladder, when only 11 years old. He was shortly after seized by an attack of virulent smallpox, from the effects of which he suffered during the rest of his life, for it was followed by a disease in the right knee, which recurred at frequent intervals, and was only got rid of by the amputation of the limb many years later. When he had completed his apprenticeship with his brother, Josiah joined partnership with another workman, and carried on a small business in making knife hafts, boxes, and sundry articles for domestic use. But he made comparatively little progress until he began business on his own account at Burslem. There he diligently pursued his calling, introducing new articles to the trade, and gradually extending his business. What he chiefly aimed at was to manufacture cream-colored ware of a better quality than was then produced in Staffordshire as regarded shape, color, glaze, and durability. To understand the subject thoroughly, he devoted his leisure to the study of chemistry, and he made numerous experiments on fluxes, glazes, and various sorts of clay. Being a close inquirer and accurate observer, he noticed that a certain earth containing silica, which was black before calcination, became white after exposure to the heat of a furnace. This fact, observed and pondered on, led to the idea of mixing silica with the red powder of the potteries, and to the discovery that the mixture becomes white when calcined. He had but to cover this material with a vitrifaction of transparent glaze to obtain one of the most important products of fictile art, that which, under the name of English earthenware, was to attain the greatest commercial value and become the most extensive utility. Wedgwood was for some time much troubled by his furnaces, though nothing like to the same extent that Palissy was, and he overcame his difficulties in the same way, by repeated experiments and unfaltering perseverance. His first attempts at making porcelain for table use were a succession of disastrous failures, the labors of months being often destroyed in a day. It was only after a long series of trials, in the course of which he lost time, money, and labor, that he arrived at the proper sort of glaze to be used. But he would not be denied, and at last he conquered success through patience. The improvement of pottery became his passion, and was never lost sight of for a moment. Even when he had mastered his difficulties and become a prosperous man, manufacturing white stoneware and cream-colored ware in large quantities for home and foreign use, he went forward perfecting his manufactures, until, his example extending in all directions, the actions of the entire district was stimulated, and a great branch of British industry was eventually established on firm foundations. He aimed throughout at the highest excellence, declaring his determination to give over manufacturing any article whatsoever it might be, rather than to degrade it. Wedgwood called to his aid the crucible of the chemist, the knowledge of the antiquary, and the skill of the artist. He found out Flaxman when a youth, and while he liberally nurtured his genius, drew from him a large number of beautiful designs for his pottery and porcelain, converting them by his manufacture into objects of taste and excellence, and thus making them instrumental in the diffusion of art among the people. By careful experiment and study, he was even enabled to rediscover the art of painting on porcelain or earthenware vases and similar articles, an art practiced by the ancient Etruscans, but which had been lost since the time of Pliny. The result of Wedgwood's labors was that the manufacture of pottery, which he found in the very lowest condition, became one of the staples of England, and instead of importing what we needed for home use from abroad, England became a large exporter to other countries, supplying them with earthenware even in the face of enormous prohibitory duties on articles of British produce. Wedgwood gave evidence as to his manufacture before Parliament in 1785, only some 30 years after he had begun his operations, from which it appeared that, instead of providing only casual employment to a small number of inefficient and badly remunerated workmen, about 20,000 persons then derived their bread directly from the manufacture of earthenware, without taking into account the increased numbers to which it gave employment in coal mines, and in the carrying trade by land and sea, and the stimulus which it gave to employment in many ways in various parts of the country. Yet, important as had been the advances made in his time, Mr. Wedgwood was of the opinion that the manufacture was but in its infancy, and that the improvements which he had effected were but of small moment compared with those to which the art was capable of attaining, through the continued industry and growing intelligence of the manufacturers, and the natural facilities and political advantages enjoyed by Great Britain, an opinion which has been fully borne out by the progress which has since been effected in this important branch of industry. In 1852, not fewer than 84 million pieces of pottery were exported from England to other countries, besides what were made for home use. But it is not merely the quantity and value of the produce that is entitled to consideration, but the improvement of the condition of the population by whom this great branch of industry is conducted. When Wedgwood began his labors, the Staffordshire district was only in a half-civilized state. The people were poor, uncultivated, and few in number. When Wedgwood's manufacture was firmly established, there was found ample employment at good wages for 3 times the number of population, while their moral advancement had kept pace with their material improvement. Men such as these are fairly entitled to take rank as the industrial heroes of the civilized world. Their patient self-reliance amidst trials and difficulties, their courage and perseverance in the pursuit of worthy objects, are not less heroic than the bravery and devotion of the soldier and the sailor. One of the first grand results of Watt's invention, which placed an almost unlimited power at the command of the producing classes, was the establishment of the cotton manufacture. The person most closely identified with the foundation of this great branch of industry was unquestionably Sir Richard Arkwright, whose practical energy and sagacity were perhaps even more remarkable than his mechanical inventiveness. Arkwright, like most of our great mechanicians, sprang from the ranks. He was born in Preston in 1732. His parents were very poor, and he was the youngest of 13 children. He was never at school. The only education he received he gave to himself, and to the last he was only able to write with difficulty. When a boy he was apprenticed to a barber, and after learning the business he set up for himself in Bolton, where he occupied an underground cellar, over which he put up the sign, "Come to the subterraneous barber, he shaves for a penny." The other barbers found their customers leaving them, and reduced their prices to his standard, when Arkwright, determined to push his trade, announced his determination to give a clean shave for half a penny. After a few years he quitted his cellar, and became an itinerant dealer in hair. At that time wigs were worn, and wig-making formed an important branch of the barbering business. Arkwright went about buying hair for the wigs. He was accustomed to attend the hiring fairs throughout Lancashire, resorted to by young women for the purpose of securing their long tresses, and it is said that in negotiations of this sort he was very successful. He also dealt in a chemical hair dye, which he used adroitly, and thereby secured a considerable trade. But he does not seem, notwithstanding his pushing character, to have done more than earn a bare living. The fashion of wig-wearing having undergone a change, distress fell upon the wig-makers, and Arkwright, being of a mechanical turn, was consequently induced to turn machine inventor, or conjurer, as the pursuit was then popularly termed. Many attempts were made about that time to invent a spinning machine, and our barber determined to launch his little bark on the sea of invention with the rest. Like other self-taught men of the same bias, he had already been devoting his spare time to the invention of a perpetual motion machine, and from that the transition to a spinning machine was easy. He followed his experiments so assiduously that he neglected his business, lost the little money he had saved, and was reduced to great poverty. His wife, for he had by this time married, was impatient at what she conceived to be a wanton waste of time and money, and in a moment of sudden wrath she seized upon and destroyed his models, hoping thus to remove the cause of the family privations. Arkwright was a stubborn and enthusiastic man, and he was provoked beyond measure by this conduct of his wife, from whom he immediately separated. In traveling about the country, Arkwright had become acquainted with a person named Kay, a clockmaker at Warrington, who assisted him in constructing some of the parts of his perpetual motion machinery. It is supposed that he was informed by Kay of the principle of spinning by rollers, but it is also said that the idea was first suggested to him by accidentally observing a red-hot piece of iron become elongated by passing through iron rollers. However this may be, the idea at once took firm possession of his mind, and he proceeded to devise the process by which it was to be accomplished. Arkwright now abandoned his business of hair-collecting, and devoted himself to the perfecting of his machine, a model of which, constructed by Kay under his directions, he set up in the parlor of the Free Grammar School at Preston. Being a burgess of the town, he voted at the contested election at which General Burgoyne was returned, but such was his poverty, and such the tattered state of his dress, that a number of persons subscribed a sum sufficient to have him put in a state fit to appear in the poll-room. The exhibition of his machine in a town where so many workpeople lived by the exercise of manual labor proved a dangerous experiment. Ominous growlings were heard outside the schoolroom from time to time, and Arkwright, remembering the fate of Kay, who was mobbed and compelled to fly from Lancashire because of his invention of the fly shuttle, and of poor Hargreaves, whose spinning jenny had been pulled to pieces only a short time before by a Blackburn mob, wisely determined on packing up his model and removing to a less dangerous locality. He went accordingly to Nottingham, where he applied to some of the local bankers for pecuniary assistance, and the Messrs. Wright consented to advance him a sum of money on condition of sharing in the profits of the invention. The machine, however, not being perfected so soon as they had anticipated, the bankers recommended Arkwright to apply to Messrs. Strutt and Need, the former of whom was the ingenious inventor and patentee of the stocking frame. Mr. Strutt at once appreciated the merits of the invention, and a partnership was entered into with Arkwright, whose road to fortune was now clear. The patent was secured in the name of Richard Arkwright of Nottingham, clockmaker, and it is a circumstance worthy of note that it was taken out in 1769, the same year in which Watt secured the patent for his steam engine. A cotton mill was first erected at Nottingham, driven by horses, and another was shortly after built, on a much larger scale, turned by a water-wheel, from which circumstance the spinning machine came to be called the water-frame. Arkwright's labors, however, were, comparatively speaking, only begun. He had still to perfect all the working details of his machine. It was in his hands, the subject of constant modification and improvement, until eventually it was rendered practicable and profitable in an eminent degree. But success was only secured by long and patient labor. For some years, indeed, the speculation was disheartening and unprofitable, swallowing up a very large amount of capital without any result. When success began to appear more certain, then the Lancashire manufacturers fell upon Arkwright's patent to pull it in pieces, as the Cornish miners fell upon Boulton and Watt to rob them of the profits of their steam-engine. Arkwright was even denounced as the enemy of the working people, and a mill which he built near Chorley was destroyed by a mob in the presence of a strong force of police and military. The Lancashire men refused to buy his materials, though they were confessedly the best in the market. Then they refused to pay patent right for the use of his machine, and combined to crush him in the courts of law. To the disgust of right-minded people, Arkwright's patent was upset. After the trial, when passing the hotel at which his opponents were staying, one of them said, loud enough to be heard by him, "Well, we've done the old shaver at last," to which he coolly replied, "Never mind, I've a razor left that will shave you all." He established new mills in Lancashire, Derbyshire, and New Lanark in Scotland. The mills of Cromford also came into his hands at the expiration of his partnership with Strutt, and the amount of the excellence of his products were such that in a short time he obtained so complete a control of the trade that the prices were fixed by him, and he governed the main operations of the other cotton spinners. Arkwright was a man of great force of character, indomitable courage, much worldly shrewdness, with a business faculty almost amounting to genius. At one period his time was engrossed by severe and continuous labor, occasioned by the organizing and conducting of his numerous manufactories, sometimes from 4 in the morning till 9 at night. At 50 years of age he set to work to learn English grammar, and improve himself in writing and orthography. After overcoming every obstacle, he had the satisfaction of reaping the reward of his enterprise. 18 years after he had constructed his first machine, he rose to such estimation in Derbyshire that he was appointed High Sheriff of the county, and shortly after George III conferred upon him the honor of knighthood. He died in 1792. Arkwright was the founder of the modern factory system, a branch of industry which has unquestionably proved a source of immense wealth to individuals and to the nation. Among other distinguished founders of industry, the Reverend William Lee, inventor of the stocking frame, and John Heathcote, inventor of the bobbin net machine, are worthy of notice, as men of great mechanical skill and perseverance, through whose labors a vast amount of remunerative employment has been provided. William Lee was born about the year 1563. He was a poor scholar, and had to struggle with poverty from his earliest years. At the time when Lee invented the stocking frame, he was officiating as curate of Calverton, near Nottingham, and it is alleged that, being married and poor, his wife was under the necessity of contributing to their joint support by knitting, and that Lee, while watching the motion of his wife's fingers, conceived the idea of imitating their movements by a machine. For 3 years he devoted himself to the prosecution of the invention, sacrificing everything to his new idea. As the prospect of success opened before him, he abandoned his curacy and devoted himself to the art of stocking-making by machinery. Whatever may have been the actual facts as to the origin of the invention of the stocking loom, there can be no doubt as to the extraordinary mechanical genius displayed by its inventor. That a clergyman living in a remote village, whose life had for the most part been spent with books, should contrive a machine of such delicate and complicated movements, and at once advance the art of knitting from the tedious process of linking threads in a chain of loops by 3 needles in the fingers of a woman, to the beautiful and rapid process of weaving by the stocking frame, was indeed an astonishing achievement, which may be pronounced almost unequaled in the history of mechanical invention. Lee's merit was all the greater, as the handicraft art were then in their infancy, and little attention had as yet been given to the contrivance of machinery for the purposes of manufacture. He was under the necessity of extemporizing the parts of his machine as he best could, and adopting various expedients to overcome difficulties as they arose. His tools were imperfect, and his materials were imperfect, and he had no skilled workmen to assist him. The first frame he made was a 12-gauge, without lead sinkers, and it was almost wholly of wood, the needles being also stuck in bits of wood. One of Lee's principal difficulties consisted in the formation of the stitch, for want of needle eyes, but this he eventually overcame by forming eyes to the needles with a 3-square file. At length one difficulty after another was successfully overcome, and after 3 years' labor the machine was sufficiently complete to be fit for use. The quondam curate, full of enthusiasm for his art, now began stocking weaving in the village of Calverton, and he continued to work there for several years, instructing his brother James and several of his relations in the practice of the art. Having brought his frame to a considerable degree of perfection, and being desirous of securing the patronage of Queen Elizabeth, whose partiality for knitted silk stockings was well known, Lee proceeded to London to exhibit the loom before Her Majesty. He first showed it to several members of the court, and was, through their instrumentality, at length admitted to an interview with the Queen, and worked the machine in her presence. Elizabeth, however, did not give him the encouragement that he had expected, and she is said to have opposed the invention on the ground that it was calculated to deprive a large number of poor people of their employment of hand-knitting. Lee was no more successful in finding other patrons,
and considering himself and his invention treated with contempt, he embraced the offer made to him by Sully, the sagacious minister of Henry IV., to proceed to Rouen and instruct the operatives of that town in the construction and use of the stocking frame. Lee accordingly transferred himself and his machines to France in 1605, taking with him his brother and 7 workmen. He met with a cordial reception at Rouen, and was proceeding with the manufacture of stockings on a large scale, when, unhappily, misfortune again overtook him. Henry IV., his protector, on whom he relied for the rewards, honors, and promised grant of privileges which had induced Lee to settle in France, was murdered by the fanatic Ravaillac, and the encouragement and protection which had heretofore been extended to him were at once withdrawn. To press his claims at court, Lee proceeded to Paris, but being a Protestant as well as a foreigner, his representations were treated with neglect, and, worn out with vexation and grief, this distinguished inventor shortly after died at Paris, in a state of extreme poverty and distress. Lee's brother, with 7 of the workmen, succeeded in escaping from France with their frames, leaving 2 behind. On James Lee's return to Nottinghamshire, he was joined by one Ashton, a miller of Thornton, who had been instructed in the art of framework knitting by the inventor himself before he left England. These 2, with the workmen and their frames, began the stocking manufacture at Thornton, and carried it on with considerable success. The place was favorably situated for the purpose, as the sheep pastured in the neighboring district of Sherwood yielded a kind of wool of the longest staple. The number of looms employed in different parts of England gradually increased, and the machine manufacture of stockings eventually became an important branch of the national industry. John Heathcote was the son of a cottage farmer at Long Walton, Leicestershire, where he was born in 1784. He was taught to read and write at the village school, but was shortly removed from it to be put apprentice to a framesmith in a neighboring village. The boy soon learnt to handle tools with dexterity, and he acquired a minute knowledge of the parts of which the stocking frame was composed, as well as of the more intricate warp machine. At his leisure he studied how to introduce improvements in them, and his friend Mr. Bazley, M.P., states that as early as the age of 16 he conceived the idea of inventing a machine by which lace might be made similar to Buckingham or French lace, then all made by hand. The first practical improvement he succeeded in introducing was in the warp frame, when, by means of an ingenious apparatus, he succeeded in producing mitts of a lacy appearance, and it was this success which determined him to pursue the study of mechanical lace-making. When a little over 21 years of age, Heathcote married, and went to Nottingham in search of work. He then found employment as a smith and setter-up of hosiery and warp frames. He also continued to pursue the subject on which his mind had before been occupied. It was a long and laborious task, requiring the exercise of great perseverance and no little ingenuity. His master, Eliot, described him at that time as plodding, patient, self-denying, and taciturn, undaunted by failures and mistakes, full of resources and expedients, and entertaining the most perfect confidence that his application of mechanical principles would eventually be crowned with success. During this time his wife was kept in almost as great anxiety as himself. She well knew of his struggles and difficulties, and she began to feel the pressure of poverty on her household, for, while he was laboring at his invention, he was frequently under the necessity of laying aside the work that brought in the weekly wages. Many years after, when all difficulties had been successfully overcome, the conversation which took place between husband and wife one eventful Saturday evening was vividly remembered. "Well, John," said the anxious wife, looking in her husband's face, "will it work?" "No, Anne," was the sad answer. "I have had to take it all in pieces again." Though he could still speak hopefully and cheerfully, his poor wife could restrain her feelings no longer, but sat down and cried bitterly.
She had, however, only a few more weeks to wait, for success, long labored for and richly deserved, came at last, and a proud and happy man was John Heathcote when he brought home the first narrow strip of bobbin net made by his machine, and placed it in the hands of his wife. It is difficult to describe in words an invention so complicated as the bobbin-net machine. It was indeed a mechanical pillow for making lace, imitating in an ingenious manner the motions of the lace-maker's fingers in intersecting or tying the meshes of the lace upon her pillow. Long after, he said, "The single difficulty of getting the diagonal threads to twist in the allotted space was so great that if it had now to be done, I should probably not attempt its accomplishment." At the age of 24, he was enabled to secure his invention by a patent. As in the case of nearly all inventions which have proved productive, Heathcote's rights as a patentee were disputed, and his claims as an inventor called in question. On the supposed invalidity of the patent, the lace-makers boldly adopted the bobbin-net machine, and set the inventor at defiance. But other patents were taken out for alleged improvements and adaptations, and it was only when these new patentees fell out and went to law with each other that Heathcote's rights became established. One lace manufacturer having brought an action against another for an alleged infringement of his patent, the jury brought in a verdict for the defendant, in which the judge concurred, on the ground that both the machines in question were infringements of Heathcote's patent. After the trial was over, Mr. Heathcote, on inquiry, found about 600 machines at work after his patent, and he proceeded to levy royalty upon the owners of them, which amounted to a large sum. But the profits realized by the manufacturers of lace were very great, and the use of the machines rapidly extended, while the price of the article was reduced from £5 the square yard to about 5 pence in the course of 25 years. During the same period, the average annual returns of the lace trade have been at least 4 millions sterling, and it gives remunerative employment to about 150,000 workpeople. In 1809, we find him established as a lace manufacturer at Loughborough in Leicestershire. There he carried on a prosperous business, giving employment to a large number of operatives at wages varying from $25 to $50 a week. Not only did he carry on the manufacture of lace, but the various branches of business connected with it: yarn doubling, silk spinning, net-making, and finishing. He also established an iron foundry, and works for the manufacture of agricultural implements, which proved of great convenience to the district. It was a favorite idea of his that steam power was capable of being applied to perform all the heavy drudgery of life, and he labored for a long time at the invention of a steam plough. In 1832 he so far completed his invention as to be enabled to take out a patent for it, and Heathcote's steam plough, though it has since been superseded by Fowler's, was considered the best machine of the kind that had up to that time been invented. Mr. Heathcote was a man of great natural gifts. He possessed a sound understanding, quick perception, and a genius for business of the highest order. With these he combined uprightness, honesty, and integrity, qualities which are the true glory of human character. Himself a diligent self-educator, he gave ready encouragement to deserving youths in his employment, stimulating their talents and fostering their energies. During his own busy life, he contrived to save time to master French and Italian, of which he acquired an accurate and grammatical knowledge. His mind was largely stored with the results of a careful study of the best literature, and there was few subjects on which he had not formed for himself shrewd and accurate views. The 2,000 workpeople in his employment regarded him almost as a father, and he carefully provided for their comfort and improvement. Prosperity did not spoil him, as it does so many, nor close his heart against the claims of the poor and struggling, who were always sure of his sympathy and help. To provide for the education of the children of his workpeople, he built schools for them at the cost of about $30,000. He was also a man of singularly cheerful and buoyant disposition, a favorite with men of all classes,
and most admired and beloved by those who knew him best. In 1831, the electors of Tiverton, of which town Mr. Heathcote had proved himself so genuine a benefactor, returned him to represent them in Parliament, and he continued their member for nearly 30 years. During a great part of that time he had Lord Palmerston for his colleague, and the noble lord, on more than one public occasion, expressed the high regard which he entertained for his venerable friend. On retiring from the representation in 1859, 1,300 of his workmen presented him with a silver inkstand and gold pen in token of their esteem. He enjoyed his leisure for only 2 more years, dying in January 1861 at the age of 77, and leaving behind him a character for probity, virtue, manliness, and mechanical genius, of which his descendants may well be proud. End of Chapter 8. Leaders of Industry, Inventors, and Producers. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 9 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. Read by John Greenman. Chapter 9. Application and Perseverance. Our greatest glory is not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Confucius. Learn as if you were to live forever. Live as if you were to die tomorrow. Anselus de Insulis. The greatest results in life are usually attained by simple means and the exercise of ordinary qualities. The common life of every day, with its cares, necessities, and duties, affords ample opportunity for acquiring experience of the best kind, and its most beaten paths provide the true worker with abundant scope for effort and room for self-improvement. The road of human welfare lies along the old highway of steadfast well-doing, and they who are the most persistent, and work in the truest spirit, will usually be the most successful. Fortune has often been blamed for her blindness, but Fortune is not so blind as men are. Those who look into practical life will find that Fortune is usually on the side of the industrious, as the winds and waves are on the side of the best navigators. In the pursuit of even the highest branches of human inquiry, the commoner qualities are found the most useful, such as common sense, attention, application, and perseverance. Genius may not be necessary, though even genius of the highest sort does not disdain the use of these ordinary qualities. The very greatest men have been among the least believers in the power of genius, and as worldly wise and persevering as successful men of the commoner sort. Some have even defined genius to be only common sense intensified. A distinguished teacher and president of a college spoke of it as the power of making efforts. John Foster held it to be the power of lighting one's own fire. Buffon said of genius, "It is patience." Newton's was unquestionably a mind of the very highest order, and yet, when asked by what means he had worked out his extraordinary discoveries, he modestly answered, "By always thinking unto them." At another time he thus expressed his method of study, "I keep the subject continually before me, and wait till the first dawnings open slowly by little and little into a full and clear light." It was in Newton's case, as in every other, only by diligent application and perseverance that his great reputation was achieved. Even his recreation consisted in change of study, laying down one subject to take up another. To Dr. Bentley he said, "If I have done the public any service, it is due to nothing but industry and patient thought." When the late President Garfield began the study of finance, he discovered that many of the best books upon that subject were written in the French language.
He immediately set himself at work to learn it, and amid his diversified duties soon found time to so far conquer this language as to be able to both read and speak it well. Dalton, the chemist, repudiated the notion of his being a genius, attributing everything which he had accomplished to simple industry and accumulation. John Hunter said of himself, "My mind is like a beehive, but full as it is of buzz and apparent confusion, it is yet full of order and regularity, and food collected with incessant industry from the choicest stores of nature." We have indeed but to glance at the biographies of great men to find that the most distinguished inventors, artists, thinkers, and workers of all kinds owe their success, in a great measure, to their patient industry and application. They were men who turned all things to gold, even time itself. Disraeli the elder held that the secret of success consisted in being master of your subject, such mastery being attainable only through continuous application and study. Hence it happens that the men who have most moved the world have not been so much men of genius, strictly so called, as men of intense, mediocre abilities, and untiring perseverance. Not so often the gifted of naturally bright and shining qualities, as those who have applied themselves diligently to their work, in whatsoever line that might lie. Hence, a great point to be aimed at is to get the working quality well trained. When that is done, the race will be found comparatively easy. We must repeat and again repeat. Facility will come with labor. Not even the simplest art can be accomplished without it, and what difficulties it is found capable of achieving. It was by early discipline and repetition that the late Sir Robert Peel cultivated those remarkable, though still mediocre powers, which rendered him so illustrious an ornament of the British Senate. When a boy at Drayton Manor, his father was accustomed to set him up at table to practice speaking extempore, and he early accustomed himself to repeat as much of the Sunday sermon as he could remember. Little progress was made at first, but by steady perseverance the habit of attention became powerful, and the sermon was at length repeated almost verbatim. When afterwards replying in succession to the arguments of his parliamentary opponents, an art in which he was perhaps unrivalled, it was little surmised that the extraordinary power of accurate remembrance which he displayed on such occasions had been originally trained under the discipline of his father in the parish church of Drayton. Progress, however, of the best kind is comparatively slow. Great results cannot be achieved at once, and we must be satisfied to advance in life as we walk, step by step. De Maistre said that to know how to wait is the great secret of success. We must sow before we can reap, and often have to wait long, content meanwhile to look patiently forward in hope. The fruit best worth waiting for often ripening the slowest. But time and patience, says the Eastern proverb, change the mulberry leaf to satin. To wait patiently, however, men must work cheerfully. Cheerfulness is an excellent working quality, imparting great elasticity to the character. As a bishop has said, "Temper is 9/10 of Christianity." So are cheerfulness and diligence 9/10 of practical wisdom. They are the life and soul of success as well as of happiness, perhaps the very highest pleasure in life consisting in clear, brisk, conscious working, energy, confidence, and every other good quality mainly depending upon it. Sidney Smith, when laboring as a parish priest at Foston-le-Clay in Yorkshire, though he did not feel himself to be in his proper element, went cheerfully to work in the firm determination to do his best. "I am resolved," he said, "to like it, and reconcile myself to it, which is more manly than to feign myself above it, and to send up complaints by the post of being thrown away, and being desolate, and such like trash." So Dr. Hook, when leaving Leeds for a new sphere of labor, said, "Wherever I may be, I shall, by God's blessing, do with my might what my hand findeth to do, and if I do not find work, I shall make it." It was a maxim of Dr. Young, the philosopher, that any man can do what any other man has done, and it is unquestionable that he himself never recoiled from any trials to which he determined to subject himself. It is related of him that the first time he mounted a horse he was in company with the grandson of Mr. Berkeley of Uri, the well-known sportsman, when the horseman who preceded them leapt a high fence. Young wished to imitate him, but fell off his horse in the attempt. Without saying a word, he remounted, made a second effort, and was again unsuccessful, but this time was not thrown further off than on the horse's neck, to which he clung. At the third trial he succeeded, and cleared the fence. The story of Timur the Tartar, learning a lesson of perseverance under adversity from the spider, is well known. Not less interesting is the anecdote of Audubon, the American ornithologist, as related by himself. "An accident," he says, "which happened to 200 of my original drawings, nearly put a stop to my researches in ornithology. I shall relate it merely to show how far enthusiasm, for by no other name can I call my perseverance, may enable the preserver of nature to surmount the most disheartening difficulties. I left the village of Henderson in Kentucky, situated on the banks of the Ohio, where I resided for several years, to proceed to Philadelphia on business. I looked to my drawings before my departure, placed them carefully in a wooden box, and gave them in charge of a relative, with injunctions to see that no injury should happen to them. My absence was of several months, and when I returned, after having enjoyed the pleasures of home for a few days, I inquired after my box, and what I was pleased to call my treasure. The box was produced and opened. But, reader, feel for me. A pair of Norway rats had taken possession of the whole, and reared a young family among the gnawed bits of paper, which, but a month previous, represented nearly 1,000 inhabitants of air. The burning heat which instantly rushed through my brain was too great to be endured without affecting my whole nervous system. I slept for several nights, and the days passed like days of oblivion, until the animal powers being recalled into action through the strength of my constitution, I took up my gun, my note-book, and my pencils, and went forth to the woods as gaily as if nothing had happened. I felt pleased that I might now make better drawings than before, and ere a period not exceeding 3 years had elapsed, my portfolio was again filled. The accidental destruction of Sir Isaac Newton's papers by his little dog Diamond, upsetting a lighted taper upon his desk, by which the elaborate calculations of many years were in a moment destroyed, is a well-known anecdote, and need not be repeated. It is said that the loss caused the philosopher such profound grief that it seriously injured his health, and impaired his understanding. An accident of a somewhat similar kind happened to the manuscript of Mr. Carlyle's first volume of his French Revolution. He had lent the manuscript to a literary neighbor to peruse. By some mischance it had been left lying on the parlor floor, and become forgotten. Weeks ran on, and the historian sent for his work, the printers being loud for copy. Inquiries were made, and it was found that the maid-of-all-work, finding what she conceived to be a bundle of waste paper on the floor, had used it to light the kitchen and parlor fires. Such was the answer returned to Mr. Carlyle, and his feelings may be imagined. There was, however, no help for him but to set resolutely to work to rewrite the book, and he turned to and did it. He had no draft, and was compelled to rake up from his memory facts, ideas, and expressions which had been long since dismissed. The composition of the book in the first instance had been a work of pleasure. The writing of it a second time was one of pain and anguish almost beyond belief. That he persevered and finished the volume under such circumstances affords an instance of determination of purpose which has seldom been surpassed. The lives of eminent inventors are eminently illustrative of the same quality of perseverance. George Stephenson, when addressing young men, was accustomed to sum up his best advice to them in the words, "Do as I have done, persevere." He had worked at the improvement of his locomotive for some 15 years before achieving his decisive victory at Rainhill, and Watt was engaged for some 30 years upon the condensing engine before he brought it to perfection. But there are equally striking illustrations of perseverance to be found in every other branch of science, art, and industry. Perhaps one of the most interesting is that connected with the disentombment of the Nineveh marbles, and the discovery of the long-lost cuneiform or arrow-headed character in which the inscriptions on them are written, a kind of writing which had been lost to the world since the period of the Macedonian conquest of Persia. An intelligent cadet of the East India Company, stationed at Kermanshah in Persia, had observed the curious cuneiform inscriptions on the old monuments in the neighborhood, so old that all historical traces of them had been lost. And amongst the inscriptions which he copied was that of the celebrated rock of Behistun, a perpendicular rock rising abruptly some 1,700 feet from the plain, the lower part bearing inscriptions for the space of about 300 feet in 3 languages, Persian, Scythian, and Assyrian. Comparison of the known with the unknown of the language, which survived with the language that had been lost, enabled this cadet to acquire some knowledge of the cuneiform character, and even to form an alphabet. Mr. Rawlinson sent his tracings home for examination. No professors in colleges as yet knew anything of the cuneiform character, but there was a clerk of the East India House, a modest unknown man by the name of Norris, who had made this little understood subject his study, to whom the tracings were submitted, and so accurate was his knowledge that, though he had never seen the Behistun rock, he pronounced that the cadet had not copied the puzzling inscription with proper exactness. Rawlinson, who was still in the neighborhood of the rock, compared his copy with the original, and found that Norris was right, and by further comparison and careful study the knowledge of the cuneiform writing was thus greatly advanced. But to make the learning of these 2 self-taught men of avail, a 3rd laborer was necessary, in order to supply them with material for the exercise of their skill. Such a laborer presented himself in the person of Austin Layard, originally an articled clerk in the office of a London solicitor. One would scarcely have expected to find in these 3 men, a cadet, an India House clerk, and a lawyer's clerk, the discoverers of a forgotten language, and of the buried history of Babylon. Yet it was so. Layard was a youth of only 22, traveling in the East, when he was possessed with a desire to penetrate the region beyond the Euphrates. Accompanied by a single companion, trusting to his arms for protection, and, what was better, to his cheerfulness, politeness, and chivalrous bearing, he passed safely amidst tribes at deadly war with each other, and after the lapse of many years, with comparatively slender means at his command, but aided by application and perseverance, resolute will and purpose, and almost sublime patience, borne up throughout by his passionate enthusiasm for discovery and research, he succeeded in laying bare and digging up an amount of historical treasures, the like of which has probably never before been collected by the industry of any one man. Not less than 2 miles of bas-reliefs were thus brought to light by Mr. Layard. The selection of these valuable antiquities, now placed in the British Museum, was found so curiously corroborative of the scriptural records of events which occurred some 3,000 years ago, that they burst upon the world almost like a new revelation, and the story of the disentombment of these remarkable works, as told by Mr. Layard himself in his Monuments of Nineveh, will always be regarded as one of the most charming and unaffected records which we possess of individual enterprise, industry, and energy. The career of the Comte de Buffon presents another remarkable illustration of the power of patient industry, as well as of his own saying that genius is patience. Notwithstanding the great results achieved by him in natural history, Buffon, when a youth, was regarded as of mediocre talents. His mind was slow in forming itself, and slow in reproducing what it had acquired. He was also constitutionally indolent, and, being born to good estate, it might be supposed that he would indulge his liking for ease and luxury. Instead of which, he early formed the resolution of denying himself pleasure, and devoting himself to study and self-culture. Regarding time as a treasure that was limited, and finding that he was losing many hours by lying abed in the mornings, he determined to break himself of the habit. He struggled hard against it for some time, but failed in being able to rise at the hour he had fixed. He then called his servant Joseph to his help, and promised him the reward of a crown every time he succeeded in getting him up before 6. At first, when called, Buffon declined to rise, pleaded that he was ill, or pretended anger at being disturbed, and on the count at length getting up, Joseph found that he had earned nothing but reproaches for having permitted his master to lay abed contrary to his express orders. At length the valet determined to earn his crown, and again he forced Buffon to rise, notwithstanding his entreaties, expostulations, and threats of immediate discharge from his service. One morning Buffon was unusually obstinate, and Joseph found it necessary to resort to the extreme measure of dashing a basin of ice-cold water under the bedclothes, the effect of which was instantaneous. By the persistent use of such means, Buffon at length conquered his habit, and he was accustomed to say that he owed to Joseph 3 or 4 volumes of his natural history. For 40 years of his life Buffon worked every morning at his desk from 9 till 2, and again in the evening from 5 till 9. His diligence was so continuous and so regular that it became habitual. His biographer has said of him, "Work was his necessity. His studies were the charm of his life." And towards the last years of his glorious career he frequently said that he still hoped to be able to consecrate to them a few more years. He was a most conscientious worker, always studying to give the reader his best thoughts, expressed in the very best manner. He was never wearied with touching and retouching his compositions, so that his style may be pronounced almost perfect. He wrote the Epoque de la Nature not fewer than 11 times before he was satisfied with it, although he had thought over the work about 50 years. He was a thorough man of business, most orderly in everything, and he was accustomed to say that genius without order lost 3/4 of its power. His great success as a writer was the result mainly of his painstaking labor and diligent application. Buffon, observed Madame Necker, strongly persuaded that genius is the result of a profound attention directed to a particular subject, said that he was thoroughly wearied out when composing his first writings, but compelled himself to return to them and go over them carefully again, even when he thought he had already brought them to a certain degree of perfection, and that at length he found pleasure instead of weariness in this long and elaborate correction. It ought also to be added that Buffon wrote and published all his great works while afflicted by one of the most painful diseases to which the human frame is subject. True wisdom and humility are such that the more a man really knows, the less conceited he is. The student at Trinity College who went up to his professor to take leave of him because he had finished his education was wisely rebuked by the professor's reply, "Indeed, I am only beginning mine." The superficial person, who has obtained a smattering of many things, but knows nothing well, may pride himself upon his gifts, but the sage humbly confesses that all he knows is that he knows nothing, or, like Newton, that he has been only engaged in picking shells by the seashore, while the great ocean of truth lies all unexplored before him. Loudon, the landscape gardener, was a man of extraordinary working power. The son of a farmer near Edinburgh, he was early inured to work. His skill in drawing plans and making sketches of scenery induced his father to train him for a landscape gardener. During his apprenticeship he sat up 2 whole nights every week to study, yet he worked harder during the day than any laborer. In the course of his night studies he learnt French, and before he was 18 he translated a life of Abelard for an encyclopedia. He was so eager to make progress in life that when only 20, while working as a gardener in England, he wrote down in his notebook, "I am now 20 years of age, and perhaps a third part of my life has passed away, and yet what have I done to benefit my fellow men?" An unusual reflection for a youth of only 20. From French he proceeded to learn German, and rapidly mastered that language. Having taken a large farm for the purpose of introducing Scotch improvements in the art of agriculture, he shortly succeeded in realizing a considerable income. The continent being thrown open at the end of the war, he traveled abroad for the purpose of inquiring into the system of gardening and agriculture in other countries. He twice repeated his journeys, and the results were published in his encyclopedias, which are among the most remarkable works of their kind, distinguished for the immense mass of useful matter which they contain, collected by an amount of industry and labor which has rarely been equaled. The career of Samuel Drew is not less remarkable than any of those which we have cited. His father was a hard-working laborer of Cornwall. Though poor, he contrived to send his 2 sons to a penny-a-week school. Jabez, the elder, took delight in learning, and made great progress in his lessons. But Samuel, the younger, was a dunce, notoriously given to mischief and playing truant. When he was 8 years old he was put to manual labor, earning 3 halfpence a day. At 10 he was apprenticed to a shoemaker, and while in this employment he endured much hardship, living, as he used to say, like a toad under a harrow. He often thought of running away and becoming a pirate, or something of the sort, and he seems to have grown in recklessness as he grew in years. In robbing orchards he was usually a leader, and as he grew older he delighted to take part in any poaching or smuggling adventure. When about 17, before his apprenticeship was out, he ran away, intending to enter on board a man-of-war, but sleeping in a hayfield at night cooled him a little, and he returned to his trade. Drew next removed to the neighborhood of Plymouth to work at the shoemaking business. While there he had nearly lost his life in a smuggling exploit which he had joined, partly induced by the love of adventure, and partly by the love of gain, for his regular wages were not more than 8 shillings a week. One night notice was given throughout Crafthole that a smuggler was off the coast, ready to land her cargo, on which the male population of the place, nearly all smugglers, made for the shore. One party remained on the rocks to make signals and dispose of the goods as they were landed, and another manned the boats, Drew being of the latter party. The night was intensely dark, and very little of the cargo had been landed when the wind rose with a heavy sea. The men in the boats, however, determined to persevere, and several trips were made between the smuggler, now standing farther out to sea, and the shore. One of the men in the boat in which Drew was had his hat blown off by the wind, and in attempting to recover it the boat was upset. 3 of the men were immediately drowned. The others clung to the boat for a time, but finding it drifting out to sea, they took to swimming. They were 2 miles from land, and the night was intensely dark. After being about 3 hours in the water, Drew reached a rock near the shore, with 1 or 2 others, where he remained benumbed with cold till morning, when he and his companions were discovered and taken off, more dead than alive. This was a very unpromising beginning of a life, and yet this same Drew, scapegrace, orchard robber, shoemaker and smuggler, outlived the recklessness of his youth, and became distinguished as a minister of the gospel and a writer of good books. Happily, before it was too late, the energy which characterized him was turned into a more healthy direction, and rendered him as eminent in usefulness as he had been before in wickedness. His father again took him back and found employment for him as a journeyman shoemaker. Perhaps his recent escape from death had tended to make the young man serious, as we shortly find him, attracted by the forcible preaching of Dr. Adam Clarke. His brother having died about the same time, the impression of seriousness was deepened, and thenceforward he was an altered man. He began anew the work of education, for he had almost forgotten how to read and write. And even after several years' practice, a friend compared his writing to the traces of a spider dipped in ink, set to crawl upon paper. Speaking of himself about that time, Drew afterwards said, "The more I read, the more I felt my own ignorance, and the more I felt my ignorance, the more invincible became my energy to surmount it. Every leisure moment was now employed in reading one thing or another. Having to support myself by manual labor, my time for reading was but little, and to overcome this disadvantage, my usual method was to place a book before me while at meat, and at every repast I read 5 or 6 pages. The perusal of Locke's Essay on Understanding gave the first metaphysical turn to his mind. It awakened me from my stupor," he said, "and induced me to form a resolution to abandon the groveling views which I had been accustomed to entertain." Drew began business on his own account, with a capital of a few shillings. But his character for steadiness was such that a neighboring miller offered him a loan, which was accepted, and success attending his industry, the debt was repaid at the end of a year. He started with a determination to owe no man anything, and he held to it in the midst of many privations. Often he went to bed supperless, to avoid rising in debt. His ambition was to achieve independence by industry and economy, and in this he gradually succeeded. In the midst of incessant labor, he sedulously strove to improve his mind, studying astrology, history, and metaphysics. He was induced to pursue the latter study chiefly because it required fewer books to consult than either of the others. "It appeared to be a thorny path," he said, "but I determined nevertheless to enter, and accordingly began to read it." Added to his labors in shoemaking and metaphysics, Drew became a local preacher and a class leader. He took an eager interest in politics, and his shop became a favorite resort with the village politicians. And when they did not come to him, he went to them to talk over public affairs. This so encroached upon his time that he found it necessary sometimes to work until midnight to make up for the hours lost during the day. His political fervor became the talk of the village. While busy one night hammering away at a shoe-sole, a little boy, seeing a light in the shop, put his mouth to the keyhole of the door, and called out in a shrill pipe, "Shoemaker! Shoemaker! Work by night and run about by day." A friend to whom Drew afterwards told the story asked, "And did not you run after the boy and strap him?" "No, no," was the reply. "Had a pistol been fired off at my ear, I could not have been more dismayed or confounded. I dropped my work, and said to myself, 'True, true, but you shall never have that to say of me again.' To me that cry was as the voice of God, and it has been a word in season throughout my life. I learnt from it not to leave till tomorrow the work of today, or to idle when I ought to be working." From that moment Drew dropped politics, and stuck to his work, reading and studying in his spare hours. But he never allowed the latter pursuit to interfere with his business, though it frequently broke in upon his rest. He married, and thought of emigrating to America, but he remained working on. His literary taste first took the direction of poetical composition, and from some of the fragments which have been preserved, it appears that his speculations as to the immateriality and immortality of the soul had their origin in these poetical musings. His study was the kitchen, where his wife's bellows served him for a desk, and he wrote amidst the cries and cradlings of his children. Paine's Age of Reason having appeared about this time and excited much interest, he composed a pamphlet in refutation of its arguments, which was published. He used afterwards to say that it was the Age of Reason that made him an author. Various pamphlets from his pen shortly appeared in rapid succession, and a few years later, while still working at shoemaking, he wrote and published his admirable Essay on the Immateriality and Immortality of the Human Soul, which he sold for £20, a great sum in his estimation at the time. The book went through many editions, and is still prized. Drew was in no wise puffed up by his success, as many young authors are, but long after he had become celebrated as a writer, used to be seen sweeping the street before his door, or helping his apprentices to carry in the winter's coal. Nor could he, for some time, bring himself to regard literature as a profession to live by. His first care was to secure an honest livelihood by his business, and to put into the lottery of literary success, as he termed it, only the surplus of his time. At length, however, he devoted himself wholly to literature, more particularly in connection with the Wesleyan body, editing one of their magazines, and superintending the publication of several of their denominational works. He also wrote in the Eclectic Review, and compiled and published a valuable history of his native county, Cornwall, with numerous other works. Towards the close of his career he said of himself, "Raised from one of the lowest stations in society, I have endeavored through life to bring my family into a state of respectability by honest industry, frugality, and a high regard for my moral character. Divine Providence has smiled on my exertions, and crowned my wishes with success." End of Chapter 9. Application and Perseverance. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 10 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. Read by John Greenman. Chapter 10. Helps and Opportunities. Scientific Pursuits. Opportunity has hair in front, behind she is bald. But if you seize her by the forelock, you may hold her, but, if suffered to escape, not Jupiter himself can catch her again. From the Latin. Accident does very little towards the production of any great result in life, though sometimes what is called a happy hit may be made by a bold venture. The common highway of steady industry and application is the only safe road to travel. It is said of the landscape painter Wilson that when he had nearly finished a picture in a tame, correct manner, he would step back from it, his pencil fixed at the end of a long stick, and after gazing earnestly on the work, he would suddenly walk up, and by a few bold touches give a brilliant finish to the painting. But it will not do for every one who would produce an effect to throw his brush at the canvas in the hope of producing a picture. The capability of putting in these last vital touches is acquired only by the labor of a life, and the probability is that the artist who has not carefully trained himself beforehand, in attempting to produce a brilliant effect at a dash, will only produce a blotch. Sedulous attention and painstaking industry always mark the true worker. The greatest men are not those who despise the day of small things, but those who improve them the most carefully. Michelangelo was one day explaining to a visitor to his studio what he had been doing at a statue since his previous visit. "I have retouched this part, polished that, softened this feature, brought out that muscle, given some expression to this lip, and more energy to that limb." "But these are trifles," remarked the visitor. "It may be so," replied the sculptor, "but recollect that trifles make perfection, and perfection is no trifle. So it was said of Nicolas Poussin, the painter, that the rule of his conduct was that whatever was worth doing at all was worth doing well. And when asked, late in life, by a friend, by what means he had gained so high a reputation among the painters of Italy, Poussin emphatically answered, "Because I have neglected nothing." Although there are discoveries which are said to have been made by accident, if carefully inquired into, it will be found that there has really been very little that was accidental about them. For the most part, these so-called accidents have only been opportunities, carefully improved by genius. The fall of the apple at Newton's feet has often been quoted in proof of the accidental character of some discoveries. But Newton's whole mind had already been devoted for years to the laborious and patient investigation of the subject of gravitation, and the circumstances of the apple falling before his eyes was suddenly apprehended only as genius could apprehend it, and served to flash upon him the brilliant discovery then opening to his sight. In like manner, the brilliantly colored soap bubbles blown from a common tobacco pipe, though trifles light as air in most eyes, suggested to Dr. Young his beautiful theory of interferences, and led to his discovery relating to the diffraction of light. Although great men are popularly supposed only to deal with great things, men such as Newton and Young were ready to detect the significance of the most familiar and simple facts, their greatness consisting mainly in their wise interpretation of them. The difference between men consists, in a great measure, in the intelligence of their observation. The Russian proverb says of the non-observant man, "He goes through the forest and sees no firewood." The wise man's eyes are in his head, says Solomon, but the fool walketh in darkness. "Sir," said Johnson on one occasion to a fine gentleman just returned from Italy, "some men will learn more in the Hampstead stage than others in the tour of Europe." It is the mind that sees as well as the eye. Where unthinking gazers observe nothing, men of intelligent vision penetrate into the very fibre of the phenomena presented to them, attentively noting differences, making comparisons, and recognizing their underlying idea. Many before Galileo had seen a suspended weight swing before their eyes with a measured beat, but he was the first to detect the value of the fact. One of the vergers in the cathedral at Pisa, after replenishing with oil a lamp which hung from the roof, left it swing to and fro, and Galileo, then a youth of only 18, noting it attentively, conceived the idea of applying it to the measurement of time. 50 years of study and labor, however, elapsed before he completed the invention of his pendulum, the importance of which in the measurement of time and in astronomical calculations can scarcely be overrated. In like manner, Galileo, having casually heard that a Dutch spectacle-maker had presented to Count Maurice an instrument by means of which distant objects appeared nearer to the beholder, addressed himself to the cause of such a phenomenon, which led to the invention of the telescope, and proved the beginning of the modern science of astronomy. Discoveries such as these could never have been made by a negligent observer, or by a mere passive listener. While Captain Brown was occupied in studying the construction of bridges, with a view of contriving one of a cheap description to be thrown across the Tweed near which he lived, he was walking in his garden one dewy autumn morning, when he saw a tiny spider's net suspended across his path. The idea immediately occurred to him that a bridge of iron ropes or chains might be constructed in like manner, and the result was the invention of his suspension bridge. Sir James Watt, when consulted about the mode of carrying water by pipes under the Clyde, along the unequal bed of the river, turned his attention one day to the shell of a lobster presented at table, and from that model he invented an iron tube, which, when laid down, was found effectually to answer the purpose. Sir Isambert Brunel took his first lessons in forming the Thames Tunnel from the tiny shipworm. He saw how the little creature perforated the wood with its well-armed head, first in one direction and then in another, till the archway was complete, and then daubed over the roof and sides with a kind of varnish. And by copying this work exactly, on a larger scale, Brunel was at length enabled to construct his shield and accomplish his great engineering work. It is the intelligent eye of the careful observer which gives these apparently trivial phenomena their value. So trifling a matter as the sight of seaweed floating past his ship enabled Columbus to quell the mutiny which arose amongst his sailors at not discovering land, and to assure them that the eagerly sought New World was not far off. There is nothing so small that it should remain forgotten, and no fact, however trivial, but may prove useful in some way or other if carefully interpreted. Who could have imagined that the famous chalk cliffs of Albion had been built up by tiny insects, detected only by the help of the microscope, of the same order of creatures that have gemmed the sea with islands of coral? And who that contemplates such extraordinary results, arising from infinitely minute operations, will venture to question the power of little things? It is the close observation of little things which is the secret of success in business, in art, in science, and in every pursuit of life. Human knowledge is but an accumulation of small facts, made by successive generations of men, the little bits of knowledge and experience carefully treasured up by them, growing at length into a mighty pyramid. Though many of these facts and observations seemed in the first instance to have but slight significance, they are all found to have their eventual uses and to fit into their proper places. Even many speculations, seemingly remote, turn out to be the basis of results the most obviously practical. In the case of the conic sections discovered by Apollonius Pergaeus, 20 centuries elapsed before they were made the basis of astronomy, a science which enables the modern navigator to steer his way through unknown seas and traces for him in the heavens an unerring path to his appointed haven. And had not mathematicians toiled for so long, and, to uninstructed observers, apparently so fruitlessly, over the abstract relations of lines and surfaces, it is probable that but few of our mechanical inventions would have seen the light. The secret of Garfield's great success in life, of his culture, of his learning, and of his growth in statesmanship was disclosed in a brief speech to the students of Hiram College, delivered many years ago. He said, "I was thinking, young ladies and gentlemen, as I sat here this morning, that life is almost wholly made up of margins. The bulk itself of almost anything is not what tells. That exists anyway. That is expected. That is not what gives the profit or makes the distinguishing difference. The grocer cares little for the great bulk of the price of his tea. It is the few cents between the cost and selling price, which he calls the margin, that particularly interests him. Is this to be great or small, is the thing of importance. Millions of dollars change hands in our great marts of trade just on the question of margins. This same thing is all important in the subject of thought. One mind is not greater than another, perhaps, in the great bulk of its contents, but its margin is greater, that's all. I may know just as much as you do about the general details of a subject, but you can go just a little further than I can. You have a greater margin than I. You can tell me of some single thought just beyond where I have gone. Your margin has got me. I must succumb to your superiority. A good way to carry out the same idea, and better illustrate it, is by globes. Did you ever see two globes whose only difference was that one had half an inch larger diameter than the other? The larger one, although there is so little difference, will entirely enclose the other, and have a quarter of an inch in every direction to spare besides. Let those globes be minds, with a living principle of some kind at their centers, which throws out its little tentacle-like arms in every direction, as if to explore for knowledge. The one goes a certain distance and stops. It can reach no farther. It has come to a standstill. It has reached its maximum of knowledge in that direction. The other sends its arms out, and can reach just a quarter of an inch farther. So far as the first mind is able to tell, the other has gone infinitely farther than it can reach. It goes out to its farthest limit and must stop. The other tells him things he did not know before. Many minds you may consider wonderful in their capacity. They may be able to go only a quarter of an inch beyond you. What an incentive this should be for any young man to work, to make his margin as great as, if not greater than, the margin of his fellows. I recall a good illustration of this when I was in college. A certain young man was leading the class in Latin. I thought I was studying hard. I couldn't see how he got the start of us all so. To us he seemed to have an infinite knowledge. He knew more than we did. Finally one day I asked him when he learned his Latin lesson. At night, he replied. I learned mine at the same time. His window was not far from mine, and I could see him from my own. I had finished my lesson the next night as well as usual, and feeling sleepy was about to go to bed. I happened to saunter to my window, and there I saw my classmate still bending diligently over his book. There's where he gets the margin on me, I thought. But he shall not have it for once, I resolved. I will study just a little longer than he does tonight. So I took down my books again, and, opening to the lesson, went to work with renewed vigor. I watched for the light to go out in my classmate's room. In 15 minutes it was all dark. There is his margin, I thought. It was 15 minutes more time. It was hunting out 15 minutes more of rules and root derivatives. How often, when a lesson is well prepared, just 5 minutes spent in perfecting it will make one the best in the class. The margin in such a case as that is very small, but it is all important. The world is made up of little things. When Franklin made his discovery of the identity of lightning and electricity, it was sneered at, and people asked, "Of what use is it?" To which his reply was, "What is the use of a child? It may become a man." When Galvani discovered that a frog's leg twitched when placed in contact with different metals, it could scarcely have been imagined that so apparently insignificant a fact could have led to important results. Yet therein lay the germ of the electric telegraph, which binds the intelligence of continents together, and, probably before many years have elapsed, will put a girdle round the globe. So, too, little bits of stone and fossil, dug out of the earth, intelligently interpreted, has issued in the science of geology and the practical operations of mining, in which large capitals are invested and vast numbers of persons profitably employed. The gigantic machinery employed in pumping our mines, working our mills and manufacturers, and driving our steamships and locomotives, in like manner depends for its supply of power upon so slight an agency as little drops of water expanded by heat, that familiar agency called steam, which we see issuing from that common tea-kettle spout, but which, when pent up within an ingeniously contrived mechanism, displays a force equal to that of millions of horses, and contains a power to rebuke the waves and set even the hurricane at defiance. The same power at work within the bowels of the earth has been the cause of those volcanoes and earthquakes which have played so mighty a part in the history of the globe. It is said that the Marquis of Worcester's attention was first accidentally directed to the subject of steam power by the tight cover of a vessel containing hot water having been blown off before his eyes when confined a prisoner in the Tower. He published the result of his observations in his Century of Inventions, which formed a sort of textbook for inquiries into the powers of steam for a time, until Savary, Newcomen, and others, applying it to practical purposes, brought the steam engine to the state in which Watt found it when called upon to repair a model of Newcomen's engine, which belonged to the University of Glasgow. This accidental circumstance was an opportunity for Watt, which he was not slow to improve, and it was the labor of his life to bring the steam engine to perfection. This art of seizing opportunities and turning even accidents to accounts, bending them to some purpose, is a great secret of success. Dr. Johnson has defined genius to be a mind of large general powers accidentally determined in some particular direction. Men who are resolved to find a way for themselves will always find opportunities enough, and if they do not lie ready to their hand, they will make them. It is not those who have enjoyed the advantages of colleges, museums, and public galleries that have accomplished the most for science and art, nor have the greatest mechanics and inventors been trained in mechanics' institutes. Necessity, oftener than facility, has been the mother of invention, and the most prolific school of all has been the school of difficulty. Some of the very best workmen have had the most indifferent tools to work with. But it is not tools that make the workman, but the trained skill and perseverance of the man himself. Indeed, it is proverbial that the bad workman never yet had a good tool. Someone asked Opie by what wonderful process he mixed his colors. "I mix them with my brains, sir," was his reply. It is the same with every workman who would excel. Ferguson made marvelous things, such as his wooden clock, that accurately measured the hours by means of a common penknife, a tool in everybody's hand. But then, everybody is not a Ferguson. A pan of water and 2 thermometers were the tools by which Dr. Black discovered latent heat, and a prism, a lens, and a sheet of pasteboard enabled Newton to unfold the composition of light and the origin of colors. An eminent foreign savant once called upon Dr. Wollaston, and requested to be shown over his laboratories, in which science had been enriched by so many important discoveries, when the doctor took him into a little study, and, pointing to an old tea-tray on the table, containing a few watch-glasses, test-papers, a small balance, and a blow-pipe, said, "There is all the laboratory that I have." Stoddard learned the art of combining colors by closely studying butterflies' wings. He would often say that no one knew what he owed to these tiny insects. A burnt stick and a barn door served Wilkie in lieu of pencil and canvas. Bewick first practiced drawing on the cottage walls of his native village, which he covered with his sketches in chalk, and Benjamin West made his first brushes out of the cat's tail. Ferguson laid himself down in the fields at night in a blanket, and made a map of the heavenly bodies by means of a thread with small beads on it, stretched between his eye and the stars. Franklin first robbed the thundercloud of its lightning by means of a kite made with 2 cross-sticks and a silk handkerchief. Watt made his first model of the condensing steam engine out of an old anatomist's syringe, used to inject the arteries previous to dissection. Gifford worked his first problems in mathematics, when a cobbler's apprentice, upon small scraps of leather, which he beat smooth for the purpose, whilst Rittenhouse, the astronomer, first calculated eclipses on his plough-handle. The most ordinary occasions will furnish a man with opportunities or suggestions for improvement, if he be but prompt to take advantage of them. Professor Lee was attracted to the study of Hebrew by finding a Bible in that tongue in a synagogue, while working as a common carpenter at the repairs of the benches. He became obsessed with a desire to read the book in the original, and, buying a cheap second-hand copy of a Hebrew grammar, he sat to work and learned the language for himself. As Edmund Stone said to the Duke of Argyll, in answer to his Grace's inquiry how he, a poor gardener's boy, had contrived to be able to read Newton's Principia in Latin, "One needs only to know the 24 letters of the alphabet in order to learn everything else that one wishes." Application and perseverance, and the diligent improvement of opportunities will do the rest. Sir Walter Scott found opportunities for self-improvement in every pursuit, and turned even accidents to account. Thus it was in the discharge of his functions as a writer's apprentice that he first visited the Highlands, and formed those friendships among the surviving heroes of 1745 which served to lay the foundation of a large class of his works. Later in life, when employed as quartermaster of the Edinburgh Light Cavalry, he was accidentally disabled by the kick of a horse, and confined for some time to his house. But Scott was a sworn enemy to idleness, and he forthwith set his mind to work. In 3 days he had composed the first canto of the Lay of the Last Minstrel, which he shortly after finished, his first great original work. The attention of Dr. Priestley, the discoverer of so many gases, was accidentally drawn to the subject of chemistry through his living in the neighborhood of a brewery. When visiting the place one day, he noted the peculiar appearances attending the extinction of lighted chips in the gas floating over the fermented liquor. He was 40 years old at the time, and knew nothing of chemistry. He consulted books to ascertain the cause, but they told him little, for as yet nothing was known on the subject. Then he began to experiment with some rude apparatus of his own contrivance. The curious results of his first experiments led to others, which in his hands shortly became the science of pneumatic chemistry. About the same time, Scheele was obscurely working in the same direction in a remote Swedish village, and he discovered several new gases, with no more effective apparatus at his command than a few apothecaries' vials and pigs' bladders. Sir Humphrey Davy, when an apothecary's apprentice, performed his first experiments with instruments of the rudest description. He extemporized the greater part of them himself out of the motley materials which chance threw in his way, the pots and pans of the kitchen, and the vials and vessels of his master's surgery. It happened that a French ship was wrecked off the Land's End, and the surgeon escaped, bearing with him his case of instruments, amongst which was an odd-fashioned Gleister apparatus. This article he presented to Davy, with whom he had become acquainted. The apothecary's apprentice received it with great exultation, and forthwith employed it as a part of a pneumatic apparatus which he contrived, afterwards using it to perform the duties of an air-pump in one of his experiments on the nature and sources of heat. In like manner, Professor Faraday, Sir Humphrey Davy's scientific successor, made his first experiments in electricity by means of an old bottle, while he was still a working bookbinder, and it is a curious fact that Faraday was first attracted to the study of chemistry by hearing one of Sir Humphrey Davy's lectures on the subject at the Royal Institution. A gentleman, who was a member, calling one day at the shop where Faraday was employed in binding books, found him poring over the article Electricity in an encyclopedia placed in his hands to bind. The gentleman, having made inquiries, found that the young bookbinder was curious about such subjects, and gave him an order of admission to the Royal Institution, where he attended a course of 4 lectures delivered by Sir Humphrey. He took notes of them, which he showed to the lecturer, who acknowledged their scientific accuracy, and was surprised when informed of the humble position of the reporter. Faraday then expressed his desire to devote himself to the prosecution of chemical studies, from which Sir Humphrey at first endeavored to dissuade him, but the young man's persisting, he was at length taken into the Royal Institution as an assistant, and eventually the mantle of the brilliant apothecary's boy fell upon the worthy shoulders of the equally brilliant bookbinder's apprentice. The words which Davy entered in his notebook when about 20 years of age, working in Dr. Beddoes' laboratory at Bristol, were eminently characteristic of him. "I have neither riches nor power, nor birth to recommend me. Yet if I live, I trust I shall not be of less service to mankind and my friends than if I had been born with all these advantages." Davy possessed the capability of devoting the whole power of his mind to the practical and experimental investigation of a subject in all its bearings, and such a mind will rarely fail, by dint of mere industry and patient thinking, in producing results of the highest order. Coleridge said of Davy, "There is an energy and elasticity in his mind which enables him to seize on and analyze all questions, pushing them to their legitimate consequences. Every subject in Davy's mind has the principle of vitality. Living thoughts spring up like turf under his feet." Davy, on his part, said of Coleridge, whose abilities he greatly admired, "With the most exalted genius, enlarged views, sensitive heart, and enlightened mind, he will be the victim of a want of order, precision, and regularity." The great Cuvier was a singularly accurate, careful, and industrious observer. When a boy, he was attracted to the subject of natural history by the sight of a volume of Buffon which accidentally fell in his way. He at once proceeded to copy the drawings, and to color them after the description given in the text. While still at school, one of the teachers made him a present of Linnaeus's System of Nature, and for more than 10 years this constituted his library of natural history. At 18 he was offered the situation of tutor in a family residing in Normandy. Living close to the seashore, he was brought face to face with the wonders of marine life. Strolling along the sands one day, he observed a stranded cuttlefish. He was attracted by the curious object, took it home to dissect, and thus began the study of the molluscae, in the pursuit of which he achieved so distinguished a reputation. He had no books to refer to, excepting only the great book of nature, which lay open before him. The study of the novel and interesting objects which it daily presented to his eyes made a much deeper impression on his mind than any written or engraved descriptions could possibly have done. 3 years thus passed, during which he compared the living species of marine animals with the fossil remains found in the neighborhood, dissected the specimens of marine life that came under his notice, and, by careful observation, prepared the way for a complete reform in the classification of the animal kingdom. It is not accident, then, that helps a man in the world so much as purpose and persistent industry. To the feeble, the sluggish, and the purposeless, the happiest accidents will avail nothing. They pass them by, seeing no meaning in them. But it is astonishing how much can be accomplished if we are prompt to seize and improve the opportunities for action and effort which are constantly presenting themselves. Watt taught himself chemistry and mechanics while working at his trade of a mathematical instrument-maker, at the same time that he was learning German from a Swiss dyer. Stevenson taught himself arithmetic and mensuration while working as an engine-man during the night shifts, and when he could snatch a few moments in the intervals allowed for meals during the day, he worked his sums with a bit of chalk upon the sides of the colliery wagons. Dalton's industry was the habit of his life. He began from his boyhood, for he taught a little village school when he was only about 12 years old, keeping the school in winter and working upon his father's farm in the summer. He would sometimes urge himself and companions to study by the stimulus of a bet, and on one occasion, by his satisfactory solution of a problem, he won as much as enabled him to buy a winter's store of candles. He continued his meteorological observations until a day or two before he died, having made and recorded upwards of 200,000 in the course of his life. With perseverance, the very odds and ends of time may be worked up into results of the greatest value. An hour in every day withdrawn from frivolous pursuits would, if profitably employed, enable a person of ordinary capacity to go far towards mastering a science. It would make an ignorant man a well-informed one in less than 10 years. Time should not be allowed to pass without yielding fruits, in the form of something learned worthy of being known, some good principle cultivated, or some good habit strengthened. Dr. Mason Good translated Lucretius while riding in his carriage in the streets of London, going the round of his patients. Dr. Darwin composed nearly all his works in the same way while driving about in his sulky from house to house in the country, writing down his thoughts on little scraps of paper, which he carried about with him for the purpose. Hale wrote his Contemplations while traveling on circuit. Dr. Burney learned French and Italian while traveling on horseback from one musical pupil to another in the course of his profession. Kirk White learned Greek while walking to and from a lawyer's office, and we personally know a man of eminent position who learned Latin and French while going messages as an errand-boy in the streets of Manchester. D'Aguesseau, one of the great chancellors of France, by carefully working up his odd bits of time, wrote a bulky and able volume in the successive intervals of waiting for dinner, and Madame de Genlis composed several of her charming volumes while waiting for the princess to whom she gave her daily lessons. Elihu Burritt attributed his first success in self-improvement not to genius, which he disclaimed, but simply to the careful employment of those invaluable fragments of time called odd moments. While working and earning his living as a blacksmith, he mastered some 18 ancient and modern languages, and 22 European dialects. What a solemn and striking admonition to youth is that inscribed on the dial at All Souls, Oxford, "The hours perish and are laid to our charge." Time is the only little fragment of eternity that belongs to man, and, like life, it can never be recalled. In the dissipation of worldly treasure, says Jackson of Exeter, the frugality of the future may balance the extravagance of the past, but who can say, "I will take from minutes tomorrow to compensate for those I have lost today"? Melanchthon noted down the time lost by him, that he might thereby reanimate his industry, and not lose an hour. An Italian scholar put over his door an inscription intimating that whosoever remained there should join in his labors. "We are afraid," said some visitor to Baxter, "that we break in upon your time." "To be sure you do," replied the disturbed and blunt divine. Time was the estate out of which these great workers and all other workers formed that rich treasury of thoughts and deeds which they have left to their successors. The mere drudgery undergone by some men in carrying on their undertakings has been something extraordinary, but the drudgery they regarded as the price of success. Addison amassed as much as 3 folios of manuscript materials before he began his Spectator. Newton wrote his Chronology 15 times over before he was satisfied with it, and Gibbon wrote out his Memoir 9 times. Hale studied for many years at the rate of 16 hours a day, and when wearied with the study of the law, he would recreate himself with philosophy and the study of the mathematics. Hume wrote 13 hours a day while preparing his History of England. Montesquieu, speaking of one part of his writings, said to a friend, "You will read it in a few hours, but I assure you it has cost me so much labor that it has whitened my hair." The practice of writing down thoughts and facts for the purpose of holding them fast and preventing their escape into the dim region of forgetfulness has been much resorted to by thoughtful and studious men. Lord Bacon left behind him many manuscripts entitled "Sudden Thoughts Set Down for Use." Erskine made great extracts from Burke, and Eldon copied Coke upon Littleton twice over with his own hand, so that the book became, as it were, part of his own mind. The late Dr. Pye Smith, when apprenticed to his father as a bookbinder, was accustomed to make copious memoranda of all the books he read, with extracts and criticisms. This indomitable industry in collecting materials distinguished him through life, his biographer describing him as always at work, always in advance, always accumulating. These notebooks afterwards proved like Richter's quarries, the great storehouse from which he drew his illustrations. The same practice characterized the eminent John Hunter, who adopted it for the purpose of supplying the defects of memory. He was accustomed thus to illustrate the advantages which one derives from putting one's thoughts in writing. It resembles, he said, a tradesman taking stock, without which he never knows either what he possesses or in what he is deficient. John Hunter, whose observation was so keen that Abernethy was accustomed to speak of him as the Argus-eyed, furnished an illustrious example of the power of patient industry. He received little or no education till he was about 20 years of age, and it was with difficulty that he acquired the arts of reading and writing. He worked for some years as a carpenter at Glasgow, after which he joined his brother William, who had settled in London as a lecturer and anatomical demonstrator. John entered his dissecting-room as an assistant, but soon shot ahead of his brother, partly by virtue of his great natural ability, but mainly by reason of his patient application and indefatigable industry. He was one of the first in this country to devote himself assiduously to the study of comparative anatomy, and the objects he dissected and collected took the eminent Professor Owen no less than 10 years to arrange. The collection contains some 20,000 specimens, and is the most precious treasure of the kind that has ever been accumulated by the industry of one man. Hunter used to spend every morning from sunrise until 8 o'clock in his museum, and throughout the day he carried on his extensive private practice, performed his laborious duties as surgeon to St. George's Hospital and deputy surgeon general to the army, delivered lectures to students, and superintended a school of practical anatomy at his own house, finding leisure, amidst all, for elaborate experiments on the animal economy, and the composition of various works of great scientific importance. To find time for this gigantic amount of work he allowed himself only 4 hours of sleep at night, and an hour after dinner. When once asked what method he had adopted to insure success in his undertakings, he replied, "My rule is deliberately to consider, before I commence, whether the thing be practicable. If it be not practicable, I do not attempt it. If it be practical, I can accomplish it if I give sufficient pains to it. And having begun, I never stop till the thing is done. To this rule I owe all my success." Hunter occupied a great deal of his time in collecting definite facts respecting matters which, before his day, were regarded as exceedingly trivial. Thus it was supposed by many of his contemporaries that he was only wasting his time and thought in studying so carefully as he did the growth of a deer's horn. But Hunter was impressed with the conviction that no accurate knowledge of scientific facts is without its value. By the study referred to, he learned how arteries accommodate themselves to circumstances, and enlarge as occasion requires, and the knowledge thus acquired emboldened him, in a case of aneurism in a branch artery, to tie the main trunk where no surgeons before him had dared to tie it, and the life of his patient was saved. Like many original men, he worked for a long time, as it were, underground, digging and laying foundations. Harvey was as zealous a laborer as any we have named. He spent not less than 8 long years of investigation and research before he published his views of the circulation of the blood. He repeated and verified his experiments again and again, probably anticipating the opposition he would have to encounter from the profession in making known his discovery. The tract in which he at length announced his views was a modest one, but simple, perspicuous, and conclusive. It was nevertheless received with ridicule, as the utterance of a cracked-brained impostor. For some time he did not make a single convert, and gained nothing but contumely and abuse. He had called in question the revered authority of the ancients, and it was even averred that his views were calculated to subvert the authority of the Scriptures, and undermine the very foundation of morality and religion. His little practice fell away, and he was left almost without a friend. This lasted for some years, until the great truth held fast by Harvey amidst all his adversity, and which had dropped into many thoughtful minds, gradually ripened by further observation, and after a period of about 25 years it became generally recognized as an established scientific truth. The difficulties encountered by Dr. Jenner in promulgating and establishing his discovery of vaccination as a preventative of smallpox were even greater than those of Harvey. Many before him had witnessed the cowpox, and had heard of the report current among the milkmaids in Gloucestershire, that whoever had taken that disease was secure against smallpox. It was a trifling, vulgar rumor, supposed to have no significance whatever, and no one had thought it worthy of investigation, until it was accidentally brought under the notice of Jenner. He was a youth pursuing his studies at Sudbury, when his attention was arrested by the casual observation made by a country girl, who came to his master's shop for advice. The smallpox was mentioned, when the girl said, "I can't take that disease, for I have had cowpox." The observation immediately riveted Jenner's attention, and he forthwith set about inquiring and making observations on the subject. His professional friends, to whom he mentioned his views as to the prophylactic virtues of cowpox, laughed at him, and even threatened to expel him from their society if he persisted in harassing them with the subject. In London he was so fortunate as to study under John Hunter, to whom he communicated his views. The advice of the great anatomist was thoroughly characteristic. Don't think, but try. Be patient. Be accurate. Jenner's courage was supported by the advice, which conveyed to him the true art of philosophical investigation. He went back to the country to practice his profession and make observations and experiments, which he continued to pursue for a period of 20 years. His faith in his discovery was so implicit that he vaccinated his own son on 3 several occasions. At length he published his views in a quarto of about 70 pages, in which he gave the details of 23 cases of successful vaccination of individuals in whom it was found afterwards impossible to communicate the smallpox either by contagion or inoculation. It was in 1798 that this treatise was published, though he had been working out his ideas since the year 1775, when they had begun to assume a definite form. How was the discovery received? First, with indifference, then with active hostility. Jenner proceeded to London to exhibit to the profession the process of vaccination and its results. But not a single medical man could be induced to make trial of it, and after fruitlessly waiting for nearly 3 months, he returned to his native village. He was even caricatured and abused for his attempt to bestialize his species by the introduction into their systems of diseased matter from the cow's udder. Vaccination was denounced from the pulpit as diabolical. It was averred that vaccinated children became ox-faced, that abscesses broke out to indicate sprouting horns, and that the countenance was gradually transmuted into the visage of a cow, the voice into the bellowing of bulls. Vaccination, however, was a truth, and notwithstanding the violence of the opposition, belief in it spread slowly. In one village, where a gentleman tried to introduce the practice, the first persons who permitted themselves to be vaccinated were absolutely pelted and driven into their houses if they appeared out of doors. 2 ladies of title had the courage to vaccinate their children, and the prejudices of the day were at once broken through. The medical profession gradually came round, and there were several who even sought to rob Dr. Jenner of the merit of the discovery when its importance came to be recognized. Jenner's cause at last triumphed, and he was publicly honored and rewarded. In his prosperity he was as modest as he had been in his obscurity. He was invited to settle in London, and told that he might command a practice of $50,000 a year. But his answer was, "No. In the morning of my days I sought the sequestered and lowly path of life, the valley and not the mountain. And now in the evening of my days it is not meet for me to hold myself up as an object for fortune and for fame." During Jenner's own lifetime the practice of vaccination became adopted all over the civilized world, and when he died, his title as a benefactor of his kind was recognized far and wide. Cuvier has said, "If vaccine were the only discovery of the epoch, it would serve to render it illustrious for ever. Yet it knocked 20 times in vain at the doors of the academies." Not less patient, resolute, and persevering was Sir Charles Bell in the prosecution of his discoveries relating to the nervous system. Previous to his time, the most confused notions prevailed as to the functions of the nerves, and this branch of study was little more advanced than it had been at the time of Democritus and Anaxagoras 3,000 years before. Sir Charles Bell, in the valuable series of papers the publication of which was commenced in 1821, took an entirely original view of the subject, based upon a long series of careful, accurate, and oft-repeated experiments. Elaborately tracing the development of the nervous system up from the lowest order of animated being to man, the lord of the animal kingdom, he displayed it, to use his own words, as plainly as if it were written in our mother tongue. His discovery consisted in the fact that the spinal nerves are double in their function, and arise by double roots from the spinal marrow, volition being conveyed by that part of the nerves springing from the one root, and sensation by the other. The subject occupied the mind of Sir Charles Bell for a period of 40 years, when in 1840 he laid his last paper before the Royal Society. As in the case of Harvey and Jenner, when he had lived down the ridicule and opposition with which his views were first received, and their truth came to be recognized, numerous claims for priority in making the discovery were set up at home and abroad. Like them, too, he lost practice by the publication of his papers, and he left it on record that, after every step in his discovery, he was obliged to work harder than ever to preserve his reputation as a practitioner. The great merits of Sir Charles Bell were, however, at length fully recognized, and Cuvier himself, when on his deathbed, finding his face distorted and drawn to one side, pointed out the symptom to his attendants as a proof of the correctness of Sir Charles Bell's theory. The life of Sir William Herschel affords another remarkable illustration of the force of perseverance in another branch of science. His father was a poor German musician who brought up his 4 sons to the same calling. William came over to England to seek his fortune, and he joined the band of the Durham militia, in which he played the oboe. The regiment was lying at Doncaster, where Dr. Miller first became acquainted with Herschel, having heard him perform a solo on the violin in a surprising manner. The doctor entered into conversation with the youth, and was so pleased with him that he urged him to leave the militia and take up his residence at his house for a time. Herschel did so, and while at Doncaster was principally occupied as a violin-player at concerts, availing himself of the advantages of Dr. Miller's library to study at his leisure hours. A new organ having been built for the parish church at Halifax, an organist was advertised for, on which Herschel applied for the office and was selected. Leading the wandering life of an artist, he was next attracted to Bath, where he played in the pump-room band, and also officiated as organist in the Octagon Chapel. Some recent discoveries in astronomy having arrested his mind, and awakened in him a powerful spirit of curiosity, he sought and obtained from a friend the loan of a 2-foot Gregorian telescope. So fascinated was the poor musician by the science, that he even thought of purchasing a telescope, but the price asked by the London optician was so alarming that he determined to make one. Those who know what a reflecting telescope is, and the skill which is required to prepare the concave metallic speculum which forms the most important part of the apparatus, will be able to form some idea of the difficulty of this undertaking. Nevertheless, Herschel succeeded, after long and painful labor, in completing a 5-foot reflector, with which he had the gratification of observing the ring and satellites of Saturn. Not satisfied with his triumph, he proceeded to make other instruments in succession of 7, 10, and even 20 feet. In constructing the 7-foot reflector, he finished no fewer than 200 specula before he produced one that would bear any power that was applied to it, a striking instance of the persevering laboriousness of the man. While gauging the heavens with his instruments, he continued patiently to earn his bread by piping to the fashionable frequenters of the pump-room. So eager was he in his astronomical observations that he would steal away from the room during an interval of the performance, give a little turn at his telescope, and contentedly return to his oboe. Thus, working away, Herschel discovered the Georgium Sidus, the orbit and rate of motion of which he carefully calculated, and sent the result to the Royal Society, when the humble oboe-player found himself at once elevated from obscurity to fame. He was shortly after appointed Astronomer Royal, and by the kindness of George III was placed in a position of honorable competency for life. He bore his honors with the same meekness and humility which had distinguished him in the days of his obscurity. So gentle and patient, and withal so distinguished and successful a follower of science under difficulties, perhaps cannot be found in the entire history of biography. Hugh Miller was a man of like observant faculties, who studied literature as well as science with zeal and success. While Hugh was but a child, his father, who was a sailor, was drowned at sea, and he was brought up by his widowed mother. He had a school training after a sort, but his best teachers were the boys with whom he played, the men amongst whom he worked, the friends and relatives with whom he lived. He read much and miscellaneously, and picked up odd sorts of knowledge from many quarters, from workmen, carpenters, fishermen and sailors, and above all, from the old boulders strewn along the shores of Cromarty Frith. With a big hammer which had belonged to his great-grandfather, an old buccaneer, the boy went about chipping the stones and accumulating specimens of mica, porphyry, garnet, and such like. Sometimes he had a day in the woods, and there, too, the boy's attention was excited by the peculiar geological curiosities which came in his way. When of a suitable age, he was apprenticed to the trade of his choice, that of a working stonemason, and he began his laboring career in a quarry looking out upon the Cromarty Frith. This quarry proved one of his best schools. The remarkable geological formation which it displayed awakened his curiosity. The bar of deep red stone beneath, and the bar of pale red clay above, were noted by the young quarryman, who even in such unpromising subjects found matter of observation and reflection. Where other men saw nothing, he detected analogies, differences, and peculiarities, which set him thinking. He simply kept his eyes and his mind open, was sober, diligent, and persevering, and this was the secret of his intellectual growth. His curiosity was excited and kept alive by the curious organic remains, principally of old and extinct species of fish, ferns, and ammonites, which were revealed along the coast by the washings of the waves, or were exposed by the strokes of his mason's hammer. He never lost sight of the subject, but went on accumulating observations and comparing formations, until at length, many years afterwards, when no longer a working mason, he gave to the world his highly interesting works on the old redstone sandstone, which at once established his reputation as a scientific geologist. But this work was the fruit of long years of patient observation and research. As he modestly states in his autobiography, "The only merit to which I lay claim in the case is that of patient research, a merit in which whoever wills may rival or surpass me, and this humble faculty of patience, when rightly developed, may lead to more extraordinary developments of idea than even genius itself." Not long ago Sir Roderick Murchison discovered in the far north of Scotland a profound geologist, in the person of a baker named Robert Dick. When Sir Roderick called upon him at the bakehouse in which he baked and earned his bread, Robert Dick delineated to him, by means of flour upon the board, the geographical features and geological phenomena of his native country, pointing out the imperfections in the existing maps, which he had ascertained by traveling over the country in his leisure hours. On further inquiry, Sir Roderick ascertained that the humble individual before him was not only a capital baker and geologist, but a first-rate botanist. "I found," said the President of the Geographical Society, "to my great humiliation, that the baker knew more of botanical science, 10 times more, than I did, and that there were only some 20 or 30 specimens of flowers which he had not collected. Some he had obtained as presents, some he had purchased, but the greater portion he had accumulated by his industry in his native county of Caithness, and the specimens were all arranged in the most beautiful order, with their scientific names affixed." End of Chapter 10. Helps and Opportunities. Scientific Pursuits. Read by John Greenman. This is Chapter 11 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Energy and Will. Read by John Greenman. Kites rise against, not with the wind. No man ever worked his passage anywhere in a dead calm. John Neal. There is a famous speech recorded of an old Norseman, thoroughly characteristic of the Teuton. "I believe neither in idols nor demons," said he. "I put my sole trust in my own strength of body and soul. Either I will find a way or make one," was an exposition of the same sturdy independence which to this day distinguishes the descendants of the Northmen. Indeed, nothing could be more characteristic of the Scandinavian mythology than that it had a god with a hammer. A man's character is seen in small matters, and from even so slight a test as the mode in which a man wields a hammer, his energy may in some measure be inferred. Thus an eminent Frenchman hit off in a single phrase the characteristic quality of the inhabitants of a particular district in which a friend of his proposed to settle and buy. "Beware," said he, "of making a purchase there. I know the men of that department. The pupils who come from it to our veterinary school at Paris do not strike hard upon the anvil. They want energy, and you will not get a satisfactory return on any capital you may invest there." A fine and just appreciation of character, indicating the thoughtful observer, and strikingly illustrative of the fact that it is the energy of the individual men that gives strength to a state, and confers a value even upon the very soil which they cultivate. The cultivation of this quality is of the greatest importance, resolute determination in the pursuit of worthy objects being the foundation of all true greatness of character. Energy enables a man to force his way through irksome drudgery and dry details, and carries him onward and upward in every station in life. It accomplishes more than genius, with not one half the disappointment and peril. It is not eminent talent that is required to ensure success in any pursuit, so much as purpose, not merely the power to achieve, but the will to labor energetically and perseveringly. Hence energy of will may be defined to be the very central power of character in a man. In a word, it is the man himself. It gives impulse to his very action, and soul to every effort. True hope is based on it, and it is hope that gives the real perfume to life. "Woe unto him that is faint-hearted," says the son of Sirach. There is indeed no blessing equal to the possession of a stout heart. Even if a man fail in his efforts, it will be a satisfaction to him to enjoy the consciousness of having done his best. In humble life nothing can be more cheering and beautiful than to see a man combating suffering by patience, triumphing in his integrity, and who, when his feet are bleeding and his limbs failing him, still walks upon his courage. When Luther said to Erasmus, "You desire to walk upon eggs without crushing them, and among glasses without breaking them," the timorous, hesitating Erasmus replied, "I will not be unfaithful to the cause of Christ, at least so far as the age will permit me." Luther was of a very different character. "I will go to Worms, though devils were combined against me as thick as the tiles upon the housetops." Nothing that is of real worth can be achieved without courageous working. Man owes his growth chiefly to that active striving of the will, that encounter with difficulty which we call effort, and it is astonishing to find how often results apparently impractical are thus made possible. An intense anticipation itself transforms possibility into reality, our desires being often but the precursors of the things which we are capable of performing. On the contrary, the timid and hesitating find everything impossible, chiefly because it seems so. It is related of a young French officer that he used to walk about his apartment exclaiming, "I will be Marshal of France, and a great general." His ardent desire was the presentiment of his success, for the young officer did become a distinguished commander, and he died a Marshal of France. "You are now at the age," said Lamennais once, addressing a gay youth, "at which a decision must be formed by you. A little later, and you may have to groan within the tomb which you yourself have dug, without the power of rolling away the stone. That which the easiest becomes a habit in us is the will. Learn, then, to will strongly and decisively. Thus fix your floating life, and leave it no longer to be carried hither and thither, like a withered leaf, by every wind that blows." Buxton held the conviction that a young man might be very much what he pleased, provided he formed a strong resolution and held to it. Writing to one of his sons, he said to him, "You are now at that period of life in which you must make a turn to the right or to the left. You must now give proofs of principle, determination, and strength of mind, or you must sink into idleness, and acquire the habits and character of a desultory, ineffective young man. And if once you fall to that point, you will find it no easy matter to rise again. I am sure that a young man may be very much what he pleases. In my own case it was so. Much of my happiness and all my prosperity in life has resulted from the change I made at your age. If you seriously resolve to be energetic and industrious, depend upon it that you will, for your whole life, have reason to rejoice that you were wise enough to form and to act upon that determination." As will, considered without regard to direction, is simply constancy, firmness, perseverance, it will be obvious that everything depends upon right direction and motives. Directed towards the enjoyment of the senses, the strong will may be a demon, and the intellect merely its debased slave. But directed towards good, the strong will is a king, and the intellect the minister of man's highest well-being. "Where there is a will, there is a way," is an old and true saying. He who resolves upon doing a thing, by that very resolution often scales the barriers to it, and secures its achievement. To think we are able is almost to be so. To determine upon attainment is frequently attainment itself. Thus, earnest resolution has often seemed to have about it almost a savor of omnipotence. The strength of Suwarrow's character lay in his power of willing, and, like most resolute persons, he preached it up as a system. "You can only half will," he would say to people who failed. Like Richelieu and Napoleon, he would have the word impossible banished from the dictionary. "I don't know," "I can't," and "impossible" were words which he detested above all others. "Learn, do, try," he would exclaim. His biographer has said of him that he furnished a remarkable illustration of what may be effected by the energetic development and exercise of faculties, the germs of which at least are in every human heart. One of Napoleon's favorite maxims was, The truest wisdom is a resolute determination. His life, beyond most others, vividly showed what a powerful and unscrupulous will could accomplish. He threw his whole force of body and mind direct upon his work. Imbecile rulers and the nations they governed went down before him in succession. He was told that the Alps stood in the way of his armies. "There shall be no Alps," he said, and the road across the Simplon was constructed through a district formerly almost inaccessible. "Impossible," said he, "is a word only to be found in the dictionary of fools." He was a man who toiled terribly, sometimes employing and exhausting 4 secretaries at a time. He spared no one, not even himself. His influence inspired other men, and put a new life into them. "I made my generals out of mud," he said. But all was of no avail, for Napoleon's intense selfishness was his ruin, and the ruin of France, which he left a prey to anarchy. His life taught the lesson that power, however energetically wielded without beneficence, is fatal to its possessor and its subjects, and that knowledge without goodness is but the incarnate principle of evil. Our own Wellington was a far greater man, not resolute, firm, and persistent, but more self-denying, conscientious, and truly patriotic. Napoleon's aim was glory. Wellington's watchword, like Nelson's, was duty. The former word, it is said, does not once occur in his dispatches, the latter often, but never accompanied by any high-sounding professions. The greatest difficulties could neither embarrass nor intimidate Wellington, his energy invariably rising in proportion to the obstacles to be surmounted. The patience, the firmness, the resolution with which he bore through the maddening vexations and gigantic difficulties of the Peninsular campaigns is, perhaps, one of the sublimest things to be found in history. Though his natural temper was irritable in the extreme, his high sense of duty enabled him to restrain it, and to those about him his patience seemed absolutely inexhaustible. His great character stands untarnished by ambition, avarice, or any low passion. Though a man of powerful individuality, he yet displayed a great variety of endowment. The equal of Napoleon in generalship, he was as prompt, vigorous, and daring as Clive, as wise a statesman as Cromwell, and as pure and high-minded as Washington. The great Wellington left behind him an enduring reputation, founded on toilsome campaigns won by skillful combination, by fortitude which nothing could exhaust, by sublime daring, and perhaps by still sublimer patience. Energy usually displays itself in promptitude and decision. When Ledyard, the traveler, was asked by the African Association when he would be ready to set out for Africa, he immediately answered, "Tomorrow morning." Blucher's promptitude obtained for him the cognomen of Marshal Forward throughout the Prussian army. When John Jervis, afterwards Earl St. Vincent, was asked when he would be ready to join his ship, he replied, "Directly." And when Sir Colin Campbell, appointed to the command of the Indian Army, was asked when he could set out, his answer was, "Tomorrow," an earnest of his subsequent success. For it is rapid decision, and a similar promptitude in action, such as taking instant advantage of an enemy's mistakes, that so often wins battles. "At Arcola," said Napoleon, "I won the battle with 25 horsemen. I seized a moment of lassitude, gave every man a trumpet, and gained the day with this handful. 2 armies are 2 bodies which meet and endeavor to frighten each other. A moment of panic occurs, and that moment must be turned to advantage." "Every moment lost," said he at another time, "gives an opportunity for misfortune," and he declared that he beat the Austrians because they never knew the value of time. Another great but sullied name is that of Warren Hastings, a man of dauntless will and untiring industry. His family was ancient and illustrious, but their vicissitudes of fortune and ill-requited loyalty in the cause of the Stuarts brought them to poverty, and the family estate at Daylesford, of which they had been lords of the manor for hundreds of years, at length passed from their hands. The last Hastings of Daylesford had, however, presented the parish living to his second son, and it was in his house, many years later, that Warren Hastings, his grandson, was born. The boy learned his letters at the village school, on the same bench with the children of the peasantry. He played in the fields which his fathers had owned. And what the loyal and brave Hastings of Daylesford had been was ever in the boy's thoughts. His young ambition was fired, and it is said that one summer's day, when only 7 years old, as he laid him down on the bank of the stream which flowed through the domain, he formed in his mind the resolution that he would yet recover possession of the family lands. It was the romantic vision of a boy, yet he lived to realize it. The dream became a passion rooted in his very life, and he pursued his determination through youth up to manhood, with that calm but indomitable force of will which was the most striking peculiarity of his character. The orphan boy became one of the most powerful men of his time. He retrieved the fortunes of his line, bought back the old estate, and rebuilt the family mansion. Sir Charles Napier was another Indian leader of extraordinary courage and determination. He once said of the difficulties with which he was surrounded in one of his campaigns, "They only make my feet go deeper into the ground." His battle of Meeanee was one of the most extraordinary feats in history. With 2,000 men, of whom only 400 were Europeans, he encountered an army of 35,000 hardy and well-armed Beloochees. It was an act, apparently, of the most daring temerity, but the general had faith in himself and in his men. He marched the Belooch center up a high bank which formed their rampart in front, and for 3 mortal hours the battle raged. Each man of that small force, inspired by the chief, became for the time a hero. The Beloochees, though 20 to 1, were driven back, but with their faces to the foe. It is this sort of pluck, tenacity, and determined perseverance which wins soldiers' battles, and indeed every battle. It is the one neck nearer that wins the race that shows the blood. It is the one march more that wins the campaign, the 5 minutes more persistent courage that wins the fight. Though your force be less than another's, you equal and outmaster your opponent if you continue it longer and concentrate it more. The reply of the Spartan father, who said to his son, when complaining that his sword was too short, "Add a step to it," is applicable to everything in life. Napier took the right method of inspiring his men with his own heroic spirit. He worked as hard as any private in the ranks. "The great art of commanding," he said, "is to take a fair share of the work. The man who leads an army cannot succeed unless his whole mind is thrown into his work. The more trouble, the more labor must be given. The more danger, the more pluck must be shown, till all is overpowered." A young officer who accompanied him in his campaigns in the Cutchee Hills once said, "When I see that old man incessantly on his horse, how can I be idle who am young and strong? I would go into a loaded cannon's mouth if he ordered me." This remark, when repeated to Napier, he said was ample reward for his toils. The anecdote of his interview with the Indian juggler strikingly illustrates his cool courage, as well as his remarkable simplicity and honesty of character. On one occasion, after the Indian battles, a famous juggler visited the camp, and performed his feats before the general, his family, and staff. Among other performances, this man cut in two with a stroke of his sword a lime or lemon placed in the hand of his assistant. Napier thought there was some collusion between the juggler and his retainer. To divide by a sweep of the sword on a man's hand so small an object without touching the flesh he believed to be impossible, though a similar incident is related by Scott in his romance of the Talisman. To determine the point, the general offered his own hand for the experiment, and he stretched out his right arm. The juggler looked attentively at the hand, and said he would not make the trial. "I thought I would find you out," exclaimed Napier. "But stop," added the other, "let me see your left hand." The left hand was submitted, and the man then said firmly, "If you hold your arm steady, I will perform the feat." "But why the left hand and not the right?" "Because the right is hollow to the center, and there is a risk of cutting off the thumb. The left is high, and the danger will be less." Napier was startled. "I got frightened," he said. "I saw it was an actual feat of delicate swordsmanship, and if I had not abused the man as I did before my staff, and challenged him to the trial, I honestly acknowledge I would have retired from the encounter. However, I put the lime on my hand and held out my arm steadily. The juggler balanced himself, and with a swift stroke cut the lime in 2 pieces. I felt the edge of the sword on my hand as if a cold thread had been drawn across it. So much," he added, "for the brave swordsmen of India, whom our fine fellows defeated at Meeanee." Patriotism and nobility culminate in the life of Washington, the leader and deliverer of his country. He was one of the greatest men of the 18th century, not so much by his genius as by his purity and trustworthiness. His English descent was a goodly heritage. He came from an Anglican stock settled in the county of Durham. From thence his ancestors emigrated to America, and settled in Virginia about year 1657. The character of George Washington was such that, at an early age, he was appointed to positions of great trust and confidence. At the age of 19 he was appointed one of the adjutants general of Virginia, with the rank of major, nor did he ever deceive those who put trust in him. He was ever prompt, obedient, and dutiful. At the age of 23 he was appointed colonel and commander-in-chief of all the forces raised in Virginia for cooperation with the English troops in the defense of the Western Territory against the French. He was trained not only in success but in failure, which evoked his indomitable spirit. No man could be more pure, no man could be more self-denying. In victory he was self-controlled, in defeat he was unshaken. Throughout he was magnanimous and pure. In General Washington it is difficult to know which to admire the most, the nobility of his character, the ardor of his patriotism, or the purity of his conduct. Toward the close of his address to the governors of the several states, on resigning his position of commander-in-chief, he said, "I make it my constant prayer that God would have you and the state over which you preside in his holy protection, that he would incline the hearts of the citizens to cultivate a spirit of subordination and obedience to government, to entertain a brotherly affection and love for one another, for their fellow citizens of the United States at large, and particularly for their brethren who have served in the field, and finally that he would most graciously be pleased to dispose us all to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with that charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion, without a humble imitation of whose example in these things we can never hope to be a happy nation." How simple, truthful, and beautiful are the words of Washington! It is not the size of a country, but the character of its people that gives it sterling value. We find men constantly calling for liberty, but who do nothing to deserve it. They remain inert, lazy, and selfish. There is a so-called patriotism that has no more dignity in it than the howling of wolves. True patriotism is of another sort. It is based on honesty, truthfulness, generosity, self-sacrifice, and genuine love of freedom. Look, for instance, at the little republic of Switzerland, which has been hemmed in by tyrannical governments for hundreds of years. But the people are brave and frugal, honest and self-helping. They would have no master, but governed themselves. They elected their representatives, as at Appenzell, by show of hands in the public market-places. They proclaimed liberty of conscience, and Switzerland, like England,
has always been the refuge of the persecuted for conscience' sake. It was not without severe struggles that Switzerland conquered its independence. The leaders of these brave men have often sacrificed themselves for the good of their country. Take, for instance, the example of Arnold von Winkelried. In 1481, the Austrians invaded Switzerland, and a comparatively small number of men determined to resist them. Near the little town of Sempach, the Austrians were observed advancing in a solid, compact body, presenting an unbroken line of spears. The Swiss met them, but their spears were shorter, and being much fewer in number, they were compelled to give way. Observing this, Arnold von Winkelried, seeing that all the efforts of the Swiss to break the ranks of their enemy had failed, exclaimed to his countrymen, "I will open a path to freedom. Protect, dear comrades, my wife and children." He rushed forward, and gathering in his arms as many spears as he could grasp, he buried them in his bosom. He fell, but a gap was made, and the Swiss rushed in, and achieved an exceeding great victory. Arnold von Winkelried died, but saved his country. The little mountain republic preserved its liberty. The battle took place on the 9th of July, and to this day the people of the country assemble to celebrate their deliverance from the Austrians through the self-sacrifice of their leader. The career of Dr. Livingstone is one of the most interesting. His ancestors were poor but honest Highlanders, and it is related of one of them, renowned in his district for wisdom and prudence, that when on his deathbed he called his children around him and left them these words, the only legacy he had to bequeath. "In my lifetime," said he, "I have searched most carefully through all the traditions I could find of our family, and I never could discover that there was a dishonest man among our forefathers. If, therefore, any of you or any of your children should take to dishonest ways, it will not be because it runs in our blood. It does not belong to you. I leave this precept with you: be honest." At the age of 10, Livingstone was sent to work in a cotton factory near Glasgow as a piecer. With part of his first week's wages he bought a Latin grammar, and began to learn that language, pursuing the study for years at a night school. He would sit up, conning his lessons till 12 or later, when not sent to bed by his mother, for he had to be up and at work in the factory every morning by 6. In this way he plodded through Virgil and Horace, also reading extensively all books, excepting novels, that came in his way, but more especially scientific works and books of travels. He occupied his spare hours, which were but few, in the pursuit of botany, scouring the neighborhood to collect plants. He even carried on his reading amidst the roar of the factory machinery, so placing the book upon the spinny jenny which he worked, that he could catch sentence after sentence as he passed it. In this way the persevering youth acquired much youthful knowledge, and as he grew older the desire possessed him of becoming a missionary to the heathen. With this object he set himself to obtain a medical education, in order the better to be qualified for the work. He accordingly economized his earnings, and saved as much money as enabled him to support himself while attending the medical and Greek classes, as well as the divinity lectures at Glasgow, for several winters, working as a cotton spinner during the remainder of each year. He thus supported himself, during his college career, entirely by his own earnings as a factory workman, never having received a farthing of help from any source. "Looking back now," he honestly says, "at that life of toil, I cannot but feel thankful that it formed such a material part of my early education, and, were it possible, I should like to begin life over again in the same lowly style, and to pass through the same hardy training." At first he thought of going to China, but the war then waging with that country prevented his following out the idea, and having offered his services to the London Missionary Society, he was by them sent out to Africa, which he reached in 1840. He had intended to proceed to China by his own efforts, and he says the only pang he had in going to Africa at the charge of the London Missionary Society was because It was not quite agreeable to one accustomed to work his own way to become, in a manner, dependent upon others. Arrived in Africa, he set to work with great zeal. He could not brook the idea of merely entering upon the labors of others, but cut out a large sphere of independent work, preparing himself for it by undertaking manual labor in building and other handicraft employment, in addition to teaching, which, he says, made me generally as much exhausted and unfit for study in the evenings as ever I had been when a cotton spinner. Whilst laboring amongst the Bechuanas, he dug canals, built houses, cultivated fields, reared cattle, and taught the natives to work as well as worship. John Howard was another of the many patient and persevering men who have made England what it is, content simply to do with energy the work they have been appointed to do, and to go to their rest thankfully when it is done, leaving no memorial but a world made better by their lives. His sublime life proved that even physical weakness could remove mountains in the pursuit of an end recommended by duty. The idea of ameliorating the condition of prisoners engrossed his whole thoughts and possessed him like a passion, and no toil, no danger, no bodily suffering could turn him from that great object of his life. Though a man of no genius and but moderate talent, his heart was pure and his will was strong. Even in his own time he achieved a remarkable degree of success, and his influence did not die with him, for it has continued powerfully to affect not only the legislation of England, but of all civilized nations, down to the present hour. Andrew Marvell was a patriot of the old Roman build. He lived in troublous times. He was born at Hull at the beginning of the reign of Charles I. When a young man, he spent 4 years at Trinity College, Cambridge. He afterwards traveled through Europe. In Italy he met Milton, and continued his friend through life. On his return to England the Civil War was raging. It does not appear that he took any part in the struggle, though he was always a defender and promoter of liberty. In 1660 he was elected Member of Parliament for his native town, and during his membership he wrote to the mayor and his constituents by almost every post, telling them of the course of affairs in Parliament. Marvell did not sympathize with Milton's anti-monarchical tendencies. His biographer styles him the friend of England, liberty, and Magna Carta. He had no objections to a properly restricted monarchy, and therefore favored the Restoration. The people longed for it, believing that the return of Charles II would prove the restoration of peace and loyalty. They were much mistaken. Marvell was appointed to accompany Lord Carlisle on an embassy to Russia, showing that he was not reckoned an enemy to the court. During his absence much evil had been done. The restored king was constantly in want of money. He took every method, by selling places and instituting monopolies, to supply his perpetual need. In one of Marvell's letters to his constituents he said, "The court is at the highest pitch of want and luxury, and the people are full of discontent." The king continued to raise money unscrupulously by means of his courtiers and apostate patriots. He bought them up by bribes of thousands of pounds. But Marvell was not to be bought. His satires upon the court and its parasites were published. They were read by all classes, from the king to the tradesman. The king determined to win him over. He was threatened, he was flattered, he was thwarted, he was caressed, he was beset with spies, he was waylaid by ruffians, and courted by beauties. But no Delilah could discover the secret of his strength. His integrity was proof alike against danger and against corruption. Against threats and bribes, pride is the ally of principle. In a court which held no man to be honest and no woman chaste, this soft sorcery was cultivated to perfection. But Marvell, revering and respecting himself, was proof against its charms. It has been said that Lord Treasurer Danby, thinking to buy over his old schoolfellow, called upon Marvell in his garret. At parting,
The Lord Treasurer slipped into his hand an order on the Treasury for $5,000, and then went to his chariot. Marvell, looking at the paper, calls after the Treasurer, "My lord, I request another moment." They went up again to the garret, and Jack, the servant boy, was called. "Jack, child, what had I for dinner yesterday?" "Don't you remember, sir? You had the little shoulder of mutton that you ordered me to bring from a woman in the market." "Very right, child. What have I for dinner to-day?" "Don't you know, sir, that you bid me lay by the blade-bone to broil?" "'Tis so very right, child. Go away." "My lord," said Marvell, turning to the Treasurer, "do you hear that? Andrew Marvell's dinner is provided. There's your piece of paper. I want it not. I knew the sort of kindness you intended. I live here to serve my constituents. The ministry may seek men for their purpose. I am not one." Buxton was a dull, heavy boy, distinguished for his strong self-will, which first exhibited itself in violent, domineering, and headstrong obstinacy. His father died when he was a child, but fortunately he had a wise mother, who trained his will with great care, constraining him to obey, but encouraging the habit of deciding and acting for himself in matters which might safely be left to him. His mother believed that a strong will, directed upon worthy objects, was a valuable manly quality, if properly guided, and she acted accordingly. When others about her commented on the boy's self-will, she would merely say, "Never mind, he is self-willed now. You will see it will turn out well in the end." Fowle learned very little at school, and was regarded as a dunce and an idler. He got other boys to do his exercises for him, while he romped and scrambled about. He returned home at 15, a great, growing, awkward lad, fond only of boating, shooting, riding, and field sports, spending his time principally with the gamekeeper, a man possessed of a good heart, an intelligent observer of life and nature, though he could neither read nor write. Buxton had excellent raw material in him, but he wanted culture, training, and development. At this juncture of his life, when his habits were being formed for good or evil, he was happily thrown into the society of the Gurney family, distinguished for their fine social qualities not less than for their intellectual culture and public-spirited philanthropy. This intercourse with the Gurneys he used afterwards to say gave the coloring to his life. They encouraged his efforts at self-culture, and when he went to the University of Dublin and gained high honors there, the animating passion in his mind, he said, was to carry back to them the prizes which they prompted and enabled him to win. He married one of the daughters of the family, and started in life commencing as a clerk. His power of will, which made him so difficult to deal with as a boy, now formed the backbone of his character, and made him most industrious and energetic in whatever he undertook. He threw his whole strength and bulk right down upon his work, and the great giant, Elephant Buxton they called him, for he stood some 6 feet 4 in height, became one of the most vigorous and practical of men. There was invincible energy and determination in whatever he did. Admitted a partner, he became the active manager of the concern, and the vast business which he conducted felt his influence through every fiber, and prospered far beyond its previous success. Nor did he allow his mind to lie fallow, for he gave his evenings diligently to self-culture, studying and digesting Blackstone, Montesquieu, and solid commentaries on English law. His maxims in reading were, never to begin a book without finishing it, never to consider a book finished until it is mastered, and to study everything with the whole mind. When only 32, Buxton entered Parliament, and at once assumed that position of influence there of which every honest, earnest, well-informed man is secure who enters that assembly. Buxton was no genius, not a great intellectual leader nor discoverer, but mainly an earnest, straightforward, resolute, energetic man. Indeed, his whole character is most forcibly expressed in his own words, which every young man might well stamp upon his soul. "The longer I live," said he, the more I am certain that the great difference between men, between the feeble and the powerful, the great and the insignificant, is energy, invincible determination, a purpose once fixed, and then death or victory. That quality will do anything that can be done in this world, and no talents, no circumstances, no opportunities will make a two-legged creature a man without it. End of Chapter 11. Energy and Will. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 12 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Self-Culture, Facilities, and Difficulties, read by John Greenman. Every person has two educations, one which he receives from others, and one, more important, which he gives to himself. Gibbon. Is there one whom difficulties dishearten, who bends to the storm? He will do little. Is there one who will conquer? That kind of man never fails. John Hunter. The best part of man's education, said Sir Walter Scott, is that which he gives to himself. The late Sir Benjamin Brodie delighted to remember this saying, and he used to congratulate himself on the fact that professionally he was self-taught. But this is necessarily the case with all men who have acquired distinction in letters, science, or art. The education received at school or college is but a beginning, and is valuable mainly inasmuch as it trains the mind and habituates it to continuous application and study. That which is put into us by others is always far less ours than that which we acquire by our own diligent and persevering effort. Knowledge conquered by labor becomes a possession, a property entirely our own. Our own active effort is the essential thing, and no facilities, no books, no teachers, no amount of lessons learnt by rote will enable us to dispense with it. The best teachers have been the readiest to recognize the importance of self-culture, and of stimulating the student to acquire knowledge by the active exercise of his own faculties. They have relied more upon training than upon telling, and sought to make their pupils themselves active parties to the work in which they were engaged, thus making teaching something far higher than the mere passive reception of the scraps and details of knowledge. This was the spirit in which the great Dr. Arnold worked. He strove to teach his pupils to rely upon themselves, and develop their powers by their own active efforts, himself merely guiding, directing, stimulating, and encouraging them. "I would far rather," he said, "send a boy to Van Diemen's Land, where he must work for his bread, than send him to Oxford to live in luxury without any desire in his mind to avail himself of his advantages. If there be one thing on earth," he observed on another occasion, "which is truly admirable, it is to see God's wisdom blessing an inferiority of natural powers when they have been honestly, truly, and zealously cultivated." Speaking of a pupil of this character, he said, "I would stand to that man hat in hand." Once, at Laleham, when teaching a rather dull boy, Arnold spoke somewhat sharply to him, on which the pupil looked up in his face and said, "Why do you speak angrily, sir? Indeed, I am doing the best I can." Years afterwards, Arnold used to tell the story to his children, and added, "I never felt so much in my life. That look and that speech I have never forgotten." Practical success in life depends more upon physical health than is generally imagined. Hodson, writing home to a friend in England, said, "I believe if I get on well in India it will be owing, physically speaking, to a sound digestion." The use of early labor in self-imposed mechanical employments may be illustrated by the boyhood of Sir Isaac Newton. Though comparatively a dull scholar, He was very assiduous in the use of his saw, hammer, and hatchet, knocking and hammering in his lodging room, making models of windmills, carriages, and machines of all sorts, and as he grew older, he took delight in making little tables and cupboards for his friends. Smeaton, Watt, and Stevenson were equally handy with tools when mere boys, and but for such kind of self-culture in their youth, it is doubtful whether they would have accomplished so much in their manhood. Such was also the early training of the great inventors and mechanics described in the preceding pages, whose contrivance and intelligence were practically trained by the constant use of their hands in early life. Elihu Burritt says he found hard labor necessary to enable him to study with effect, and more than once he gave up school-teaching and study, and, taking to his leather apron again, went back to his blacksmith's forge and anvil for his health of body and mind's sake. The training of young men in the use of tools would, at the same time that it educated them in common things, teach them the use of their hands and arms, familiarize them with healthy work, exercise their faculties upon things tangible and actual, give them some practical acquaintance with mechanics, impart to them the ability of being useful, and implant in them the habit of persevering physical effort. This is an advantage which the working classes, strictly so called, certainly possess over the leisure classes, that they are in early life under the necessity of applying themselves laboriously to some mechanical pursuit or other, thus acquiring manual dexterity and the use of their physical powers. The chief disadvantage attached to the calling of the laborious classes is, not that they are employed in physical work, but that they are too exclusively so employed, often to the neglect of their moral and intellectual faculties. While the youths of the leisure classes, having been taught to associate labor with servility, have shunned it, and been allowed to grow up practically ignorant, the poorer classes, confining themselves within the circle of their laborious callings, have been allowed to grow up, in a large proportion of cases, absolutely illiterate. It seems possible, however, to avoid both these evils by combining physical training or physical work with intellectual culture, and there are various signs abroad which seem to mark the gradual adoption of this healthier system of education. While it is necessary, then, in the first place, to secure this solid foundation of physical health, it must also be observed that the cultivation of the habit of mental application is quite indispensable for the education of the student. The maxim that labor conquers all things holds especially true in the case of the conquest of knowledge. The road into learning is alike free to all who will give the labor and the study requisite to gather it, nor are there any difficulties so great that the student of resolute purpose may not surmount and overcome them. It was one of the characteristic expressions of Chatterton that God had sent his creatures into the world with arms long enough to reach anything if they chose to be at the trouble. In study, as in business, energy is the great thing. We must not only strike the iron while it is hot, but strike it till it is made hot. It is astonishing how much may be accomplished in self-culture by the energetic and the persevering, who are careful to avail themselves of opportunities, and use up the fragments of spare time which the idle permit to run to waste. Thus Ferguson learned astronomy from the heavens while wrapped in a sheepskin on the Highland hills. Thus Stone learned mathematics while working as a journeyman gardener. Thus Drew studied the highest philosophy in the intervals of cobbling shoes, and thus Miller taught himself geology while working as a day-laborer in a quarry. Sir Joshua Reynolds, as we have already observed, was so earnest a believer in the force of industry that he held that all men might achieve excellence if they would but exercise the power of assiduous and patient working. He held that drudgery lay on the road to genius, and that there was no limit to the proficiency of an artist except the limit of his own painstaking. He would not believe in what is called inspiration, but only in study and labor. Excellence, he said, is never granted to a man but as the reward of labor. If you have great talents, industry will improve them. If you have but moderate abilities, industry will supply their deficiency. Nothing is denied to well-directed labor. Nothing is to be obtained without it. Sir Fowell Buxton was an equal believer in the power of study, and he entertained the modest idea that he could do as well as other men if he devoted to the pursuit double the time and labor that they did. He placed his great confidence in ordinary means and extraordinary application. Thoroughness and accuracy are two principal points to be aimed at in study. Francis Horner, in laying down rules for the cultivation of his mind, placed great stress upon the habit of continuous application to one subject for the sake of mastering it thoroughly. He confined himself with this object to only a few books, and resisted with the greatest firmness every approach to a habit of desultory reading. The value of knowledge to any man consists not in its quantity, but mainly in the good uses to which he can apply it. Hence, a little knowledge of an exact and perfect character is always found to be more valuable for practical purposes than any extent of superficial learning. One of Ignatius Loyola's maxims was, "He who does well one work at a time does more than all." By spreading our efforts over too large a surface, we inevitably weaken our force, hinder our progress, and acquire a habit of fitfulness and ineffective working. Lord St. Leonards once communicated to Sir Fowell Buxton the mode in which he had conducted his studies, and thus explained the secret of his success. "I resolved," said he, "when beginning to read law, to make everything I acquired perfectly my own, and never to go to a second thing till I had entirely accomplished the first. Many of my competitors read as much in a day as I read in a week, but at the end of 12 months my knowledge was as fresh as the day it was acquired, while theirs had glided away from recollection." It is not the quantity of study that one gets through, or the amount of reading, that makes a wise man, but the appositeness of the study to the purpose for which it is pursued. The concentration of the mind, for the time being, on the subject under consideration, and the habitual discipline by which the whole system of mental application is regulated. The most profitable study is that which is conducted with a definite aim and object. By thoroughly mastering any given branch of knowledge, we render it more available for use at any moment. Hence it is not enough merely to have books, or to know where to read for information as we want it. Practical wisdom, for the purposes of life, must be carried about with us, and be ready for use at call. It is not sufficient that we have a fund laid up at home, but not a farthing in the pocket. We must carry about with us a store of the current coin of knowledge ready for exchange on all occasions, else we are comparatively helpless when the opportunity for using it occurs. Decision and promptitude are as requisite in self-culture as in business. The growth of these qualities may be encouraged by accustoming young people to rely upon their own resources, leaving them to enjoy as much freedom of action in early life as is practicable. Too much guidance and restraint hinder the formation of habits of self-help. They are like bladders tied under the arms of one who has not taught himself to swim. Want of confidence is perhaps a greater obstacle to improvement than is generally imagined. Dr. Johnson was accustomed to attribute his success to confidence in his own powers. True modesty is quite compatible with a due estimate of one's own merits, and does not demand the abnegation of all merit. Though there are those who deceive themselves by putting a false figure before their ciphers, the want of confidence, the want of faith in oneself, and consequently the want of promptitude in action, is a defect of character which is found to stand very much in the way of individual progress, and the reason why so little is done is generally because so little is attempted.
It is the use we make of the powers entrusted to us which constitutes our only just claim to respect. He who employs his one talent aright is as much to be honored as he to whom 10 talents have been given. There is really no more personal merit attaching to the possession of superior intellectual powers than there is in the succession to a large estate. How are those powers used? How is that estate employed? The mind may accumulate large stores of knowledge without any useful purpose, but the knowledge must be allied to goodness and wisdom, and embodied in upright character, else it is naught. Pestalozzi even held intellectual training by itself to be pernicious, insisting that the roots of all knowledge must strike and feed in the soil of the rightly governed will. The acquisition of knowledge may, it is true, protect a man against the meaner felonies of life, but not in any degree against its selfish vices, unless fortified by sound principles and habits. Hence do we find in daily life so many instances of men who are well informed in intellect, but utterly deformed in character, filled with the learning of the schools, yet possessing little practical wisdom, and offering examples for warning rather than imitation. An often quoted expression at this day is that knowledge is power, but so also are fanaticism, despotism, and ambition. Knowledge of itself, unless wisely directed, might merely make bad men more dangerous, and the society in which it was regarded as the highest good little better than a pandemonium. It is also to be borne in mind that the experience gathered from books, though often valuable, is but of the nature of learning, whereas the experience gained from actual life is of the nature of wisdom, and a small store of the latter is worth vastly more than any stock of the former. Lord Bolingbroke truly said that whatever study tends neither directly nor indirectly to make us better men and citizens is at best but a specious and ingenious sort of idleness, and the knowledge we acquire by it only a creditable kind of ignorance, nothing more. Useful and instructive though good reading may be, it is yet only one mode of cultivating the mind, and is much less influential than practical experience and good examples in the formation of character. There were wise, valiant, and true-hearted men bred in England long before the existence of a reading public. Magna Carta was secured by men who signed the deed with their marks, though altogether unskilled in the art of deciphering the literary signs by which the principles were denominated upon paper, yet they understood and appreciated and boldly contended for the things themselves. Thus, the foundations of English liberty were laid by men who, though illiterate, were nevertheless of the very highest stamp of character. And it must be admitted that the chief object of culture is not merely to fill the mind with other men's thoughts, and to be the passive recipient of their impressions of things, but to enlarge our individual intelligence, and render us more useful and efficient workers in the sphere of life to which we may be called. Many of our most energetic and useful workers have been but sparing readers. Brindley and Stevenson did not learn to read and write until they reached manhood, and yet they did great works and lived manly lives. John Hunter could barely read or write when he was 20 years old, though he could make tables and chairs with any carpenter in the trade. When told that one of his contemporaries has charged him with being ignorant of the dead languages, he said, "I would undertake to teach him that on the dead body which he never knew in any language, dead or living." It is not, then, how much a man may know that is of importance, but the end and purpose for which he knows it. The object of knowledge should be to mature wisdom and improve character, to render us better, happier, and more useful, more benevolent, more energetic, and more efficient in the pursuit of every high purpose in life.
When people once fall into the habit of admiring and encouraging ability as such, without reference to moral character, they are on the highway to all sorts of degradation. We must ourselves be and do, and not rest satisfied merely with reading and meditating over what other men have been and done. Our best light must be made life, and our best thought action. At least we ought to be able to say, as Richter did, "I have made as much out of myself as could be made of the stuff, and no man should require more." For it is every man's duty to discipline and guide himself, with God's help, according to his responsibilities and the faculties with which he has been endowed. Self-respect is the noblest garment with which a man may clothe himself, the most elevating feeling with which the mind can be inspired. One of Pythagoras's wisest maxims in his Golden Verses is that with which he enjoins the pupil to reverence himself. Borne up by this high idea, he will not defile his body by sensuality, nor his mind by servile thoughts. This sentiment, carried into daily life, will be found at the root of all the virtues: cleanliness, sobriety, chastity, morality, and religion. "The pious and just honoring of ourselves," said Milton, "may be thought the radical moisture and fountainhead from whence every laudable and worthy enterprise issues forth." To think meanly of oneself is to sink in one's own estimation as well as in the estimation of others. And as the thoughts are, so will the acts be. Man cannot aspire if he look down. If he will rise, he must look up. The very humblest may be sustained by the proper indulgence of this feeling. Poverty itself may be lifted and lighted up by self-respect, and it is truly a noble sight to see a poor man hold himself upright amidst his temptations, and refuse to demean himself by low actions. Self-culture may not, however, end in eminence, as in the numerous instances above cited. The great majority of men, in all times, however enlightened, must necessarily be engaged in the ordinary avocations of industry, and no degree of culture which can be conferred upon the community at large will ever enable them, even were it desirable, which it is not, to get rid of the daily work of society, which must be done. But this, we think, may also be accomplished. We can elevate the condition of labor by allying it to noble thoughts, which confer a grace upon the lowliest as well as the highest rank. For no matter how poor or humble a man may be, the great thinker of this and other days may come in and sit down with him, and be his companion for the time, though his dwelling be the meanest hut. It is thus that the habit of well-directed reading may become a source of the greatest pleasure and self-improvement, and exercise a gentle coercion, with the most beneficial results, over the whole tenor of a man's character and conduct. And even though self-culture may not bring wealth, it will, at all events, give one the companionship of elevated thoughts. A noble man once contemptuously asked of a sage, "What have you got by all your philosophy?" "At least I have got society in myself," was the wise man's reply. But many are apt to feel despondent, and become discouraged in the work of self-culture, because they do not get on in the world so fast as they think they deserve to do. Having planted their acorn, they expect to see it grow into an oak at once. They have perhaps looked upon knowledge in the light of a marketable commodity, and are consequently mortified because it does not sell as they expected it would do. Mr. Tremenhere, in one of his education reports, states that a schoolmaster in Norfolk, finding his school rapidly falling off, made inquiry into the cause, and ascertained that the reason given by the majority of the parents for withdrawing their children was that they had expected education was to make them better off than they were before, but that having found it had done them no good, they had taken their children from school, and would give themselves no further trouble about education. The same low idea of self-culture is but too prevalent in other classes, and is encouraged by the false views of life which are always more or less current in society. But to regard self-culture either as a means of getting past others in the world, or of intellectual dissipation and amusement, rather than as a power to elevate the character and expand the spiritual nature, is to place it on a very low level. To use the words of Bacon, "Knowledge is not a shop for profit or sale, but a rich storehouse for the glory of the Creator and the relief of man's estate." It is doubtless most honorable for a man to labor to elevate himself and to better his condition in society, but this is not to be done at the sacrifice of himself. To make the mind the mere drudge of the body is putting it to a very servile use, and to go about whining and bemoaning our pitiful lot because we fail in achieving that success in life which, after all, depends rather upon habits of industry and attention to business details than upon knowledge, is the mark of a small and often of a sour mind. Such a temper can not better be reproved than in the words of Robert Southey, who thus wrote to a friend who sought his counsel: "I would give you advice if it could be of use, but there is no curing those who choose to be diseased. A good and wise man may at times be angry with the world, at times grieved for it, but be sure no man was ever discontented with the world if he did his duty in it. If a man of education who has health, eyes, hands, and leisure wants an object, it is only because God Almighty has bestowed all those blessings upon a man who does not deserve them." Amusement in moderation is wholesome, and to be commended, but amusement in excess vitiates the whole nature, and is a thing to be carefully guarded against. The maxim is often quoted of, "All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy," but all play and no work makes him something greatly worse. Nothing can be more hurtful to a youth than to have his soul surfeited with pleasure. The best qualities of his mind are impaired, common enjoyments become tasteless, his appetite for the higher kind of pleasure is vitiated, and when he comes to face the work and the duties of life, the result is usually aversion and disgust. Fast men waste and exhaust the powers of life, and dry up the sources of true happiness. Having forestalled their spring, they can produce no healthy growth of either character or intellect. A child without simplicity, a maiden without innocence, a boy without truthfulness, are not more piteous sights than the man who has wasted and thrown away his youth in self-indulgence. Mirabeau said of himself, "My early years have already in a great measure disinherited the succeeding ones, and dissipated a great part of my vital powers. As the wrong done to another today returns upon ourselves tomorrow, so the sins of our youth rise up in our age to scourge us. I assure you," wrote Giusti the Italian to a friend, "I pay a heavy price for existence. It is true that our lives are not at our own disposal. Nature pretends to give them gratis at the beginning, and then sends in her account. The worst of useful indiscretions is not that they destroy health so much as that they sully manhood. The dissipated youth becomes a tainted man, and often he cannot be pure, even if he would. If cure there be, it is only to be found in inoculating the mind with a fervent spirit of duty, and in energetic application to useful work." Robert Nicoll wrote to a friend, after reading the Recollections of Coleridge, "What a mighty intellect was lost in that man for want of a little energy, a little determination." Nicoll himself was a true and brave spirit who died young, but not before he had encountered and overcome great difficulties in life. At his outset, while carrying on a small business as a bookseller, he found himself weighed down with a debt of only £20, which he said he felt weighing like a millstone round his neck, and that, if he had it paid, he never would borrow again from mortal man. Writing to his mother at the time, he said, "Fear not for me, dear mother, for I feel myself daily growing firmer and more hopeful in spirit. The more I think and reflect, and thinking, not reading, is now my occupation, I feel that, whether I be growing richer or not, I am growing a wiser man, which is far better. Pain, poverty, and all the other wild beasts in life which so frighten others, I am so bold as to think I could look in the face without shrinking, without losing respect for myself, faith in man's high destinies, or trust in God. There is a point which it costs much mental toil and struggling to gain, but which, when once gained, a man can look down from, as a traveler from a lofty mountain, on storms raging below, while he is walking in sunshine. That I have yet gained this point in life I will not say, but I feel myself daily nearer to it. It is not ease, but effort, not facility, but difficulty, that makes men. There is, perhaps, no station in life in which difficulties have not to be encountered and overcome before any decided measure of success can be achieved. Those difficulties are, however, our best instructors, as our mistakes are often our best experience. Charles James Fox was accustomed to say that he hoped more from a man who failed and yet went on in spite of his failure than from the buoyant career of the successful. "It is all very well," said he, "to tell me that a young man has distinguished himself by a brilliant first speech. He may go on, or he may be satisfied with his first triumph. But show me a young man who has not succeeded at first, and nevertheless has gone on, and I will back that young man to do better than most of those who have succeeded at the first trial." We learn wisdom from failure much more than from success. We often discover what will do by finding out what will not do. And probably he who never made a mistake never made a discovery. It was the failure in the attempt to make a sucking pump act, when the working bucket was more than 33 feet above the surface of the water to be raised, that led observant men to study the law of atmospheric pressure, and opened a new field of research to the genius of Galileo, Torricelli, and Boyle. John Hunter used to remark that the art of surgery would not advance until professional men had the courage to publish their failures as well as their successes. Watt, the engineer, said of all things most wanted in mechanical engineering was a history of failures. "We want," he said, "a book of blots." When Sir Humphrey Davy was once shown a dexterously manipulated experiment, he said, "I thank God I was not made a dexterous manipulator, for the most important of my discoveries have been suggested to me by failures." Another distinguished investigator in physical science has left it on record that, whenever in the course of his researches he encountered an apparently insuperable obstacle, he generally found himself on the brink of some discovery. The very greatest things, great thoughts, great discoveries, inventions, have usually been nurtured in hardship, often pondered over in sorrow, and at length established with difficulty. Beethoven said of Rossini that he had in him the stuff to have made a good musician if he had only, when a boy, been well flogged, but that he had been spoilt by the facility with which he produced. Men who feel their strength within them need not fear to encounter adverse opinions. They have far greater reason to fear undue praise and too friendly criticism. When Mendelssohn was about to enter the orchestra at Birmingham, on the first performance of his Elijah, he said laughingly to one of his friends and critics, "Stick your claws into me. Don't tell me what you like, but what you don't like." It has been said, and truly, that it is the defeat that tries the general more than the victory. Washington lost more battles than he gained, but he succeeded in the end. The Romans, in their most victorious campaigns, almost invariably began with defeats. Moreau used to be compared by his companions to a drum, which nobody hears of except it be beaten. Wellington's military genius was perfected by encounter with difficulties of apparently the most overwhelming character, but which only served to move his resolution, and bring out more prominently his great qualities as a man and a general. So the skillful mariner obtains his best experience amidst storms and tempests, which train him to self-reliance, courage, and the highest discipline. And we probably owe to rough seas and wintry nights the best training of the race of British seamen, who are certainly not surpassed by any in the world. Sweet indeed are the uses of adversity. They reveal to us our powers and call forth our energies. If there be real worth in the character, like sweet herbs, it will give forth its finest fragrance when pressed. Crosses, says the old proverb, are the ladders that lead to heaven. What is even poverty itself, asks Richter, that a man should murmur under it? It is but as the pain of piercing a maiden's ear, and you hang precious jewels in the wound. In the experience of life it is found that the wholesome discipline of adversity in strong natures usually carries with it a self-preserving influence. Many are found capable of bravely bearing up under privations, and cheerfully encountering obstructions, who are afterwards found unable to withstand the more dangerous influences of prosperity. It is only a weak man whom the wind deprives of his cloak. A man of average strength is more in danger of losing it when assailed by the beams of a too genial sun. Thus it often needs a higher discipline and a stronger character to bear up under good fortune than under adverse. Some generous natures kindle and warm with prosperity, but there are many on whom wealth has no such influence. Base hearts it only hardens, making those who were mean and servile mean and proud. But while prosperity is apt to harden the heart to pride, adversity in a man of resolution will serve to ripen it into fortitude. To use the words of Burke, difficulty is a severe instructor, set over us by the supreme ordinance of a parental guardian and instructor, who knows us better than we know ourselves, as he loves us better too. He that wrestles with us strengthens our nerves, and sharpens our skill. Our antagonist is thus our helper. Without the necessity of encountering difficulty, life might be easier, but men would be worth less. For trials, wisely improved, train the character, and teach self-help. Thus, hardship itself may often prove the wholesome discipline for us, though we recognize it not. The battle of life is, in most cases, fought uphill, and to win it without a struggle were perhaps to win it without honor. If there were no difficulties, there would be no success. If there were nothing to struggle for, there would be nothing to be achieved. Difficulties may intimidate the weak, but they act only as a wholesome stimulus to men of resolution and valor. All experience of life, indeed, serves to prove that the impediments thrown in the way of human advancement may, for the most part, be overcome by steady good conduct, honest zeal, activity, perseverance, and, above all, by a determined resolution to surmount difficulties and stand up manfully against misfortune. The school of difficulty is the best school of moral discipline for nations as for individuals. Indeed, the history of difficulty would be but a history of all the great and good things that have yet been accomplished by men. It is hard to say how much northern nations owe to their encounter with a comparatively rude and changeable climate, and an originally sterile soil, which is one of the necessities of their condition, involving a perennial struggle with difficulties such as the natives of sunnier climes know nothing of. And thus it may be that, though our finest products are exotic, the skill and industry which have been necessary to rear them have issued in the production of a native growth of men not surpassed on the globe. Wherever there is difficulty, the individual man must come out for better or for worse. Encounter with it will train his strength, and discipline his skill, heartening him for future effort, as the racer, by being trained to run against the hill, at length courses with facility. The road to success may be steep to climb, and it puts to the proof the energies of him who would reach the summit. But by experience a man soon learns that obstacles are to be overcome by grappling with them, that the nettle feels as soft as silk when it is boldly grasped, and that the most effective help towards realizing the object proposed is the moral conviction that we can and will accomplish it. Thus difficulties often fall away of themselves before the determination to overcome them. Much will be done if we do but try. Nobody knows what he can do till he has tried, and few try their best till they have been forced to do it. "If I could do such and such a thing," sighs the desponding youth. But nothing will be done if he only wishes. The desire must ripen into purpose and effort, and one energetic attempt is worth 1,000 aspirations. It is these thorny ifs which so often hedge around the field of possibility, and prevent anything being done or even attempted. "A difficulty," said Lord Lyndhurst, "is a thing to be overcome. Grapple with it at once. Facility will come with practice, and strength and fortitude with repeated effort. Thus the mind and character may be trained to an almost perfect discipline, and enabled to act with a grace, spirit, and liberty almost incomprehensible to those who have not passed through a similar experience." Carissimi, when praised for the ease and grace of his melodies, exclaimed, "Ah, you little know with what difficulty this ease has been acquired." Sir Joshua Reynolds, when once asked how long it had taken him to paint a certain picture, replied, "All my life." Henry Clay, the American orator, when giving advice to young men, thus described to them the secret of his success in the cultivation of his art. "I owe my success in life," said he, "chiefly to one circumstance, that at the age of 27 I commenced, and continued for years, the process of daily reading and speaking upon the contents of some historical or scientific book. These off-hand efforts were made, sometimes in a cornfield, at others in the forest, and not unfrequently in some distant barn, with a horse and the ox for my auditors. It is to this early practice of the art of all arts that I am indebted for the primary and leading impulses that stimulated me onward, and have shaped and molded my whole subsequent destiny." Curran, the Irish orator, when a youth, had a strong defect in his articulation, and at school he was known as Stuttering Jack Curran. While he was engaged in the study of the law, and still struggling to overcome his defect, he was stung into eloquence by the sarcasms of a member of a debating club, who characterized him as "Orator Mum," for, like Cowper, when he stood up to speak, Curran had not on a previous occasion been able to utter a word. But the taunt raised his pluck, and he replied with a triumphant speech. This accidental discovery in himself of the gift of eloquence encouraged him to proceed in his studies with additional energy and vigor. He corrected his enunciation by reading aloud, emphatically and distinctly, the best passages in literature for several hours every day, studying his features before a mirror, and adopting a method of gesticulation suited to his rather awkward and ungraceful figure. He also proposed cases to himself, which he argued with as much care as if he had been addressing a jury. Curran began business with the qualification which Lord Eldon stated to be the first requisite for distinction, that is, to be not worth a shilling. While working his way laboriously at the bar, still oppressed by the diffidence which had overcome him in his debating club, he was on one occasion provoked by the judge into making a very severe retort. In the case under discussion, Curran observed that he had never met the law as laid down by his lordship in any book in his library. "That may be, sir," said the judge, in a contemptuous tone, "but I suspect that your library is very small." His lordship was notoriously a furious political partisan, the author of several anonymous pamphlets characterized by unusual violence and dogmatism. Curran, roused by the allusion to his straitened circumstances, replied thus: "It is very true, my lord, that I am poor, and the circumstance has certainly curtailed my library. My books are not numerous, but they are select, and I hope they have been perused with proper dispositions. I have prepared myself for this high profession by the study of a few good works, rather than by the composition of a great many bad ones. I am not ashamed of my poverty, but I should be ashamed of my wealth could I have stooped to acquire it by servility and corruption. If I rise not to rank, I shall at least be honest, and should I ever cease to be so, many an example shows me that an ill-gained elevation by making me the more conspicuous would only make me the more universally and the more notoriously contemptible." The extremest poverty has been no obstacle in the way of men devoted to the duty of self-culture. Professor Alexander Murray, the linguist, learned to write by scribbling his letters on an old wool card with the end of a burned feather stem. The only book which his father, who was a poor shepherd, possessed was a penny catechism. But that, being thought too valuable for common use, was carefully preserved in a cupboard for Sunday catechizing. Professor Moore, when a young man, being too poor to purchase Newton's Principia, borrowed the book and copied the whole of it with his own hand. Many poor students, while laboring daily for their living, have only been able to snatch an atom of knowledge here and there at intervals, as birds do their food in winter-time when the fields are covered with snow. They have struggled on, and faith and hope have come to them. A well-known author and publisher, William Chambers, of Edinburgh, speaking before an assemblage of young men in that city, thus briefly described to them his humble beginnings for their encouragement. "I stand before you," he said, "a self-educated man. My education is that which is supplied at the humble parish schools of Scotland, and it was only when I went to Edinburgh, a poor boy, that I devoted my evenings, after the labors of the day, to the cultivation of that intellect which the Almighty has given me. From 7 or 8 in the morning till 9 or 10 at night was I at my business as a bookseller's apprentice, and it was only during hours after these, stolen from sleep, that I could devote myself to study. I did not read novels. My attention was devoted to physical science and other useful matters. I also taught myself French. I look back to those times with great pleasure, and am almost sorry I have not to go through the same experience again, for I reaped more pleasure when I had not a sixpence in my pocket, studying in a garret in Edinburgh, than I now find when sitting amidst all the elegancies and comforts of a parlor." William Cobbett's account of how he learned English grammar is full of interest and instruction for all students laboring under difficulties. "I learned grammar," said he, "when I was a private soldier on the pay of 6 a day. The edge of my berth, or that of my guard-bed, was my seat to study in. My knapsack was my bookcase. A bit of board lying on my lap was my writing-table, and the task did not demand anything like a year of my life. I had no money to purchase candle or oil. In winter-time it was rarely that I could get any evening light but that of the fire, and only my turn even at that. And if I, under such circumstances, and without parent or friend to advise or encourage me, accomplished this undertaking, what excuse can there be for any youth, however poor, however pressed with business, or however circumstanced as to room or other convenience? To buy a pen or a sheet of paper I was compelled to forego some portion of food, though in a state of half-starvation. I had no amount of time that I could call my own, and I had to read and write amidst the talking, laughing, singing, whistling, and brawling of at least half a score of the most thoughtless of men, and that, too, in the hours of their freedom from all control. Think not lightly of the farthing that I had to give now and then for ink, pen, or paper. That farthing was, alas, a great sum to me. I was as tall as I am now. I had great health and great exercise. The whole of the money not expended for us at market was 4 cents a week for each man. I remember, and well I may, that on one occasion I, after all necessary expenses, had, on a Friday, made shifts to have a halfpenny in reserve, which I had destined for the purchase of a red herring in the morning. But when I pulled off my clothes at night, so hungry then as to be hardly able to endure life, I found that I had lost my halfpenny. I buried my head under the miserable sheet and rug, and cried like a child. And again I say, if I, under circumstances like these, could encounter and overcome this task, can there be in the whole world a youth to find an excuse for the non-performance? We have been informed of an equally striking instance of perseverance and application in learning on the part of a French political exile in London. His original occupation was that of a stonemason, at which he found employment for some time. But work becoming slack, he lost his place, and poverty stared him in the face. In his dilemma he called upon a fellow exile profitably engaged in teaching French, and consulted him what he ought to do to earn a living. The answer was, "Become a professor." "A professor?" answered the mason. "I, who am only a workman, speaking but a patois? Surely you are jesting." "On the contrary, I am quite serious," said the other, "and again I advise you, become a professor. Place yourself under me, and I will undertake to teach you how to teach others." "No, no," replied the mason, "it is impossible. I am too old to learn. I am too little of a scholar. I cannot be a professor." He went away, and again he tried to obtain employment at his trade. From London he went into the provinces, and traveled several 100 miles in vain. He could not find a master. Returning to London, he went direct to his former adviser, and said, "I have tried everywhere for work, and failed. I will now try to be a professor." He immediately placed himself under instruction, and being a man of close application and quick apprehension and vigorous intelligence, he speedily mastered the elements of grammar, the rules of construction and composition, and the correct pronunciation of classical French. When his friend and instructor thought him sufficiently competent to undertake the teaching of others, an appointment, advertised as vacant, was applied for and obtained, and behold our artisan at length become professor. It so happened that the seminary to which he was appointed was situated in a suburb of London, where he had formerly worked as a stonemason. Every morning the first thing which met his eyes on looking out of his dressing-room window was a stack of cottage chimneys, which he had himself built. He feared for a time lest he should be recognized in the village as the quondam workman, and thus bring discredit to his seminary, which was of high standing. But he need have been under no such apprehension, as he proved a most efficient teacher, and his pupils were on more than one occasion publicly complimented for their knowledge of French. Meanwhile he secured the respect and friendship of all who knew him, fellow professors as well as pupils, and when the story of his struggles, his difficulties, and his past history became known to them, they admired him more than ever. Sir Samuel Romilly was not less persevering as a self-cultivator. The son of a jeweler, descended from a French refugee, he received little education in his early years, but overcame all his disadvantages by unwearied application, and by efforts constantly directed towards the same end. "I determined," he said in his autobiography, "when I was between 15 and 16 years of age, to apply myself seriously to learning Latin, of which I, at that time, knew little more than some of the most familiar rules of grammar. In the course of 3 or 4 years, during which I thus applied myself, I had read almost every prose writer of the age of pure Latinity. I had gone 3 times through the whole of Livy, Sallust, and Tacitus. I had studied the most celebrated orations of Cicero, and translated a great deal of Homer. Terence, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, and Juvenal I had read over and over again." He also studied geography, natural history, and natural philosophy, and obtained a considerable acquaintance with general knowledge. At 16 he was articled to a clerk in Chancery, worked hard, was admitted to the bar, and his industry and perseverance ensured success. He became Solicitor General under the Fox administration in 1806, and steadily worked his way to the highest celebrity in his profession. Yet he was always haunted by a painful and almost oppressive sense of his own disqualifications, and never ceased laboring to remedy them. His autobiography is a lesson of instructive facts, worth volumes of sentiment, and well deserves a careful perusal. Sir Walter Scott was accustomed to cite the case of his young friend John Leyden as one of the most remarkable illustrations of the power of perseverance which he had ever known. The son of a shepherd in one of the wildest valleys of Roxburghshire, he was almost entirely self-educated. Like many Scotch shepherd sons, like Hogg, who taught himself to write by copying the letters of a printed book as he lay watching his flock on the hillside, like Cairns, who from tending sheep on the Lammermoors raised himself by dint of application and industry to the professor's chair which he now so worthily holds, like Morey, Ferguson, and many more, Leyden was early inspired by a thirst for knowledge. When a poor, barefooted boy, he walked 6 or 8 miles across the moors daily to learn reading at the little village schoolhouse at Kirkton, and this was all the education he received. The rest he acquired for himself. He found his way to Edinburgh to attend the college there, setting the extremest penury at defiance. He was first discovered as the frequenter of a small bookseller's shop kept by Archibald Constable, afterwards so well known as a publisher. He would pass hour after hour perched on a ladder in mid-air, with some great folio in his hand, forgetful of the scanty meal of bread and water which awaited him at his miserable lodging. Access to books and lectures comprised all within the bounds of his wishes. Thus he toiled and battled at the gates of science until his unconquerable perseverance carried everything before it. Before he had attained his 19th year, he had astonished all the professors in Edinburgh by his profound knowledge of Greek and Latin, and the general mass of information he had acquired. Having turned his views to India, he sought employment in the civil service, but failed. He was, however, informed that a surgeon's assistant's commission was open to him. But he was no surgeon, and knew no more of the profession than a child. He could, however, learn. Then he was told that he must be ready to pass in 6 months. Nothing daunted, he sat to work to acquire in 6 months what usually required 3 years. At the end of 6 months he took his degree with honor. Scott and a few friends helped to fit him out, and he sailed for India, after publishing his beautiful poem, The Scenes of Infancy. In India he promised to become one of the greatest Oriental scholars, but was unhappily cut off by fever caught by exposure, and died at an early age. The life of the late Dr. Lee, professor of Hebrew at Cambridge, furnishes one of the most remarkable instances in modern times of the power of patient perseverance and resolute purpose in working out an honorable career in literature. He received his education at a charity school at Lognor, near Shrewsbury, but so little distinguished himself there that his master pronounced him one of the dullest boys that ever passed through his hands. He was put apprentice to a carpenter, and worked at that trade until he arrived at manhood. To occupy his leisure hours he took to reading, and some of his books containing Latin quotations he became desirous of ascertaining what they meant. He bought a Latin grammar, and proceeded to learn Latin. As Stone, the Duke of Argyll's gardener, said long before, "Does one need to know more than 24 letters in order to learn everything else that one wishes?" Lee rose early and sat up late, and he succeeded in mastering the Latin before his apprenticeship was out. Whilst working one day in some place of worship, a copy of a Greek Testament fell in his way, and he was immediately filled with a desire to learn that language. He accordingly sold some of his Latin books and purchased a Greek grammar and lexicon. Taking pleasure in learning, he soon mastered the language. Then he sold his Greek books and bought Hebrew ones, and learned that language, unassisted by any instructor, without any hope of fame or reward, but simply following the bent of his genius. He next proceeded to learn the Chaldee, Syriac, and Samaritan dialects. His character as a tradesman became excellent, his business improved, and his means enabled him to marry, which he did when 28 years old. He determined now to devote himself to the maintenance of his family, and to renounce the luxury of literature. Accordingly he sold all his books. He might have continued a working carpenter all his life, had not the chest of tools upon which he depended for subsistence been destroyed by fire, and destitution stared him in the face. He was too poor to buy new tools, so he bethought him of teaching children their letters, a profession requiring the least possible capital. But though he had mastered many languages, he was so defective in the common branches of knowledge that at first he could not teach them. Resolute of purpose, however, he assiduously set to work, and taught himself arithmetic and writing to such a degree as to be able to impart the knowledge of these branches to little children. His unaffected, simple, and beautiful character gradually attracted friends, and the acquirements of the learned carpenter became bruited abroad. Dr. Scott, a neighboring clergyman, obtained for him the appointment of master of a charity school, and introduced him to a distinguished Oriental scholar. These friends supplied him with books, and Lee successively mastered Arabic, Persic, and Hindustani. He continued to pursue his studies while on duty as a private in the local militia of the country, gradually acquiring greater proficiency in languages. At length his kind patron, Dr. Scott, enabled Lee to enter Queen's College, Cambridge, and after a course of study in which he distinguished himself by his mathematical acquirements, a vacancy occurring in the professorship of Arabic and Hebrew, he was worthily elected to fill the honorable office. Besides ably performing his duties as a professor, he voluntarily gave much of his time to the instruction of missionaries going forth to preach the gospel to Eastern tribes in their own tongue. He also made translations of the Bible into several Asiatic dialects, and having mastered the New Zealand language, he arranged the grammar and vocabulary for 2 New Zealand chiefs who were then in England, which books are now in daily use in the New Zealand schools. Such, in brief, is the remarkable history of Dr. Samuel Lee, and it is but the counterpart of numerous similarly instructive examples of the power of perseverance in self-culture, as displayed in the lives of many of the most distinguished of our literary and scientific men. There are many other illustrious names which might be cited to prove the truth of the common saying that it is never too late to learn. Even at advanced years, men can do much if they will determine on making a beginning. Sir Henry Spelman did not begin the study of science until he was between 50 and 60 years of age. Franklin was 50 before he fully entered into the study of natural philosophy. Dryden and Scott were not known as authors until each was in his 40th year. Boccaccio was 35 when he commenced his literary career, and Alfieri was 46 when he began the study of Greek. Dr. Arnold learned German at an advanced age for the purpose of reading Niebuhr in the original, and in like manner James Watt, when about 40, while working at his trade of an instrument-maker in Glasgow, learned French, German, and Italian, to enable himself to peruse the valuable works on mechanical philosophy which existed in those languages. Thomas Scott was 56 before he began to learn Hebrew. Robert Hall was once found lying upon the floor, racked by pain, learning Italian in his old age, to enable him to judge of the parallel drawn by Macaulay between Milton and Dante. Handel was 48 before he published any of his great works. Indeed, hundreds of instances might be given of men who struck out an entirely new path, and successfully entered on new studies at a comparatively advanced time of life. None but the frivolous or the indolent will say, "I am too old to learn." And here we would repeat what we have said before, that it is not men of genius who move the world and take the lead in it, so much as men of steadfastness, purpose, and industry. Notwithstanding the many undeniable instances of the precocity of men of genius, it is nevertheless true that early advancement gives no indication of the height to which the grown man will reach. Precocity is sometimes a symptom of disease rather than of intellectual vigor. What becomes of all the remarkably forward children? Trace them through life, and it will frequently be found that the dull boys who were beaten at school have shot ahead of them. The precocious boys are rewarded, but the prizes which they gain by their greater quickness and facility do not always prove of use to them. What ought rather to be rewarded is the endeavor, the struggle, and the obedience. For it is the youth who does his best, though endowed with an inferiority of natural powers, that ought above all others to be encouraged. An interesting chapter might be written on the subject of illustrious dunces, dull boys, but brilliant men. Newton, when at school, stood at the bottom of the lowest form but one. The boy above Newton having kicked him, the dunce showed his pluck by challenging him to a fight, and beat him. Then he set to work with a will, and determined also to vanquish his antagonist as a scholar, which he did, rising to the top of his class. Isaac Barrow, when a boy at the Charterhouse School, was notorious chiefly for his strong temper, pugnacious habits, and proverbial idleness as a scholar, and he caused such grief to his parents that his father used to say that, if it pleased God to take from him any of his children, he hoped it might be Isaac, the least promising of them all. Adam Clarke, when a boy, was proclaimed by his father to be a grievous dunce. Dean Swift was plucked at Dublin University, and only obtained his recommendation to Oxford by special favor. The well-known Dr. Chalmers and Dr. Cook were boys together at the parish school of St. Andrews, and they were found so stupid and mischievous that the master, irritated beyond measure, dismissed them both as incorrigible dunces. The brilliant Sheridan showed so little capacity as a boy that he was presented to a tutor by his mother with the complimentary accompaniment that he was a hopeless dunce. Walter Scott was all but a dunce when a boy, always much readier for sport than apt at his lessons. At the Edinburgh University, Professor Dalzell pronounced upon him the sentence that dunce he was, and dunce he would remain. Chatterton was returned on his mother's hands as a fool of whom nothing could be made. Burns was a dull boy, good only at athletic exercises. Goldsmith spoke of himself as a plant that flowered late. Alfieri left college no wiser than he entered it, and did not begin the studies by which he distinguished himself until he had run half over Europe. Robert Clive was a dunce, if not a reprobate, when a youth, but always full of energy, even in badness. His family, glad to get rid of him, shipped him off to Madras, and he lived to lay the foundations of the British power in India. Napoleon and Wellington were both dull boys, not distinguishing themselves in any way at school. Ulysses Grant, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States, was called Useless Grant by his mother, he was so dull and unhandy when a boy. And Stonewall Jackson, Lee's greatest lieutenant, was, in his youth, chiefly noted for his slowness. While a pupil at West Point Military Academy, he was, however, equally remarkable for his application and perseverance. When a task was set him, he never left it until he had mastered it, nor did he ever feign to possess knowledge which he had not entirely acquired. Again and again, wrote one who knew him, when called upon to answer questions in the recitation of the day, he would reply, "I have not yet looked at it. I have been engaged in mastering the recitation of yesterday or the day before." The result was that he graduated 17th in a class of 70. There was probably in the whole class not a boy to whom Jackson at the outset was not inferior in knowledge and attainments, but at the end of the race he had only 16 before him, and had outstripped no fewer than 53. It used to be said of him by his contemporaries that if the course had been for 10 years instead of 4, Jackson would have graduated at the head of his class. John Howard, the philanthropist, was another illustrious dunce, learning next to nothing during the 7 years that he was at school. Watt was a dull scholar, notwithstanding the stories told about his precocity, but he was, what was better, patient and perseverant, and it was by such qualities, and by his carefully cultivated inventiveness, that he was enabled to perfect his steam-engine. What Dr. Arnold says of boys is equally true of men, that the difference between one boy and another consists not so much in talent as in energy. Given perseverance, and energy soon becomes habitual. Provided the dunce has persistency and application, he will inevitably head the cleverer fellow without those qualities. Slow but sure wins the race. It is perseverance that explains how the position of boys at school are so often reversed in real life, and it is curious to note how some who were then so clever have since become so commonplace, while others, dull boys, of whom nothing was expected, slow in their faculties but sure in their pace, have assumed the position of leaders of men. The tortoise in the right road will beat a racer in the wrong. It matters not though a youth be slow, if he be but diligent. Quickness of parts may even prove a defect, inasmuch as the boy who learns readily will often forget as readily, and also because he finds no need of cultivating that quality of application and perseverance which the slower youth is compelled to exercise, and which proves so valuable an element in the formation of every character. Davy said, "What I am I have made myself," and the same holds true universally. To conclude, the best culture is not obtained from teachers when at school or college, so much as by our own diligent self-education when we have become men. Hence, parents need not be in too great haste to see their children's talents forced into bloom. Let them watch and wait patiently, letting good example and quiet training do their work, and leave the rest to Providence. Let them see to it that the youth is provided, by free exercise of his bodily powers, with a full stock of physical health. Set him fairly on the road of self-culture, carefully train his habits of application and perseverance, and as he grows older, if the right stuff be in him, he will be enabled vigorously and effectively to cultivate himself. End of Chapter 12. Self-Culture, Facilities, and Difficulties. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 13 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Workers in Art. Read by John Greenman. If what shone afar so grand turn to nothing in thy hand, on again, the virtue lies in the struggle, not the prize. M. M. Moore. Excellence in art, as in everything else, can only be achieved by dint of painstaking labor. There is nothing less accidental than the painting of a picture or the chiseling of a noble statue. Every skilled touch of the artist's brush or chisel, though guided by genius, is the product of unremitting study. Sir Joshua Reynolds was such a believer in the force of industry that he held that artistic excellence, however expressed by genius, taste, or the gift of heaven, may be acquired. Writing to Barry, he said, "Whoever is resolved to excel in painting, or indeed any other art, must bring all his mind to bear upon that one object from the moment that he rises till he goes to bed." And on another occasion he said, "Those who are resolved to excel must go to their work, willing or unwilling, morning, noon, and night. They will find it no play, but very hard labor. Like Sir Joshua Reynolds, Michelangelo was a great believer in the force of labor, and he held that there was nothing which the imagination conceived that could not be embodied in marble, if the hand were made vigorous to obey the mind. He was himself one of the most persevering of workers, and he attributed his power of studying for a greater number of hours than most of his contemporaries to his spare habits of living. A little bread and wine was all he required for the chief part of the day when employed at his work, and very frequently he rose in the middle of the night to resume his labors. On these occasions it was his practice to fix the candle, by the light of which he chiseled, on the summit of a pasteboard cap which he wore. Sometimes he was too wearied to undress, and he slept in his clothes, ready to spring to his work as soon as refreshed by sleep. He had a favorite device of an old man in a go-cart, with an hour-glass upon it, bearing the inscription, "Still I am learning." Titian also was an earnest worker. His celebrated Pietro Martire was 8 years in hand, and his Last Supper 7. In his letter to Charles V he said, "I send your Majesty the Last Supper after working at it almost daily for 7 years." Few think of the patient labor and long training involved in the greatest works of the artist. They seem easy and quickly accomplished, yet with how great difficulty has this ease been acquired. "You charge me 50 sequins," said the Venetian nobleman to the sculptor, "for a bust that cost you only 10 days' labor." "You forget," said the artist, "that I have been 30 years learning to make that bust in 10 days." It was eminently characteristic of the industry of the late Sir Augustus Calcott that he made not fewer than 40 separate sketches in the composition of his famous picture of Rochester. This constant repetition is one of the main conditions of success in art, as in life itself. No matter how generous nature has been in bestowing the gift of genius, the pursuit of art is nevertheless a long and continuous labor. Many artists have been precocious, but without diligence their precocity would have come to nothing. The anecdote related of West is well known. When only 7 years old, struck with the beauty of the sleeping infant of his eldest sister, whilst watching by its cradle, he ran to seek some paper, and forthwith drew its portrait in red and black ink. The little incident revealed the artist in him, and it was found impossible to draw him from his bent. West might have been a greater painter had he not been injured by too early success. His fame, though great, was not purchased by study, trials, and difficulties, and it has not been enduring. Sir Joshua Reynolds, when a boy, forgot his lessons, and took pleasure only in drawing, for which his father was accustomed to rebuke him. The boy was destined for the profession of physic, but his strong instinct for art could not be suppressed, and he became a painter. Gainsborough, when a schoolboy, went sketching in the woods, and at 12 he was a confirmed artist. He was a keen observer and a hard worker, no picturesque feature of any scene he had once looked upon escaping his diligent pencil. William Blake, a hosier's son, employed himself in drawing designs on the backs of his father's shop bills, and making sketches for the purpose of meeting with character. By this careful storing of his mind, he was afterwards enabled to crowd an immense amount of thought and treasured observation into his work. Hence it is that Hogarth's pictures are so truthful a memorial of the character, the manners, and even the very thoughts of the times in which he lived. True painting, he himself observed, can only be learned in one school, and that is kept by nature. But he was not a highly cultivated man, except in his own walk. His school education had been of the slenderest kind, scarcely even perfecting him in the art of spelling. His self-culture did the rest. For a long time he was in very straitened circumstances, but nevertheless worked on with a cheerful heart. Poor though he was, he contrived to live within his small means, and he boasted, with becoming pride, that he was a punctual paymaster. When he had conquered all his difficulties and become a famous and thriving man, he loved to dwell upon his early labors and privations, and to fight over again the battle which ended so honorably to him as a man, and so gloriously as an artist. "I remember the time," said he on one occasion, "when I have gone moping into the city, with scarcely a shilling, but as soon as I have received 10 guineas there for a plate, I have returned home, put on my sword, and sallied out with all the confidence of a man who had thousands in his pockets." Industry and perseverance was the motto of the sculptor Banks, which he acted on himself and strongly recommended to others. His well-known kindness induced many aspiring youths to call upon him and ask for his advice and assistance. And it is related that one day a boy called at his door to see him with this object, but the servant, angry at the loud knock he had given, scolded him, and was about sending him away, when Banks, overhearing her, himself went out. The little boy stood at the door with some drawings in his hand. "What do you want with me?" asked the sculptor. "I want, sir, if you please, to be admitted to draw at the Academy." Banks explained that he himself could not procure his admission, but he asked to look at the boy's drawings. Examining them, he said, "Time enough for the Academy, my little man. Go home, mind your schooling, try to make a better drawing of the Apollo, and in a month come again and let me see it." The boy went home, sketched and worked with redoubled diligence, and at the end of the month called again on the sculptor. The drawing was better, but again Banks sent him back, with good advice, to work and study. In a week the boy was again at his door, his drawing much improved, and Banks bid him be of good cheer, for if spared he would distinguish himself. The boy was Mulready, and the sculptor's augury was amply fulfilled. Turner was destined by his father for his own trade of a barber, which he carried on in London, until one day the sketch which the boy had made of a coat of arms on a silver salver, having attracted the notice of a customer whom his father was shaving, the latter was urged to allow his son to follow his bias, and he was eventually permitted to follow art as a profession. Like all young artists, Turner had many difficulties to encounter, and they were all the greater that his circumstances were so straitened. But he was always willing to work, and to take pains with his work, no matter how humble it might be. He was glad to hire himself out at £half-a-crown a night to wash in skies in India ink upon other people's drawings, getting his supper into the bargain. Thus he earned money and acquired expertness. Then he took to illustrating guide-books, almanacs, and any sort of books that wanted cheap frontispieces. "What could I have done better?" said he afterwards. "It was first-rate practice." He did everything carefully and conscientiously, never slurring over his work because he was ill-remunerated for it. He aimed at learning as well as living, always doing his best, and never leaving a drawing without having made a step in advance upon his previous work. A man who thus labored was sure to do much, and his growth in power and grasp of thought was, to use Ruskin's words, as steady as the increasing light of sunrise. But Turner's genius needs no panegyric. His best monument is the noble gallery of pictures bequeathed by him to the nation, which will ever be the most lasting memorial of his fame. Very romantic and adventurous was the career of Benvenuto Cellini, the marvelous gold-worker, painter, sculptor, engraver, engineer, and author. His life, as told by himself, is one of the most extraordinary autobiographies ever written. Giovanni Cellini, his father, was one of the court musicians at Florence, and his highest ambition concerning his son was that he should become an expert player on the flute. But Giovanni, having lost his appointment, found it necessary to send his son to learn some trade, and he was apprenticed to a goldsmith. The boy had already displayed a love of drawing and of art, and applying himself to his business, he soon became a dexterous workman. Having got mixed up in a quarrel with some of the townspeople, he was banished for 6 months, during which period he worked with a goldsmith at Siena, gaining further experience in jewelry and gold-working. His father still insisting on his becoming a flute-player, Benvenuto continued to practice on the instrument, though he detested it. His chief pleasure was in art, which he pursued with enthusiasm. Returning to Florence, he carefully studied the best designs, and still further to improve himself in gold-working, he went on foot to Rome, where he met with a variety of adventures. He returned to Florence with the reputation of being a most expert worker in the precious metals, and his skill was soon in great request. During his residence in Rome, Cellini met with extensive patronage, and he was taken into the Pope's service in the double capacity of goldsmith and musician. He was constantly studying and improving himself by acquaintance with the works of the best masters. He mounted jewels, finished enamels, engraved seals, and designed and executed works in gold, silver, and bronze, in such a style as to excel all other artists. Whenever he heard of a goldsmith who was famous in any particular branch, he immediately determined to surpass him. Thus it was that he rivaled the medals of one, the enamels of another, and the jewelry of a third. In fact, there was not a branch of his business that he did not feel impelled to excel in. Working in this spirit, it is not so wonderful that Cellini should have been able to accomplish so much. He was a man of ceaseless activity, and was constantly on the move. At one time we find him at Florence, at another at Rome. Then he is at Mantua, at Rome, at Naples, and back to Florence again. Then at Venice and in Paris, making all his long journeys on horseback. He could not carry much luggage with him, so wherever he went he usually began by making his own tools. He not only designed his works, but executed them himself, hammered and carved and cast and shaped them with his own hands. Indeed, his works have the impress of genius so clearly stamped upon them that they could never have been designed by one person and executed by another. The humblest article, a buckle for a lady's girdle, a seal, a locket, a brooch, a ring, or a button, became, in his hands, a beautiful work of art. Cellini was remarkable for his readiness and dexterity in handicraft. One day a surgeon entered the shop of the goldsmith to perform an operation on his daughter's hand. On looking at the surgeon's instruments, Cellini, who was present, found them rude and clumsy, as they usually were in those days, and he asked the surgeon to proceed no further with the operation for a quarter of an hour. He then ran to his shop, and taking a piece of the finest steel, wrought out of it a beautifully finished knife, with which the operation was successfully performed. Among the statues executed by Cellini, the most important are the silver figure of Jupiter and Perseus. John Flaxman was the son of a humble seller of plaster casts. When a child, he was such an invalid that it was his custom to sit behind his father's shop-counter, propped by pillows, amusing himself with drawing and reading. A benevolent clergyman, the Reverend Mr. Matthews, calling at the shop one day, saw the boy trying to read a book, and, on inquiring what it was, found it to be Cornelius Nepos, which his father had picked up for a few pence at a bookstall. The gentleman, after some conversation with the boy, said that was not the proper book for him to read, but that he would bring him one. The next day he called with translations of Homer and Don Quixote, which the boy proceeded to read with great avidity. His mind was soon filled with the heroism which breathed through the pages of the former, and, with the stucco Ajaxes and Achilleses about him ranged along the shop shelves, the ambition took possession of him that he too would design and embody in poetic forms those majestic heroes. Like all youthful efforts, his first designs were crude,
The proud father one day showed some of them to Roubiliac, the sculptor, who turned from them with a contemptuous "Pshaw!" But the boy had the right stuff in him. He had industry and patience, and he continued to labor incessantly at his books and drawings. He then tried his young powers in modeling figures in plaster of Paris, wax, and clay. Some of these early works are still preserved, not because of their merit, but because they are curious as the first healthy efforts of patient genius. It was long before the boy could walk, and he only learned to do so by hobbling along upon crutches. At length he became strong enough to walk without them. The kind Mr. Matthews invited him to his house, where his wife explained Homer and Milton to him. They helped him also in his self-culture, giving him lessons in Greek and Latin, the study of which he prosecuted at home. By dint of patience and perseverance, his drawing improved so much that he obtained a commission from a lady to execute 6 original drawings in black chalk of subjects in Homer. His first commission. What an event in the artist's life! The boy at once proceeded to execute the order, and he was both well praised and well paid for his work. At 15, Flaxman entered a pupil at the Royal Academy. Notwithstanding his retiring disposition, he soon became known among the students, and great things were expected of him. Nor were their expectations disappointed. In his 15th year he gained the silver prize. The next year he became a candidate for the gold one. Everybody prophesied that he would carry off the medal, for there were none who surpassed him in ability and industry. Yet he lost it, and the gold medal was adjudged to a pupil who was not afterwards heard of. This failure on the part of the youth was really of service to him, for defeats do not long cast down the resolute-hearted, but only serve to call forth their real powers. "Give me time," said he to his father, "and I will yet produce works that the Academy will be proud to recognize." He redoubled his efforts, spared no pains, designed and modeled incessantly, and made steady, if not rapid, progress. But meanwhile poverty threatened his father's household. The plaster-cast trade yielded a very bare living, and young Flaxman, with resolute self-denial, curtailed his hours of study, and devoted himself to helping his father in the humble details of his business. He laid aside his Homer to take up the plaster trowel. He was willing to work in the humblest department of the trade, so that his father's family might be supported and the wolf kept from the door. To this drudgery of his art he served a long apprenticeship, but it did him good. It familiarized him with steady work, and cultivated in him the spirit of patience. The discipline may have been hard, but it was wholesome. Happily, young Flaxman's skill in design had reached the knowledge of Josiah Wedgwood, who sought him out for the purpose of employing him to design improved patterns of china and earthenware. It may seem a humble department of art for such a genius as Flaxman to work in, but it really was not so. An artist may be laboring truly in his vocation while designing a common teapot or water-jug. Articles in daily use amongst the people, which are before their eyes at every meal, may be made the vehicles of education to all, and minister to their highest culture. The most ambitious artist may thus confer a greater practical benefit on his countrymen than by executing an elaborate work which he may sell for thousands of pounds, to be placed in some wealthy man's gallery where it is hidden away from public sight. Before Wedgwood's time, the designs which figured upon our china and stoneware were hideous both in drawing and in execution, and he determined to improve both. Flaxman did his best to carry out the manufacturer's views. He supplied him from time to time with models and designs of various pieces of earthenware, the subjects of which were principally from ancient verse and history. Many of them are still in existence, and some are equal in beauty and simplicity to his after-designs for marble. The celebrated Etruscan vases, specimens of which were to be found in public museums and in cabinets of the curious, furnished him with the best examples of form.
and these he embellished with his own elegant devices. Stuart's Athens, then recently published, furnished him with specimens of the purest shaped Greek utensils. Of these he adopted the best, and worked them into new shapes of elegance and beauty. Flaxman then saw that he was laboring in a great work, no less than the promotion of popular education, and he was proud, in after life, to allude to his early labors in this walk, by which he was enabled at the same time to cultivate his love of the beautiful, to diffuse a taste for art among the people, and to replenish his own purse, while he promoted the prosperity of his friend and benefactor. When 27 years of age, he quitted his father's roof and rented a small house and studio, and, what was more, he married. Anne Denman was the name of his wife, and a cheerful, bright-souled, noble woman she was. He believed that in marrying her he should be able to work with an intenser spirit, for, like him, she had a taste for poetry and art, and besides was an enthusiastic admirer of her husband's genius. Yet when Sir Joshua Reynolds, himself a bachelor, met Flaxman shortly after his marriage, he said to him, "So, Flaxman, I am told you are married. If so, sir, I tell you, you are ruined for an artist." Flaxman went straight home, sat down beside his wife, took her hand in his, and said, "Anne, I am ruined for an artist." "How so, John? How has it happened, and who has done it?" "It happened," he replied, "in the church, and Anne Denman has done it." He then told her of Sir Joshua's remark, whose opinion was well known, and had often been expressed, that if students would excel, they must bring the whole power of their mind to bear upon their art, from the moment they rose until they went to bed, and also that no man could be a great artist unless he studied the grand works at Rome and Florence. "And I," said Flaxman, drawing up his little figure to its full height, "I would be a great artist." "And a great artist you shall be," said his wife, "and visit Rome, too, if that be really necessary to make you great." "But how?" asked Flaxman. "Work and economize," rejoined the brave wife. "I will never have it said that Anne Denman ruined John Flaxman for an artist." And so it was determined by the pair that the journey to Rome was to be made when their means would admit. "I will go to Rome," said Flaxman, "and show the President that wedlock is for a man's good rather than his harm, and you, Anne, shall accompany me." Patiently and happily the affectionate couple plodded on during 5 years in their humble little home, always with a long journey to Rome before them. It was never lost sight of for a moment, and not a penny was uselessly spent that could be saved towards the necessary expenses. They said no word to any one about their project, solicited no aid from the Academy, but trusted only to their own patient labor and love to pursue and achieve their object. During this time Flaxman exhibited very few works. He could not afford marble to experiment in original designs, but he obtained frequent commissions for monuments, by the profits of which he maintained himself. He still worked for Wedgwood, who was a prompt paymaster, and on the whole he was thriving, happy, and hopeful. At length Flaxman and his wife, having accumulated a sufficient store of savings, set out for Rome. Arrived there, he applied himself diligently to study, maintaining himself, like other poor artists, by making copies from the antique. English visitors sought his studio and gave him commissions, and it was then that he composed his beautiful designs, illustrative of Homer, Aeschylus, and Dante. He then prepared to return to England, his taste improved and cultivated by careful study. But before he left Italy, the Academies of Florence and Carrara recognized his merit by electing him a member. His fame had preceded him to London, where he soon found abundant employment. While at Rome, he had been commissioned to execute his famous monument in memory of Lord Mansfield, and it was erected in the north transept of Westminster Abbey shortly after his return. It stands there in majestic grandeur, a monument to the genius of Flaxman himself, calm, simple, and severe. No wonder that Banks, the sculptor, then at the zenith of his fame, exclaimed when he saw it, "This little man cuts us all out." When the members of the Royal Academy heard of Flaxman's return, and especially when they had an opportunity of seeing and admiring his portrait statue of Mansfield, they were eager to have him enrolled among their number. He allowed his name to be proposed in the candidates' list of associates, and was immediately elected. Shortly after, he appeared in an entirely new character. The little boy who had began his studies behind the plaster-cast seller's shop-counter was now a man of high intellect and recognized supremacy in art, instructing students in the character of Professor of Sculpture to the Royal Academy. And no man better deserved to fill that distinguished office, for none is so able to instruct others as he who, for himself and by his own efforts, has learned to grapple with and overcome difficulties. After a long, peaceful, and happy life, Flaxman found himself growing old. The loss which he sustained by the death of his affectionate wife Anne was a severe shock to him, but he survived her several years, during which he executed his celebrated Shield of Achilles, and his noble Archangel Michael vanquishing Satan, perhaps his two greatest works. The same honest and persistent industry was throughout distinctive of the career of David Wilkie. The son of a Scotch minister, he gave early indications of an artistic turn, and though he was a negligent and inept scholar, he was a sedulous drawer of faces and figures. A silent boy, he already displayed that quiet, concentrated energy of character which distinguished him through life. He was always on the lookout for an opportunity to draw, and the walls of the manse or the smooth sand by the riverside were alike convenient for his purpose. Any sort of tool would serve him. Like Giotto, he found a pencil in a burnt stick, a prepared canvas in any smooth stone, and the subject for a picture in every ragged mendicant he met. When he visited a house, he generally left his mark on the walls as an indication of his presence, sometimes to the disgust of cleanly housewives. In short, notwithstanding the aversion of his father, the minister, to the sinful profession of painting, Wilkie's strong propensity was not to be thwarted, and he became an artist, working his way manfully up the steep of difficulty. Though rejected on his first application as a candidate for admission to the Scottish Academy at Edinburgh, on account of the rudeness and inaccuracy of his introductory specimens, he persevered in producing better until he was admitted. But his progress was slow. He applied himself diligently to the drawing of the human figure, and held on with a determination to succeed, as if with a resolute confidence as to the result. He displayed none of the eccentric humor and fitful application of many youths who conceive themselves geniuses, but kept up the routine of steady application to such an extent that he himself was afterwards accustomed to attribute his success to his dogged perseverance, rather than to any higher innate power. "The single element," he said, "in all the progressive movements of my pencil was persevering industry." At Edinburgh he gained a few premiums, thought of turning his attention to portrait painting, with a view to its higher and more certain remuneration, but eventually went boldly into the line in which he earned his fame, and painted his Pitlessie Fair. What was bolder still, he determined to proceed to London on account of its presenting so much wider a field for study and work, and the poor Scotch lad arrived in town and painted his Village Politicians, while living in a humble lodging on 18 shillings a week. Notwithstanding the success of this picture, and the commissions which followed it, Wilkie long continued poor. The prices which his works realized were not great, for he bestowed upon them so much time and labor that his earnings continued comparatively small for many years. Every picture was carefully studied and elaborated beforehand. Nothing was struck off at a heat. Many occupied him for years, touching, retouching, and improving them until they finally passed out of his hands. As with Reynolds, his motto was,
Work, work, work. And like him, he expressed great dislike for talking artists. Talkers may sow, but the silent reap. Let us be doing something, was his oblique mode of rebuking the loquacious and admonishing the idle. He once related to his friend Constable that when he studied at the Scottish Academy, Graham, the master of it, was accustomed to say to the students, in the words of Reynolds, "If you have genius, industry will improve it. If you have none, industry will supply its place." So, said Wilkie, I was determined to be very industrious, for I knew I had no genius. He also told Constable that when Linnell and Burnet, his fellow students in London, were talking about art, he always contrived to get as close to them as he could to hear all they said, for, said he, they know a great deal and I know very little. This was said with perfect sincerity, for Wilkie was habitually modest. One of the first things that he did with the sum of £30 which he obtained from Lord Mansfield for his village politicians was to buy a present of bonnets, shawls, and dresses for his mother and sister at home, though but little able to afford it at the time. Wilkie's early poverty had trained him in the habits of strict economy, which were, however, consistent with a noble liberality. Many artists have had to encounter privations which have tried their courage and endurance to the utmost before they succeeded. What number may have sunk under them we can never know. Martin encountered difficulties in the course of his career such as perhaps fall to the lot of few. More than once he found himself on the verge of starvation while engaged on his first great picture. It is related of him that, on one occasion, he found himself reduced to his last shilling, a bright shilling, which he had kept because of its very brightness, but at length he found it necessary to exchange it for bread. He went to a baker's shop, bought a loaf, and was taking it away when the baker snatched it from him, and tossed back the shilling to the starving painter. The bright shilling had failed him in his hour of need. It was a bad one. Returning to his lodgings, he rummaged his trunk for some remaining crust to satisfy his hunger. Upheld throughout by the victorious power of enthusiasm, he pursued his design with unsubdued energy. He had the courage to work on and to wait, and when, a few days after, he found an opportunity to exhibit his picture, he was from that time famous. Like many other great artists, his life proves that, despite outward circumstances, genius, aided by industry, will be its own protector, and that fame, though she comes late, will never ultimately refuse her favors to real merit. Another striking exemplification of perseverance and industry in the cultivation of art in humble life is presented in the career of James Sharples, a working blacksmith at Blackburn. He was one of a family of 13 children. His father was a working iron-founder. The boys received no school education, but were all sent to work as soon as they were able, and at about 10, James was placed in a foundry, where he was employed for about 2 years as a smithy boy. After that he was sent into the engine shop, where his father worked as engine-smith. The boy's employment was to heat and carry rivets for the boiler-makers. Though his hours of labor were very long, often from 6 in the morning until 8 at night, his father contrived to give him some little teaching after working hours, and it was thus that he partially learned his letters. An incident occurred in the course of his employment among the boiler-makers, which first awakened in him the desire to learn drawing. He had occasionally been employed by the foreman to hold the chalked line with which he made the designs of boilers upon the floor of the workshop, and on such occasions the foreman was accustomed to hold the line, and direct the boy to make the necessary dimensions. James soon became so expert at this as to be of considerable service to the foreman, and at his leisure hours at home his great delight was to practice drawing designs of boilers upon his mother's floor. On one occasion, when a female relative was expected from Manchester to pay the family a visit, and the house had been made as decent as possible for her reception, The boy, on coming in from the foundry in the evening, began his usual operations upon the floor. He had proceeded some way with his design of a large boiler in chalk when his mother arrived with the visitor, and to her dismay found the boy unwashed and the floor chalked all over. The relative, however, professed to be pleased with the boy's industry, praised his design, and recommended his mother to provide the little sweep, as she called him, with paper and pencils. Encouraged by his elder brother, he began to practice figure and landscape drawing, making copies of lithographs, but as yet without any knowledge of the rules of perspective and the principles of light and shade. He worked on, however, and gradually acquired expertness in copying. At 16 he entered the Bury Mechanics' Institution in order to attend the drawing class, taught by an amateur who followed the trade of a barber. There he had a lesson a week during 3 months. The teacher recommended him to obtain from the library Burnet's Practical Treatise on Painting, but as he could not yet read with ease, he was under the necessity of getting his mother, and sometimes his elder brother, to read passages from the book for him while he sat by and listened. Feeling hampered by his ignorance of the art of reading, and eager to master the contents of Burnet's book, he ceased attending the drawing class at the Institute after the first quarter, and devoted himself to learning reading and writing at home. In this he soon succeeded, and when he again entered the Institute and took out Burnet a second time, he was not only able to read it, but to make written extracts for future use. So ardently did he study the volume that he used to rise at 4 o'clock in the morning to read it and copy out passages, after which he went to the foundry at 6, worked until 6 and sometimes 8 in the evening, and returned home to enter with fresh zest upon the study of Burnet, which he continued often until a late hour. Parts of his nights were also occupied in drawing and making copies of drawings. On one of these he spent an entire night. He went to bed, indeed, but his mind was so engrossed with the subject that he could not sleep, and rose again to resume his pencil. He next proceeded to try his hand at painting in oil, for which purpose he procured some canvas from a draper, stretched it on a frame, coated it over with white lead, and began painting on it with colors bought from a house-painter. But his work proved a total failure, for the canvas was rough and knotty, and the paint would not dry. In his extremity he applied to his old teacher the barber, from whom he first learnt that prepared canvas was to be had, and that there were colors and varnishes made for the special purpose of oil painting. As soon, therefore, as his means would allow, he bought a small stock of the necessary articles and began afresh, his amateur master showing him how to paint. And the pupil succeeded so well that he excelled the master's copy. His first picture was a copy from an engraving called Sheep-shearing, and was afterwards sold by him for £0.50. Aided by a shilling guide to oil painting, he went on working at his leisure hours, and gradually acquired a better knowledge of his materials. He made his own easel and palette knife and paint-chest. He bought his paint, brushes, and canvas, as he could raise the money by working overtime. This was the slender fund which his parents consented to allow him for the purpose, the burden of supporting a very large family precluding them from doing more. Often he would walk to Manchester and back in the evenings to buy 2 or 3 shillings worth of paint and canvas, returning almost at midnight after his 18 miles walk, sometimes wet through and completely exhausted, but borne up throughout by his inexhaustible hope and invincible determination. The further progress of the self-taught artist is best narrated in his own words. "The next pictures I painted," he says, "were a landscape by moonlight, a fruit piece, and 1 or 2 others, after which I conceived the idea of painting the forge. I had for some time thought about it, but had not attempted to embody the conception in a drawing. I now, however, made a sketch of the subject upon paper, and then proceeded to paint it on canvas. The picture simply represents the interior of a large workshop, such as I have been accustomed to work in, although not of any particular shop. It is therefore to this extent an original conception. Having made an outline of the subject, I found that, before I could proceed with it successfully, a knowledge of anatomy was indispensable to enable me accurately to delineate the muscles of the figure. My brother Peter came to my assistance at this juncture, and kindly purchased for me Flaxman's Anatomical Studies, a work altogether beyond my means at the time, for it cost 24 shillings. This book I looked upon as a great treasure, and I studied it laboriously, rising at 3 o'clock in the morning to draw after it, and occasionally getting my brother Peter to stand for me as a model at that untimely hour. Although I gradually improved myself by this practice, it was some time before I felt sufficient confidence to go on with my picture. I also felt hampered by my want of knowledge of perspective, which I endeavored to remedy by carefully studying Taylor's Principles, and shortly after I resumed my painting. While engaged in the study of perspective at home, I used to apply for and obtain leave to work at the heavier kinds of smith-work at the foundry, and for this reason the time required for heating the heaviest ironwork is so much longer than that required for heating the lighter, that it enabled me to secure a number of spare minutes in the course of each day, which I carefully employed in making diagrams in perspective upon the sheet-iron casings in front of the hearth at which I worked. Thus assiduously working and studying, James Sharples steadily advanced in his knowledge of the principles of art, and acquired greater facility in its practice. Some 18 months after the expiration of his apprenticeship, he painted a portrait of his father, which attracted considerable notice in the town, as also did the picture of the forge, which he finished soon after. His success in portrait painting obtained for him a commission from the foreman of the shop to paint a family group, and Sharples executed it so well that the foreman not only paid him the agreed price of £18, but 30 shillings to boot. While engaged on this group he ceased to work at the foundry, and he had thoughts of giving up his trade altogether and devoting himself exclusively to painting. But not obtaining sufficient employment at portraits to occupy his time, or give him the prospect of a steady income, he had the good sense to resume his leather apron, and go on working at his honest trade of a blacksmith, employing his leisure hours in engraving his picture of the forge, since published. The execution of this work occupied Sharples' leisure evening hours during a period of 5 years, and it was only when he took the plate to the printer that he for the first time saw an engraved plate produced by any other man. To this unvarnished picture of industry and genius we add one other trait, and it is a domestic one. "I have been married 7 years," says he, "and during that time my greatest pleasure, after I have finished my daily labor at the foundry, has been to resume my pencil or graver, frequently until a late hour of the evening, my wife meanwhile sitting by my side and reading to me from some interesting book." A simple but beautiful testimony to the thorough common sense as well as the genuine right-heartedness of this most interesting and deserving workman. Haydn, speaking of his art, said, "It consists in taking up a subject and pursuing it." "Work," said Mozart, "is my chief pleasure." Beethoven's favorite maxim was, "The barriers are not erected which can say to aspiring talents and industry, 'Thus far and no farther.'" When Moscheles submitted his score of Fidelio for the pianoforte to Beethoven, the latter found written at the bottom of the last page, "Finis, with God's help." Beethoven immediately wrote underneath, "O man, help thyself." This was the motto of his artistic life. John Sebastian Bach said of himself, "I was industrious. Whoever is equally sedulous will be equally successful." Of Meyerbeer, Bayle thus wrote, "He is a man of some talent, but no genius. He lives solitary, working 15 hours a day at music." Years passed, and Meyerbeer's hard work fully brought out his genius, as displayed in his Huguenots and other works, confessedly amongst the greatest operas which have been produced in modern times. End of Chapter 13, Workers in Art, read by John Greenman. This is section 14 of Happy Homes and the Hearts That Make Them, by Samuel Smiles. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Men of Business, read by John Greenman. Seest thou a man diligent in his business? He shall stand before kings. Proverbs of Solomon. That man is but of the lower part of the world, that is not brought up to business and affairs. Owen Feltham. Hazlitt, in one of his clever essays, represents the man of business as a mean sort of person put in a go-cart, yoked to a trade or profession, alleging that all he has to do is not to go out of the beaten track, but merely to let his affairs take their own course. The great requisite, he says, for the prosperous management of ordinary business is the want of imagination, or of any ideas but those of custom and interest on the narrowest scale. But nothing could be more one-sided and in effect untrue than such a definition. Of course there are narrow-minded men of business, as there are narrow-minded scientific men, literary men, and legislators. But there are also businessmen of large and comprehensive minds, capable of action on the very largest scale. As Burke said in his speech on the India Bill, he knew statesmen who were peddlers, and merchants who acted in the spirit of statesmen. If we take into account the qualities necessary for the successful conduct of any important undertaking, that it requires special aptitude, promptitude of action on emergencies, capacity for organizing the labors often of large numbers of men, great tact and the knowledge of human nature, constant self-culture, and growing experience in the practical affairs of life, it must, we think, be obvious that the school of business is by no means so narrow as some writers would have us believe. Mr. Helps has gone much nearer the truth when he said that consummate men of business are as rare almost as great poets, rarer perhaps than veritable saints and martyrs. Indeed, of no other pursuit can it so emphatically be said as of this, that business makes men. It has, however, been a favorite fallacy with dunces in all times that men of genius are unfitted for business, as well as that business occupations unfit men for the pursuits of genius. The unhappy youth who committed suicide a few years since, because he had been born to be a man and condemned to be a grocer, proved by the act that his soul was not equal even to the dignity of a grocer. For it is not the calling that degrades a man, but the man that degrades the calling. All work that brings honest gain is honorable, whether it be of hand or mind. The fingers may be soiled, yet the heart remain pure. For it is not material so much as moral dirt that defiles, greed far more than crime, and vice than verdigris. The greatest have not disdained to labor honestly and usefully for a living, though at the same time aiming after higher things. Thales, the first of the 7 sages, Solon, the second founder of Athens, and Hyperites, the mathematician, were all traders. Plato called the divine, by reason of the excellence of his wisdom, defrayed his traveling expenses in Egypt by the profits derived from the oil which he sold during his journey. Spinoza maintained himself by polishing glasses while he pursued his philosophical investigations. Linnaeus, the great botanist, prosecuted his studies while hammering leather and making shoes. Shakespeare was a successful manager of a theatre, perhaps priding himself more upon his practical qualities in that capacity than on his writing of plays and poetry. Pope was of opinion that Shakespeare's principal object in cultivating literature
was to secure an honest independence. Indeed, he seems to have been altogether indifferent to literary reputation. It is not known that he superintended the publication of a single play, or even sanctioned the printing of one, and the chronology of his writings is still a mystery. It is certain, however, that he prospered in his business, and he realized sufficient to enable him to retire upon a competency to his native town. We have abundant illustrations in our own day of the fact that the highest intellectual power is not incompatible with the active and efficient performance of routine duties. Grote, the great historian of Greece, was a London banker, and it is not long since John Stuart Mill, one of our greatest living thinkers, retired from the examiner's department of the East India Company, carrying with him the admiration and esteem of his fellow officers, not on account of his high views of philosophy, but because of the high standard of efficiency which he had established in his office, and the thoroughly satisfactory manner in which he had conducted the business of his department. The path of success in business is usually the path of common sense. Patient labor and application are as necessary here as in the acquisition of knowledge or the pursuit of science. The old Greeks said, "To become an able man in any profession, 3 things are necessary: nature, study, and practice." In business, practice, wisely and diligently improved, is the great secret of success. Some may make what are called lucky hits, but like money earned by gambling, such hits may only serve to lure one to ruin. Every youth should be made to feel that his happiness and well-doing in life must necessarily rely mainly on himself, and the exercise of his own energies, rather than upon the help and patronage of others. The late Lord Melbourne embodied a piece of useful advice in a letter which he wrote to Lord John Russell, in reply to an application for a provision for one of Moore, the poet's sons. "My dear John," he said, "I return you Moore's letter. I shall be ready to do what you like about it when we have the means. I think whatever is done should be done for Moore himself. This is more distinct, direct, and intelligible. Making a small provision for young men is hardly justifiable, and it is of all things the most prejudicial to themselves. They think what they have much larger than it really is, and they make no exertion. The young should never hear any language but this: you have your own way to make, and it depends upon your own exertions whether you starve or not. Believe me, etc., Melbourne." Practical industry, wisely and vigorously applied, always produces its due effects. It carries a man onward, brings out his individual character, and stimulates the actions of others. All may not rise equally, yet each, on the whole, very much according to his deserts. Though all cannot live on the piazza, as the Tuscan proverb has it, every one may feel the sun. On the whole, it is not good that human nature should have the road of life made too easy. Better to be under the necessity of working hard and faring meanly, than to have everything done ready to our hand, and a pillow of down to repose upon. Indeed, to start in life with comparatively small means seems so necessary as a stimulus to work, that it may almost be set down as one of the conditions essential to success in life. Hence, an eminent judge, when asked what contributed most to success at the bar, replied, "Some succeed by great talent, some by high connections, some by miracle, but the majority by commencing without a shilling." We have heard of an architect of considerable accomplishments, a man who had improved himself by long study and travel in the classical lands of the East, who came home to commence the practice of his profession. He determined to begin anywhere, provided he could be employed, and he accordingly undertook a business connected with dilapidations, one of the lowest and least remunerative departments of the architect's calling. But he had the good sense not to be above his trade, and he had the resolution to work his way upward, so that he only got a fair start. One hot day in July, a friend found him sitting astride of a house roof, occupied with his dilapidation business. Drawing his hand across his perspiring countenance, he exclaimed, "Here's a pretty business for a man who has been all over Greece." However, he did his work, such as it was, thoroughly and well. He persevered until he advanced by degrees to more remunerative branches of employment, and eventually he rose to the highest walks of his profession. The necessity of labor may, indeed, be regarded as the main root and spring of all that we call progress in individuals, and civilizations in nations, and it is doubtful that any heavier curse could be imposed on man than the gratification of all his wishes without effort on his part, leaving nothing for his hopes, desires, or struggles. The feeling that life is destitute of any motive or necessity for action must be, of all others, the most distressing and insupportable to a rational being. The Marquis de Spinola, asking Sir Horace Vere what his brother died of, Sir Horace replied, "He died, sir, of having nothing to do." "Alas," said Spinola, "that is enough to kill any general of us all." Those who fail in life are, however, very apt to assume a tone of injured innocence, and conclude too hastily that everybody excepting themselves has had a hand in their personal misfortune. There is a Russian proverb which says that misfortune is next door to stupidity, and it will often be found that men who are constantly lamenting their luck are in some way or other reaping the consequences of their own neglect, mismanagement, improvidence, or want of application. Dr. Johnson, who came up to London with a single guinea in his pocket, and who once accurately described himself in his signature to a letter addressed to a noble lord as impransus, or dinnerless, has honestly said, "All the complaints which are made of the world are unjust. I never knew a man of merit neglected. It was generally by his own fault that he failed of success." Washington Irving held like views. "As for the talk," he said, "about modest merit being neglected, it is too often a cant, by which the indolent and irresolute men seek to lay their want of success at the door of the public. Modest merit is, however, too apt to be inactive, or negligent, or uninstructed merit. Well-matured and well-disciplined talent is always sure of a market, provided it exerts itself. But it must not cower at home and expect to be sought for. There is a good deal of cant, too, about the success of forward and impudent men, while men of retiring worth are passed over with neglect. But it usually happens that those forward men have that valuable quality of promptness and activity, without which worth is a mere inoperative property. A barking dog is often more useful than a sleeping lion. Attention, application, accuracy, method, punctuality, and dispatch are the principal qualities required for the efficient conduct of business of any sort. These, at first sight, may appear to be small matters, and yet they are of essential importance to human happiness, well-being, and usefulness. They are little things, it is true, but human life is made up of comparative trifles. It is the repetition of little acts which constitutes not only the sum of human character, but which determines the character of nations, and where men or nations have broken down, it will almost invariably be found that neglect of little things was the rock on which they split. Every human being has duties to be performed, and therefore has need of cultivating the capacity for doing them, whether the sphere of action be the management of a household, the conduct of a trade or profession, or the government of a nation. The examples we have already given of great workers in various branches of industry, art, and science render it unnecessary further to enforce the importance of persevering application in any department of life. It is the result of everyday experience that steady attention to matters of detail lies at the root of human progress, and that diligence, above all, is the mother of good luck. Accuracy is also of much importance, and an invariable mark of good training in a man: accuracy in observation, accuracy in speech, accuracy in the transaction of affairs. What is done in business must be well done, for it is better to accomplish perfectly a small amount of work than to half do 10 times as much. A wise man used to say, "Stay a little, that we may make an end the sooner." Too little attention, however, is paid to this highly important quality of accuracy. As a man eminent in practical sciences lately observed to us, "It is astonishing how few people I have met with the course of my experience who can define a fact accurately." Yet in business affairs it is the manner in which even small matters are transacted that often decides men for or against you. With virtue, capacity, and good conduct in other respects, the person who is habitually inaccurate cannot be trusted. His work has to be gone over again, and he thus causes an infinity of annoyance, vexation, and trouble. It was one of the characteristic qualities of Charles James Fox that he was thoroughly painstaking in all that he did. When appointed Secretary of State, being piqued at some observation as to his bad writing, he actually took a writing-master, and wrote copies like a schoolboy until he had sufficiently improved himself. Method is essential, and enables a larger amount of work to be got through with satisfaction. "Method," said the Reverend Richard Cecil, "is like packing things in a box. A good packer will get in half as much again as a bad one." Cecil's dispatch of business was extraordinary, his maxim being, "The shortest way to do many things is to do only one thing at once," and he never left a thing undone with a view of recurring to it at a period of more leisure. When business pressed, he rather chose to encroach on his hours of meals and rest than omit any part of his work. DeWitt's maxim was like Cecil's, "one thing at a time." "If," said he, "I have any necessary dispatches to make, I think of nothing else till they are finished. If any domestic affairs require my attention, I give myself wholly up to them till they are set in order." A French minister, who was alike remarkable for his dispatch of business and his constant attendance at places of amusement, being asked how he contrived to combine both objects, replied, "Simply by never postponing till tomorrow what should be done today." Men are apt to rely upon agents who are not always to be relied upon. Important affairs must be attended to in person. "If you want your business done," says the proverb, "go and do it. If you don't want it done, send someone else." An indolent country gentleman had a freehold estate producing about $500 a year. Becoming involved in debt, he sold half the estate and let the remainder to an industrious farmer for 20 years. About the end of the term the farmer called to pay his rent, and asked the owner whether he would sell the farm. "Will you buy it?" asked the owner, surprised. "Yes, if we can arrange about the price." "That is exceedingly strange," observed the gentleman. "Pray tell me how it happens that, while I could not live upon twice as much land, for which I paid no rent, you are regularly paying me $200 a year for your farm, and are able in a few years to purchase it." "The reason is plain," was the reply. "You sat still and said, 'Go.' I got up and said, 'Come.' You lay in bed and enjoyed your estate. I rose in the morning and minded my business." Promptitude in action may be stimulated by a due consideration of the value of time. An Italian philosopher was accustomed to call time his estate, an estate which produces nothing of value without cultivation, but, duly improved, never fails to recompense the labors of the diligent worker. Allowed to lie waste, the product will be only noxious weeds and vicious growths of all kinds. One of the minor uses of steady employment is, that it keeps one out of mischief, for truly an idle brain is the devil's workshop, and a lazy man the devil's bolster. To be occupied is to be possessed as by a tenant, whereas to be idle is to be empty. And when the doors of the imagination are opened, temptation finds a ready access, and evil thoughts come trooping in. It is observed at sea that men are never so much disposed to grumble and mutiny as when least employed. Hence, an old captain, when there was nothing else to do, would issue the order to "scour the anchor." Men of business are accustomed to quote the maxim that time is money, but it is more. The proper improvement of it is self-culture, self-improvement, and growth of character. An hour wasted daily on trifles or in indolence would, if devoted to self-improvement, make an ignorant man wise in a few years, and employed in good works would make his life fruitful, and death a harvest of worthy deeds. 15 minutes a day devoted to self-improvement will be felt at the end of the year. Good thoughts and carefully gathered experience take up no room, and may be carried about as our companions everywhere, without cost or encumbrance. An economical use of time is the true mode of securing leisure. It enables us to get through business and carry it forward, instead of being driven by it. On the other hand, the miscalculation of time involves us in perpetual hurry, confusion, and difficulties, and life becomes a mere shuffle of expedients, usually followed by disaster. Nelson once said, "I owe all my success in life to having been always a quarter of an hour before my time." Some take no thought of the value of money until they have come to an end of it, and many do the same with their time. The hours are allowed to flow by unemployed, and then, when life is fast waning, they bethink themselves of the duty of making a wiser use of it. But the habit of listlessness and idleness may already have become confirmed, and they are unable to break the bonds with which they have permitted themselves to become bound. Lost wealth may be replaced by industry, lost knowledge by study, lost health by temperance or medicine, but lost time is gone forever. A proper consideration of the value of time will also inspire habits of punctuality. Nothing begets confidence in a man sooner than the practice of this virtue, and nothing shakes confidence sooner than the want of it. He who holds to his appointment and does not keep you waiting for him shows that he has regard for your time as well as for his own. Thus, punctuality is one of the modes by which we testify our personal respect for those whom we are called upon to meet in the business of life. It is also conscientiousness, in a measure, for an appointment is a contract, express or implied, and he who does not keep it breaks faith, as well as dishonestly uses other people's time, and thus inevitably loses character. We naturally come to the conclusion that the person who is careless about time is careless about business, and that he is not the one to be trusted with the transaction of matters of importance. When Washington's secretary excused himself for the lateness of his attendance and laid the blame upon his watch, his master quietly said, "Then you must get another watch, or I another secretary." The truth of the good old maxim that honesty is the best policy is upheld by the daily experience of life, uprightness and integrity being found as successful in business as in everything else. Integrity of word and deed ought to be the very cornerstone of all business transactions. To the tradesman, the merchant, and manufacturer, it should be what honor is to the soldier, and charity is to the Christian. In the humblest calling there will always be found scope for the exercise of this uprightness of character. Hugh Miller speaks of the mason with whom he served his apprenticeship as one who put his conscience into every stone that he laid. So the true mechanic will pride himself upon the thoroughness and solidity of his work, and the high-minded contractor upon the honesty of performance of his contract in every particular. The upright manufacturer will find not only honor and reputation, but substantial success in the genuineness of the article which he produces, and the merchant in the honesty of what he sells, and that it really is what it seems to be. Baron Dupin, speaking of the general probity of Englishmen, which he held to be a principal cause of their success, observed, "We may succeed for a time by fraud, by surprise, by violence, but we can succeed permanently only by means directly opposite. It is not alone the courage, the intelligence, the activity of the merchant and manufacturer which maintains the superiority of their productions and the character of their country. It is far more their wisdom, their economy, and above all, their probity. If ever in the British Islands the useful citizen should lose these virtues, we may be sure that for England, as for every other country, the vessels of a degenerate commerce, repulsed from every shore, would speedily disappear from those seas whose surface they now cover with the treasures of the universe, bartered for the treasures of the industry of the three kingdoms. It must be admitted that trade tries character perhaps more severely than any other pursuit in life. It puts to the severest tests honesty, self-denial, justice, and truthfulness. And men of business who pass through such trials unstained are perhaps worthy of as great honor as soldiers who prove their courage amidst the fire and perils of battle. And, to the credit of the multitudes of men engaged in the various departments of trade, we think it must be admitted that on the whole they pass through their trials nobly. If we reflect but for a moment on the vast amount of wealth daily entrusted even to the subordinate persons who themselves probably earn but a bare competency, the loose cash which is constantly passing through the hands of shopmen, agents, brokers, and clerks in banking-houses, and note how comparatively few are the breaches of trust which occur amidst all this temptation, it will probably be admitted that this steady daily honesty of conduct is more honorable to human nature, if it do not even tempt us to be proud of it. The same trust and confidence reposed by men of business in each other, as implied by the system of credit, which is mainly based upon the principle of honor, would be surprising if it were not so much a matter of ordinary practice in business transactions. Dr. Chalmers has well said that the implicit trust with which merchants are accustomed to confide in distant agents, separated from them perhaps by half the globe, often consigning vast wealth to persons recommended only by their character, whom perhaps they have never seen, is probably the finest act of homage which men can render to one another. The fortunes of the house of Rothschild were based upon the honesty of their founder, Meyer Anselm. He was born in Frankfurt on the Main in 1743. His parents were Jews. What a frightful history might be written of the persecutions, tortures, and martyrdoms of the Jews in the Middle Ages, and even down to our own times. At Frankfurt, as well as at other towns and cities in Germany, the Jews were compelled to resort to their quarters at a certain hour in the evening, under penalty of death. The Judengasse at Frankfurt was shut in by gates, which were locked at night. Napoleon blew them down with cannon, one of the best things he ever did. Yet the persecutions of the Jews continued. Young Anselm lost his parents at 11, and had to fight his way through life alone. After a slight modicum of education, the boy had the good fortune to find a place as clerk to a small banker and money-changer at Hanover. He returned to Frankfurt in 1772, and established himself as a broker and money-lender. Over his shop he hung the sign of the Red Shield, in German, Rothschild. He collected ancient and rare coins, and among the amateurs who frequented his shop was the Landgrave William, afterward Elector of Hesse. When Napoleon overran Europe, William of Hesse was driven from his states, and left all the money he could gather together in the hands of Anselm, his agent. It amounted to $1,250,000. How to take care of this money and make it grow in his hands was Anselm's greatest object. Money in those days was very dear. It returned 12 or even 20% on good security. The war went on. Russia was invaded by Napoleon. His army was all but lost in the snow. The Battle of Leipzig was fought, and Napoleon and his army were hurled across the Rhine. The Landgrave of Hesse then returned to his states. A few days after, the eldest son of Meyer Anselm presented himself at court, and handed over to the Landgrave the 3 millions of florins which his father had taken care of. The Landgrave was almost beside himself with joy. He looked upon the restored money as a windfall. In his exultation he knighted the young Rothschild at once. Such honesty, his Highness exclaimed, had never been known in the world. At the Congress of Vienna, where he went shortly after, he could talk of nothing else than the honesty of the Rothschilds. Anselm had a large family. They followed his example, and thus the Rothschilds became the largest money-lenders in the world. End of chapter 14. Men of Business. Read by John Greenman.